Yin fanun expected, light traversed toth world off journey toth, west and astonishing, light transformed in toth king off hell. Justice thegriat calamity oaf journey toth was twas unfolding, the black and whitey impermanent secaptured thesolof sun, Yukongand brought timted hunder world. In a bito free himself from the constraint soft celestial real man, the shackless off Buddhism. Yin fan resolutely proclaimed toth three realms. From this day forth, the underworld declares its independence. Hath interneto themiriage hosts and deities within thunderworld dan delivered an impassioned speech. At present, Thedenizen soft thunderworld reber deemed by wa colossal mountains the oppression nof celestial real man restraint soft Buddhism. I, Yin Luo, vow befreeth heavenly deoto removeth these atwaberdins, to restore a thunderworld to its former clarity and brilliance. Should celestial real moppersum, the underworld shall stand resolute against it. Should Buddhist minsultum, the underworld shall be eternal foes with it. The king of hell will death book off life and death, with a judge's pin hanging from his waist, a 3 lives stone symbolizing reincarnation upon his shed, and his feet upon 3 law reincarnation, thought governs thick spaths. Hezelum light clared toth heavenly Tao, from no one, the underworld shall have knocking, only I, the Emperor Yin, will reign supreme. Your Majesty, aggravated situation arises, a creature resembling thunder goddess storm engine. Yin fan abruptly opedes, the sight before him sending chills down his spine before him loomed a whole shroud-eating hostile mists. Werewash. Memory surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Huis the king of hell. One off tin Yama king soft netherworld, president goverth fifth hall. In other words, this position might have been enviable, as the king of hell, being gone oft, heaten Yamaking send a former lord doth tithel. Held considerable power in thunderworld. However, upon seeing a monkey bear Lee standing 4 feet tall, with a thunder god's visage, adorned with a golden crown and golden armor, and wearing cloud stepping shows, his heart sank. It was sober. This monkey was Sun Wukong. He actually arrived in the world off journey toth west. Although Saint Soldom appeared in journey toth west world, they still manipulated the course off this realm from behind the scenes. Moreover, even in the absence of saints, these world was steaming with powerful beings, gods, and immortals. The king of hell? The 10 Yama kings? In thy soft host formidable figures, they were ruder lions significant. Indeed, the fortune soft thunderworld could bo plunder till both their powers. Any bays withamadicamo strength hand background among the gods, demons, and immortals red twang troop on the underworld. The underworld couldn't lie endure and swallow its indignation. A Sony of the fourteenth netherworld, the 10 Yama kings faced a predicament, rendered impotent. Watching helpless lie as the fortune off underworld were gradually ziphoned away. Thus, the underworld dadnakoi spudo ally itself with celestial realm, becoming its vassal and barely surviving. Just as Yin fan, Nano Wu is Yin Luo. As Yin Luo are still processing the fact that the had arrived in the world off journey toth west, Theo Therenin Yama King Shuri Lieri arrived. A thriller soft underworld, the new well felt that Sun Yuking's survival was not due at the thinned office lifespan. But rather the result of pressure exerted be Buddhism, celestial realm of thunderworld. With his golden staff in hand, Sun Yuker gazed upon the plaquewine scry, bed with words underworld and raised, defeat a strike. A thismament, Aklerkoff thunderworld draw shed forward twanervina mortal. Please hold. Sun Wukong retracted his staff, gripping the clerk bethi collar and growling. I fiodono recognize him. We have you sent Samiana tosama my soul? The clerk, naturally, did not read a discloset Sun Wukong summoning Guaza result off pressure from Buddhism, and couldn't look for his response, nay. It must be mistake. Sun Wukong, furious, retorted, nonsense, the official serenity at fault the messenger's not mistaken. Quickly, bring me the book of life and death. The underworld had long prepared a book of life and death. The book of life and death comprised some main ledger and subsidiary records. The underworld dad intended to present a falsolger, allowing Sun Wukong to create before passing. However, Buddhism would not permit such errors, as Sun Wukong's primary objective was to seize fortunes. How could Daffel soldier facilitate the plundering of fortunes? The underworld clerk promptly directed Sun Wukong to the hell for inspection. Just as Judge Quavasabaudo handed the subsidiary ledger to Sun Wukong, he was abruptly halted by Luo's booming voice. Holden. Everyone stared at King of Hell in astonishment. Beside him, King Qin Guang slightly inclined at this body and whispered, Yama, have we not Kamito in agreement with Buddhism? The Yama king sheld equal status, yet yin luawas noun for his integrity. Previously the Lord of First Hall, had been reassigned to the Fifth Hall duetto his repeated refusal stole the celestial realm to line reincarnation. Nevertheless, within the underworld, Yin Lua's reputation remained high, and Theotherni Yama king Sut, Lai regarded high mass their leader. Yin Lua waved shan solemnly, remaining silent. Yet within, turmoil raged. The system had awakened. Just as Bukov life and death was about to pass it Thingakong, Yin Lua heard the system's voice. Rebellion system activated. The host will grow stronger be complete in rebellion tasks. Detected that Sun Yukon Jin Tin Sto Reek Havos in Thunderworld. Wikuj result in the destruction of Bukov life and death and a significant loss of Thunderworld's fortunes, leaving Nakon's for resurgence. Issuing main rebellion task 1 prevent Sun Yukon from causing Chaosin Thunderworld and cast them into the 10 level soft hell. Task rewards semi-saint cultivation, 10 task points. Friendly reminder pleasing Devorto complete the task accumulating task points and let you home. Home. Yin Luashan trembled slightly. What a comforting phrase. A goldenest or razzle vernest cannot compare to Nisondog house. Yin Luawazun certainly occupied Theba Dioft King of Hell, nor did he understand how the King of Hell's the golden immortal cultivation had been assured to be his soul. All had desired no wast or turn home. Nothing could obstruct this path home. Note event the saints. Thus, has stepped forward, halting Judge Q's actions. And how mighty you? Sun Wukong inquired. I am Yin Luo, the King of Hell. You are Wreath King of Hell? I, Sun Wukong, have cultivated the path of immortality, living in harmony with the heavens, transcending 3 realms, not bound by 5 elements. Within Doya send people to summon me? Harmony with the heavens, transcending 3 realms, not bound by 5 elements? Humph, you truly do not know what patriarch but hast of thee. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Yuk know my master? Realizing had misspoken, he quickly covered his mouth, turning away, blinking as continued. I, Sun Wukong, have no master, Nordo Iknawani Bodhi. Today, Ishalen Lai Tinai out hati cultivation o fa tai, e golden immortalmazim kipabi of surviving councils epochs. Do you know Wauman Yepik shave, passid zinsathi Berthoft Heaven Santhirth? Do you know Trializethativen semi-saints dare not claim to equal in life spawn with Heaven and earth? You do not know. You claim to transcend 3 realms, yet doyauk no thate viteventh Dao ancestor transcended 4 realms? You do not know. You already war not bound with 5 elements, but do you understand how many basin thisfist 3 realms serenet bound by 5 elements? Do you outrally believe a thought being gun bound with 5 elements equates to transcendence? You speak nonsense. Sun Wukong, enraged, raised his staff to streaky Tian Luo. The King of Hell smirked tightestum for he outos the truth of this world. With that, his zumaned book of life and death. Indeed, the suprematry asura of the underworld the book of life and death was the King of Hell's artifact. The book of life and death washed into theer, radiating light that from lyra strained. Sun Wukong struggled desperately, yet eyes fort spruvid futilely even his golden staff was rendered unasable. After all, the golden staff was merely an artifact forged in the immortal realm, for inferi ordo as suprematrius roved book of life and death. Hehadelways believed himself invincible line, heaven and earth his master had taught him so. Event the water god soft dragon palace were no match for him, and the dragon king soft for the in submission. Why then was Yama king of Thunderworld so powerful? Sun Wukong felt this worldview's hatter. Yinlu ascended the high platform, seat dathi center of the halfasing south, and bellowed at the struggling Theborn stone monkey, Sun Wukong, aged 300 Amphortai defias Thunderworld summoned Sandreek Shavaquitin. Do you acknowledge our crimes? A moment, Sun Wukong was rendered speechless. Seeing this, the King of Hell directly proclaimed, since Seth the sinner's Sun Wukong shows no doubt his judgment. He shall be cast into the 18 levels of hell, never to berebern. This shall demonstrate the might of Thunderworld and highlight my judicial authority. Without waiting for in Yontorgant here senses, Thepawero Fideluo golden immortal surge forth, directly casting 18 levels of hell. A moment, Theothernin Yama Kings approached. Yama, this was rash. Yama, these will create kermictis with Buddhism watchawedno? Yama, the celestial realmus instructed us to with the plants off Buddhism, yet now ye have cast as nothing all. The celestial real man Buddhism will surely hold us accountable. Yama. Yin Luo, however, paid them no heed, closing his eyes to save worth semi-saint cultivation the thages surgeon being. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Thediang Yin Fan slowly opened his eyes. King of Hell completed his task. He surveyed the unfamiliar world around him, feeling the extreme lithin spiritual energy, and with afflicuro flight in his eyes. Hera beat his face with both hands and softly murmured, "Is this the Amanrealm?" Chapter 2. The spirits of the underworld rise. Yin Luo, originally at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage, was but a small step away from the realm of quasi-saint. Yet, as the saying goes, a step away is as far as the horizon. This ascent was fraught with immense difficulty. However, with the aid of the system, the enhancement of his power transpired in the blink of an eye. Before he could familiarize himself with his newfound quasi-saint cultivation, he sensed a radiant light emanating from outside the hall. "Lord Yin, why does the underworld go back on its word?" Yin Luo rose and stepped out of the hall. Upon focusing his gaze, he smiled and said, "Ah, it is the esteemed Guanyin Bodhisattva. May I inquire what brings your divine presence here? Do not speak in riddles, poor monk. Sun Wukong has taken the book of life and death. This is the decree of the heavenly Tao and cannot be altered. I beseech you, Lord Yin, to comply with the orders. The decree of the heavenly Tao. Ha! This is merely the scheme of your Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. A pretext for you to brazenly plunder the fortunes of the underworld under the patronage of the saints. Bodhisattva, you speak falsehoods. You have transgressed the precepts," Yin Luo declared with resolute conviction. The other underworld spirits, hearing his words, were taken aback. They understood the precarious position of the underworld, yet their own limited power rendered them unable to voice their grievances, only able to harbor silent indignation. "Lord Yin, you are being presumptuous. How dare you slander the saints? Am I slandering the saints?" Yin Luo chuckled coldly. "The truth is evident to us both." No sooner had Yin Luo spoken than a voice echoed from afar. "Yin Luo? The underworld is truly audacious." Yin Luo turned to see a figure radiating celestial energy, unmistakably a being from the heavenly court. None other than the Tai by Jin Xing. "What brings you to my underworld? Esteemed immortal, I have come to convey the edict of the great heavenly sovereign, commanding the 10 Yama kings of the underworld to release Sun Wukong immediately, without fail." Just as Yin Luo was about to respond, he heard the system's voice resounding in his mind. Detected conflict between host and heavenly court. The heavenly court seeks to control the underworld to dominate the netherworld and plunder its fortunes. The host should rebel against the heavenly court, rebuild the underworld, and abolish the kingship to establish an empire. Release of rebellion mainline task. 2. Declare the independence of the underworld to the 3 realms. Task reward, 6 paths of reincarnation disc, 10 task points. Yin Luo smiled faintly, gazing at the 2 lofty deities, and slowly ascended. Without fail. Is this how the heavenly court treats the underworld? Allowing the Western Buddhist sect to ravage the fortunes of the underworld for your nefarious purposes? Tai Bai's countenance changed dramatically. "Dio, you know what you are saying. This was never a secret. It is simply a matter that ought not to be publicly acknowledged. Yet Yin Luo seeks to expose this sordid transaction to the world. I am fully aware of what I speak. Not only must I speak it, but I must also act upon it." With that, he summoned his internal power, connecting with the fortunes of the underworld, and proclaimed to the 3 realms, "I am Yin Jun of the underworld. I hereby declare to the 3 realms that the underworld shall no longer heed the commands of the heavenly court. The spirits of the underworld rise from this day forth." Once, 2 great mountains loomed over the souls of the underworld, one from the heavenly court and one from the Buddhist sect. "I, Yin Jun of the underworld, Yin Luo, vow here before the heavenly Tao. I shall surely remove these 2 mountains and restore a clear sky to the underworld. I shall shatter the celestial palace and demolish that sacred mountain." In the past, the denizens of the underworld were oppressed by the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Now, the spirits of the underworld shall no longer be the targets of their tyranny. The spirits of the underworld shall henceforth rise to be their own masters. Yin Luo's words echoed through the 3 realms in an instant. Various factions, celestial beings, and cultivators alike heard Yin Luo's declaration and his solemn vow to the heavenly Tao. As his voice faded, a black dragon of fortune materialized behind him. This was the manifestation of the underworld's fortunes. The black dragon emitted a series of roars in response to Yin Luo. Subsequently, invisible forces began to surge from all corners of the underworld, gradually infusing into the black dragon of fortune. What was once 1,000 zhang-long black dragon of fortune suddenly multiplied several times, transforming into a 5,000 zhang beast. This was the power of faith from the spirits of the underworld. The spirits of the underworld had lived in grave oppression, easily manipulated by any celestial or Buddhist figure. They had long suffered under this yoke. Now, with Yin Luo as their backing, their spines straightened with newfound resolve. The black dragon of fortune rejoiced, spiraling above the underworld for a time before vanishing back into its depths. Congratulations, host. Task completed. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc has been delivered. Upon inspection, Yin Luo discovered the 6 paths of reincarnation disc had indeed settled within his dantian. At this moment, within the Lingxiao Hall. Yin Jun? Humph! Such audacity! How dare you create a ruckus at this critical juncture? The Jade Emperor spoke indifferently, concealing his true thoughts. At this moment, the Star Lord of martial virtue stepped forward, saying, "Great Heavenly Sovereign, the Yin Jun of the underworld openly rebels, bringing disgrace to the heavenly court. I implore the great Heavenly Sovereign to dispatch forces to quell this insurrection." The giant spirit god also stepped forward, declaring, "I, a humble deity, shall serve as the vanguard to subdue the disobedient underworld." The Jade Emperor smiled slightly. "There is no hurry. I wish to see what kind of spectacle the underworld can conjure." With that, the Jade Emperor waved his sleeve, and a luminous screen appeared in the Lingxiao Hall. Within the screen, Yin Luo stood in confrontation with Guanyin and Tai Bai, in the 33 heavens, at the Doshui Palace. Yin Jun, Yin Luo, the journey to the west, as agreed upon by the 6 saints, has unexpectedly encountered a twist. The Grand Supreme Elder Lord murmured to himself, his profound gaze wandering beyond the heavens. He muttered softly, "The heavenly secrets are in disarray. I wonder how you will respond with that." He closed his eyes once more. Iti Ling Shan, within the Buddhist sect, the underworld has encountered a twist. It seems that the grand journey of our teachings will not proceed smoothly. The Buddha sighed deeply. A certain Arhat spoke up, "Buddha, the underworld dares to oppose our sect. Shall we stand idly by? We request permission to descend and enlighten Yin Luo." The Buddha waved his hand dismissively. "Leave the matters of the underworld for the heavenly court to fret over. At present, the saints do not manifest, and the heavenly secrets remain concealed. The signs of calamity have already appeared. Although the flourishing of our teachings is the result of the saints' deliberation, we must proceed with caution and avoid following the path of the assembly of bodhisattvas and arhats chanted in unison, 'May our Buddha be compassionate.'" Across the 3 realms, Yin Luo's proclamation stirred up a tremendous uproar. Yin Luo regarded Guanyin and Tai Bai with cold eyes and said, "You may leave. The monkey wreaking havoc in the underworld. This lord has merely cast him into the 18 layers of hell for confinement. To have spared him from utter annihilation is already an act of mercy." Tai Bai, the one responsible for the journey to the west in the heavenly court, and Guanyin, who oversaw the Buddhist journey, could not easily abandon the monkey. After all, Sun Wukong was fated to be a pivotal figure in the calamity. Neither the Buddhist sect nor the heavenly court could afford to relinquish him lightly. The heavenly court needed Sun Wukong, the harbinger of calamity, to transfer the fortunes meant for the Buddhist sect to the underworld and the demon race, as well as the human realm. Meanwhile, the Buddhist sect required Sun Wukong as one of their key figures to help gather and plunder those fortunes. Lord Yin, Sun Wukong's turmoil in the underworld is a preordained event. Do not misinterpret it, Guanyin frowned. Yin Luo, do you know what consequences await should you rebel against the heavenly court? Tai Bai's murderous intent surfaced. Consequences? When you and the Buddhist sect oppressed the underworld, did you not anticipate that the underworld might one day rise in defiance? You insolent wretch. How dare you? Tai Bai, infuriated by Yin Luo's obstinacy, erupted in anger. If the underworld does not release Sun Wukong, if the fortunes of the underworld cannot be seized, then the Buddhist sect will have to draw upon the fortunes that were originally designated for the heavenly court. In that case, it is the interests of the celestial deities that will be harmed. What? Do you intend to act against me in the underworld? Yin Luo thundered. And what if I do with that? He summoned a long sword. The resonating clang of sword intent reverberated through the netherworld, soaring towards the heavens. A streak of sword energy shot towards Yin Luo. In an instant, the sword energy ravaged the underworld, turning countless minor spirits to ash beneath Tai Bai's blade. Yin Luo understood that this was the true Tai Bai. The Tai Bai Jin Xing, master of slaughter, was no mere benevolent figure. That was but a facade he maintained to refine his own heart. Unwilling to yield, Yin Luo activated the Book of Life and Death, raising it in defense, successfully blocking the incoming sword energy. Tai Bai, witnessing Yin Luo effortlessly deflect his attack, furrowed his brow, just as he was about to summon his sword again for a second strike. Yin Luo declared, "Heavenly Court's Tai Bai, you have intruded upon my underworld without cause, slaughtering my underworld spirits. In the name of Yin Jun of the underworld, I shall cast you into the 18 layers of hell." Chapter 3. Shattering the Celestial Heights, overthrowing the sacred mountain. With that, the power of the quasi-saint surged forth, activating the Book of Life and Death. In an instant, the entire netherworld was enveloped in the ethereal radiance emitted by the Book of Life and Death. Despite Tai Bai Jin Xing's status as a great Luo golden immortal, he found himself suppressed by the netherworld's power emanating from the book, crashing down beneath the plaque of the underworld. Tai Bai spat a mouthful of blood, weakly uttering, "You have actually advanced to the quasi-saint level." Guanyin was equally taken aback, realizing the reason for Yin Luo's boldness. "Go." With a sweeping motion of his hand, Yin Luo concentrated the power of the underworld, instantly sending Tai Bai into the 18 layers of hell. The 18 layers of hell were formed by the heavens and earth, under the control of the underworld. Even a quasi-saint must submit when cast into this realm, let alone a great Luo golden immortal. Bodhisattva, do you also wish to take a tour of the 18 layers of hell? Yin Luo regarded Guanyin with a cold smile. "Lord Yin, this time, I am here under the auspices of my Buddha." Before Guanyin could finish her sentence, Yin Luo interrupted, "Silence." With that, he summoned the Book of Life and Death, subduing the unprepared Guanyin. Subsequently, the Bodhisattva Guanyin was directly cast into the 18 levels of hell. The remaining 9 kings were left in a state of shock. Why not let one finish speaking? Although the crowd felt a sense of unease in their hearts, there was also a feeling of exhilaration. For a long time, the underworld had been weak. Even the esteemed 10 Yama kings of the underworld felt such oppression, let alone the ordinary spirits and souls. After suppressing Guanyin and Tai Bai, Yin Luo turned to the 9 kings and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, I wish to reorganize the underworld, establishing it as a prosperous, democratic, civilized, and harmonious realm. I hope the spirits have faith. The underworld possesses strength, and the netherworld holds hope. Since the incarnation of the Earth Mother has established the underworld, the realm that rightfully belongs to us has become a site for various holy forces to plunder fortunes. The heavenly court dispatched the Lord of Mount Tai to set up the Ghost Gate, dividing the fortunes of the underworld. Furthermore, the Buddhist sect has the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who vows to ferry the spirits, further splitting our fortunes. Now, having sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao, I stand in opposition to the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, desiring to make the beings of the underworld their own masters. Will you join me in kicking the heavens and striking the spirit mountain, to carve out a clear and bright realm for our underworld?" Upon hearing Yin Luo's words, the 9 kings exchanged glances, remaining silent for a long time. The king of Qingguang was the first to step forward, stating, "I will follow Yin Luo, shattering the heavens and destroying the spirit mountain." The other 8 kings, seeing Qingguang's stance, also bowed and clasped their fists, proclaiming, "We will follow Yin Luo, shattering the heavens and destroying the spirit mountain." Yin Luo, witnessing the 9 kings' resolve, smiled slightly and said, "Good. If that is the case, let us together shatter the heavens and destroy the spirit mountain." As soon as Yin Luo finished speaking, 2 ethereal figures descended before the crowd. "Yin Luo, what audacity you possess! Do you truly intend to shatter my heavenly palace?" Another ethereal figure spoke. Yin Luo looked up at the projections of the Jade Emperor and the Buddha, saying, "So it is the great heavenly sovereign and the Buddha. However, do you too think you can rely on mere projections to claim authority in my underworld?" With that, Yin Luo summoned the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, a treasure granted by the system that he could use without needing to refine it himself. Standing upon the 6 paths disc, 6 black holes representing the realms of heaven, humanity, Asura, beasts, hungry ghosts, and hell manifested behind him. The power of the six paths radiated, and in an instant, the entire netherworld, and even the three realms, felt the profound aura of reincarnation. The Jade Emperor and the Buddha, seeing Yinluo unveil the six paths disc, were taken aback. The six paths disc. The six paths disc. At that moment, the Jade Emperor and the Buddha comprehended that Yinluo's boldness to defy the heavenly court and challenge the Buddhist sect was not solely due to his quasi-saint cultivation. It was also because of the six paths disc. With the six paths disc and Yinluo's early quasi-saint cultivation, even typical quasi-saints, let alone those of later stages, might not stand a chance against him. Although the Buddha and the Jade Emperor could potentially contend, it would come at a significant cost. The Buddha lowered his gaze, pondering. He hides his depths well, Yinluo, such profound intentions. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor's heart tightened. I never expected he would gain control over the six paths disc. Even so, without a saint to oversee the netherworld, it will eventually fall into my grasp. The two regarded Yinluo with their own thoughts. Just as they were about to speak, another figure appeared before the three. The Jade Emperor and the Buddha nodded slightly upon seeing the newcomer, saying, "Mother Earth." Yinluo and the 10 Yama kings bowed in reverence. "We welcome Mother Earth." Though Mother Earth was nominally one of the 4 sovereigns assisting the Jade Emperor, she was, after all, the architect of the underworld's reincarnation and had contributed significantly to the primordial chaos. Moreover, in the netherworld, she could even exert the power of a saint. Thus, even though the Jade Emperor and the Buddha were the supreme deities with quasi-saint cultivation, they still bowed to acknowledge Mother Earth. Mother Earth spoke, "I am aware of your intentions. The plan for the Buddhist sect's journey to the west remains unchanged." Sun Wukong's uproar in the underworld, resulting in his incarceration in the 18th level of hell for 500 years, serves as punishment. After 500 years, the underworld shall allow Sun Wukong to journey west. Guanyin and Taibai, having overstepped their bounds, will be imprisoned in the 18th level of hell for 100 years as punishment. Do either of you have any objections? Originally, Mother Earth did not wish to involve herself in the Buddhist sect's plans. With the fortunes of the underworld plundered, her anxiety as the architect of the underworld grew, yet she was constrained by the Tao ancestor and could not interfere too much in the 3 realms' affairs. Additionally, the 10 Yama kings' lack of ambition further disheartened her. Now, with Yinluo's emergence, she saw hope for the underworld to rise. Thus, she appeared to mediate. The Buddha, upon hearing this, agreed. Since Mother Earth proposed a solution that would not affect the grand scheme of the journey to the west, the Buddhist sect naturally had no objections. As for Guanyin's 100-year confinement, it also served to grant Mother Earth a measure of respect. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor felt some reservations. After all, the underworld had previously been a vassal of the heavenly court, and he still pondered whether he could extract more benefits from this situation. However, seeing the Buddha agree outright, he could only nod in resignation. Since the Mother has spoken, we naturally have no dissent. At this moment, the Buddha addressed Yinluo. Since Mother has stated that the journey to the west will proceed as planned, I kindly ask Yinluo to escort the earthly emperors to the underworld after 500 years. Yinluo's eyes twinkled as he replied with a smile, "That is only natural. Then we shall take our leave." With that, the two bowed to Mother Earth and dispersed their projections. As they departed, Mother Earth turned to Yinluo, saying, "You have done well. Thank you for your kind words. Mother, it is my duty to seek the welfare of the underworld," Yinluo replied. "You wouldn't hold it against me for taking the initiative, would you?" "How could I? Mother has come to my aid. I am grateful enough to not dare blame you." Mother Earth nodded, smiling. The saints conspire for the journey to the west, intending to elevate the Buddhist sect, yet harming the interests of my underworld. Were it not for my inability to leave the netherworld, I would certainly visit the Purple Cloud Palace to inquire with the 6 saints myself. However, now that you are determined to extricate the underworld from the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, I need not worry further. You may pursue your ambitions. As for the 6 saints in the Purple Cloud Palace, I shall help you keep them at bay. But may I know your plans?" Upon hearing Mother Earth's inquiry, Yinluo pondered for a moment, then articulated, "The heavenly court and the Buddhist sect claim the journey to the west is the trend of the heavenly Tao. Yet in truth, this so-called trend is merely a scheme for the 6 saints to engage in exchanges of interests during the calamity." Mother Earth nodded. "Indeed. Since there is no predetermined rise of the Buddhist sect within the calamity, My underworld can likewise seize the opportunity to rise. We shall not be governed by the heavenly court, nor constrained by the Buddhist sect. I have a three-step strategy that may allow my underworld to ascend during the calamity. Oh, a three-step strategy? Indeed, a three-step strategy. The first step. The calamity has begun, yet there are still 500 years before the journey to the west officially commences. During this time, we can arrange our plans across the three realms. The second step. When the journey to the west begins, it will be a time when the Buddhist sect plunders the fortunes of the demon race and humanity. Even the heavenly court will assist the Buddhist sect in seizing the fortunes of both humans and demons during this period. My underworld can also take advantage of this opportunity to seize the fortunes of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. The third step. With the fortunes we have gathered through our schemes, we shall rebuild the underworld. We will stand in a tripartite balance with the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing this, Mother Earth felt a surge of joy and said, "Indeed?" The plan is intricately linked, however, with the calamity upon us and the heavenly secrets obscured. Even the saints find it hard to predict the journey of the one seeking the scriptures. How will you arrange your plans in advance? Yinluo smiled slightly, secretly thinking, who in the entire three realms could be more familiar with the journey to the west than he? Allow me to keep a little mystery, Mother. Just wait and see. Mother Earth smiled gently. Very well, since you are so confident, I will await your good news. As for the saints of the three realms, I shall hold them back. Other matters will require your own resolution. Thank you, Mother. With your support, the underworld shall surely stand alongside the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. The underworld is entrusted to you, with great responsibility. With that, Mother Earth's figure gradually faded away. The 10 Yama kings chorused, "We bid farewell to the Mother." After Mother Earth's departure, King Qinguang stepped forward and asked, "Yinluo, what shall we do next? The calamity has begun. Whether the underworld can rise depends on all of you. What you must do is stabilize the underworld. As for me, I need to pay a visit to that monkey." With that, without waiting for anyone to respond, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished in the blink of an eye. He arrived deep within the 18th level of hell. "Let me out. I am the born saint, Sun Wukong. Once I am free, I will cause havoc in your underworld." Hearing Sun Wukong's bluster, Yinluo smiled slightly. "Indeed? Still that unruly monkey?" Yinluo gazed at the suppressed Sun Wukong and said, "I wonder how the great sage is faring in this 18th level of hell. Let me out if you have the ability. I possess the ability to transform in 72 ways, defying the ravages of time and achieving eternal life. I can ride the clouds in a somersault, traversing a distance of 100,000 miles in a single leap. Release me, and if you have the skill, let the old monkey engage you in battle for 300 rounds. With your meager abilities, do you truly believe you can escape? It seems that the teachings of Bodhi have not been thorough enough. If you have the capability, let me go. I shall surely shatter your underworld into pieces." Yama, with a swift turn of his eyes, considered the unruly nature of Sun Wukong. Even after 500 years of diligent instruction by the Buddha, using the teachings of the Dharma daily, he had never been tamed. Ultimately, to avoid delaying the journey to the west, he could only use the body of Sun Wukong to carry the spirit of the six-eared macaque, deceiving the heavens in the process. However, now that Sun Wukong is in his grasp, perhaps there is hope to alter his original fate. Allow me to narrate a tale. Yama settled cross-legged opposite Sun Wukong and began to speak. In the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, in the proud nation of Aulai, there exists a celestial stone. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong slowly took a seat. Yama recounted the tale of Sun Wukong apprenticing to learn skills, of his rampage in the Eastern Sea, his tumult in the underworld, and his chaos within the heavenly palace. As he listened, Sun Wukong could not help but gesticulate with excitement. Yet, unbeknownst to the stone monkey, all of this was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Buddhist sect and the celestial court. The stone monkey was transformed from the stone of Nuwa, making him, in a sense, a descendant of the holy Nuwa. Simultaneously, he was a king of the demon race. Should the stone monkey be converted to the Buddhist path, the sect would not only seize the fortunes of the demon race, but even the two saints of Buddhism would share in Nuwa's merits. Despicable, despicable. The stone monkey could not contain his fury. After wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace, the Buddha had suppressed him under the 5 Elements mountain. For 500 years, The Buddhist sect had been eroding the spirit of the stone monkey with their teachings. Eventually, the stone monkey forgot his true self, burying his original essence completely. Yama continued his narration. While Sun Wukong listened intently, he seemed to realize that the stone monkey in the story was, in fact, himself. The 4 disciples, riding a horse, journeyed westward. The stone monkey forgot about the demon race and his brothers and friends. He only remembered to escort the reincarnation of the golden cicada to the western spirit mountain. Until one day, the stone monkey's original heart stirred, drawing the attention of the Buddhist sect. They understood that the stone monkey, being the son of the holy Nuwa, could not easily extinguish his true nature. Thus, with great magical power, they exchanged the spirit of the 6-eared macaque with that of the stone monkey, allowing the 6-eared to replace the stone monkey on the journey westward. The tale is lengthy, and Yama spoke with great patience. Sun Wukong listened with utmost seriousness. Upon concluding, Yama asked, "Do you still wish to go out?" "Go? Why would I not go?" Sun Wukong stood, his already fierce monkey visage growing even more menacing. "I, the old monkey, have yet to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, nor have I shattered the azure skies. I was born to be free. Why should I live within their schemes? I, the old monkey, shall ensure that the heavenly court can no longer blind my eyes. I, the old monkey, shall ensure that my heart remains unburied by the spirit mountain. I, the old monkey, shall break through the azure skies and act with reckless defiance. I, the old monkey, shall make all gods and Buddhas fade into oblivion." Yama also rose, exclaiming, "Excellent! This is the true monkey king of my heart." However, the celestial mechanisms are currently tumultuous. The Buddhist sect and the heavenly court will not relinquish you easily. I have already made arrangements with them. After 500 years, you shall partake in the journey westward. Just as Sun Wukong was about to speak, Yama interjected. "You have traveled through the mortal realm? Have you heard the expressions turning the tables and crossing the river by feeling the stones?" Sun Wukong shook his head. Yama continued, "No matter, you shall understand in due time. For now, we are in the same boat. 500 years from now, when the journey westward concludes, it will be the moment for us to ascend the azure skies and strike the spirit mountain. Is this true? Indeed, during these 500 years, I hope you will diligently cultivate. Your mastery of the Tai is truly lacking. I have another question." Yama, anticipating Sun Wukong's inquiry, replied, "You wish to ask about Bodhi, do you not? I have heard that the Buddha attained enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground. Bodhi was his mentor, the one he revered above all others. He had never imagined that all of this was merely a scheme. Yama, sensing the turmoil within Sun Wukong's heart, seized the opportunity to say, "I possess a 24-character mantra. If you comprehend it, you shall naturally stabilize your mind. Pray, share it with me," Sun Wukong said, lifting his head. "Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, kindness." Chapter 5. The expedition to Fengdu. Sun Wukong murmured to himself, "Prosperity? Democracy? Harmony." To aid you in comprehending this 24-character mantra, I have 2 tomes to present to you. Upon finishing his sentence, Yama conjured 2 books in his hands. Point 1 was titled Dreams of the Underworld, and the other The Values of the Underworld. These are the memories of Yama's past life. The beautiful Monkey King can read. "Yes?" Yama inquired. "Of course." Sun Wukong shot Yama an incredulous glance. Was he to be held in such low regard? Who could not read a few characters? As long as you can read. I hope the Monkey King soon comprehends this 24-character mantra, Yama observed Sun Wukong, who was engrossed in dreams of the underworld. Contemplating silently, Yama hoped that Sun Wukong would remain the beautiful Monkey King, the one who battled heaven and earth, rather than merely the shell of the victorious Buddha. Simultaneously, he harbored a selfish desire that Sun Wukong could become a flag for the underworld. Yama cast a deep glance at Sun Wukong before departing. "I am the heavenly court, the jade pool, Buddha. The underworld has grown powerful. What are your thoughts on this? Great heavenly Lord, my Buddhist sect only concerns itself with the pilgrimage of the scriptures. As for the underworld's rise, it is beyond the influence of this poor monk." The Jade Emperor silently scoffed, being both accommodating and assertive. He did not believe for a moment that the Buddhist sect had no designs on the underworld's expansion. It was simply that they were unwilling to take the lead at this critical juncture of the journey to the west. Thus, the Jade Emperor continued. The Buddha's words are erroneous. The underworld's ascent will inevitably siphon off the fortunes of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. The heavenly court may fare better, with the 3 saints and the Tao ancestor present, and even with the loss of some fortune, it would not pose a significant issue. But can the Buddhist sect withstand Yama's machinations? The Jade Emperor slowly raised the cup in his hand, draining its celestial nectar in one gulp. Noticing that Buddha remained silent, he continued. The peach banquet is approaching. Traditionally, the underworld's lords have not been invited. This time, I have decided to invite Yama to attend. Buddha understood the implications and clasped his hands in reverence, saying, Amitabha, this poor monk believes that the great heavenly Lord speaks wisely. Yama's ascension to a quasi-saint grants him eligibility to participate in the peach banquet. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor cursed inwardly. Old bald donkey. No rabbit, no hawk. Yet he responded with a smile. The heavenly court shall bestow upon Yama a precious gift for his ascension. Oh, what treasure! The supreme treasure of the underworld, the spring of the yellow spring. Isn't that the treasure sought after by the ancestor of the river of souls for countless epochs? Buddha inquired in astonishment. Then realized the Jade Emperor's intent. He continued. The great heavenly Lord's actions are exceedingly wise. The Jade Emperor toyed with the cup in his hand, adding, I have heard that the 3 lifetime stone, a supreme treasure of the underworld, is in the possession of the Buddhist sect. Might the Buddha be willing to present it as a congratulatory gift for Yama's ascension to quasi-saint? Buddha frowned slightly. The 3 lifetime stone? The Buddhist sect is impoverished. Unlike the great heavenly Lord's abundant heavenly palace, I believe it is best to forego the 3 lifetime stone. Is not the spring of the yellow spring sufficient? The Jade Emperor glanced at Buddha and shook his head, explaining, It is indeed not enough. The 3 lifetime stone is a companion treasure of the Earth Book of Wuzhuang Temple, as well as a supreme treasure of the underworld. It has no utility in the Spirit Mountain, so why not put it to use? The underworld is not merely Yama alone. Buddha pondered for a moment and replied, The great heavenly Lord speaks rightly. This poor monk has been short-sighted. At the peach banquet, I shall present the 3 lifetime stone as a congratulatory gift for Yama. The Jade Emperor smiled slightly. Yama will surely be pleased to know of the gifts prepared for him by you and me. After speaking, the two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding between them. In the realm of the dead, in the underworld. Just as Yama returned to the grand hall, King Qin Guang approached and said, Yama, the heavenly court has sent envoys with an invitation. An invitation? From the heavenly court? Yama took the invitation from King Qin Guang, opening it to reveal an invitation to the peach banquet. The peach banquet. The peach banquet? The underworld has never received an invitation from the heavenly court before. This time, King Qin Guang frowned, sensing the ill intent behind the invitation. After all, the underworld had just rebuffed the heavenly court. It was hard to believe that the invitation was sincere. When soldiers come, we shall block them. When water comes, we shall bury it, even if it means traversing a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. We must face it, Yama declared. But should we bring the soldiers? King Qin Guang asked, no need. The peach banquet? I shall see what they can do to me, however, before we attend the peach banquet. We must pay a visit to Fengdu. Fengdu? That is the territory of the heavenly court. From this moment on, it belongs to the underworld. Dispatch orders to the 10 great commanders, leading 100,000 soldiers. To Fengdu. Understood, King Qin Guang proclaimed, then went to the underworld to convey Yama's decree. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, outside the underworld, at the place where Yama suppressed Guanyin and Tai Bai. 10 commanders and 100,000 soldiers appeared. Yama stood in mid-air, with the 9 palace lords standing behind him, quietly awaiting Yama's command. Esteemed guests, pray tell, where exactly are we? Yum-ing. Yum-ing. Indeed, we find ourselves in Yum-ing. This is the Yum-ing of the underworld. In the dawn of the underworld's establishment, justice and clarity were its very hallmarks. At that time, when you stepped forth from Yum-ing, who did not proudly declare, I am a denizen of the underworld. However, let us now cast our gaze upon the present state of Yum-ing. To the north, the heavenly court has seized control of Fengdu, while to the west, the Buddhist sect seeks to ferry the souls of the underworld. The Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect, driven by their own interests, have disrupted the natural cycle of reincarnation, shamelessly meddling in the affairs of the underworld, rendering us unable to hold our heads high in the three realms. Can you endure this? No? 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 Very well. If this is the case, I shall lead you to breach Fengdu and reclaim the ghost gate that rightfully belongs to our underworld, driving the denizens of the Heavenly Court from our realm. Out of the underworld. Out of the underworld. Out of the underworld. Out of the underworld. Now, my friends, seize your magical instruments, ignite the flames of fury within your hearts, and unleash your boundless power upon the heavenly soldiers of Fengdu. Let them understand that our underworld's spectral soldiers are not to be trifled with. Let them experience the terror that emanates from the underworld. Let them taste the wrath that springs forth from our realm. Let us send those insipid heavenly soldiers back to the list of deities. Yama does not welcome them. They await your slaughter. Are you prepared? Ready? Ready? Excellent. In the name of our underworld's Lord Yin, I command you to march upon Fengdu. When victory is ours, I shall toast with you all within the walls of Fengdu. Onward, boom. The 10 spectral commanders led 100,000 spectral soldiers, soaring into the sky. A palpable aura of bloodlust enveloping Yama, even casting a shadow of desolation across the three realms. At this moment, all within Yama became acutely aware of the underworld's movements. The Sea of Blood, the Lord Yin of the underworld, who had previously remained silent, now stirred to such commotion. In this time of calamity, we, the Ashura clan, though immortal, would do well to refrain from involvement. Father, the actions of the underworld are clearly directed towards Fengdu. The Lord Yin is declaring war against the Heavenly Court. Can we remain uninvolved? A stunningly beautiful woman spoke. Countless epochs of the primordial era have passed in this manner. Through the Dragonhan calamity, the war of witches and demons, and the great calamity of deification, our Sea of Blood Ashura has remained untouched. This time shall be no different. The Sea of Blood is steeped in bloodshed. While this calamity may present an opportunity, it also poses greater dangers for us. Chapter 6. Reclaiming Fengdu west of Yama. Bodhisattva, the Lord Yin has set forth to invade Fengdu. As calamity arises, our sect ought to flourish. I hope this Lord Yin does not defy the heavenly mandate. Should we intervene in some manner? Let it be, as long as he does not hinder the flourishing of our sect. Let him be. There will be those from the heavenly court to intervene. Outside Fengdu city, Lord Yin stood at the city's edge, 100,000 spectral soldiers silently awaiting his command to attack. Yet, Lord Yin did not hasten the assault. He was waiting for the Emperor of Fengdu. Such a commotion from Lord Yin could not have escaped the notice of the likes of Dizong and the River of Souls. The Emperor of Fengdu would undoubtedly be informed as expected. Shortly thereafter, 6 figures soared forth from within Fengdu city. Leading them was none other than the Emperor of Fengdu, followed by his subordinates, the 5 ghost emperors. Yin Luo, how bold of you to encircle Fengdu with your forces. Do you seek rebellion? Rebellion? And what of it? The realm of the Yama has always belonged to our underworld. You have occupied Fengdu for countless years, shamelessly interfering and obstructing souls from entering reincarnation, even taking it upon yourselves to return the deceased to life, disrupting our underworld's fortune. Now, I, Lord Yin, lead the underworld's army to reclaim Fengdu. Reclaim Fengdu? Humph. We shall see if you possess the capability. Detected that the underworld army is assaulting Fengdu to reclaim it, significantly increasing the underworld's fortune. Issuing Rebellion Main Quest, 3 Reclaim Fengdu. Quest Reward, 9 turns of mysterious power, 10 quest points. Lord Yin had begun to discern certain patterns in the system's task issuance. As long as it served to liberate the underworld from the heavenly court's control, free it from the Buddhist sect's constraints, and could enhance the underworld's strength to a degree, the system would issue a quest. Lord Yin surmised that this system possessed functions beyond mere task issuance. Otherwise, there would be no mention of quest points. To unlock other functionalities of the system, perhaps certain conditions must be met. Lord Yin shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. At present, he needed to confront the Emperor of Fengdu. Raising his right hand, he swiftly brought it down, bellowing, "Kill!" In an instant, 100,000 spectral soldiers channeled their inner power, charging toward Fengdu. Although the heavenly court had dispatched the Emperor of Fengdu for its defense, Along with the 5 Ghost Emperor's assistants, they had not sent a considerable number of heavenly soldiers. Fengdu and the Ghost Gate are the underworld strongholds. The heavenly court's intent in sending the Emperor of Fengdu for defense was to restrain the underworld. Yet they also feared Fengdu growing too powerful. Naturally, they would not send an excessive number of troops to Fengdu. The spectral soldiers guarding Fengdu were largely those recruited from the mortal realm by the Emperor of Fengdu, who, upon his arrival, had drawn in some heavily blooded generals and soldiers, appointing them as Fengdu's spectral soldiers and generals. However, these spectral soldiers and generals, after all, had not cultivated as long as the underworld's own spectral forces, and thus, faced with the onslaught of the underworld's 100,000 fierce spectral soldiers, they stood no chance of resistance. The Emperor of Fengdu watched as his spectral soldiers crumbled at the first clash, his expression darkening. Nonetheless, he still held confidence. His confidence stemmed from his cultivation at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Emperor of Fengdu sneered at Lord Yan, saying, "Lord Yan, do you truly believe that with just these 100,000 spectral soldiers, you can take Fengdu?" "Naturally," Lord Yan replied, summoning the Book of Life and Death. The aura of quasi-saintly power erupted, and the Book of Life and Death transformed into a celestial canopy, enveloping the Emperor of Fengdu. The other 9 spectral lords, upon witnessing Lord Yan's action, also summoned their magical artifacts, launching assaults against the 5 Ghost Emperors. The Emperor of Fengdu, upon seeing this, was struck with alarm. "Quasi-saint? Now, do you still believe that our underworld cannot conquer Fengdu? I never anticipated that Lord Yan was concealing such depths." The Emperor of Fengdu thought to himself, in haste. He summoned his magical artifact to defend himself. But it proved futile. After all, the Yama realm was the underworld's domain, and with Lord Yan's superior cultivation, the Emperor of Fengdu could not withstand for long before being forcefully subdued. The 5 Ghost Emperors, after the Emperor of Fengdu was subdued, were swiftly overpowered by the 9 spectral lords. The subdued Emperor of Fengdu continued to shout, "Lord Yan, I am the appointed ruler of Fengdu by the heavenly court. Be wise and release us." Lord Yan paid no heed to his cries. Instead, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, sealing the cultivation of both the Emperor of Fengdu and the 5 Ghost Emperors. The 6 individuals, including the Emperor of Fengdu, were sealed, yet their eyes bore no trace of fear. The heavenly court's army soon approached. "Lord Yan, release us quickly. Do not bring ruin upon yourself," the Emperor of Fengdu shouted. Lord Yan ignored him, instead unleashing quasi-saint level power, scattering the Fengdu spectral soldiers into disarray. He then commanded King Qingguang to lead the troops and take control of Fengdu, from the moment the underworld's forces set forth to the suppression of the Emperor of Fengdu. To the takeover of Fengdu, the underworld accomplished this in less than half a day's time. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor sensed a loss of fortune, promptly dispatching Thousand-Mile Eye and Wind-Listening Ear to investigate. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the main hall to report. "Report, Great Heavenly Sovereign, the underworld's Lord Yan has led 100,000 spectral soldiers to attack Fengdu, and it has now fallen. The Emperor of Fengdu and the 5 Ghost Emperors have also been captured alive." The corner of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched involuntarily. He had not anticipated that Lord Yan would truly dare to take action. Initially, he thought that Lord Yan's dissatisfaction with the underworld's position in the 3 realms was merely a bid to secure more interest for himself. After all, such situations were not uncommon in the 3 realms. There were other fragmented powers similar to the underworld, such as the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas. Furthermore, within the heavenly court, numerous factions existed, like the Ziwei Emperor's faction, the Goqing Emperor's faction, and so forth. The Jade Emperor understood that these factions and fragmented powers posed a threat to the heavenly court's rule. Thus, he had consistently employed various means, either to win them over or to suppress them, to maintain the normal functioning of the heavenly court. Originally, the Jade Emperor could have used the journey to the west, alongside the flourishing of the Buddhist sect, to eliminate some individuals from the heavenly court who did not belong to his faction through the hands of the Buddhist sect. In doing so, the Jade Emperor would enhance his control over the heavenly court, while the Buddhist sect would gain fortune and flourish. The journey to the west for the Buddhist sect was mutually beneficial for both the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, with the other factions suffering losses. However, this was ultimately a decision made by the saints, and other factions could only acquiesce. While the Jade Emperor pondered, the heavenly king of the tower stepped forward, saying, "Great heavenly sovereign, I respectfully report that the Yum Lord Yin dares to strike against the Emperor of Fengdu dispatched by the Heavenly Court. Revealing his arrogance and audacity, I request permission to descend to the underworld to capture Lord Yin, restore order to the Yin and Yang, and bring peace to the underworld, as the Jade Emperor hesitated. One among the celestial ranks spoke up. Great Heavenly Sovereign, I, WNQ, have a proposal, speak. The underworld's Lord Yan's rebellion is merely an attempt to seize control of the underworld, thereby mastering the Yum realm. Yet the Yum realm, aside from our heavenly court's Fengdu, also encompasses Dizong and the River of Souls. Each of these forces possesses strength rivaling that of the underworld. For the underworld to unify the Yum is an absolute impossibility. At this moment, the most pressing matter for our heavenly court is to orchestrate the Buddhist sect's westward journey. Great Heavenly Sovereign, to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. The Jade Emperor murmured to himself, repel external threats? Secure internal stability? The Lord of Literature and Star continued. Once our celestial court concludes its plans for the westward journey, all 33 heavens will be under the dominion of the great celestial venerable. With merely a contingent force, we can swiftly seize the underworld. Even if Yama currently holds sway over Fengdu and the Ghost Gate, it will avail him nothing. At that time, our heavenly soldiers will descend to the mortal realm, and he shall have no choice but to yield Fengdu. Furthermore, we could extend our control to the 10 halls of the underworld. Is it not far more advantageous than exhausting our military strength merely to reclaim a single Fengdu? The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement, believing that the underworld would not stir up significant turmoil in the immediate future. Observing the Jade Emperor's nod, the Lord of Literature and Star, filled with excitement, continued, the great celestial venerable could also issue a decree to pacify Yama, bestowing upon him the title of Emperor of Fengdu, which would both placate the underworld and allow us to garner a portion of its fortune. Simultaneously, another decree could be issued to reprimand Yama. Thus, we would secure both our internal and external honor. Chapter 7. The Peach Banquet. The Jade Emperor chuckled and nodded, saying, proceed. Let the relevant decrees be drafted by the Lord of Literature and Star. At that moment, Yama stood suspended before the gates of Fengdu, confronted by the bound and sealed Emperor of Fengdu and the 5 Ghost Emperors. Just as Yama pondered the lack of movement from the celestial court, a streak of light sped toward him. With a smirk, Yama thought, finally, they have arrived. Before the figure could fully stabilize, Yama heard a loud proclamation. In accordance with the decree of the great celestial venerable, Yama felt a sense of bewilderment. This so-called supreme ruler of the 3 realms had merely issued a divine order. Yama quietly observed the heavenly official delivering the edict, who announced, by the command of the High Celestial Emperor, the Supreme Taoist, I hereby decree. Since ancient times, the righteous path has been illuminated, and the divine governs the underworld. Even treacherous ministers and vile usurpers often hold a sense of reverence for the celestial order. Those who disrespect the heavens face annihilation. The merchants who disregard the sacred suffer the consequences. Currently, Yama of the underworld employs his powers to eradicate the ghostly emissaries of Fengdu, relying on his might to intimidate the 5 Ghost Emperors. He has caused chaos in the netherworld and forcibly occupied Fengdu, leading to the souls of the deceased being unable to pass and the spirits of the departed being unable to depart. I intended to descend to the mortal realm with 100,000 heavenly soldiers, the 28 constellations, the 9 stellar officials, and the 5 directions to quell this insurrection. However, I acknowledge Yama's diligent governance of the underworld. Although this measure may seem an affront to heavenly authority, it spares you from the death penalty. Henceforth, I appoint Yama as the Emperor of Fengdu, overseeing all matters of the netherworld. Thus it is decreed. Upon completing the reading, the heavenly official tossed the Jade Emperor's edict toward Yama, then fled like a shooting star. Yama gazed at the decree in his hand, feeling no joy at being appointed as the Emperor of Fengdu. Instead, he sensed an inkling of unease. Who was the Jade Emperor? He was the disciple of the Tao ancestor, having endured countless tribulations, residing in the celestial heights, and ostensibly ruling the 3 realms. How could he easily bow to Yama? This decree was either a forgery or the Jade Emperor harbored a more profound scheme. Yama leaned toward the latter possibility. Meanwhile, the bound former Emperor of Fengdu and the 5 Ghost Emperors were left in shock. They had not anticipated that the celestial court would abandon them so easily. Just as the former emperor of Fengdu was about to speak, Yama waved his hand, and in an instant, the six were engulfed by boundless magical power. Reduced to ashes, their souls extinguished, Yama, clutching the decree, looked up at the endless starry sky and murmured, "Since you wish to play, let us see who will ultimately have the last laugh." Subsequently, Yama instructed the 9 Yama lords to handle the aftermath. While he departed Fengdu, returning to the depths of the 18 layers of hell, Monkey King, "What brings you back again? I have something for you." "What is it?" "The 9 transformations of mysticism." The 9 transformations of mysticism. Sun Wukong took the 9 transformations of mysticism from Yama, which he had acquired from the system. "The cultivation method you practiced before was incomplete. With this 9 transformations of mysticism, you can break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal in a short time." At that point, our confidence in challenging the Celestial Court and the Buddhist realm will be greatly enhanced. With that, without waiting for Sun Wukong to respond, Yama turned and left the 18 layers of hell, heading straight for the Yaoqi. Before long, Yama arrived outside the southern heavenly gate. He was contemplating whether the 4 heavenly kings guarding the gate would be foolish enough to impede his passage. If so, he could seize the opportunity to create a ruckus and probe the Jade Emperor's true intentions. However, upon reaching the southern heavenly gate, Yama encountered not the 4 heavenly kings, but only a few heavenly soldiers on duty. Seeing this, Yama did not wish to quarrel with the minor soldiers, so he presented his invitation and proceeded directly to the Yaoqi. By this time, many immortals and Buddhas had already taken their seats within the Yaoqi. Yama, guided by a celestial official, sat down in his designated position. Shortly thereafter, the Buddha also entered, accompanied by the melodious sounds of chanting, and was guided to his seat by a celestial official. Following this, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, riding in a splendid celestial carriage adorned with 8 scenic banners and accompanied by ethereal melodies, appeared within the Yaoqi. After the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother took their seats, a young attendant entered, carrying a purple gold gourd. "To celebrate the great celestial venerable and the Queen Mother's peach banquet, my master, the Old Lord, has specially presented a cauldron of 9 transformations golden elixirs." Upon saying this, he handed the purple gold gourd to a celestial official. "We are deeply grateful to the Old Lord for his generosity. These 9,000-year-old peaches should be delivered to him. Thank you, Great Celestial Venerable," after which, the young attendant turned and left. Yama watched the attendant's departing figure, pondering, "I wonder if this attendant is of the golden horn or the silver horn." After the Old Lord had presented his gifts, the 4 sovereigns, appointed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, namely the North Polar Emperor Ziwang, the South Polar Emperor Chongqing, the Emperor of the Upper Palace of Goqing, and the earthly deity of the earth, all sent their offerings as well. The earthly deity of the earth refers to the Queen of Earth. Naturally, such significant beings as the earthly deity would be invited to the peach banquet. Although the 4 sovereigns were nominally assisting the Jade Emperor, they possessed their own power. Each individual among the 4 sovereigns had a formidable background and strength. Even the Jade Emperor could not command them. Concerning these powers, the Jade Emperor could only proceed cautiously within the bounds of the rules. Thus, like the Old Lord, the 4 sovereigns merely sent representatives and did not personally attend the peach banquet hosted by the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. After the Jade Emperor reciprocated the gifts, the deities of the Celestial Court and the Buddhas from the West personally presented their tributes. As the celestial beings and Buddhas offered their gifts one by one. Yama remained unmoved. At that moment, the Lord of Martial Virtue stood up and loudly inquired, "Yama, this is your first attendance at the peach banquet. Do you not have any gifts to present to the great Celestial Venerable and the Queen Mother?" The celestial beings and Buddhas all wore expressions of anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama, as Yama had made quite a stir recently. They were aware that the Lord of Martial Virtue's actions were meant to assert dominance over Yama. The Jade Emperor stroked his beard, silently observing the unfolding spectacle without uttering a word. Before Yama could respond, the Lord of Martial Virtue interjected, "Ah, indeed. It is understandable that Yama, who guards the underworld on behalf of the great Celestial Venerable, might have forgotten to bring a gift." Yama's lips curled slightly, inwardly scoffing. "Nonsense about guarding the underworld for your great Celestial Venerable. The great Celestial Venerable, as the sovereign of the 3 realms, has endured countless tribulations and has not perished. Since the primordial earth opened, the great celestial venerable, standing by the Tao ancestor, could not tolerate the chaos of heaven and earth, thus intervening to restore order to the three realms. As the Yama lords of the 10 halls of the underworld, we are subjects of the great celestial venerable, invited to this gathering. Although I have not brought a gift, I trust the great celestial venerable will not hold it against me. After all, what father would be angry with his son? However, a transgression must be met with punishment. Does Yama not bring a gift, and thus is he to kneel in apology to the great celestial venerable? Yama rose, his gaze fiercely fixed on the lord of martial virtue, and his quasi-saintly aura suddenly erupted. In an instant, the lord of martial virtue was staggered by Yama's formidable presence, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Yama could not help but reflect that the lord of martial virtue's words were indeed quite adept. However, having lingered in the celestial court for too long, these beings had forgotten that this was the primordial chaos. Here, strength reigns supreme, not the politics of the mortal realm. Yama hurried forward, feigning concern as he helped the lord of martial virtue to his feet, saying, "Oh dear, do not take offense, my lord. I have just experienced a breakthrough and am still adjusting to my newfound power. Please forgive me." The lord of martial virtue, his expression darkened, shook his sleeves and silently retreated to his seat. Chapter 8. The Yaoqi-Ode. Yama surveyed the gathered celestial beings and Buddhas in the Yaoqi, declaring, "Although I have not brought any material gifts, I have composed a poem for the great celestial venerable and the celestial court, and I hope the great celestial venerable and all present will provide guidance." Before the celestial beings and Buddhas could gather their thoughts, Yama began to recite. This piece is titled Ode to the Yaoqi. The age of the witch and demon has passed. The three realms are now unified. Mount Zhou stands tall, piercing the heavens. It looms over 1,000,000 miles, separating day from night. Mount Zhou extends northward and bends westward, leading straight to the celestial heights. The heavenly river flows gently, cascading into the palace walls. 5 steps yield a tower, 10 steps a pavilion. The corridors twist and turn, the eaves peak high. Each embraces the terrain, each vying for beauty. Dragons and phoenixes converge, witches and demons thrive, elites of interception and exposition. For ages they have plundered the immortal, piling high as mountains. Once deprived, they cannot return. Cauldrons and tripods, jade and stone, gold and gems, cast aside in a shimmering cascade. Even the great celestial venerable views them with indifference. Alas! The three realms are of the Tao ancestor, not the great celestial venerable. The Yaoqi reeks of wine and meat, while the mortal realm freezes the bones, flourishing and withering, a divergence of heaven and earth. Melancholy is difficult to recount. With each line Yama uttered, the expressions of the celestial beings and Buddhas grew increasingly grim. By the time Yama finished the final line, the Jade Emperor's countenance had darkened significantly. Even though the Jade Emperor was accustomed to tumultuous events, being publicly humiliated by Yama was a challenge to his composure. The Lord of Literature and Star, witnessing the Jade Emperor's expression, immediately rose in protest. "Yama, how dare you, at the peach banquet, in this sacred Yaoqi, how can you so brazenly defame us?" Upon uttering these words, he bowed respectfully towards the Jade Emperor, proclaiming, "Great celestial sovereign, I beseech you to punish the netherworld's Yama for his contempt of the heavenly court. Let it serve to manifest our resplendent celestial authority." The god of martial virtue then stepped forth, asserting, "I too implore the great celestial sovereign to mete out justice upon the netherworld's Yama. Let our magnificent celestial might be showcased." Following this, a multitude of celestial beings emerged, echoing, "We entreat the great celestial sovereign to hold the netherworld's Yama accountable. Let our illustrious celestial power be duly recognized." Yama, however, displayed no signs of anxiety, instead gazing quietly at the Jade Emperor. His intention was to coerce the Jade Emperor into action. He feared not an overt confrontation, but rather the possibility of covert schemes. Yama's tactic was akin to disturbing the grass to scare the snake out of its den, yet he underestimated the Jade Emperor. This sovereign, adept at navigating the complexities among the 6 saints and firmly established across the 3 realms, relied not solely on the backing of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. The Jade Emperor exchanged a knowing glance with the Queen Mother, who promptly understood and clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Yama's eloquence greatly enhances the splendor of the Peach Blossom Festival." What say you, esteemed celestial lords? The assembly of immortals appeared bewildered, uncertain of the Queen Mother's motives. Had the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother's discord reached such a depth? Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King regained his composure, observing the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor. Then turning to Yama, he remarked, "The Queen Mother speaks wisely." Indeed, Yama's composition significantly enriches the Peach Blossom Gathering. I believe he should be rewarded. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother exchanged glances, secretly acknowledging, truly, he is a trusted confidant. He comprehends the situation exceedingly well, seeing the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, the Jade Emperor's loyal aide. Affirming this, the Celestial Assembly realized the Jade Emperor must surely have a deeper scheme in mind. They cast disapproving glances at the Star Lord of Literature, then collectively declared, "Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled." I too concur with the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's sentiments. Yama observed the sycophantic celestial beings and recognized the rot that had seeped into the very fabric of the heavenly court. He glanced back at the Jade Emperor. Acknowledging his status as the supreme ruler of the three realms, a figure of unparalleled cunning, Yama silently observed the farce unfolding at the Jade Pool, refraining from uttering a word. The Queen Mother, noticing the celestial lord speaking, inquired of the Jade Emperor, "Might I ask how your Majesty intends to reward Yama? I recall there exists a rare treasure in the celestial treasury, known as the Spring Eye of the Yellow Springs. Let it be bestowed upon Yama. It serves to celebrate both his ascension to the status of a quasi-saint and his poetic contribution." As the Jade Emperor concluded, those aware of the Spring Eye of the Yellow Springs felt a sudden clarity. These immortal beings, having lived for millennia, readily discerned the Jade Emperor's intentions. This was a calculated move. Yama had no choice but to comply. The Buddha, overhearing this, chuckled amiably, since the great celestial sovereign has graciously bestowed a treasure upon Yama. I too shall present the Spring Stone of 3 Lives from the Buddhist realm to express my congratulations. A tumult of astonishment rippled through the assembly of celestial beings at the Jade Pool. Indeed, the supreme ruler of the 3 realms was deserving of his title. With such generous rewards, Yama's survival depended on aligning himself with the heavenly court. This was far more advantageous than merely suppressing Yama. In due course, Yama would not only have to relinquish the riches of Fengdu, but would also have to secure the entirety of the netherworld. As Yama beheld the 2 celestial officials approaching him with the Spring Stone and the Spring Eye of the Yellow Springs, he furrowed his brow, hesitating to accept. Observers noted his reluctance, some shaking their heads in dismay, while others stifled laughter. At that moment, Neza, standing beside the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, quietly inquired, "Father, why does Yama hesitate to accept the gifts from the great celestial sovereign and the Buddhist realm?" Kingly shook his head, replying, "These are no mere gifts. For the holders of these treasures, they are harmless, but for Yama, they signify monumental calamity." "Why so? Do you comprehend the origins of these 2 treasures?" The Spring Stone of 3 Lives is a companion stone to the innate treasure of the great immortal Zhenyuan, while the Spring Eye of the Yellow Springs is the first spiritual spring formed beside the Blood Sea at the dawn of creation. Does this have any relevance to Yama's reluctance to accept these treasures? Indeed, should he accept them, both the great immortal Zhenyuan and the River of Souls would demand their due. For the great immortal Zhenyuan, the Spring Stone represents a vulnerability in his innate treasure, and he would never allow anyone to wield it. For the River of Souls, the waters of the Yellow Springs symbolize the hope for their lineage's survival and prosperity. Thus, if Yama accepts the Spring Stone and the Spring Eye, he would be challenging 2 formidable quasi-saint powers. Given the strength of the netherworld, it would undoubtedly fall short against such might. Any acquired treasures would swiftly be seized. After such a confrontation, the netherworld would be left with little dignity. Then why not simply refuse? Neza queried. Refusal is not so simple. The Spring Stone and the Spring Eye are both innate treasures. Did you not hear Yama's oath to the heavens? If he wishes to oppose the heavenly court, he must possess these 2 treasures to stabilize the fortunes of the netherworld. Should he decline, it would signal the netherworld's fear. The 3 realms would perceive him as a mere jester unworthy of respect. Many celestial beings capable of rivaling the great immortal Zhenyuan and the River of Souls exist within the 3 realms. They will see Yama as an easy target and will undoubtedly meddle in the cycle of reincarnation. Consequently, the the cycle would once again face destruction, and the fortunes of the netherworld would wane further. Upon hearing the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's analysis, Neza exclaimed, "In that case, the netherworld will inevitably seek refuge beneath the heavenly court once more. Truly, the great celestial sovereign remains as cunning as ever." "Impudent, child," Yama spoke. "I meant, indeed, wise. It hinges on his choice: advance, and it is death. Retreat, and it is death too. Alas, Yama's path to redemption is fraught with difficulty." Before the words of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King could fully settle, Yama spoke up, "Given the generous intentions of the great celestial sovereign and the Buddha, I shall not be impolite." With a grand gesture, he accepted the spring stone and the spring eye. Upon witnessing Yama's acceptance, the Jade Emperor transformed, his demeanor softening as if the earlier discomfort had vanished. Chapter 9. A calculated scheme. 2 peaches and 3 warriors. Yama understood well that such treasures were not easily acquired. Yet, he now found himself in a predicament from which he could not escape. He finally comprehended why his previous provocations, seizing Fengdu and mocking the Jade Emperor, had elicited no response. This was indeed the climax of the Jade Emperor's grand design. Should he accept, he would be unable to contend with the great immortal Zhenyuan and the River of Souls, losing both the treasures and the fortunes of the netherworld, inviting further interference from the powers of the 3 realms, leading to the gradual decline of the netherworld's fortunes. Ultimately, he would be compelled to seek the heavenly court's protection. Conversely, refusal would reveal his weakness to the powers of the 3 realms, allowing them to intrude upon the cycle of reincarnation. At that point, he too would be left with no choice but to seek refuge with the heavenly court. Should Yama possess the capability to subdue the great immortal Zhenyuan and the River of Souls, it would equally delight the Jade Emperor, as both posed a threat to the stability of the 3 realms. Regardless of the outcome, the Jade Emperor stood on firm ground, effectively rendered invincible. Indeed, the Jade Emperor was the Jade Emperor. This was the essence of a true sovereign of the 3 realms. Yama could not help but recall a tale from his previous life on Blue Star: 2 peaches kill 3 warriors. He mused, such an opponent is indeed intriguing. After Yama resumed his seat, the Jade Emperor instructed the celestial officials to serve the peaches, divine nectar, and delicacies once more, and commanded the heavenly maidens to commence performances for the celestial assembly. Clearly, his spirits were elevated. While Yama's thoughts were not on the festivities of songs and dances, he pondered strategies to break the deadlock. That moment, a monk approached, stating, "Yama's earlier composition truly resonated with me, especially the line, 'The wine and meat of the jade pool reek, while the bones of the frozen perish in the mortal realm.' It perfectly encapsulates the vile nature of these celestial beings." Initially, Yama had no intention of engaging with him, but upon hearing the monk's concluding remark, he found it intriguing. "Oh, who would have thought that amidst this opulent excess, I could find a kindred spirit? Is it possible that your Buddhist sect harbors such filth? Indeed, they are even more hypocritical, especially Ananda and Kasyapa, who, leveraging their proximity to the Buddha, shamelessly exploit the offerings and worldly affairs. It is utterly absurd." Upon hearing this, Yama found the young monk amusing. "May I inquire your name?" "I am Jin Chanzi." "Jin Chanzi?" Yama exclaimed in surprise, "the Buddha's second disciple." Indeed, Yama finally grasped why the Buddha had allowed Jin Chanzi to experience 10 lifetimes before granting him the role of the scripture seeker. It was a method of indoctrination. Subsequently, Yama smirked, "I have heard that Jin Chanzi is well versed in Buddhist doctrine. Might you indulge me in a discussion?" "Oh? Yama also delves into Buddhist philosophy?" "Delve is too grand a term. I merely have a few queries. Pray, share them." "I have heard of a 24-character mantra: prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. Might you enlighten me? 24-character mantra? Prosperity, democracy? Why have I never heard of this?" With a subtle smile, Yama replied, "The essence of prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony is. The meaning behind freedom, equality, justice, and rule of law is. The principles of patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness as Yama passionately elaborated. He found himself captivated by his own discourse, while Jin Chanzi listened intently. Sensing that these 24 characters encapsulated what he had long sought, The myriad immortals and deities remained enveloped in the enchanting melodies and graceful dances, utterly oblivious to the discourse between the two. After the words of Yama had been spoken, Jin Shanzi gradually emerged from his state of astonishment. The wisdom imparted by you, dear sir, surpasses a decade's worth of scriptures. What Yama has said seems profoundly reasonable. Might this humble monk be permitted to venture into the underworld to receive your teachings? To receive teachings would be too great an honor. However, the three of us can engage in mutual exploration of ideas. 3. Indeed. Has this lord not confined Sun Wukong these past days? He, too, is delving into the 24-character mantra. This is splendid. Once the peach banquet is concluded, I shall certainly intrude upon Yama. That would be most agreeable. After exchanging a few more words, a celestial official announced the conclusion of the Grand Assembly. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother departed hand in hand, and before leaving, the Jade Emperor cast a meaningful glance at Yama. Unyielding, Yama raised his wine cup in acknowledgement and downed its contents in one gulp. With the departure of the Jade Emperor, the other immortals and deities gradually exited as well, and Yama transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the netherworld. However, Yama did not return to the underworld but instead arrived just outside Fengdu City. He awaited the arrival of Jinyuan Daxian and Mingi Laozu. If it were an ordinary individual, the trap set by the Jade Emperor would be nearly insurmountable. Yet, is Yama an ordinary person? Far from it. He is well versed in the trajectory of journey to the west and is undoubtedly aware that Mingi and Jinyuan Daxian have also been ensnared in this calamity. Now that the two have entered the tribulation, Yama can utilize this to break the cycle. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, two streaks of light, one white and one red, appeared before Yama's eyes. They have arrived. Once they came to a halt, Yama clasped his fists and bowed slightly, saying, Yama of the underworld, I pay my respects to Jinyuan Daxian and Mingi Laozu. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The intentions of both of you are already known to me. It is merely a matter of seizing treasures, yet this scheme originates from the Jade Emperor and the Buddha. Surely, you both understand this. We have cultivated for countless epochs to attain enlightenment, and we naturally comprehend the designs of those two. However, this treasure holds immense significance for us, and it cannot fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, we would face dire calamities and the peril of death and obliteration. Thus, we have no choice but to take action. Jinyuan Daxian flicked his whisk and spoke in a deep voice. Mingi, too, said no more, directly summoning the Yuan Tu and the Ubi, inquiring, Will you hand it over, or will you not? Mingi, who certifies his Tao through slaying, naturally bears a heavy disposition for violence. Aware that he is no match for the two, Yama had no intention of engaging in conflict. He placed his hands behind his back and chuckled softly. There is no need for such grand gestures. My friend Mingi, I am willing to pledge an oath by the heavenly laws that these two treasures of the earth will solely be employed to suppress the fortunes of the underworld, and will absolutely not be utilized against my esteemed fellow Taoists. Would this be satisfactory? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two softened slightly. Although Yama's words indicated an unwillingness to battle, the two treasures were of paramount importance to Mingi and Jinyuan. I am well aware of Yama's constraints. Should Yama relinquish the treasures to us, we shall promise to assist him once. What do you think of my proposal, dear friend Mingi? Jinyuan Daxian turned his head to inquire of Mingi Laozu. Excellent. I agree. Mingi Laozu sheathed his Yuan Tu and responded solemnly. Once? You two are indeed generous. Yama could not help but chuckle coldly. In truth, I am also aware of the reasons you both covet these treasures. It is simply that you have already entered the tribulation and wish to secure additional means of survival amidst this calamity. How do you know? The two were taken aback. The calamity manifests. Yet the saints do not emerge. Aside from the saints, no one can predict who will enter the tribulation. Even the saints can only ascertain which few individuals are the children of the calamity. As for others, deducing it requires immense effort. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation, the more challenging the deductions become. For mighty beings like Jinyuan and Mingi, even saints would hesitate to easily predict whether they are caught in the tribulation. Only they themselves can perceive the slightest warning that they are already entangled in calamity. Thus, how did Yama come to know? Could it be that a saint has informed him? Perhaps it is Huten Yangyang? Yet both understood that this possibility is exceedingly slim. While Huten Yangyang possesses the combat prowess of a saint, she remains a late-stage quasi-saint. Peering into the calamity remains a formidable challenge. Thus, there is only one possibility. Yama has another saint supporting him from behind. But who might that saint be? And why would they expend such effort to assist Yama? Chapter 10. Breaking the calamity. How I came to know is of no concern to you. My fellow Taoists, you need only to understand that I possess the means to aid you in breaking your calamity. Breaking the calamity? Breaking the calamity? Mingyi and Jinyuan were somewhat astonished. In the Fengshen calamity, the disciples of the saints entering tribulation find even the saints unable to confidently assist their own disciples in breaking the calamity. Yama, having only just entered quasi-sainthood, what confidence does he possess to aid the two? Indeed, breaking the calamity. The so-called calamity is merely a renewal of the heavens and earth. Renewal? Mingyi and Jinyuan exchanged puzzled glances. This is not important. During the Fengshen calamity, the saints utilized the calamity's children, Zhang Zia and Shen Gongbao, as their vanguard, plotting fortunes to assist the heavenly court's rise. Now, the saints employ the children of this calamity as their vanguard, scheming for the flourishing of the Buddhist sect. Is that so? Mingyi and Jinyuan nodded. The two understood that Yama's words were indeed accurate. Yama continued. However, in the Fengshen calamity, the greatest beneficiaries were not solely the heavenly court. The Buddhist sect also reaped benefits. This illustrates that within the calamity, there are no predetermined victors. It all depends on the strategies of various factions. Now that the calamity is upon us, the secrets of heaven are obscured. Yet I have inadvertently come to know the overarching scheme of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. The Buddhist sect seeks to seize the fortunes of the human, demon, and netherworld factions to flourish, while the Jade Emperor collaborates with the Buddhist sect to weaken the four sovereigns and monopolize the heavenly court. Wuzhuangguan is a gathering place for the fortunes of scattered immortals, while the Sea of Blood is a domain of the Azura clan's fortunes. Consider, would the Buddhist sect allow you both to escape with these two prime cuts of meat? Yama smiled slightly. Seeing the two lost in thought, he continued. I am aware that the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court have set their sights on the fortunes of Wuzhuangguan and the Sea of Blood, intending to target the ginseng fruit tree that suppresses fortunes in Wuzhuangguan, as well as the Azura princess, the Rakshasi. This is all I can disclose. If you both insist on seizing the 3 live stone and the spring of Yellow Springs, then you must prepare for the possibility of having your fortunes pilfered by the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. The two were astounded by Yama's discourse. Although they could not uncover the secrets of heaven, the veracity of Yama's statements resonated with them. They only knew that they were currently ensnared within the web, yet could not discern the nature of that web. Fellow Taoists, if you find yourselves unable to decide in this moment, please return and ponder slowly. Guanyin and Taibai are the overseers of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court in this calamity. I can only detain them for a century, and after that, they will commence their scheming. Should you come to a resolution, you are welcome to seek me for methods to break the calamity at any time. With that, Yama soared towards the underworld without a backward glance. Watching Yama's retreating figure, Jinyuan Daxian said in a daze, Mingyi, what is your take on this? Did not the great sage comprehend everything? Why ask such a superfluous question? You speak true. We both understand that Yama's words are not false. Yet even the saints lack methods to break the calamity. How can he possess them? Throughout the countless epochs of the primordial chaos, we have evaded calamity thus far. While this time may not threaten our lives, peril still looms over our paths. Should our fortunes be seized, we shall lose any chance of attaining sainthood. We stand merely a step away from enlightenment, yet that very step is fraught with difficulty. A single step can be a chasm. Mere inches can be an insurmountable distance. Did he not mention it? There is still a century's time. He has surely seen through everything, which is why he detained Guanyin and Taibai, securing a century's respite. The calamity has already begun to manifest for over 300 years. Even if he delays for another century, can he truly break the impasse? This is the scheme of the saints. Jinyuan Daxian appeared somewhat despondent. The scheme of the saints? Just as Yama stated, within the calamity, there are no predetermined victors. You and I are but a step away from enlightenment. Are you willing to resign yourself to fate? Naturally not. Then it is settled. We shall return in a century. At that time, we shall act according to the circumstances. You see clearly, my friend Mingyi. I was too fixated. Farewell. Mingyi clasped his fists in farewell and transformed into a red light, vanishing towards the blood sea of the netherworld. Meanwhile, Jinyu and Daxian remained stationary, gazing deeply at the distant underworld before sighing and departing from the realm of shadows. Upon returning to the underworld, Yama sensed the departure of the two and finally felt a sense of relief. Although he was confident in persuading them, a trace of anxiety lingered. Now that the two have been convinced, he has effectively thwarted the Jade Emperor's scheme. Next, he must refine the Three Lives Stone and the Spring of Yellow Springs. Then, using these two earthly treasures, he will stabilize the fortunes of the underworld. Yama quickly briefed the 9 Hall Kings of the underworld and then began to enter seclusion to refine the two earthly treasures. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor listened to the reports of his subordinates. His countenance darkened as he spoke in a deep voice. So easily resolved? Quite intriguing. Following this, the Jade Emperor turned to the Wenchang Star Lord beside him and inquired, "How goes the matter I entrusted to you?" "Your Majesty, the task has been accomplished. Tianpeng and Chang'e have already come together." "Excellent. With this, even the ZY Emperor cannot protect him. Once the ZY Emperor loses Tianpeng, he will effectively lose control over the River of Heaven's army. Within the Heavenly Court, he will no longer have a voice. The great Heavenly Sovereign is truly wise." The Wenchang Star Lord flattered the Jade Emperor. "The calamity has arrived, and chaos is about to ensue. If not for the instability of the Heavenly Court and the imminent journey of the Buddhist sect to the west, how could the underworld dare to stir? The Purple Emperor is merely the first step. Next will be the Southern Emperor and the Grasping Chen. Once I have restored order in the Heavenly Court, the underworld shall be but a possession in my grasp. Indeed, great respect to the Celestial Sovereign. Among the 4 sovereigns, only the underworld lacks the support of a sage. Comparatively, the underworld is, in fact, the easiest to deal with. I entrust you with the matters of the 4 sovereigns. Once Taibai returns, he shall oversee the journey to the west while you manage the 4 sovereigns. The 2 of you must work in unison. When the journey to the west concludes, and the Heavenly Court has fully mastered the 3 realms, I shall undoubtedly reward you both handsomely. I shall not fail in my mission. I take my leave." By the banks of the River of Heaven, Tianpeng said, "Witch and demon are natural enemies, and the Heavenly Court does not permit immortals to fall in love. Our union will bring you trouble? Trouble? Hee. From the moment I laid eyes on you, we have been entangled in trouble. Is that so? Although Chang'e has long resided in the Moon Palace, she is not an ordinary woman of the mortal realm." As Tianpeng's words fell, he realized the underlying scheme. She had once questioned why it was so fortuitous that they met in the Tang Valley, yet she had never pursued the matter, believing their encounters were orchestrated by Tianpeng. "Indeed, it is the handiwork of our esteemed celestial sovereign." Tianpeng scoffed. Chang'e trembled, raising her gaze. "If you know this is the celestial sovereign's scheme, why do you still wish to be with me, even if the god of marriage casts his spell? It cannot affect one of your caliber, a great Luo golden immortal." Tianpeng embraced Chang'e tightly, speaking passionately. "And what of conspiracies? Do you know why moths are drawn to flames? Is it not in search of the light of their lives? For countless years, amidst the treachery of the Heavenly Court, I have grown weary. The moment I encountered you, I understood. All those years of waiting were for this very moment. You are the light of my life." In that instant, I comprehended a sentiment within the 3 realms that words cannot describe. I realized that indeed, to see you even once can deeply root affection within the heart. At that moment, I silently vowed to always protect you, to cherish you as a treasured jewel, to love you as the marrow of my bones. Together, we shall traverse the 3 realms. Together, we shall witness the splendor of life. We shall share tales of our lives and brew tea together. Even if the Jade Emperor were to flay my skin and crush my bones, casting my soul into the depths of the underworld, I would have no regrets. Chang'e lifted her head, gazing deeply into Tianpeng's eyes. "Is it worth it?" "Absolutely." Chapter 11. The Heavenly Court shattered. The celestial realm crumbled. Chang'e gazed affectionately at Tianpeng, feeling that the man before her was so remarkably grand. After a lingering embrace, she gradually regained her composure. "The Celestial Sovereign will not let us go. Tianpeng, what shall we do? Should we seek the Purple Emperor's assistance? Seek the Emperor? No, he holds a deep prejudice against the Witch clan. If we act rashly, you will be in danger. Then shall we seek the assistance of the Earth Mother?" Tianpeng pondered momentarily. "The Earth Mother? The Jade Emperor's direct target is me, with the ultimate aim of striking at the Purple Emperor. Thus, I cannot escape this calamity. I only hope that Chang'e can evade disaster. He held Chang'e even tighter. Very well, you shall go to the underworld tomorrow. At that moment, the inspector spirit led a troop of heavenly soldiers. Surrounding Tianpeng and Chang'e, the inspector spirit said, Martial Fairy, I implore you both to accompany me to the Lingxiao treasure hall. Tianpeng did not expect the Jade Emperor to act so swiftly. If Chang'e were to be taken to the Lingxiao hall alongside him, while her life would not be in danger, she would undoubtedly suffer the torment of imprisonment. He recalled the mother of Erlang Xian. Tianpeng drew forth his nine-toothed rake, scoffing, with just you cannot capture this marshal. Marshal, do not mislead yourself. To be enamored is not a grave sin and bears no mortal peril. However, if you defy the decree and resist the heavenly soldiers, that is a crime of treason. Treason? Even if I rebel against this heavenly court, what can the Jade Emperor do to me? The aura of Tianpeng, a great Luo golden immortal, surged forth. The inspector spirit did not anticipate that Tianpeng would truly resort to violence. He hastily exclaimed, Marshal, it is not too late to turn back. Turn back? There is no turning back. As his words fell, Tianpeng's nine-toothed rake descended upon a heavenly soldier's head. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. The soldier's helmet shattered. Brain matter splattering. Even the ground by the river of heaven cracked beneath the force of the rake. Instantly, the inspector spirit and the other heavenly soldiers retreated in terror. In the heavenly court, apart from a few quasi-saint powers, the highest combat strength was Tianpeng, at the late stage of great Luo golden immortal. Neither the heavenly soldiers nor the inspector spirit could match Tianpeng. Seeing him strike recklessly, they could only evade his wrath. The inspector spirit retreated, continuing to persuade, Marshal, even if the celestial sovereign seeks to punish you, the Purple Emperor will surely plead on your behalf, if you insist on taking action. It may be that even the Purple Emperor cannot save you. Tianpeng remained silent, raising his rake to continue his assault on the inspector spirit and others. Seeing this, the inspector spirit and his men transformed into streaks of light. Fleeing, Tianpeng, you cannot escape this calamity. Tianpeng watched as they departed but did not pursue them. Instead, he took Chang'e's hand and fled towards the underworld. As they burst through the southern heavenly gate, they were intercepted by the heavenly king Li Jing and his men. Tianpeng, do you truly intend to rebel? Do you not know this is a road of no return? Ha ha ha. Heavenly King, you are a close advisor to the Jade Emperor. Tell me, if I do not rebel, is there truly a way out? Heavenly King Li Jing looked at Tianpeng and Chang'e, letting out a sigh. We each serve our own masters. Whether you can escape my grasp today depends solely on your abilities. With that, Li Jing signaled to the surrounding immortals to set up an intricate net, preparing to capture Tianpeng. Just as Tianpeng was readying for battle, a thunderous drumbeat echoed from behind. 100,000 river of heaven water soldiers surrounded the southern heavenly gate, forming an impenetrable barrier. A deputy bowed to Tianpeng, saying, 100,000 river of heaven water soldiers are here to heed the marshal's orders. Hear the marshal's orders. Hear the marshal's orders. The arrival of the 100,000 water soldiers astounded heavenly King Li Jing. He shouted, You all intend to rebel alongside Tianpeng? The deputy responded loudly, We only heed the marshal's command. Tianpeng, do you truly wish to lead these 100,000 soldiers down this irreversible path? Li Jing said solemnly. Tianpeng ignored Li Jing's inquiry, turning to his subordinates. They've come. They have. Brothers, we understand your intentions. However, you may return now. The deputy exclaimed, Marshal, did you not understand my words? Now, at once, return to your base. But there are no buts upon your return. Tell the emperor that Tianpeng has wronged him. I can no longer serve him, Marshal. This is my final command. River of Heaven's 100,000 water soldiers, heed my orders. Yes, from this day forth, seal off the River of Heaven region. The River of Heaven water soldiers shall guard the River of Heaven, never to emerge for a millennium. The 100,000 River of Heaven water soldiers, eyes reddened and fists clenched, understood that Tianpeng was aiding them. Once Tianpeng departs, the position of Marshal of the River of Heaven would surely be reassigned by the Jade Emperor. The new Marshal would undoubtedly purge the 100,000 soldiers. That time, blood would flow like a river. Tianpeng would rather plunge himself into peril than drag his comrades into the quagmire of power struggles. Do you understand? Yes. The 100,000 soldiers roared in unison. Then, tears streamed down their faces as they departed the southern heavenly gate, returning to their station by the river of heaven. Marshall's noble intentions? Li Jing could not help but exclaim. Heavenly King, no need for more words. The struggles above are enough for you and me to sacrifice. As for them, Tianpeng glanced at the departing water soldiers, slowly saying, to be alive is sufficient. Then, Tianpeng summoned his powers and shouted towards the southern heavenly gate. In the direction of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Celestial Sovereign, I, Tianpeng, hereby resign from the position of Marshal of the River of Heaven. However, if a single soul of my River of Heaven soldiers perishes unjustly, I will fight to the death to shatter the heavenly court and crumble the celestial realm. Shatter the heavenly court, crumble the celestial realm. The echoes of Tianpeng's declaration resonated throughout the heavenly court. The 100,000 River of Heaven water soldiers, hearing these words, could no longer hold back the tears welling in their eyes. Many were on the verge of rushing back, but were held back by the deputy. Do you wish for the marshal's efforts to be in vain? For the marshal, guard the River of Heaven. We, the River of Heaven water soldiers, await the marshal's return. Tianpeng, you have gone too far. Li Jing frowned. Come, no need for more words. Let me witness the might of the celestial sovereign's intricate net. With that, he raised his rake and engaged in battle with the celestial beings. Truly, as expected, the heavenly court's formidable weapon. The intricate net. Although Tianpeng had already reached the late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he found himself struggling against a formation composed of numerous Tai Golden Immortals. However, his true aim was not to slay his foes, but to escort Chang'e into the realms of the underworld, offering her a glimmer of hope for survival. Amidst the fierce battle with the celestial beings, the Jade Emperor atop Lingxiao Palace was observing the scene outside the southern heaven gate through the mysterious mirror. Tianpeng, truly deserving of the title as the foremost general under the Ziwei throne, his prowess is indeed extraordinary. Yet, the first general, no matter how formidable, remained merely a pawn in the emperor's hand. Praise the Lord of Literature. Whom do you believe would be most suitable to take command of the Heavenly River Navy? The Lord of Literature hesitated. That is a complex question. After all, the Heavenly River Navy is closely tied to the Ziwei Emperor. Under Tianpeng's command, it has become an ironclad force. Appointing anyone would surely be met with discontent. Your Majesty, I am but a humble being with limited power and insight, and the position of commander of the Heavenly River Navy is of great significance. I truly dare not speak recklessly. No matter, I absolve you of any fault. Speak freely. Chapter 12. More harm than good, the Lord of Literature, seeing no way to decline, then stated in my humble opinion. The Heavenly River Navy must remain firmly under your Majesty's control, thus it should only be entrusted to members of the royal family. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow and turned a glance at the Lord of Literature, who immediately bowed deeply, feeling a cold sweat break upon his back from the Emperor's gaze. This matter shall be discussed further. With that, the Emperor turned his attention back to the mysterious mirror. While Tianpeng was fervently engaged in combat, his late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal powers erupted suddenly, as the nine-toothed rake in his grasp seemed to be empowered by surging waves, each prong piercing through the celestial net with ferocity. Yet, the celestial net was a divine weapon of the heavenly court, not so easily breached. Despite Tianpeng's relentless attacks, he could not penetrate the defenses of the net. Meanwhile, the observing Li Tianwang wore a look of astonishment. Although Tianpeng could not break the celestial net, he nonetheless inflicted significant damage upon the celestial beings surrounding him. At this moment, nearly half of the celestial warriors had sustained serious injuries. Li Tianwang could not help but exclaim. Truly the foremost general under the Ziwei Emperor. I wonder who is stronger, he or Erlang Shun. Just as Li Tianwang pondered this, Tianpeng began to exert himself further. He understood that he could not afford to delay any longer. After all, Chang'e was merely a Tai Golden Immortal, and not adept in combat. If she were to be caught in the crossfire, she would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Just as Tianpeng prepared to forcefully break through the celestial net despite the impending injuries, he heard Chang'e cry out, Tianpeng, be careful. Following the sound, Tianpeng saw that it was the Wuda Star Lord leading a contingent of heavenly soldiers to provide support. The arrival of Wuda caused Li Tianwang to furrow his brow. Yet he said nothing. Simultaneously, Upon seeing Tianpeng ensnared in a stalemate, Wuda let out a cold laugh and thrust his long sword towards Tianpeng's back. That moment, Tianpeng was unable to defend himself. Even though he heard Chang'e's warning, there was no way to evade the strike. Seeing Tianpeng in peril, Chang'e disregarded her own limited powers and flew into the celestial net, positioning herself behind Tianpeng to shield him from Wuda's sword. The long sword pierced through Chang'e's body without hindrance. A torrent of immense power surged from Wuda's sword into Chang'e's celestial form, injuring her internal organs in an instant. Wuda's face displayed surprise. He had not anticipated that Chang'e would use her Tai golden immortal body to block his strike. However, moments later, Wuda regained his icy demeanor and forcefully withdrew his sword. Blood erupted from Chang'e's chest, staining Tianpeng's vision crimson. Tianpeng quickly caught the falling Chang'e, only to find his world engulfed in red. The sky was red. The clouds were red. The three realms seemed to be tainted with a shade of blood. Chang'e's blood. Wuda, I will rend your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Tianpeng's eyes blazed with fury. His powers surged wildly as he infused his water attribute energy into Chang'e's body, swiftly staunching her bleeding. However, Wuda was indeed a general of the heavenly court. Although weaker than Tianpeng, he was not someone Chang'e could contend with. While Chang'e's injuries were temporarily controlled, she remained unconscious. Tianpeng carried Chang'e upon his back, wielding the nine-toothed rake with the force of 1,000 tons, striking towards Wuda. Realizing he was outmatched, Wuda retreated in haste. When Tianpeng missed his strike, his rage completely consumed his reason. Ignoring the assaults of the celestial beings, he relentlessly attacked Wuda. Stop him! Stop him! Wuda shouted to the heavenly soldiers as he fell back. Yet, those soldiers were no match for Tianpeng. In an instant, the remnants of the heavenly soldiers littered the ground outside the southern heaven gate. The overwhelming stench of blood surged towards Lingxiao. The addition of Wuda and his heavenly soldiers did not grant the heavenly court the upper hand. Instead, it disrupted the celestial net laid out by Li Tianwang and his forces. Moments later, Tianpeng decimated Wuda's soldiers and seized the opportunity to escape the confines of the celestial net. Wuda, sensing the tide turning against him, sought to flee, but Tianpeng would not let him escape easily. Wuda, where do you think you're going? With a resounding crash, the nine-toothed rake struck Wuda's back, propelling him forcefully into the ground before Li Tianwang. Li Tianwang, witnessing Wuda's plight, shouted furiously, "You overestimate yourself." Yet, being a subordinate of the Jade Emperor, he could not stand idly by as Wuda faced demise. He summoned the Linglong Treasure Pagoda to intercept Tianpeng's assault. Recognizing that the situation was untenable, Tianpeng leveraged the rebound from the pagoda to retreat several paces. With his crimson eyes fixed fiercely on the blood-spitting Wuda, he bellowed, "Wuda, I will take your life when the time comes." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, bearing Chang'e as he sped towards the underworld. Li Tianwang turned to Wuda and declared, "More harm than good. Take him away. The rest, pursue." Li Tianwang took the lead, hastily following after Tianpeng. The ensuing clash and pursuit between Tianpeng and Li Tianwang captured the attention of the mighty beings across the three realms. In Wuzhuang Temple, Master, what unprecedented turmoil has befallen the heavenly court? What could be causing such commotion? Qingfeng and Mingyue stood behind Jinyuan Daxian, puzzled. This esteemed great heavenly sovereign is profound in thought. He has swiftly moved to act amidst the calamity, truly worthy of being chosen by the Tao ancestor. Great heavenly sovereign? Who is he targeting? The Ziwei Emperor. Jinyuan Daxian gazed towards the heavens, directly against the Ziwei Emperor. Though the demon clan has weakened after several calamities, they are not without means to resist. Does the great heavenly sovereign not fear an uprising from the demon clan? Qingfeng inquired. Our great heavenly sovereign is strategic. He would not confront Ziwei directly but rather aims to take control of his forces. The Heavenly River Navy. Without the Heavenly River Navy, the Ziwei Emperor will lose a vital arm, and his influence within the heavenly court will significantly diminish. The great heavenly sovereign is one step closer to seizing control of the court. In the Lion Trojan Kingdom, third brother, what mischief is afoot in the heavenly court? The blue-haired lion rumbled. Humph, merely a farce of power struggle. With the impending calamity, our Lion Trojan Ridge is weakened, and now we are burdened with boundless karma. Establishing this Lion Trojan Kingdom, it seems we cannot escape this fate. The golden-winged Great Peng frowned. Surely not. Have we not paid tribute to the Buddhist sect annually? Even joining as mounts, they wouldn't turn against us. Would they? The yellow-toothed old elephant remarked. The Buddhist sect? Humph. A group of hypocrites. The demon clan still holds some fortune. If they seek to rise again, they will not overlook the demon clan as a choice morsel. Brothers, we must think of our escape route. Ah, if only we could align ourselves with the Ziwei Emperor, the blue-haired lion lamented. Yet, the demon clan of Shinyo Hajo has been deeply entangled with the Buddhist sect since the end of the Fengshan calamity. The Ziwei Emperor would likely not tolerate us. With a shake of his head, the blue-haired lion concluded, in this primordial chaos, weakness is indeed a sin. Across the three realms, various powers took notice of the movements within the heavenly court. At this moment, Tianpong had already burst into the underworld, crossing Fengdu, and arrived before the gates of the netherworld. I seek an audience with Lady Hutu. Please, I implore you. Tianpong called out loudly at the gates of the netherworld. The 9 underworld lords appeared in response, with King Qin Guang surveying the disheveled Tianpong, inquiring, "What brings the marshal here?" "Lord of the underworld, I have come to beseech Lady Hutu, for the bond of our shared heritage as witches. To save Chang'e's life." Chang'e? At this moment, King Qin Guang finally noticed the barely conscious Chang'e on Tianping's back. Just then, Yin Luo, who had just refined the 3-life stone, also arrived. "Yin Luo, I beseech you to summon Lady Hutu to save Chang'e." As Yin Luo was about to speak, he heard Hutu's voice. "I, Hutu of the Witch Clan, have long since transformed into the 6 paths. After the calamity of the witches and demons, Hutu is no longer a witch. This matter is entirely in Yin Luo's hands." With that, Hutu's presence vanished. Hearing this, Tianping's expression fell into despair. Chapter 13. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, Li Tianwang also arrived with his troops. "Tianpong, surrender!" The disheartened Tianpong glared at Li Tianwang and his companions, angrily proclaiming, "Wuda harmed my beloved. Deliver him to me, and I shall shatter his soul. Then I will surrender." "Tianpong, you have no right to negotiate with the heavenly court. Surrender obediently. If we cannot come to an agreement, then let us fight." Meanwhile, the voice of the system echoed in Yin Luo's mind. Detected that Tianpong has rebelled against the heavenly court. Should the heavenly court suppress Tianpong? It will significantly enhance its prestige. Issuing a rebellion side quest. Rescue Tianpong. Quest reward, 5 task points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yin Luo could not help but curve his lips into a smile. There is actually a side quest. Li Tianwang. Though Tianpong holds the esteemed position of the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River Navy, he has trespassed into the underworld, disrupted our laws, and tarnished our divine authority. Thus, we, the underworld, cannot let him go. I beseech you, your majesty, to allow us to deal with Tianpong. Tianpong was momentarily taken aback. He naturally discerned that Yin Luo's actions were intended to protect him. However, did not the Queen of Earth just express her reluctance to intervene? Li Tianwang frowned and said, "Yin Jun." Before he could finish his sentence, the voice of Wenchang Xingjuan resonated from behind. "Decree from the great heavenly sovereign." Everyone turned their gaze towards Wenchang Xingjuan, who proclaimed loudly, "Decree from the great heavenly sovereign. Tianpong has harassed Chang'e, kidnapped a celestial maiden, and trespassed into the underworld. His crimes are unforgivable. I order Li Tianwang and Yin Jun to apprehend Tianpong." Upon hearing this, Tianpong let out a sigh of relief, understanding that this was a compromise made by the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor is unwilling to provoke the Queen of Earth at this time. Even if the Queen of Earth claims to have renounced her ties with the Wu clan, no one would naively believe that she would truly ignore the affairs of her people. Since it is a decree from the great heavenly sovereign, we in the underworld shall naturally comply. "Come forth, capture Tianpong, and cast him into the 18 layers of hell," Yin Luo declared loudly. Wenchang Xingjuan frowned and said, "Yin Jun, do you intend to defy the decree? Defy the decree? What do you mean by that? Am I not acting in accordance with the great heavenly sovereign's command to apprehend Tianpong?" The great sovereign stated to apprehend Tianpong and return him to the heavenly court. The decree explicitly states apprehend and bring to justice. It never mentioned returning him to the heavenly court. You. Wenchang Xingjuan was rendered speechless. "What? Do you all wish to engage in combat within my underworld?" Yin Luo asked in a low voice. Upon finishing his words, he summoned his magical artifact. With a firm footing on the wheel of 6 paths, Holding the book of life and death, and with the 3 lives stone suspended above his head, his quasi-saint-level power surged forth, forcing the heavenly beings back several paces. Wenchang Xingjuan bore the brunt of it, even suffering internal injuries from Yin Luo's overwhelming power. Yin Jun, Li Tianwang, witnessing the scene, also summoned the Linglong Pagoda to shield the celestial beings nearby. Is there any error in my words? Upon hearing this, Li Tianwang hesitated. Engaging in battle within the underworld would yield no advantage for them. After all, Yin Luo's quasi-saint cultivation was quite formidable. Humph. Withdraw. Li Tianwang ordered the celestial beings behind him. Then he turned to Yin Luo and said, I hope Yin Jun will act with prudence. Do not trouble yourself, Your Majesty. Li Tianwang snorted coldly and led his forces in retreat. Seeing Li Tianwang withdraw, Wenchang Xingjuan hastily followed suit, leaving in a state of dejection. Are we simply going to leave like this? What other choice do we have? Do you truly believe he, Yin Luo, would not dare to act? Even Guanyin and Taibai have been imprisoned in the underworld. Do you think those who cannot even apprehend Tian Pong can capture Yin Luo? And the great heavenly sovereign. Return and seek forgiveness from the great sovereign. Alas, calamities have already begun, and the 3 realms are in turmoil. After Li Tianwang and the others departed, the system issued a notification of task completion. Thank you, Yin Jun, for your assistance. Tian Pong gratefully clasped his fists towards Yin Luo. I have stated, your trespass into the underworld is a grave offense. Will the Grand Marshal proceed to the 18 layers of hell voluntarily, or shall I escort the Grand Marshal? No need for Yin Jun to take action. I shall go myself. I beseech the Grand Marshal to rescue Chang'e. As for Chang'e, I shall leave that to the Queen of Earth. Thank you, Yin Jun. Having said this, Tian Pong was led by 2 ghostly attendants towards the 18 layers of hell. After Tian Peng's departure, King Qingguang stepped forward and said, Yin Jun, why did you choose to save Tian Pong? This is a matter of the heavenly court. Should we not remain uninvolved? Is it acceptable for the heavenly court to interfere in the underworld while the underworld cannot cause them any trouble? King Qingguang shook his head helplessly. Yin Jun speaks the truth, but our rift with the heavenly court is growing wider. With the severing of the Purple Way Emperor's arm, the great heavenly sovereign's power will surely increase. Who knows, once he gains control over the heavenly river navy, we in the underworld may be next. He wishes to control the heavenly river navy. It will not be so easy. As long as Tian Peng remains in our hands, the Jade Emperor shall forever be unable to meddle. Yin Luo replied with a faint smile. The 9 Yin Lords nodded thoughtfully at his words. Observing their expressions, Yin Luo chuckled and said, I still have the yellow spring eye to refine. Once I have refined the yellow spring eye, the fortune of our underworld shall rise significantly. With this matter settled, I shall take my leave. The Yin Lords hurriedly bowed and said, Yin Jun, your efforts are appreciated, and we bid you farewell. When they lifted their heads again, Yin Luo had already vanished without a trace. I in the Buddhist realm. At Ling Mountain, the Buddha remarked, the underworld has even imprisoned Tian Pong. Ananda and Kasyapa joined their hands in prayer and respectfully said, Buddha, we are aware of this. The Buddha raised his gaze slightly and said, where is the Bodhisattva Pielndu? How may I serve the Buddha? An elderly woman bowed and spoke softly. Relay the order to the Mao Ri Xingjuan. Once the Jade Emperor sends someone to take over the heavenly river navy, action may commence, adhering to the Buddha's command. Having spoken, she transformed into a streak of light and sped towards the eastern heavenly court. After Pielndu departed, Kasyapa, though unaware of the specifics, recognized that the Buddha's use of the internal informant in the heavenly court must signify a significant issue. And thus he inquired, Buddha, do we require the 4 heavenly kings to cooperate with Mao Ri Xingjuan? The Buddha waved his hand and replied, the 4 heavenly kings must not act hastily. 1 Mao Ri Xingjuan is sufficient. However, my greatest concern lies with Yin Luo of the underworld. Although he has not directly clashed with us, he has imprisoned Sun Wukong and now Tian Pong. Among the 5 sons of calamity predicted by the sages, he has inexplicably imprisoned 2. Could this truly be mere coincidence? As we prepare for the journey to the west, we have already reached an agreement with the underworld regarding the matters of the monkey and the human emperor. Presumably, the underworld will not create further disturbances. Yet, what of Tian Pong? Ananda furrowed his brow. Indeed, Buddha, since the monkey caused a ruckus in the underworld and was imprisoned, the plan for the heavenly disturbance was thwarted. And now Tian Ping's descent to the mortal realm for the demon plan has encountered deviations. How shall we proceed regarding the fortunes of the heavenly court and the demon clan? Cassiopeia inquired. This is precisely why I have instructed Maori Xingjuan to take action. Once the new Heavenly River Navy is appointed, the new Grand Marshal will inherently have irreconcilable conflicts with the 100,000 water soldiers. Coupled with Maori Xingjuan's instigation, chaos will undoubtedly ensue within the Navy. At that time, the devoted Tian Peng will inevitably turn against the Heavenly Court. When Tian Peng wreaks havoc in the Heavenly Palace, it will not only suppress the Heavenly Court, rendering both the Heavenly Court and the Heavenly River Navy mutually destructive, but it will also allow Tian Peng to descend again as a demon. The Buddha patiently explained. Ananda and Cassiopeia gazed at the Buddha with reverence, their hands clasped together, and respectfully proclaimed, Buddha, your wisdom is unparalleled. This plan to kill two birds with one stone is simply flawless. Chapter 14. The mysterious Mingpa. The Buddha smiled gently, offering no further words. Time is inconsequential in the realm of cultivation. When Yen Luo completed the refinement of the Yellow Spring Eye, the system once again issued a new task. Detected that the host has refined the earth treasure, the 3 live stone, and the Yellow Spring Eye. Issuing a rebellion side quest. Place the 3 live stone and the Yellow Spring Eye within the underworld to stabilize its fortunes. Quest reward, 5 task points. Yen Luo stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. The main quest rewards 10 task points, along with cultivation, magical artifacts, and techniques. Meanwhile, side quests yield only 5 task points, at this rate. How long before he could return to Blue Star? He hoped to someday discover a method to accumulate task points. Subsequently, Yen Luo set aside his musings, vanished, and arrived at Fengdu, standing before the Ghost Gate. He observed the ghostly attendants ushering in reluctant souls one after another. After traversing for such a length of time, it was his first visit to the Ghost Gate. Yen Luo composed himself and soared into the air. Hovering in midair, he summoned the 3 live stone and placed it at the Ghost Gate, before the Naiha Bridge. Thud. The diminutive 3 live stone, upon touching the ground, transformed into a towering boulder. Boom. Another resounding crash reverberated throughout the 3 realms. Following this, the black dragon representing the underworld's fortunes reappeared. Roar. The fortune black dragon spiraled in the air, solidifying momentarily. At this time, even the scales on the black dragon were clearly visible to Qinyi. After properly positioning the 3 live stone, Yen Luo swiftly exited the Ghost Gate and summoned the Yellow Spring Eye. Whoosh. The Yellow Spring Eye fell to the ground, morphing into a long river that bridged the realms of the underworld and the living. Beside the waters of the Yellow Spring, a path emerged. This was the Yellow Spring Road. Souls drifting from the living realm were ensnared upon the Yellow Spring Road, unable to escape, and were instead propelled by the power of the underworld towards the Ghost Gate. As a result, the ghostly attendants of the underworld found their tasks significantly alleviated, no longer needing to guide each soul individually to the Ghost Gate. They merely needed to cast the captured souls onto the Yellow Spring Road. Roar! The underworld's fortune black dragon once again emitted a tremendous roar that shook the 3 realms. Afterward, Yen Luo received the system notification indicating task completion. Following the Yellow Spring Road, he entered the Ghost Gate. Arriving before the Naiha Bridge, he glanced at the 3 live stone at the bridge's edge and proceeded onto the Naiha Bridge. Addressing the elderly woman dispensing Mingpa soup, he said, "Good day. Dear Lady, Yama, the Lord of the Underworld, toiled diligently as the old crone handed out Mingpa soup to the wandering souls. She remarked, all is for the sake of the netherworld." In times past, when Yama was still a Taoist immortal, he could not fathom Mingpo's strength. Yet now, having attained the status of a quasi-saint, he remained equally in the dark regarding her true power. Yama was filled with bewilderment. Whether in the mythic tales of previous lives or in this life that Yama had witnessed firsthand, Mingpa was always an enigmatic figure. It seemed Mingpa had discerned Yama's thoughts, and she spoke softly, on the Naiha Bridge, "What can be done? Right and wrong do not cross the Wangchuan River. All things, past and present, are bound by karma. Who occupies the throne in the Hall of Samara?" Yama furrowed his brow. Mingpo's words were laden with meaning. The other 9 kings of the underworld had no ties to past lives. Moreover, it was the 10 kings of the underworld who sat in the Hall of Samara. He was an exception. He was Yama, yet not entirely Yama. grandmother. Yama was about to speak when Mingpo interjected. The Naiha Bridge is bustling with affairs. If Yama has no other matters, please feel free to depart. Yama naturally perceived the hint of dismissal. He bowed slightly and said, I apologize for the disturbance. He then vanished from her presence. Upon returning to the Hall of Samara, Yama pondered over Mingpo's words. 6 calamities? 7 calamities? In the boundless primordial chaos, countless great calamities had indeed transpired. First came the calamity of creation. After Pango opened the heavens, the malevolence of the primordial world transformed into ferocious beasts, rampaging through the chaos, marking the first calamity. The second calamity followed. The catastrophe of the ferocious beasts. The 3 clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin cleansed the primordial realm, emerging as the 3 great clans. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, especially when the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin were proud beings of heaven and earth, bound to clash. This led to the third calamity of the Dragon and Han. The great battle among the 3 clans shattered the primordial space, giving rise to the realms of heaven, earth, and the underworld. After the calamity of Dragon and Han, the witches and demons rose up, and after many years of development, the demon court governed the heavens while the witch clan controlled the earth. However, the inherent conflicts between the witches and demons inevitably provoked the fourth calamity, the calamity of the witches and demons. Following this calamity, the Tao ancestor Hongjun appointed his disciple Haoyan to govern the heavenly court. Observing the plight of souls lost in the calamity of witches and demons, he transformed into the 6 paths and established the underworld. The relentless battles between the witches and demons led to the fragmentation of the human realm, which was once a single continent, into 4 major continents. Subsequently, the Jade Emperor, finding no capable individuals in the heavenly court and foreseeing a calamity approaching, beseeched the Tao ancestor Hongjun for a method to stabilize the 3 realms. This initiated the 5th great calamity, the calamity of sealing the gods. The 6th calamity was the westward journey, wherein the 6 saints seized the opportunity of calamity to conspire for the rise of Buddhism. Yama was well aware of the tale of the westward journey. However, what could the 7th calamity possibly be? In the Hall of Samara, Yama repeatedly mulled over Mingpo's words, murmuring to himself, on the Naiha Bridge, what can be done? Right and wrong do not cross the Wangchuan River. All things, past and present, are bound by karma. Who occupies the throne in the Hall of Samara? 6 calamities yield the fruit of Tao. Yet the 7th calamity stirs up war. Suddenly, the heavenly rope is severed, and the earthly lock is sought to be undone. The ghosts on the Wangchuan River extinguish the Buddha. Only when the Buddha is extinguished do I know who I am. Extinguish the Buddha. Only when the Buddha is extinguished do I know who I am. Who am I? Am I Yama or Yin Fan? Could it be that the ghosts here refer to the underworld, or something else entirely? Is this a call for me to extinguish the Buddha? The system demands me to create a rebellion against the heavenly court, and Mingpa says I must extinguish the Buddha. Goodness, the depths of this westward journey are far beyond my imagination. Well, since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Even as a pawn, I shall penetrate this chessboard. Just as Yama was deep in thought, a clerk from the underworld entered and reported. I humbly report, Yama, that the notorious Tianping held in the 18th layer of hell requests an audience. Oh, what business does Tianping have with me at this hour? A few days ago, a celestial from the river of heaven visited him in the 18th layer of hell. Since then, Tianping has been clamoring to see Yama, the clerk replied. The river of heaven's celestial? It seems there are changes afoot among the water forces. Go, bring Tianping here. Yes, in a short while, the clerk returned with Tianping to the Hall of Samara. Upon seeing Yama, Tianping said, Yama, I have an ungracious request. Yama secretly chuckled. Tianping had always been proud, yet now he referred to himself as a humble immortal. The once haughty Tianping from present memory seemed to merge with the lazy Zhu Beiji from past recollections, causing Yama to feel a momentary disorientation. They appear to be 3 entirely different beings. Time indeed has the power to transform a person dramatically. Oh? What urgent matter does the marshal have? Please, do tell. It is this. The Jade Emperor has dispatched Jinwu to take command of the water forces. Though our water forces are weak in strength, we always remember our mission and uphold our duties. Nevertheless, we have been falsely accused by Jinwu, with many officers imprisoned in the celestial dungeons and numerous water warriors slaughtered under the pretext of treason. Today, I humbly request Yama to grant me leave. If I can return alive, I shall serve Yama with utmost loyalty. Oh, you intend to strike the heavenly heights? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Tianping's eyes as he coldly replied, indeed. At that moment, a clerk entered the hall and bowed to Yama, saying, Yama, the Monkey King's son Wukong in the 18th layer of hell requests to see you. A monkey? What business does he have? Bring him in. In no time, the clerk led Sun Wukong into the hall. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Yama was taken aback. Is this still the defiant great sage equal to heaven? The once brash demeanor of Sun Wukong had now transformed into a demeanor of resolute dignity. His previous fidgeting mannerisms vanished entirely. He appeared remarkably composed. After entering, he clasped his fists and solemnly said, I pay my respects to Yama. The beautiful Monkey King has undergone a significant transformation. Much gratitude is owed to Yama. Not only have I made breakthroughs in my cultivation and advanced to the status of Taoist immortal, but my mindset has also changed drastically. The 24-character mantra gifted by Yama has truly been of immense benefit to me. What does that have to do with me? Why thank me? It is merely the beautiful Monkey King's innate talent and high comprehension. May I inquire, what brings the Monkey King here today? I have come to request Yama to grant me and Tianping a few days' leave. Upon our return from the heavenly realm, we shall continue serving our sentence in the underworld. Monkey brother? Tianping's face was one of disbelief. He had not anticipated that this newly acquainted monkey brother would be willing to take such a great risk on his behalf. Are you aware of Tianping's intentions? Yama asked with a smile. Rising from his seat, I am aware. He intends to storm the heavenly heights and wreak havoc in the heavenly court. Is that so? Do you intend to accompany him? Yes. Why? It is because of the 24-character mantra bestowed by Yama in the dream of the underworld. Oh. While I may not fully understand it, I have gleaned some insights over the past few years. Tianping's request for justice and equal treatment for the river of heaven's water forces aligns with the teachings of the 24-character mantra spoken by Yama. Moreover, you mentioned in the underworld dream that where there is oppression, there will be resistance. The heavenly court's oppression of the river of heaven's water forces necessitates our uprising. More importantly, I recall the stories you shared with me. I too have vowed to breach the heavenly heights and act with reckless abandon. Yama descended from the high platform, his gaze piercing as he regarded Sun Wukong, saying, Do you understand the consequences of such actions? I understand. It is nothing short of death and annihilation. Then you still choose to resist? Indeed. For countless years, it has been the fear of the lower realm deities towards the heavenly court that has led the latter to treat us like mere weeds. I have traversed the 4 great continents. Seeking out immortals and knowledge, I have witnessed too many souls suffer and perish due to unintentional disrespect towards the heavens. Though they may be mortals, they share the same plight as us. In the eyes of the heavenly court, we are no different from those common folk, merely pawns for their profit. Very well, Yama exclaimed, a smile gracing his features as he waved his long sleeves and returned to his throne. Addressing the clerk beside him, he commanded, the notorious Tianping and Sun Wukong, imprisoned in the 18th layer of hell, shall take advantage of the guards' negligence and break free from their confinement. Summon the underworld's kings, generals, and 100,000 ghostly soldiers to apprehend the two and bring them to justice. The clerk stood there in shock, frozen in place. Yama glared at him, saying, Why do you hesitate? Go. The clerk hastily replied, Yes, before quickly departing. Tianping and Sun Wukong expressed their heartfelt gratitude, saying, Thank you, Yama. You too have escaped the underworld, bringing countless harm to my ghostly deities. In 12 hours, my underworld army will be fully assembled, and at that time, I shall ensure your capture. Tianping and Sun Wukong remained silent, bowing in thanks before transforming into streaks of light, soaring toward the heavenly heights. Shortly after their departure, King Qin Guang hurried into the hall of Samara. Yama, the underworld generals and soldiers have been assembled. Good. Have all the ghostly deities stand by? Yes. As King Qin Guang turned to relay the orders, he suddenly realized he had misheard, asking in confusion, Stand by? Indeed. Are we not to apprehend Tianping and the demon monkey? Indeed. However, the time has not yet come. Let them first create a commotion in the heavenly court. Create a commotion in the heavenly court? This? Yin Luo smiled faintly, remaining silent. At Ling Shan, the Buddha, Tianping, and Sun Wukong appeared at the southern heavenly gate. They were about to charge in. Oh, that monkey has come as well? It seems that we have quite a tacit understanding with that Lord of Hell. Lord of Hell? Anan queried in confusion. Otherwise, do you think that monkey and Tian Pong could have escaped from the underworld? Without the nod of the Lord of Hell, how could the two of them have possibly fled from the 18 layers of hell under his command? Why would the Lord of Hell do such a thing? Why? Of course, to witness the heavenly court's embarrassment. However, I wonder why that monkey is assisting Tian Pong. Never mind, as long as it does not interfere with the schemes of our Buddhist sect. Such trivial matters need not concern us. Anan, go inform our people in the heavenly court to allow some leniency, letting Tian Pong and the monkey create a proper ruckus. As you wish, Buddha, your majesty. It is dire. Tian Pong and the demon monkey have breached the southern heavenly gate. The god of martial virtue rushed into the hall of Lingxiao, trembling as he spoke. Oh, have they finally arrived? The Jade Emperor raised his brows slightly, murmuring. The god of martial virtue was taken aback by the Jade Emperor's words. Did he already know they were coming? What is the situation with Zhenwu? The Jade Emperor inquired. Zhenwu the Celestial is still organizing the Heavenly River's army. Good. Issue a decree for Zhenwu to lead the water army to quell the rebellion. The god of martial virtue was momentarily stunned. Although Zhenwu had eliminated a batch of the water army and imprisoned several of its commanders, he had not yet fully taken control of the Heavenly River's forces. Can he command the Heavenly River's army at this moment? Must I repeat myself? The Jade Emperor asked in a somber tone. Yes, I shall convey your decree. After the god of martial virtue departed, the god of literature and kingly soon arrived, your majesty. The two had yet to speak when the Jade Emperor interrupted. I am already aware of the situation. The god of martial virtue has gone to convey the decree. The Heavenly River's army will soon move to quell the chaos. The god of literature smiled slightly and bowed, praising, Your Majesty is truly wise. This strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf is indeed brilliant. Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf? Kingly questioned in confusion. The god of literature glanced at the Jade Emperor, noticing that he was intently observing the battle outside the southern heavenly gate through the Xian Guang mirror, and then turned to Kingly, saying, My king, do you know to whom Zhenwu is subordinate? Zhenwu the Celestial serves the Emperor of the Dipper. Kingly replied, as soon as the words left his mouth. Kingly realized the implication. The god of literature looked at Kingly, grinning widely. Thus, my king, do you understand this strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? Kingly felt a touch of sadness, but did not show a hint of it. When did the heavenly court become so filled with deceit? Was it after the end of the investiture of the gods? Or at the establishment of the four sovereigns? The god of literature seemed to see through King Li's thoughts. After a fleeting glance, he allowed a smirk to linger and continued. The great celestial sovereign orchestrates the three realms, calculating every move of the beings within. Whether it is the Buddhist sect inciting the Maori Star Lord to sow discord among the Water Army and Zhenwu, or the underworld seizing the opportunity to release Tian Pong to create chaos, it all falls within the great celestial sovereign's grand scheme. This, King Li was instantly left dumbfounded. There are indeed shadows of the Buddhist sect and the underworld within this. Seeing King Li's astonished expression, the god of literature became even more pleased. The Buddhist sect wishes for Tian Pong to descend to the mortal realm as a demon, joining the journey to the west, thereby carving up the heavenly courts and demon race's fortunes. Upon hearing of the upheaval within the Water Army, Tian Pong would naturally request Yin Luo to allow him to wreak havoc in the heavenly court. And the underworld, harboring treasonous intent, would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to interfere. King Li inquired, And what of the demon monkey? What role does he play in all this? Chapter 16. The disintegration of the Heavenly River's army demon monkey? The god of literature's mouth twitched. He too was unsure of the demon monkey's involvement. At this moment, the Jade Emperor calmly remarked, The demon monkey? That was unexpected, yet it circles back to the previous plan. King Li refrained from asking what the previous plan was. In truth, he had already overstepped by asking so many questions. Fortunately, the Jade Emperor was in a good mood and did not take offense. Instead, the god of literature continued to speak eloquently. My king, with Tian Pong and the demon monkey creating such a disturbance, both the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity and the Emperor of the Dipper have each suffered a significant loss. Henceforth, the heavenly court, under the guidance of the great celestial sovereign, is bound to thrive. I believe we can set aside our previous grievances, and we must wholeheartedly obey the great celestial sovereign's command. Contributing to the new heavenly court, King Li was taken aback. You cunning old man, when did I ever have a grievance with you? Nonetheless, King Li chose not to refute. He deemed it beneath him to argue. The Jade Emperor cast a sidelong glance at the two. His heart stirred. He certainly understood that the god of literature's words were a veiled jab at him. He also knew that with King Li's temperament, he would naturally not easily fall into conflict with others. But so what? Such minor antics from his subjects were hardly a concern. As long as the tasks were executed flawlessly, these trivial matters of character could be entirely overlooked. Having contemplated this, he turned his gaze back to the battle outside the southern heavenly gate. The water army has arrived. The Jade Emperor's phoenix-like eyes gleamed with intensity as he muttered to himself. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Tianpeng, do you still have the audacity to return? Jinwu, what is there to fear in returning? You have imprisoned my water army comrades and slandered my heavenly river soldiers. Do you not fear a flaw in your Tao heart? Tianpeng, you are far too naive. Do you truly believe that after your departure, the Heavenly River's army remains your Heavenly River's army? With that, Jinwu turned to the Heavenly River's army behind him and shouted, Where is the Heavenly River's army? Here, here. The shouts echoed in a rising crescendo. These were the Heavenly River soldiers who, under Jinwu's coercion and temptation, had pledged allegiance to the Emperor of the Dipper, and Jinwu's Tianpeng surveyed them. He saw that their numbers were not few, comprising a full 40% of the original Heavenly River army. When Tianpeng's fierce gaze fell upon them, not one could meet his eyes. Though they did not wish to betray him, yet they could not resist the stronger force. With Tianpeng now pressed down in the underworld, they had lost their anchor and thus had no choice but to seek a new path. Tianpeng bore them no grudge. Although they were now adversaries, the clashing weapons could not sever the bond forged through past camaraderie. Just as Tianpeng was about to speak, another army flew in from the distance. It was the Heavenly River Army, the last portion of the Heavenly River Army that had not been brought under Jinwu's control. The Heavenly River Army salutes Commander Tianpeng. The resounding cheers of the celestial soldiers echoed throughout the heavenly realm. Observing the scene, King Li could not help but exclaim, The methods of Tianpeng are beyond my reach. Tianpeng gazed at the comrades who had never abandoned him, his eyes reddening as he shouted, Brothers, you have suffered. The soldiers of the water army said nothing, merely raising their weapons in silent solidarity. One by one, their magical powers intertwined, forming the exclusive formation of the water army, the Heavenly River Battle Array. This was a battle formation devised by Tianpeng. In this manner, the water army declared their allegiance to the heavenly court and the three realms. Tianpeng, Jinwu bellowed in anger, for he had not anticipated that the Heavenly River Army would possess such a battle formation. It was evident that the subordinates he had subdued had not fully pledged their loyalty. I, acting under the orders of the great celestial sovereign, lead the water army to apprehend the traitorous commander Tianpeng. Surrender, Tianpeng, great celestial sovereign. When did you Jinwu align with the Jade Emperor? Not fearing the Emperor of the Dipper's potential demotion to the nether realms? Ha ha ha, indeed. As a subordinate of the Emperor of the Dipper, you follow the Jade Emperor's commands. Although the Jade Emperor stands above the four sovereigns, that is merely on the surface. Anyone who takes this at face value is truly a fool. Hearing Tianpeng's mockery, Jinwu was not angered. There is no need for further words. Let me see just how strong the former commander Tianpeng truly is. With that, he brandished his long sword and, stepping upon the phantom of a ghostly serpent, charged at Tianpeng. Come well, with a shout, Tianpeng raised his nine-toothed rake and engaged Jinwu in fierce combat. Sun Wukong, clutching his golden staff, silently observed the clash between the two. At this moment, Sun Wukong had already reached the early stages of the Great Luo. Not only did he possess the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, but he had also cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art bestowed by Yin Luo. Moreover, having been nurtured by the celestial repair stone, he was favored by heaven and earth. Thus, even though he was only at the early stages of the Great Luo, he was no match for the late-stage Tianpeng. Otherwise, Tianpeng would not have referred to him as monkey brother. He understood that this was not the right moment to intervene in their battle. From Yin Luo, He had already learned the truth of this world. The waters of the heavenly court run deep. He needed to support Tianpeng. Indeed, upon witnessing the fierce battle in the Xianguang Mirror, the Jade Emperor turned to King Li and declared, "We must add fuel to the fire. Li Jing, I command you to lead 50,000 celestial soldiers to support the southern heavenly gate. Inform the water army under Jinwu that they are permitted to slay the traitors and guard the hall of Lingxiao." Guard the hall of Lingxiao? Great celestial sovereign, I implore you to reconsider. As the supreme being of the three realms, you must not put yourself in danger. Although the Heavenly River Army has been temporarily incorporated by Jinwu, they still harbor treasonous thoughts. No matter, do you truly think that a group of golden immortals and a few Tai could assassinate me? Go and carry out your orders. Yes, I shall obey. Wait. Remember, when the clam and the snipe quarrel, it is the fisherman who profits. Do you understand? King Li nodded heavily. I understand. Having spoken, he departed from the Lingxiao Palace, bearing the imperial decree, mustering his troops, and charging towards the southern heavenly gate. Sun Wukong, riding on the somersault cloud and wielding the golden staff, continued to observe the fierce battle between Tianpeng and Zhenwu. The two warriors were nearly evenly matched, each wielding treasures that, although not as formidable as the 6 paths of reincarnation and the book of life and death in the hands of Yama, were still extraordinary artifacts of considerable power, refined through postnatal cultivation. Sun Wukong, with great interest, watched their contest, when suddenly, he swung his golden staff and assumed a combat stance. He sensed the sudden eruption of boundless magical power emanating from within the southern heavenly gate. Indeed, within moments, King Li emerged from the southern heavenly gate, leading 50,000 celestial soldiers. The grand heavenly sovereign had decreed that the celestial river water army should immediately surround and annihilate the rebels. And upon success, they would guard the Lingxiao Palace. Chaos erupted among the celestial river water army, now under Jinwu's command, guarding the Lingxiao Palace. This signified that they would no longer have to remain stationed at the celestial river but could serve in the Lingxiao Palace instead. In other words, they had instantly transitioned from border troops to the main elite forces of the heavenly court. Tianpeng and Jinwu were both taken aback. They had not anticipated that at such a critical moment, the Jade Emperor would choose to exacerbate the situation. Jinwu, do you see? In the end, everything you have done serves merely to adorn another's garment. Enraged, Jinwu felt his intelligence insulted. With nowhere to vent his fury, he could only brandish his sword, his Deluo golden immortal power surging. King Li paid no attention to their struggle. In this scheme, the protagonists were the Celestial River Water Army. As for Tianpeng and Jinwu, they were merely the spark that ignited the fire. Chapter 17. The Purple Micro-Emperor, do not engage yet, King Li urged, channeling his magical power towards the thousands of Celestial River soldiers who had been conscripted by Jinwu. These soldiers, having been initially recruited by Jinwu, were now tempted by the Jade Emperor. Those who could be conscripted by Jinwu were not individuals of unwavering resolve. Once the Jade Emperor's decree was issued, they naturally turned their backs in an instant. In an instant, the once brotherly Celestial River Water Army, under the Jade Emperor's machinations, descended into chaos. When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. King Li observed the fray, muttering to himself, ultimately, this group cannot be tolerated. Tianpeng, wielding his rake, forced Jinwu back, then leaped before King Li, demanding loudly, "My lord, does the Jade Emperor truly intend to annihilate all 100,000 Celestial River soldiers?" Tianpeng, from the moment you defected, you should have known that the Grand Heavenly Sovereign would not easily let you go. Ha ha ha, very well. If that is the case, do not blame me, brother monkey. Do you dare join me in storming the Lingxiao Palace and shattering the heavenly court? Sun Wukong sprang into the air, responding loudly, "Fool, since you have called me brother monkey, I shall naturally protect you." Very well. Let us brothers stir up some trouble in the heavenly court with that. Tianpeng channeled his magical power and shouted to the battling Celestial River soldiers, "Soldiers of the Celestial River, heed my command. Withdraw from the heavenly court at once and seek Yama in the underworld." The soldiers were taken aback. A deputy general leaped up, shouting, "Marshal, let us follow you and strike the heavenly court. Strike the heavenly court. Strike the heavenly court." Military orders are as firm as a mountain. Obey and act, Marshal. At this, Tianpeng bellowed fiercely. The soldiers dared not disobey and could only fight while retreating towards the underworld. Seeing the troops withdraw, Tianpeng sighed in relief, raised his rake, and shouted, "Kill with that!" He charged into the southern heavenly gate. King Li frowned and said, "Tianpeng, you are seeking your own demise with that." He summoned the Linglong Pagoda, intending to suppress Tianpeng. Bang! Sun Wukong lifted his golden staff and struck the pagoda, shattering its golden light. The pagoda spun back into King Li's hands. Demon monkey, seeking death. With that, he intensified his magical output and summoned the Linglong Pagoda once more. Sun Wukong, seeing this, raised his golden staff and clashed with King Li. King Li was also a Deluo golden immortal, even reaching the late stage of that realm. Furthermore, with the support of the exquisite merit artifact, the Linglong Pagoda, King Li's combat prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary Deluo golden immortal. Although Sun Wukong's golden staff was also a supreme merit artifact, he was merely at the early stage of Deluo golden immortal. However, his strength lay in his innate talent and cultivation methods. In this back and forth, while Sun Wukong was slightly at a disadvantage, it seemed that King Li could not easily subdue him in a short time. However, neither Sun Wukong nor Tianpeng intended to engage in a fierce battle with King Li. Thus, the two of them exerted themselves to push King Li back and then charged into the southern heavenly gate with their weapons raised. Inside the southern heavenly gate stood dozens of towering generals, armed with axes and banners. There were also golden armored deities wielding halberds and whips, ready for combat. These celestial soldiers were all at the peak of the Tai golden immortal realm, not yet having reached Deluo. To advance to Deluo is to become a figure of dominance. Generally speaking, Tai golden immortals are considered the backbone of the three realms. The presence of so many Tai golden immortals guarding the southern heavenly gate illustrates the heavenly court's profound foundation. Unfazed by the celestial soldiers, Tianpeng and Wukong charged recklessly ahead. They did not linger in battle, instead racing along the southern heavenly avenue directly towards the celestial prison. There, the celestial river soldiers were still held captive. Along the way, the 36 heavenly palaces and the 72 treasure halls were smashed to pieces by the two. Despite the increasing number of celestial soldiers, they were still unable to subdue the duo. The once ethereal heavenly palace now presented a scene of devastation. In no time, the two arrived at the celestial prison. The guards of the prison were few. Tianpeng and Wukong, with a rake and a staff, quickly dispatched the guards. They opened the prison and released the celestial river soldiers. Tianpeng ordered them to seek refuge with Yama in the underworld, while he and Sun Wukong continued their assault on the Lingxiao Palace. At that moment, the Jade Emperor, observing the chaos wrought by Tianpeng and Sun Wukong, raised an eyebrow. Truly reckless, daring to assault the Lingxiao Palace. Let's see how the Purple Micro-Emperor explains this to me. With that, he turned to the Star Lord Once beside him and said, "Let us go and witness the audacity of these two rebels." He then summoned the 8 scenic palanquin and departed from Lingxiao Palace. Upon reaching the palace's exterior, he beheld Wukong and Tianpeng, brandishing their rake and golden staff, poised to strike the plaque inscribed with the words Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor waved his long sleeves, and a surge of magical power erupted, transforming into a radiant rainbow that met the chilling light of the rake and staff. Bang! Wukong and Tianpeng were effortlessly pushed back several steps by the Jade Emperor's casual strike. Tianpeng the traitor, the rebellious monkey from the lower realms, dares to assault the heavenly court, truly unaware of his impending doom. Bow down and accept your fate, the Jade Emperor proclaimed in a deep voice. Imbued with boundless magical power, even carrying the weight of a sage's decree. The two exchanged glances, a surge of alarm coursing through them. They had never witnessed the Jade Emperor's might. It was evident that his strength was unfathomable. Sun Wukong was no longer the reckless rogue of yore. Tianpeng, too, was a seasoned veteran of many battles. They both understood that this was a situation best avoided. Thus, they simultaneously retreated at lightning speed, riding clouds toward the southern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor, seated in the 8 scenic palanquin, glanced at the fleeing Sun Wukong and Tianpeng, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the Purple Micro-Palace. Murmuring, "If he does not appear soon, Tianpeng will not escape with that," he urged the 8 scenic palanquin, leisurely trailing behind the two. The duo rushed onward, yet found themselves unable to shake off the Jade Emperor. Just as they burst forth from the southern heavenly gate, eager to descend to the lower realms, A ray of Buddhist light blocked their path. Umitba, do the two of you, having stirred chaos in the heavenly palace, intend to depart so easily? The Jade Emperor frowned at the sight. This bald ass truly knows how to seize the moment. It was none other than the Buddha himself. I must thank the Buddha for his timely arrival. The Jade Emperor scoffed. The Buddha smiled gently, placing his hands together and said, "The grand heavenly sovereign requires no thanks." The Jade Emperor rolled his eyes at the Buddha, then turned to Wukong and Tianpeng. Waving a hand to unleash a magical rainbow towards them, bang! A blazing ray of solar true fire collided with the Jade Emperor's magical rainbow. After a tremendous boom, a figure clad in purple robes appeared before the two. "Grand Heavenly Sovereign, show mercy." The Jade Emperor smiled slightly. "Ah, it is the Purple Micro-Emperor. These two have caused great upheaval in the Heavenly Palace, abducted prisoners from the Celestial Prison, and even sought to shatter my Lingxiao Palace. Such actions are indeed rebellious and violate heavenly laws. Does the Emperor intend to protect them? You speak too heavily. This Emperor does not seek to protect them. Tianpeng has violated heavenly laws and military regulations. This Emperor intends to assist the Grand Heavenly Sovereign in punishing these two. Oh? Since Tianpeng is under your command, should you not distance yourself from this matter?" Just then, everyone sensed a surge of ghostly energy rushing toward the nine heavens. It was Yama, accompanied by 10 great Yin commanders, leading 100,000 Yin soldiers, marching toward the southern heavenly gate. Yama surveyed the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, and the Purple Micro-Emperor, then looked at Sun Wukong and Tianpeng among them, and said, "Purple Micro-Emperor, Grand Heavenly Sovereign, Buddha, I greet you." The Jade Emperor and the Buddha could not help but twitch their lips. "What brings Yama to lead his troops here?" the Jade Emperor inquired. "The Demon Monkey and Tianpeng have escaped from the 18 levels of hell without permission. I am here to apprehend them." Chapter 18. 100,000 Yin soldiers descend upon Shinyo Hajo. Apprehend them? The Jade Emperor lowered his brow and spoke solemnly. "Does it require Yama to lead 100,000 Yin soldiers to capture Tu Deluo? The forces of the underworld are indeed limited. If circumstances permitted, I would wish to lead 100,000 spectral soldiers to apprehend these two individuals." Upon hearing this, the Buddha could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This Yama truly speaks with audacity. The Jade Emperor stroked his beard and remarked, "Humph. Tianpeng, the demon monkey, disrupts the laws of the underworld and creates chaos in the heavenly realm, his treasonous intentions glaringly evident. Once you, according to the heavenly laws, how should we deal with these two? To report to the great celestial sovereign, according to heavenly regulations, these two should face the punishment of heavenly thunder, their souls banished to the 9 netherworlds, never to be reborn." Upon hearing this, the Buddha promptly interjected, "Great celestial sovereign, do not be angry. Although these two have disturbed the heavenly order, their actions are not without cause. As I understand it, it was Zhenwu who instigated the trouble. I implore the great celestial sovereign to show leniency towards them. After all, they bear the fate of a calamity upon them." The Jade Emperor cast a sidelong glance at the Buddha, silently thinking, "What a reckless instigator, Buddha. This is an internal matter of the heavenly court, and it is inappropriate for you to intervene." The Buddha was momentarily speechless. Are we not on the same side? What happened to our strategic partnership? Nearby, Zhenwu was taken aback. Am I to bear the blame for this? Ziwei sighed softly, fully aware that the Jade Emperor was targeting him, and thus spoke plainly, "Great celestial sovereign, Tianpeng's actions in causing such turmoil in the heavenly palace are indeed a reflection of my inadequate governance. I will willingly face 1,000 years of solitary confinement, and I ask for the great celestial sovereign's permission." The Jade Emperor regarded Ziwei with a faint smile. "There is no need for such drastic measures. Your Majesty, you are quite busy managing the heavenly river's naval forces and overseeing the celestial armies. It is only natural for there to be some oversights." Ziwei looked at the Jade Emperor. Realizing that this supreme being of the 3 realms had taken control of the navy, compelling him into seclusion, and even now sought to extend his influence over the celestial armies, however, to protect Tianpeng. Some losses are indeed worthwhile. Tianpeng is not only a valiant warrior under his command, but also the child of calamity. As long as Tianpeng stands by his side, Emperor Ziwei can still participate in the calamity and scheme for the future. What the great celestial sovereign says is indeed true. I too feel that my strength is insufficient, and it would be better for the great celestial sovereign to take charge of the 72 earthly fiends and their respective star armies. In doing so, I can ease my burden and better manage those unruly subordinates. Your Majesty mustn't, Tianpeng hastily interjected. Tianpeng, I am conversing with the great celestial sovereign. It is not your place to speak. Ziwei reprimanded. He then turned to the Jade Emperor and continued, Great celestial sovereign, Tianpeng's tumultuous actions in the heavenly palace were truly out of necessity. I ask for your leniency. At that moment, the Buddha also spoke. Indeed, since Emperor Ziwei is so sincere, let us spare Tianpeng from death, subject him to 2,000 strikes, and strip him of his cultivation, banishing him to the mortal realm. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, glanced at Yama and pondered for a moment. This was originally part of the strategy he had arranged with the Buddhist sect. However, an unexpected turn of events had occurred. As anticipated, Yama interjected, Buddha, your words are misguided. While Tianpeng's chaos in the heavenly palace is indeed a crime deserving punishment, he first escaped from the 18 layers of hell before causing turmoil in the heavenly palace. It is only right that he serves his sentence in the underworld before further consequences are imposed. The Buddha frowned, realizing that this Yama was truly stirring the pot. Yet, he did not respond to Yama's remarks, but instead turned to the Jade Emperor in the original plan. The Jade Emperor was to consolidate the forces of the four sovereigns while the Buddhist sect seized the opportunity to rise. But now, the underworld had intervened. This change of events sparked a new idea in the Jade Emperor's mind. Why not leverage the underworld to create some trouble for the Buddhist sect? Having thought this through, the Jade Emperor stroked his beard and declared, Yama's words hold merit. Let us first send these two to serve their sentence in the 18 layers of hell. Once their term is completed, we will address their disturbances in the heavenly court. Great celestial sovereign, Tianpeng is the child of calamity, as decreed by the 6 saints, and this cannot be altered. The Buddha urged anxiously, then let us do this. The calamity will commence in over 400 years. At that time, we can allow Tianpeng to partake in the journey to the west, which is not an issue. Great celestial sovereign, the Buddha spoke sternly. I am somewhat fatigued. You may proceed as you wish. With that, he ascended in his heavenly chariot towards the Lingshao Palace, leaving behind an enraged Buddha. The Buddha knew well that the alliance between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect was ultimately a connection of interests. The heavenly court was also unwilling to witness the rise of the Buddhist sect. The Buddha cast a glance at Yama and said, Yama, I hope you will keep your promise. The journey to the west must not falter. This is decreed by the 6 saints, and I hope you do not act against your own interests. With that, he transformed into a wisp of light, leaving behind a resonant sound of Dharma as he returned to Mount Ling. Neither the Buddhist sect nor the heavenly court mentioned Sun Wukong's involvement in the turmoil of the heavenly palace. Gentlemen, let us depart. The 18 layers of hell await you. The two bowed and clasped their fists in silence. Tianpeng turned to Emperor Ziwei and said, I have disappointed your majesty. No, it is not you who has disappointed me, but I who have let you down and disappointed father. A hint of melancholy flickered in the eyes of Emperor Ziwei. Your majesty speaks too heavily. If the demon emperor were still alive, he would surely be proud of you, Tianpeng replied. Sighing, Emperor Ziwei said, I implore you, Yama, to take good care of Tianpeng. Rest assured, your majesty, with me here, Tianpeng shall not suffer any loss. Thank you. With that, Emperor Ziwei transformed into a streak of rainbow light and vanished into the sky. Let us go. Ah, what a pity that we did not turn the heavenly court upside down this time. Sun Wukong sheathed his golden staff. Did the Monkey King not have enough to fight? Yama asked with a smile. I only had a brief skirmish with Li Tianwang. The rest were mere insignificant foes. Not worth my time. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Although Sun Wukong's rebellious nature had somewhat tempered, his combative spirit remained deeply ingrained. Tianpeng, have you had your fill of fighting? Yama inquired. Certainly not. My naval comrades have suffered greatly, with countless casualties, and they have even implicated your majesty. My heart is filled with unresolved resentment. Since both of you are still unsatisfied with your battles, why not venture to the mortal realm for a fight? Yama's brows arched slightly as he addressed the 2.0. The mortal realm. It is not solely the domain of humanity. It is also a gathering place for demons. Are you interested? Demonkind? Yama, you wouldn't want to head to my Huagua Mountain, would you? Dongsheng Shenzhou is the territory of Old Sun. Haha, naturally not. Our target is the Western Bulhuzhou. Western Bulhuzhou? Is that not the domain of the Buddhist sect? The Buddhist sect preaches there, and many great demons pay tribute to them. If we simply invade, would we not be slapping their faces? We are precisely going to slap their faces. Do the two of you dare to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace yet shy away from stepping foot in Mount Ling? Very well. We shall go to Western Bulhuzhou. Let those bald heads open their eyes and witness the prowess of Old Sun. Sun Wukong exclaimed, brandishing his golden staff. Seeing this, Tianping's fighting spirit surged uncontrollably. Then let us go and stir up some trouble in Western Bulhuzhou. Haha. The army is mobilizing. Destination: Western Bulhuzhou. 100,000 spectral soldiers, enveloped in thick, ghostly energy, surged forth from the southern heavens. Heading straight for Western Bulhuzhou, Chapter 19. The Lion Turtle Kingdom. In no time, the 100,000 spectral soldiers, under Yama's leadership, arrived at the Lion Turtle Kingdom in Western Bulhuzhou. Sun Wukong and Tianping hovered above the clouds, gazing down at the city below, momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that this Western Bulhuzhou would harbor a city of demons. Generally speaking, it is rare for demon kind to establish any form of kingdom. The vast majority of demons simply claim dominion over the mountains. Yama discerned the doubts of Tianping and Sun Wukong and stated, the Lion Turtle Kingdom in Western Bulhuzhou emerged only a few years ago. This place was originally a small human kingdom. Several years ago, the golden-winged Great Peng arrived here and devoured the king along with his civil and military officials. Not even the common folk were spared. During those days, the winds of the underworld surged, and countless souls flooded into the Ghost Gate, lamenting in the Hall of Yama. Many souls, filled with deep resentment, had to endure reincarnation for 100 lifetimes to cleanse their grievances and be reborn. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Is this the reason Yama brought us to the Lion Turtle Kingdom? Yama shook his head. Not entirely. Western Bulhuzhou is the territory of the Buddhist sect, and most of the common people here revere them. Yet, the Buddhist sect turned a blind eye to the golden-winged Great Peng devouring the city's populace, remaining utterly indifferent. Do you know why this is? Tianping and Sun Wukong shook their heads. Because the Lion Turtle Kingdom is a crucial passage for the Buddhist sect's journey to the west. The path to the west is fraught with uncertainties. However, here in the Lion Turtle Kingdom, it serves as an ideal location for them to manipulate affairs. Yama sighed and continued, originally, these three demon kings were merely exercising their influence in Lion Turtle Ridge. However, with the covert support of the Buddhist sect, the golden-winged Great Peng unexpectedly devoured an entire city of people and established the Lion Turtle Kingdom, declaring himself king. Logically speaking, after the battle between the witches and demons, humanity became the main players in the wilderness. Even if demons wished to feast upon humans, they would not engage in such large-scale slaughter. After all, this would embroil them in boundless karmic retribution. Eating one or two for a taste would not incur significant karmic debt. Yet, this was an entire city. If it were solely based on the strength of these three demon kings, they could hardly bear this immense karmic burden. I suspect the Buddhist sect has employed some means to temporarily suppress this karmic debt. Once the travelers to the west arrive here, the seals on the karmic debt will be lifted, allowing the Buddhist sect to redeem them. In this way, the Buddhist sect can obtain even greater fortune. Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the golden staff. Do the demon kings here not realize the Buddhist sect scheme? At this moment, Tianping spoke softly. Perhaps they are aware, yet they have no choice but to comply. Why is that? Sun Wukong was perplexed. The reason was clear. If they did not adhere to the Buddhist plan, they might not survive until the journey to the west even began. Tianping responded, At this moment, the three demon kings of the Lion Turtle Kingdom also became aware of the situation outside the city. They hurriedly mustered their forces and ascended into the air to confront the 100,000 ghost soldiers led by Yanluo. Who are you? The blue mane lion, positioned at the center of the three demon kings, inquired of Yanluo. To me? Yanluo smiled faintly, then summoned his magical artifact. He stood upon the wheel of 6 paths, holding the book of life and death, while atop his head spun the precious stone known as the 3 Lives Stone. In an instant, a chilling wind arose, and Yanluo's robe billowed as if caught in an invisible breeze. I am the lord of the underworld, Yanluo. The 3 demon kings, blue mane lion, yellow-toothed old elephant, and Golden-Winged Rock were taken aback. Lord Yin, it was the Golden-Winged Rock who first regained composure and said, "We did not know of your esteemed arrival. We have failed to welcome you properly. May I ask, what is your command?" Yinluo raised an eyebrow. "There is no command. I have brought 100,000 ghost soldiers here to send you demons of the Lion Turtle Kingdom into reincarnation." Reincarnation? The 3 demon kings grew vigilant upon hearing this. "Does Lord Yin know this is the Western Bull Nyohajo?" said the Golden-Winged Rock. "Hmph. Western Bull Nyohajo. Are you implying that this place is under the protection of the Buddha?" Yinluo scoffed. "You 3 demons have led the creatures of Lion Turtle Ridge to devour countless innocent souls in the Lion Turtle Kingdom, causing the cries of the underworld to reach the heavens and the resentment of the underworld to descend into the 9 hells. Today, I am here to use your souls to quell the mournful cries and cleanse the resentment of the underworld. Lord Yin, it is merely some bloodshed. Even if this is a judgment, it should be from the heavenly court or the Buddha, not your underworld." The Golden-Winged Rock nearly exclaimed that it was none of Yinluo's business. Yinluo responded, "Where there is an uneven road, someone will tread upon it. Where there is injustice, someone will intervene. Moreover, as the Lord of the underworld, when a wronged soul cries out for justice, I must naturally act to vindicate them. Even if you are backed by the Buddha, you cannot stop me." Having said this, Yinluo received a system notification. Detected a conflict between the host and the Lion Turtle Kingdom. Eliminate the Lion Turtle Kingdom to vindicate the wronged souls and disrupt the Buddha's journey to the west. Issuing Rebellion Main Quest for Eliminate the Lion Turtle Kingdom. Quest Reward, Mid-Stage Quasi-Saint Cultivation, 10 quest points. The main quest had arrived. No sooner had the system's voice faded than the blue main lion spoke. "Does Lord Yin truly intend to wage war against my Lion Turtle Kingdom? What else would you think? Do you believe I have brought 100,000 ghost soldiers here for a leisurely outing?" With a wave of his hand, Yinluo commanded, "All ghost soldiers, heed my command. Destroy the Lion Turtle Kingdom. Kill, kill." In an instant, the 100,000 ghost soldiers surged forth to assault the demons of the Lion Turtle Kingdom. The 3 demon kings, taken aback by Yinluo's decisiveness, could only grasp their weapons and engage in battle with the ghost soldiers. Tianpeng and Sun Wukong, witnessing this, raised their rake and golden-banded staff, joining the fight against the Lion King and the Old Elephant. The Golden-Winged Rock transformed into its true form and charged at Yinluo. Yinluo smiled slightly. A grain of rice can indeed compete with the bright moon. He summoned the Book of Life and Death, enveloping the Golden-Winged Rock in boundless magical power, trapping it firmly. Golden-Winged Rock, I grant you an opportunity. Choose your path of reincarnation. Will it be the hungry ghost path, the animal path, or the hell path? The Golden-Winged Rock furiously retorted, "I choose your grandfather." Yinluo activated the Wheel of 6 Paths, and 6 deep black holes appeared behind him. "Choose my grandfather? No, you bear immense karma and cannot choose the human path. Very well, I shall send you to the hell path to suffer its punishments and atone for your sins. Once your karma dissipates, you will be reincarnated into the animal path." Having said that, he activated the Wheel of 6 Paths, unleashing a black streak of light. The black streak struck the Golden-Winged Rock, instantly eroding its golden body. A shriek of despair echoed in the ears of the blue maned lion and the old elephant, prompting the 2 demon kings to shout, "Third brother!" Seizing the moment when the 2 were distracted, Tianpeng and Sun Wukong struck down upon them with rake and staff. The 2 demon kings, already no match for Tianpeng and Wukong, were further weakened by this assault. Ignoring the struggling and wailing Golden-Winged Rock, the 2 demon kings devoted themselves entirely to battling Tianpeng and Wukong. In less than a cup of tea's time, the Golden-Winged Rock's flesh was completely corroded, leaving only a wisp of true spirit. "Golden-Winged Rock, go!" Yinluo shouted. Once again activating the Wheel of 6 Paths, the 6 black holes behind him merged into one, within which countless ghostly figures could be seen either casting souls into furnaces, dismembering them, or freezing them in ice. Soon after, an irresistible force emerged from the black hole, drawing the Golden-Winged Rock's true spirit inside. Chapter 20. Establishing the City God Temple once the Golden-Winged Rock vanished. Yinluo put away his magical artifact, go to the Hell Path and enjoy. Yinluo stood atop the clouds, observing the conflict between the ghost soldiers and the Lion Turtle Kingdom, while also glancing at the battle between Tianpeng and Sun Wukong. The old elephant and the blue maned lion were no match for the duo. Their confrontation persisted for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Tianpeng and Wukong possessed the combat strength of late-stage Daluo, while the old elephant and the blue maned lion only reached mid-stage Daluo. Were it not for the two wanting to prolong the fight, the old elephant and blue maned lion would not have endured for so long. Enough, Tianpeng, Monkey King. We have little time left. Quickly resolve this battle, Yanluo urged. Understood. Sun Wukong and Tianpeng responded. The two immediately unleashed a torrential onslaught upon the two demon kings. In just a moment, the two demons were shattered, their bodies destroyed and souls extinguished. Sun Wukong and Tianpeng offered no chance for the two demon kings to reincarnate, and Yanluo, not intending to allow them to return, did not halt their actions. The two demon kings fell to the combined might of Sun Wukong and Tianpeng, and the remaining lesser demons were also thoroughly eradicated by the 100,000 ghost soldiers. The once demon-infested Lion Turtle City now reeked of blood. Yanluo commanded the ghost soldiers to begin cleaning up the battlefield. Having eradicated the demon race of Lion Turtle City, Yanluo received a prompt from the system indicating the completion of the task. In an instant, his internal magical power surged, and he swiftly advanced from early-stage Quasi-Saint to mid-stage Quasi-Saint. After briefly attuning to the newly acquired mid-stage Quasi-Saint power within him, he descended from the clouds, straight into Lion Turtle City alongside Sun Wukong and Tianpeng. Although the human populace had been entirely devoured by the golden-winged roc, a few remained imprisoned and enslaved. Yanluo instructed the ghost soldiers to bring the remaining thousands of humans to the square in the city. He then stood upon a high platform and addressed the people of Lion Turtle City. Esteemed citizens, I am Yanluo, the Lord of the Underworld. Years ago, countless souls of the subjects of Lion Turtle City entered the underworld, filled with grievances, all lamenting their fates in this city. Today, I have led 100,000 ghost soldiers to descend upon Lion Turtle City, slaying the demons that enslaved you, to restore your freedom and to return to you a clear and open world. You no longer need to fear being enslaved by demons. You no longer need to worry about demons viewing you as mere sustenance. You are free. Hearing Yanluo's words, the crowd wept bitterly. They cried out, "Thank you, Lord Yin, for rescuing us from peril. We vow to honor you for generations to come in gratitude for your life-saving grace." Yanluo gazed upon the tearful faces before him, his spirit stirred. He then summoned his internal magical power, manipulating the surrounding stones, wood, and earth, conjuring the flames of the underworld to begin the process of crafting in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. A temple emerged in the square. The plaque above the temple bore the three grand characters, City God Temple. Yanluo pointed to the City God Temple and proclaimed, "A city god is a protector of a city. Where water exists, it forms a pool, and where there is no water, it becomes a city god. Today, I establish this City God Temple for you. Any suffering citizens, or those seeking good fortune, may enter the City God Temple to pray to the officials dispatched by me. Those who enter the temple may voice their grievances or seek blessings. I assure you all, you shall receive the protection of the city god for generations. You shall enjoy the favor of the underworld. Here, you may thrive and live in peace." Upon hearing this, the surviving citizens of Lion Turtle City all knelt and bowed, extolling Yanluo's virtues. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated from the heavens. A mass of yellow clouds transformed into golden rays that descended from the sky. With 70% entering Yanluo's body and 30% entering the City God Temple, Sun Wukong, being recently emerged and unfamiliar with the situation, was puzzled. However, Tianpeng, well-versed in such matters, exclaimed in astonishment, "Merit." The influx of merit signifies that Lord Yan's actions bear great merit for the wilderness and for the three realms. Moreover, as the first City God Temple in the three realms, the City God Temple of Lion Turtle City has also received the protection of heavenly merit. Having completed all this, just as Yanluo prepared to depart, he heard the system's voice, detected that the host has acquired merit, unlocking merit points. The specific use of merit points will be revealed once a certain threshold is reached. Current merit points, 70. Detected that the host has established the first City God Temple, greatly increasing the underworld's prestige and enhancing its fortune. Unlocking a new type of task. Issuing Rebellion Construction Task. 1. Establish 100 City God Temples across the 4 great continents. Task Progress. 100. Task Reward. 500 Task Points. Merit Points? Yanluo furrowed his brow slightly. this new element has appeared. Yet, he was uncertain of its true application. However, matters of merit could wait. This new task reward was genuinely enticing. 500 task points. What a considerable fortune this is. For Yin Luo, neither the realm of cultivation nor the magical artifacts hold the greatest desire in his heart. What he yearns for most are the task points. A main quest rewards merely 10 task points, while side quests offer only 5. However, upon completing construction tasks, one can acquire 500 task points. A true windfall. Moreover, Yin Luo has discerned the conditions under which the system issues tasks. The system does not actively release tasks. It only does so when he takes the initiative to engage in a specific action, prompting the system to issue tasks in real time based on the current circumstances. With this thought, a spark of inspiration ignited within Yin Luo. He eagerly led his companions back to the underworld. Upon returning to the Sumeru Hall of the underworld, Sun Wukong and Tian Peng promptly declared, "Lord Yin, we shall head to the 18th layer of hell now." Yin Luo chuckled. "You two seem to have taken quite a liking to life in hell." "So proactive, Lord Yin. My brother the monkey and I are well aware that this time the trouble is considerable. You have already stood up for us, and we naturally will not let you face any further difficulties." Tian Peng stated earnestly. "What trouble could there be? I shall instruct the guardians of hell that as long as you do not venture into the realm of the underworld, there will be no complications." "Thank you, Lord Yin. Should you require anything in the future, Tian Peng will not hesitate to brave fire and water." Yin Luo waved his hand with a smile, and upon seeing this, the two turned to leave the Sumeru Hall, making their way to the 18th layer of hell. Watching them depart, Yin Luo settled himself in the Sumeru Hall, resting his chin on one hand, contemplating his next course of action. Since tasks need to be actively triggered, if he were to implement sweeping reforms in the underworld, it might unlock new tasks. Task points would then flow in like a tide. But how should he initiate these reforms? Where should he begin? Currently, all matters of the underworld are managed by the 10 Yama Kings. Beneath the 10 Yama Kings, there are numerous judges and clerks assisting them. Furthermore, the underworld's military forces, comprising 100,000 spectral soldiers, are overseen by the 10 great Yin commanders. While it appears straightforward, the operations of the underworld are, in truth, exceedingly complex, with many overlapping responsibilities that significantly hinder the efficiency of its operations. Yin Luo stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps if he could draw on the experiences of his past life and apply those management strategies to reorganize the underworld, he might successfully revamp it. With this thought in mind, Yin Luo summoned a clerk and instructed him to gather the heads of the underworld's departments to the Sumeru Hall. Once seated, Yin Luo awaited the arrival of the officials. Shortly thereafter, the 9 Yama Kings, the 10 great Yin commanders, judges, and clerks all assembled. Whispers filled the air, as none could discern the reason for Yin Luo's sudden summons of all underworld officials and what important matter was at hand. Just as doubts circulated among them, Yin Luo spoke. "I have observed the chaos within the underworld's departments and today wish to initiate a reform." Chapter 21. The Reform of the Underworld. Reform? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs. "Silence. I shall now share my thoughts. After you have listened, feel free to express your opinions." Yin Luo cleared his throat and continued. "I have detected the issues of unclear authority and ambiguous divisions of labor within the underworld. To better adapt to the environment under the impending calamity and to enhance the efficiency of the underworld's operations, we will prioritize stability while aiming for efficiency, fairness, and integrity. I propose a reorganization of the power dynamics." Yin Luo declared the establishment of 2 halls, 3 cities, and 6 departments. The 6 departments are as follows. The City God Department, responsible for affairs in the mortal realm. The Department of Wuchang, tasked with retrieving the souls of those whose lifespans have ended from the 4 great continents. The Guarding Department, responsible for guarding the Ghost Gate, the Yin-Yang Passage, and maintaining order in the underworld. The Scrutiny Department, which re-examines sentient souls. The Hell Department, responsible for punishing souls. And the Reincarnation Department, which oversees the reincarnation of souls. The 3 cities are the City of Wrongful Deaths, which houses those who have died unjustly. Fengdu City, a temporary abode for souls entering the underworld. And the City of Judges, where souls are judged. The 2 halls will be the War God Hall, overseeing external battles, and the Sumeru Hall, which governs the underworld as a whole. Yin Luo cleared his throat once more and continued. The City God Department will work to expand our underworld's influence in the mortal realm while also clearing out lingering souls. In other words, it will protect the people of the mortal realm under the charge of King Qingguang. Those whose lifespans have ended will have their souls retrieved by the Department of Wuchang, led by King Chujiang, with the assistance of commanders He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang. Fengdu City will be overseen by King Pingding. For those who have died unjustly before their time, the Department of Wuchang will retrieve their souls and escort them to the City of Wrongful Deaths, where they will await their turn to be sent to the City of Judges. The City of Wrongful Deaths will be managed by King Biancheng. The guarding department will oversee the Ghost Gate and the entrances to the underworld, preventing the living from intruding and ensuring that no souls escape, while also maintaining order in the underworld. This will fall under the purview of King Du Shi, assisted by commanders Niu Tu and Ma Mian. Once souls enter Fengdu City, they will be escorted to the City of Judges in order by the guarding department, where their deeds in life will be evaluated. Within the City of Judges, there will be a platform for judgment, one for assessing the goodness and evil of souls. The City of Judges will be managed by King Taishan, supported by the 4 great judges. After souls have been judged, they will undergo review by the Scrutiny Department, led by King Song Di. Subsequently, based on the judgments made in the City of Judges, the guarding department will escort the souls to the Hell Department, which administers the 18 layers of hell for their sentences or directly to reincarnation. The Hell Department will be overseen by King Wu Guan. After serving their time in the Hell Department, souls will be sent to the Reincarnation Department, where they will be arranged for entry into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The remaining 16 commanders will form the War God Hall, which will manage the 100,000 spectral soldiers engaged in external battles, reporting directly to me. The entire operation of the underworld's 3 cities and 6 departments will be supervised and managed by the Sumuro Hall, which will still be overseen by the 10 Yama Kings, with the same 10 Yama Kings in charge. This is my vision. Do any of you have anything to add? Once again, a commotion erupted in the Sumuro Hall. In this overhaul of the underworld, Yin Luo primarily focused on 4 aspects. First, he formally established his position within the underworld, firmly grasping military power in his hands. Prior to this, Yin Luo relied on his quasi-saint cultivation level, his prior reputation, and the tacit approval of Queen Hutu, which allowed him to exert control over the underworld. However, he had never held an official title. Second, he redistributed power. Yin Luo meticulously outlined the duties of the 10 Yama Kings, clarifying the responsibilities of the 10 Yama Kings, as well as other commanders and judges. Third, he initiated institutional reforms. Yin Luo redefined the Sumero Hall, transforming it from an office into the supreme authority of the underworld, establishing new functional institutions. Notably, the City of Wrongful Deaths and the City God Department were new institutions previously non-existent in the underworld. In Yin Luo's memories from his past life, the City of Wrongful Deaths was established by the Earth Deity. And with this reform, Yin Luo has effectively usurped that role. Fourth, he standardized the workflow within the underworld. From soul retrieval to judgment, review, execution, and reincarnation, every step now has dedicated institutions and personnel responsible. After a brief exchange among themselves, King Qingguang stepped forward and inquired, "Lord Yin, what of Mingpu on the Naiha Bridge?" Mentioning the Naiha Bridge, Yin Luo shook his head internally and replied, "As for Mingpu, she existed long before the establishment of the underworld, and even the Queen Hutu cannot articulate her identity. Furthermore, she merely assists souls in letting go of their past, which can be considered a merit. Thus, how things were with Mingpu before will remain unchanged in the future. Do any of you have further suggestions?" The officials exchanged glances, then bowed to Yin Luo, collectively exclaiming, "Lord Yin is wise." Yin Luo waved his hand, saying, "Reforms will inevitably have their shortcomings. The underworld does not belong to one person alone, but to all of you, and indeed to the 3 realms. Therefore, I hope everyone will work together to build a harmonious and beautiful new underworld, striving throughout our lives to realize our underworld dream. Do you all have confidence? We shall exert ourselves tirelessly until our last breath. Excellent. Then let us commence our actions. We shall obey Lord Yan's orders." As the crowd dispersed, only Yin Luo remained in the grand hall. Indeed, it was not long before Yin Luo heard the voice of the system emerge. Detection indicates that the host is undertaking sweeping reforms in the underworld. Upon completion, the underworld will experience a significant increase in fortune. New types of tasks will be unlocked. Release of the Rebellion Reform Task. 1. Reform the underworld to enhance operational efficiency. Current task progress. 1. Task reward, 1,000 task points. A radiant smile blossomed on Yin Luo's face. His suspicions had proven correct. As long as he took the initiative to do something, the system would issue corresponding task rewards. It seems that the system is primarily driven by his actions. Yin Luo had begun to grasp the workings of the task system, yet the uses of task points and merit points remained a mystery. He stroked his chin, closed his eyes, and fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, another significant event unfolded in the heavenly court. Wanlian, do you know your crimes? The Jade Emperor, seated upon his throne, gazed down at Wanlian, who was being restrained by the heavenly soldiers, and questioned him. Your humble minister knows not what sin he has committed. Wanlian struggled to stand upright beneath the weight of the heavenly soldiers, although he cultivated at the early stage of the Great Luo. However, he was sealed by the Jade Emperor with formidable magic, rendering him powerless against the celestial soldiers of the heavenly realm, whom he could have easily subdued under normal circumstances. He could only lift his head and gaze directly at the Jade Emperor. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor coldly replied, that glazed lamp, although merely an ordinary object, was bestowed by the Tao ancestor. You have shattered it, yet remain unaware of your transgression. The Jade Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, looking down imperiously at the kneeling Zhuanglian below. The assembled immortals on either side averted their gazes, maintaining a stoic silence as they disregarded the unfolding events within the Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 22. Zhuanglian descends to the mortal realm. The Buddha visits. I shall ask you once more, Zhuanglian, do you recognize your sin? Humph. Great Celestial Lord, what a grand display of authority. If I refuse to confess, what will you do to me? Zhuanglian understood that this was a calamity from which he could not escape. He was no fool. The calamity had arrived, and the situation in the heavenly court and the three realms was tumultuous and treacherous. Coincidentally, the Emperor of the Northern Dipper had been summoned away by the saints, leaving the celestial beings under his command leaderless. First, Zhenwu was schemed against. Although unharmed, his prestige had significantly diminished. Now, it was his turn. It seemed that the Jade Emperor, having dealt with the Purple Tenuity Emperor, was now targeting the Emperor of the Northern Dipper. Since evasion was futile, he resolved to adopt a more defiant stance, embracing a broken pot shatters mentality. It would also serve to demonstrate to the other immortals that the subordinates of the Emperor of the Northern Dipper were not spineless cowards. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, did not display anger but declared, to show contempt for the Supreme Emperor is to compound your sins. Seize this rebellious scoundrel and take him to the celestial execution platform. As soon as the words left his lips, the immortals revealed expressions of astonishment. Why had the Jade Emperor issued such a severe punishment? Among the celestial ranks, Neza was about to step forward to speak, but was restrained by King Li. Neza looked at King Li in surprise, who merely shook his head without uttering a word. Then, as the celestial soldiers prepared to escort Zhuanglian for execution, the barefoot immortal stepped forward and said, Great Celestial Lord, allow me to speak. The Jade Emperor glanced at the barefoot immortal and replied coolly, Proceed. Great Celestial Lord, although Zhuanglian has committed sins, they do not warrant death. I beseech the Great Celestial Lord to show mercy and impose a lighter sentence. In truth, the Jade Emperor had no intention of truly executing Zhuanglian. Recently, the underworld had made a bold declaration of opposition against the heavenly court, and with the commotion caused by Tianpong in the heavenly palace, the prestige of the heavenly court had waned. The celestial beings, especially those aligned with the Emperor of the Northern Dipper, had grown increasingly arrogant. This action was simply to intimidate those haughty immortals and remind them that the heavenly realm remained under the dominion of the Jade Emperor. However, if Zhuanglian were executed, the madman of the Northern Dipper would undoubtedly create chaos. Moreover, the Buddhist sect had long had dealings with the heavenly court. Aside from Tianpong, Zhuanglian was another individual designated for the Buddhists. Since he was intended for the Buddhist sect, it was only a matter of time before he joined them, allowing him to be used to suppress the four emperors and intimidate the other immortals. Upon hearing the barefoot immortal's words, the Jade Emperor feigned contemplation and declared, Since the barefoot immortal has interceded on your behalf, let it be that you suffer 800 celestial hammer strikes. Shatter your celestial body, and be banished to the mortal realm for 7 days, enduring the torment of 100 swords piercing your heart. In the Buddhist realm of Lingshan, the Buddha received news of Zhuanglian's punishment. Kasaipa reported to the Buddha, Umitba, At last, There is good news. The matter of the journey to the west hinges solely on Zhuanglian, and there have been no unforeseen complications. The Buddha, with hands clasped, sighed with relief. Buddha, I have a question that puzzles me. Oh? What is it? Zhuanglian was destined to descend to the mortal realm. Why did the Jade Emperor employ such a method to facilitate his descent? Would it not have sufficed to send him directly? The Buddha smiled gently and replied, Zhuanglian is a subordinate of the Emperor of the Northern Dipper. Thus, the Jade Emperor's actions are intended to suppress him. Furthermore, the recent maneuvers of the Jade Emperor, while enhancing his power, have diminished the prestige of the Heavenly Court due to the incident involving Tianpeng. Consequently, the Jade Emperor's severe punishment of Zhuanglian serves dual purposes, to establish authority and to suppress the Emperor of the Northern Dipper. As the Buddha's radiance intensified, transforming into a blooming ephemerality, he remarked with a smile, in this way, my Buddhist sect can bestow grace upon Zhuanglian, enabling him to serve diligently in our cause. Upon hearing this, Kasyapa chanted a Buddhist mantra and smiled slightly. Our Buddha is compassionate. At that moment, the dragon taming and Arhat rushed to the Buddha's side in haste. A grave matter has arisen. A grave matter. Two venerables. Please speak slowly, Kasyapa reminded, hands clasped. What has transpired? Share the details. The Buddha sensed an ominous turn of events. The dragon-taming Arhat took a few deep breaths to steady himself and explained, it is as follows. I and the tiger-subduing Arhat descended to the West Nyohajo to collect offerings and incense. Upon reaching Shizhua City, we discovered that the demons we had stationed there had been almost entirely annihilated. What? The Buddha's eyes widened in fury. Shizhua City was a crucial component of the Buddhist journey to the west. If the journey could yield a fortune of 10, then the fortune from Shizhua City alone could account for a tenth of that. The path to the west is long, but the fortune supplied by this single location could significantly contribute to the prosperity of the Buddhist sect. It was no wonder the Buddha was taken aback. Who was responsible for this? The Buddha's breath began to quicken with rising agitation. The monk and I entered Shizhua City to inquire, only to find that the human populace showed no respect for Buddhist rituals and even drove us out of the city. We were thus compelled to disguise ourselves as ordinary mortals to infiltrate the city and gather intelligence. Enough of the pleasantries, get to the point. The Buddha, unusually tense, clenched his fists. Yes, we're getting to the crux of the matter. I discovered that it was indeed the Lord of the Underworld, who brought 10,000 ghostly soldiers to slay the 3 demon kings of Shizhua Ridge. The Lord of the Underworld even established a city god temple within the city. And the people of Shizhua City actually said, what did they say? Do not hesitate. They proclaimed that from now on, Shizhua City would only recognize the Lord of the Underworld and worship the city god of the Underworld, and would no longer believe in the Buddhist sect. What? How dare you commoners act in such a manner? My Buddhist sect has protected them for generations. Why do they choose to betray us? Why did you not destroy that city god temple? The Buddha was on the verge of hysteria. We wished to do so. However, that temple is protected by the merits of the heavenly Tao. We dared not take action. Nonsense. The Buddha's radiance surged. How dare the underworld defy my Buddhist sect? Ananda, Kasyapa. I am here. Go, command the 4 great bodhisattvas, the 8 great Vajra, the 500 Arhats, the 3,000 Buddhas, and the 100,000 Buddhist disciples to assemble outside the Thunder Sound Treasure Monastery. This time, we shall surely transcend the underworld. World-honored one, please proceed with caution. Ananda and Kasyapa had never witnessed the Buddha in such a state of distress. Do I need to repeat myself? The Buddha coldly replied. Seeing the Buddha's demeanor, Ananda had no choice but to comply with his command and went to summon the bodhisattvas and Buddhas in no time. The light of the Buddha shone brightly upon Lingshan, and all the disciples gathered. The Buddha, seated cross-legged in midair, addressed the disciples below, stating, the Lord of the Underworld has repeatedly disrupted the fortunes of my Buddhist sect and obstructed our journey to the west. Now, he has even overstepped his bounds into the territory of West Nyohajo. Under the illumination of my Buddhist sect, West Nyohajo remains unready and unviolent, nurturing vitality and spiritual essence, though it lacks supreme truth. Each person enjoys longevity. Now, the Lord of the Underworld unjustly slaughters the living beings of West Nyohajo, causing bloodshed and unease among the populace. Moreover, the inhabitants of the underworld are foolish, especially the Lord of the Underworld. who repeatedly defames the true teachings and disregards the essence of my Buddhist sect, neglecting the true orthodoxy of the West. This time, I shall personally lead my disciples and Western followers to transcend the beings of the underworld, allowing the true faith of my sect to endure eternally in the underworld. This is a great fortune from the mountains and a profound blessing from the seas. My Buddhist sect shall ensure that the underworld enters our fold." The disciples of the Buddhist sect, upon hearing this, expressed their excitement, exclaiming, "Our Buddha is compassionate." Then, under the Buddha's leadership, they channeled their powers and set forth towards the underworld in a grand procession. Chapter 23. 100,000 Buddhist disciples descend into the underworld. Such a significant mobilization by the Buddhist sect could not escape the notice of the powerful beings across the three realms. Discussions erupted everywhere, with many speculating on the sudden martial fervor of the Buddhist sect. The Buddha, at this moment, had his own calculations. Initially, he was indeed furious. After all, Shurjwa City was a plan the Buddhist sect had long devised. And to allow the Lord of the Underworld to easily dismantle it was a blow to the Buddhist sects standing in the three realms. Moreover, West Nyohajo was the domain of the Buddhist sect. For the underworld to preach within that territory was to disregard the mountain gate. Ever since Sun Wukong was imprisoned by the underworld, the original journey to the west, as planned by the saints, had repeatedly faced disruption from the underworld. Although the overall situation remained unchanged, it had caused considerable trouble for both the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. Nevertheless, the Buddha, as one of the supreme beings of the three realms, regained his composure after a moment of anger. This expedition against the underworld was not genuinely aimed at annihilating it. The Buddha understood that the Lord of the underworld controlled the wheel of reincarnation. And with the backing of the Earth Mother, unless commanded by the saints, it was impossible for him, even combined with the Jade Emperor, to utterly eradicate the underworld. His true aim was to prevent future calamities. The series of actions taken by the underworld had instilled a sense of crisis within the Buddhist sect. In truth, the heavenly court felt similarly, but internal chaos prevented the Jade Emperor from addressing the underworld effectively. Particularly in this era of calamity, various factions were stirring, compelling the Jade Emperor to heed the advice of the Star Lord and first stabilize the heavenly realm before addressing the underworld. Overall, the Buddha's military action against the underworld was not solely driven by momentary anger but was part of a deeper strategy. In the blink of an eye, the forces of the Buddhist sect surged into the underworld. Arriving at the gates of the ghostly realm, the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians stationed at the gates, upon witnessing the radiant light outside, urgently sounded the alarm. In an instant, the entire underworld sprang into swift action. In the art of tea brewing, within the gates of the underworld, the Een officials began to disperse the souls, while simultaneously gathering tens of thousands of ghostly soldiers. Upon receiving the news, the Een lords and the Een generals, under the leadership of Yanluo, arrived at the gates of the underworld. Yanluo, gazing at the Buddha who floated in amidst the radiant glow of the Dharma, inquired, "Might I ask what brings the Buddha to this place with such an assembly?" The Buddha, with palms joined in reverence, replied in a deep tone, "Yin Jun, what is the intention behind your presence in the western Bull-Hajo, where I preach? What does it signify that 100,000 ghostly soldiers have slaughtered my disciples in the Lion Turtle City?" Yanluo chuckled coldly, "Oh, when did the four great continents of the mortal realm become the private domain of the Buddhist sect? Do not indulge in such rhetorical advantages, for the underworld merely seeks to ensure that Dizong may impart teachings in the realm of shadows. Participate in the cycle of reincarnation and cooperate with my Buddhist endeavors of the West. In return, we shall withdraw our forces and promise to protect the underworld." Yanluo burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you jesting with me? Buddha? The underworld needs no protection from your sect. In bygone years, the heavenly court merely stationed the Emperor of Fengdu and the 5 ghost emperors in Fengdu. Now, you dare to intervene in the cycle of reincarnation. Do not presume that having the 2 saints as your backing allows you to act with such impunity. Do you truly believe that the 2 saints can rival the Tao ancestor in your eyes?" The Buddhist sect was well aware that such demands would never be accepted by Yanluo. Even if Yanluo were to agree, the heavenly court would not permit the Buddhist sect to meddle in the cycle of reincarnation easily. After all, it is quite evident which poses a greater threat: a seasoned adult wielding a legendary divine weapon or a mere child grasping a similar weapon. The Buddha anticipated Yanluo's refusal. since you are unwilling to accept my proposal for reconciliation, perhaps you might present a suggestion of your own. Reconciliation? Why should I seek to reconcile with the Buddhist sect? I do not consider it a wrongdoing to save countless ordinary lives and to vindicate them. Such a heinous tragedy occurred within your territory, and yet you, Tathagata, remain indifferent. Now, as I aid the deceased in finding justice and help the wronged souls transcend, you dare to question the underworld for seeking retribution against the perpetrators. Is this the equality of all sentient beings that your sect preaches? Is this what you call attaining Buddhahood? Yin-jun, do you intend to engage in an unyielding confrontation with the Buddhist sect? The Buddha furrowed his brow. This outcome was not what he desired. Resorting to violence was merely a means for the Buddhist sect's ascendance. If conflict ensued, it would only lead to mutual destruction and deepen the enmity with the underworld, an outcome the Buddhist sect was loath to witness. The underworld, however, was in a different predicament, aptly summarized in one phrase. The barefoot fear not the shod. The underworld was indeed the one without shoes. Does the Buddha truly believe that the souls of the tens of thousands of human beings, who were turned into blood offerings by the three demons of Lion Turtle Ridge, are not worth my underworld's intervention? Do you think that just because this tragedy occurred in the Western Bull Huzhou, under your sect's control, that we would stand idly by as these tormented souls wail in our realm? Yinluo's every word focused on the tens of thousands of human souls that had been sacrificed. Aiming to position himself on the moral high ground, rendering the Buddhist sect's stance untenable. The Buddha seemed agitated by Yinluo's retorts. Yin-jun, in the chaotic realms, it has always been survival of the fittest. Do you truly think that if a floating creature is consumed by a fish, it would be deemed wronged? Yinluo smiled faintly. Buddha, Tathagata, you do not perceive the human souls as mere floating creatures, while the demon kind are likened to fish, do you? Oh, Yinluo deliberately elongated his tone, raising his right index finger to point at the Buddha, proclaiming, I understand now. In the eyes of your sect, the lives and deaths of beings in the mortal realm are merely the relationship of predator and prey. Your so-called doctrine of sweeping the ground for fear of harming the lives of ants, cherishing the moths that flutter near the lamp, is it merely a deception for the spirits? Humph. In my view, even the ghosts of the underworld do not believe your hollow words. Yinluo, do you truly wish to incite war? The Buddha struggled to restrain the emotions that threatened to erupt. After countless years of cultivation, he had transitioned from a disciple of the to the Tathagata. Over the years, he had long since transcended the mundane desires of the heart. Yet, at this moment, the calm demeanor he had maintained for so long was nearly shattered by Yinluo's scathing words. War? If it is war you desire, then let it be. Do you truly think the underworld fears you? With that, Yinluo summoned forth his powers, unveiling all his treasured artifacts. His black royal robe billowed with the surge of his energy, resounding like thunder. Yinluo hovered in midair, and the power enveloping him formed a colossal phantom of the King of Hell. Adorned with a crown and regal robes, gazing at the Buddha, who was radiant in his glory, along with the multitude of his disciples. Beneath his feet lay the wheel of reincarnation, in his hands was the book of life and death, and above him hovered the three-live stone. Originally, the three-live stone was placed before the bridge of Naiha to suppress the underworld's fortune. However, as Yinluo had refined it, he possessed a fragment of the three-live stone within himself, allowing him to control the stone at the bridge or employ it as a treasure independently. At that moment, Yinluo once again received a task notification from the system. Detected conflict between host and the Buddhist sect. The sect leads 100,000 monks to confront. Main task of rebellion issued. 5. Repel the Buddhist sect. Task reward, earthly treasure, judge's pin. 10 task points. Listening to the system's task prompt, Yinluo thought to himself, how stingy. To repel the Buddhist sect, only 10 task points are granted, alas. Chapter 24. Battle with the Tathagata. The Buddha, upon witnessing Yinluo readying for battle, commanded his disciples to prepare for war. What a barbarian! The Buddha could not help but mutter in disdain. He had not anticipated that Yinluo would exhibit no inclination for negotiation. However, since they had come with such a force, the Buddhist sect was prepared for battle. Yet, the process of this impending conflict left the Buddhist sect, especially the Buddha, quite exasperated. Had he known such an outcome awaited, he would have preferred to engage in combat from the outset. Instead, he was inviting reproach. Now, the three realms were aware of the hypocritical nature of the Buddhist sect. Although this had long been recognized, it was merely Yinluo who had torn away the veil of modesty. The tension in the air escalated to a breaking point. Yinluo, have you thought this through? Should war break out, the underworld will undoubtedly suffer great losses. My Buddhist sect is not without decorum. We do not meddle in the cycle of reincarnation, as long as you allow Dizong to teach in the realm of shadows. And you surrender the souls of those from Lion Turtle City, my sect shall withdraw. The Buddha endeavored one last time at diplomacy. Ha ha ha, Buddha, you are naively optimistic. You come here with a grand procession of 100,000 monks to the realm of shadows. And you think that if I concede to any of your demands, the underworld would retain any face in the three realms? Let us battle, today, unless the mountains and rivers crumble, unless the sun and moon lose their light. And unless your sect's blood flows like rivers, how can I maintain my standing in the three realms? With that, Yinluo charged directly at the Buddha. Tathagata, let us engage in battle. With a resounding thud, Yinluo summoned his powers, the Book of Life and Death, connecting to the force of the underworld, pressing down upon the Buddha's protective radiance with immense force. The clash of energies reverberated throughout the three realms. The ripples of power between the two were so intense that the disciples of the Buddhist sect beneath the realm of Tai were sent reeling backwards. The Buddha, noticing this, furrowed his brows slightly. This Yinluo has made a remarkable breakthrough in such a short span. The Buddha could scarcely believe his own eyes. During the time of the Feng Shan, as the eldest disciple of the, he had already attained the quasi-saint realm. After countless years, with the aid of the Buddhist sect's fortune, he had ascended to the late quasi-saint stage. Meanwhile, those like Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Avalokiteshvara, originally Grand Luo Golden Immortals of the Chan teaching, had also relied on the sect's fortune to reach the late Grand Luo Golden Immortal stage. Yet, none of them had managed to break through to the quasi-saint level. Yet Yinluo, in such a brief period, had achieved consecutive breakthroughs, first reaching the quasi-saint stage, which was already astonishing. Before long, he had even advanced to the mid-quasi-saint stage. Could it be that a saint is truly assisting him? However, beneath the Grand Luo, saints still possess methods to enhance their powers. Yet above the Grand Luo, particularly in the quasi-saint realm, it is not merely a matter of accumulating power. Could it be that the Tao Ancestor has intervened? The Tao Ancestor can assist the six saints in attaining sainthood. Is it not feasible for him to help Yinluo elevate his quasi-saint cultivation? Would the truth truly align with his speculations? Seeing that his initial strike had failed, Yinluo withdrew the Book of Life and Death. He formed hand seals with both hands, activating the wheel of reincarnation beneath his feet, conjuring 6 black holes behind him. Within these black holes, heads could be seen surging, or shuras bearing their fangs, or creatures with fur and horns feeding. The Buddha's expression grew serious. The wheel of reincarnation? The Buddha summoned a leaf from the Bodhi tree. As this leaf appeared, Yinluo felt a wave of oppressive energy. Could it be that this was a leaf from the Bodhi tree where the saint attained enlightenment? Now, Yinluo could truly feel the strength of the saint. The saying that beneath the saint, all are mere ants, held true without exception. Merely the slightest trace of the saint's essence imbued in the Bodhi leaf emanated such power. Just how formidable must the saint be? Yinluo's face darkened as he felt the tumultuous energy surging forth. The wheel of reincarnation beneath his feet spun frantically, and the 6 phantoms behind him began to rotate as well. Next, 6 beams of distinct colors shot forth from the black holes, racing towards the Buddha, the light of the wheel of reincarnation. In the past, Yinluo had sent the golden-winged Great Peng into reincarnation with just a single ray of the wheel of reincarnation. Now, with all 6 rays unleashed, their power would not merely be magnified 6-fold. Rather, it would increase exponentially. Faced with the onslaught of the 6 rays of reincarnation light, the Buddha infused his energy into the Bodhi leaf. Under the auspices of the Buddha's formidable powers, the Bodhi leaf shone resplendently, gracefully meeting the radiant light of the 6 realms of samsara. The light of the Buddha illuminated the Bodhi leaf. It collided with the luminous essence of the 6 realms in a thunderous clash. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the 3 realms. The light of the 6 realms was extinguished, and the Bodhi leaf, too, fell into a state of dullness. It drifted down to the Buddha's spiritual platform, only to vanish from sight. In this strike, neither side emerged victorious. Who would have thought that Yama possessed such formidable powers? No wonder he dares to oppose the Buddhist sect, the Buddha remarked with a cold smile. There are many more surprises in store for you, Yama replied icily. With that, he summoned the 6 realms of Samsara wheel once more, shooting forth its light to envelop the Buddha in a net. Upon witnessing this, the Buddha directly channeled his immense power to conjure a flame of Buddha light. The surging flames rolled forth, instantly obstructing the net formed by the light of the 6 realms, while continuously scorching and consuming it. Yama, unfazed by the development, summoned the 3 live stone, transforming it into Mount Luofeng to suppress the Buddha. The Buddha scoffed, calling it mere trifling skills. He then summoned a withered branch that transformed into a towering jade pillar, charging directly at the Mount Luofeng. Boom! The entire nether realm was rippled by the clash of their powers. In an instant, the Mount Luofeng, formed from the 3 live stone, shattered, reverting back to the 3 live stone which then rolled back to Yama's head. The withered branch, however, continued its relentless advance towards Yama. Observing the approaching branch, Yama once again summoned his powers, launching a water arrow forged from the waters of the yellow spring. The two collided, and the once resplendent branch of the Buddha was eroded by the yellow spring's waters. Moments later, both the branch and the water arrow dissipated. Amidst their fierce contest, the celestial beings atop Lingxiao Palace watched the unfolding events in the mirror of profound light. While astonished, they also wondered why Yama's cultivation had surged so dramatically. Compared to Yama, had all their years of cultivation been for naught? Yama? He has concealed his strength so deeply. The Jade Emperor mused inwardly. The once manageable underworld now stood resiliently against the Buddhist sect for an extended period. It seems we must reassess the strength of the underworld. Where is the celestial mother of the 9 heavens? Here is the little immortal. Command the celestial mother of the 9 heavens to increase the infiltration and reconnaissance of the underworld. I want to know every move of the underworld, no matter how trivial. The little immortal obeys. After delivering the command, the celestial mother of the 9 heavens departed from Lingxiao Palace to carry out the Jade Emperor's orders. Above the sea of blood, one lamented, "Alas! It seems the spring of the yellow spring may never return. Father, what shall we do? Is not my life force bound to fall into the grasp of the underworld? Fear not, for the yellow spring is not the only solution to our clan's woes. However, it is time to seek a conversation with him." Chapter 25. The Saint's Edict at Wuzhuang Temple. The great immortal Zhenyuan stood at the entrance, gazing into the distance. Yama, I hope you truly possess a method to break through calamities. The events transpiring in the underworld stirred the hearts of all powerful beings across the 3 realms. The once timid underworld, which had been subservient to the heavenly court, suddenly rose to prominence. Amidst the calamities, the underworld's ascent added an eerie sensation to the already tumultuous 3 realms. Meanwhile, within the chaotic expanse above the 33 heavens, 6 figures appeared to be in heated debate. Moments later, they seemed to reach a consensus. Subsequently, a decree floated down from the chaos. A decree descended from beyond the 33 heavens, passing through the palace of Doshui, gliding past Lingxiao Palace, crossing the southern heavenly gate, and brushing over the 4 great continents, finally resting at the entrance of the Ghost Gate. All beings in the 3 realms felt the oppressive force emanating from this decree. Merely a decree, yet it instilled terror in the hearts of the mighty. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor stood aghast. The Saint's decree? Before Wuzhuang Temple, one pondered. Has the Saint intervened? This Yama truly possesses remarkable skills to have stirred the Saint's attention. Great immortal Zhenyuan was equally incredulous. In the northern sea, the mention of the Saint signaled a storm brewing in the 3 realms. A figure spanning miles appeared above the northern sea, only to vanish in an instant. Outside the Ghost Gate, the ongoing battle between Yama and the Buddha was interrupted by an invisible force. Simultaneously, the 100,000 soldiers and the 100,000 Buddhist disciples engaged in combat were also separated by this power. The Saint? The Buddha's expression turned grave. Yama was equally taken aback. He did not anticipate that the conflict between the underworld and the Buddhist sect would attract the Saint's attention. The two stared in disbelief at the decree hovering outside the Ghost Gate. The calamity has begun. The rise of Buddhism is assured, and the underworld is not permitted to obstruct the westward journey of the 5 suns under any pretext. The Buddhist sect is also forbidden from seizing reincarnation in the name of their grandeur. All prior events were predestined and now belong to the past. The Buddhist sect cannot use past grievances as an excuse to attack the underworld. The underworld must assist the Buddhist sect within its capabilities. Furthermore, although the three realms are mired in calamity, no more bloodshed shall be permitted. Thus spoke the six saints. As Yama contemplated the contents of the saints' decree, he realized that the six saints had once again reached an agreement. Though the decree contained only a few words, it bore immense implications. The very existence of the saints' decree was anything but simple. The Buddha glanced at the decree. Despite his myriad of grievances, he felt powerless. With hands joined in prayer, he slowly uttered, "Since the saint has issued his edict, we shall naturally comply and no longer hold past grievances against Yama. However, I kindly request that Yama adhere to the saint's decree and cooperate with our Buddhist sect's westward journey." Just moments ago, the Buddha had appeared intent on eradicating the underworld. Yet now he transformed back into a figure of compassion and benevolence. Yama couldn't help but reflect. This old monk changes his demeanor faster than he flips pages in a novel. Yama sheathed his treasured artifact and replied with a smile. "Of course, since it is the saint's edict, the underworld shall comply. I shall ensure that Sun Wukong and Tianpeng are adequately arranged. And there will be no delays for the Buddhist sect's westward journey." The Buddha then spoke. "There are two more matters I hope Yama will not overlook." "Oh? What else is there?" "First, the Buddhist sect will arrange for my disciples to reincarnate in the Eastern land. And I kindly ask that the underworld does not obstruct this. Second, regarding the journey of the human emperor to the underworld, I hope Yama will also facilitate this. Is that so?" Alas, the Buddha may not be aware, but this exceeds the capabilities of my underworld. The reincarnation of Buddhist disciples is certainly permissible, but where they wish to be reborn requires the cooperation of the 3 cities and 6 offices of the underworld. In accordance with our laws, this is not something I can simply decide. Moreover, as for the human emperor, he is under the protection of the emperor's luck. How can we bring him to the underworld before his natural lifespan has ended? The Buddha must not put me in a difficult position. Yama feigned an expression of great difficulty. The Buddha felt a surge of anger but found himself powerless. The saint had already designated the underworld as the domain governing reincarnation, and any further bloodshed was forbidden. To act rashly was no longer an option. The Buddha calmed the tumultuous anger within him and replied, "Yama, in the land of Shinyo-Hajo, spanning 8,000 yojanas, the northern part allows the underworld to establish city god temples to fairy souls. The Buddha, with compassion in his heart for all beings, is truly admirable. Why underworld appreciates the Buddha's kindness and shall naturally contribute to the flourishing of the Buddhist sect. Whether it be the human emperor or the reincarnation of Buddhist disciples, I shall take care of it all." Yama replied with a slight smile, "I trust you will keep your promise." After speaking, the Buddha turned to leave but paused to add, "Soon, the Buddhist sect will hold the Ulambana festival. I hope Yama will grace us with your presence then." Yama smiled gently. "I shall certainly come to pay my respects at that time. The century-long period is nearing. I hope Yama will not forget to release our Buddhist bodhisattvas. The Buddha need not worry. My underworld operates fairly and transparently, and we shall not detain the bodhisattvas for even a moment longer than necessary." The Buddha cast a deep glance at Yama before turning to lead the 100,000 Buddhist disciples back to the underworld, returning to Ling Mountain. Yama, too, heard the system notification that his task was complete. Watching the departing Buddhist sect, the tension that had lingered in his heart was finally laid to rest. He addressed the 100,000 Yin soldiers, along with the Yin lords, Yin commanders, and Yin generals. "We have triumphed." The crowd pondered for a moment, and the entire underworld erupted with thunderous cheers. Moments later, Yama gestured for silence and proclaimed, "This victory is the result of the collective efforts of all of us in the underworld. This victory has struck a blow against the arrogant demeanor of the Buddhist sect. With this victory, we have established a foothold in the 3 realms. From now on, no deity or Buddha shall dare to command my underworld spirits at will. All of this is due to you, you, and you. It is the outcome of our united efforts. The past is behind us. The present has arrived. The future still requires our striving. My comrades, do you have the confidence to traverse the 3 realms with me? Do you have the confidence to help the underworld stand tall amidst the primeval chaos?" "Yes, yes, yes, yes." "Excellent. Your spirits soar like the rainbow. I am most gratified. Now, I ask you all to diligently cultivate for the rise of the underworld." Let us strive together. After invigorating the morale of the denizens of the underworld, Yama and several lords returned to the Hall of Judgment, while the others resumed their respective duties. Yama, what does the saint's decree truly signify? It is, of course, aimed at balancing the three realms. Balancing the three realms? Indeed. The flourishing of the Buddhist sect was originally intended to curb the monopolistic power of the heavenly court. Although the heavenly court is internally fragmented and divided by the three teachings, the majority of authority still lies in the hands of the Jade Emperor. The sages intended to use the Buddhist sect to check the heavenly court, taking advantage of the calamity of the ages. However, what they did not anticipate was that both the Jade Emperor and the Buddha had their own schemes. A glimmer of inscrutable brilliance flickered in Yinluo's eyes. Chapter 26. The schemes of the sages. Could it be that the Jade Emperor and the Buddha dare to defy the sages' command? Naturally, they do not dare to disregard the sages' authority. However, as mere pawns, they also aspire to see through the chessboard, escape the confines of the game, and even wish to become the players of the three realms. Yinluo spoke languidly with his hands clasped behind his back. The Buddhist sect, the Spirit Mountain, the world-honored one. What is the true intention behind the sages' actions? Ananda inquired. The Buddha sighed deeply and said, Do you know why the list of deities was established in the first place? The list of deities? Was it not due to King Zhou's disrespect towards the heavenly saints? That was merely an excuse. At that time, the three realms were in chaos. The three sovereigns and 5 emperors sought to harness the rising momentum of humanity to condense the fortune of the human race and establish a human saint. A human saint? Yes, a saint of humanity. However, the emergence of a saint from the human race would inevitably disrupt the order of the three realms established by the Tao ancestor. Humanity can be the protagonists of the three realms, but they must never become its masters. The sages conspired with the Jade Emperor to summon the Tao ancestor in order to preserve the order of the three realms and prevent its collapse. The Tao ancestor crafted the list of deities, the Chan and Jie sects, in their bid to divide the fortune of humanity and strengthen themselves, employed various tactics, yet they ultimately fell into the Tao ancestor's scheme. The Tao ancestor? Ananda exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor would not allow any faction to grow too powerful. Ultimately, under the Tao ancestor's machinations, the list of deities absorbed the battle souls of humanity, forging countless celestial soldiers and significantly enhancing the power of the heavenly court, leaving humanity unable to forge a human saint. Simultaneously, many disciples of the Chan and Jie sects were also listed. Falling under the jurisdiction of the list of deities and in desperation, they could only submit to the heavenly court. However, some disciples of the Chan and Jie sects, in their quest to escape the list of deities, chose to journey westward and join the Western faction. With the two sects in decline, the heavenly court and our Buddhist sect capitalized on the opportunity to rise, and under the Tao ancestor's scheme, the three realms temporarily entered a state of balance. Yet, despite the diminished power of the Chan and Jie sects, they still remained a formidable force. Although the Jade Emperor controlled the three realms, the remnants of the two sects continued to constrain him. But isn't the Tao ancestor the teacher of the sages? Indeed, the Tao ancestor is the master of the 6 sages, yet the sages also desire to advance further. The Tao ancestor is aware of the ambitions of the saints from the Chan and Jie sects, which is why, after the calamity of the list of deities, he simply placed the 6 sages under house arrest in the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens. So this time, the sages are taking action to continue their quest for fortune? Precisely. Moreover, not only do the saints of the Chan and Jie sects wish to advance further, but our 2 sages of the Buddhist sect also seek to elevate themselves. But why do the 6 sages' proclamations seem to align with the realm of the underworld this time? The Buddha chuckled coldly and replied, That is because the sages have discovered that others also wish to progress further. In the Lingshao Palace, the Lord asked, Why do the sages speak on behalf of the underworld? The Star Lord Wenchang inquired in confusion. The Jade Emperor scoffed, Some individuals, once they have gained wings, will strive to soar. It appears that the Old Lord and the Saintess Yin will have the upper hand in this confrontation. The Jade Emperor gazed at the perplexed Star Lord Wenchang and continued, The Old Lord remains in seclusion, entrusting the 3 realms to the 6 sages, yet he also demands that they do not easily leave the Purple Cloud Palace. The 2 sages of the Buddhist sect must have united with the saints of the Chan and Jie sects to establish a plan to revive the Buddhist sect under the pretense of calamity. In this manner, The two sages of the Buddhist sect would significantly enhance their power. They mistakenly believe that with their combined strength, they can contend against the old Lord? How naive! The four saints wish to leverage the Buddhist sect to oppose my heavenly court. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that the Buddha has his own schemes. It is precisely for this reason that they must lend some support to the underworld, ensuring their journey westward remains unimpeded while simultaneously restraining the Buddha. This, the Star Lord Wenchong, who prides himself on his strategic acumen, suddenly felt like a fool upon hearing the schemes among the sages. Initially, he had confidently advised the Jade Emperor to appoint members of the royal family as commanders of the Heavenly River Navy. Later, when the Jade Emperor appointed Jinwu as the Celestial Venerable, he had some doubts. However, the subsequent developments exceeded his imagination. From that moment on, he realized that the Jade Emperor's thoughts were as vast as the ocean, beyond his comprehension. Yet now, upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, he discovered that the Jade Emperor's thoughts were not merely oceanic. They were as boundless as the starry cosmos. Enough of this speculation. The depths of the three realms are far beyond your imagination. You need only to obey my commands. The Jade Emperor cast a glance at the Star Lord Wenchong, eye in the Jade Emperor's eyes. The Star Lord Wenchong possessed a modicum of cleverness and insight, making him a person of potential utility. If not for this, the Jade Emperor would not have shared so much with him. Outside the gates of hell, King Qin Guang addressed the weary Guanyin and Tai Bai, saying, "Your sentences have been served. I hereby release you both. Should there be any inadequacies in your reception, please bear with us." Guanyin and Tai Bai twitched their lips, about to speak, when King Qin Guang's solemnly faced coroner interjected. "You too, according to the laws of the underworld, your unauthorized entry should have resulted in a century of detention. However, since the Lord of Hell has spoken, we shall naturally comply. After your release, you must diligently cultivate and practice Buddhism to become celestial beings again and refrain from engaging in any unlawful activities." Beside them, King Qin Guang felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly explained, "You need not take offense. The coroner is known for his integrity and impartiality." "He means well," Guanyin gritted her teeth and retorted, "diligently practicing Buddhism, becoming celestial beings again? Very well, truly a paragon of integrity, this coroner. I shall remember you. The Bodhisattva need not remember me. You only need to recall the laws and regulations of the underworld I made you recite over the past century, as well as the rules and disciplines of hell, and your awareness of guilt and repentance in this regard. You have not fared as well as Tai Bai, and although you are now released, you must strengthen your resolve. Do not become complacent." Guanyin's face paled, and she turned to leave. The coroner furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "Alas, my work is still lacking. I have failed to reform him even after a century." Hearing this, Tai Bai's lips twitched as he recalled the fear instilled in him by the coroner during his time in hell, and he hurriedly stated, "You too must not see us off. I too must return to the heavenly court to report." Having said that, Tai Bai did not wait for King Qinguang and the coroner's response and hastily fled towards the heavenly court. King Qinguang watched the two departing figures and smiled at the coroner, saying, "Brother, your efforts have been remarkably effective." "Not at all. It is all due to the Lord of Hell's effective guidance. I had no idea that the management measures for inmates in Hell, compiled by the Lord of Hell, would yield such impressive results," the coroner replied with a smile. Subsequently, the two of them engaged in light-hearted conversation as they returned to the Hall of Judgment. Lord of Hell, Guanyin, and Tai Bai have been sent off. Good. With their departure, the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court will gradually begin to plot their westward journey. The underworld must also prepare accordingly, indeed. Just then, a clerk hurriedly entered. "Lord of Hell, the Grand Master of Earth and the Blood Sea Hell River seek an audience." Yanluo smiled slightly. "Please let them in." King Qinguang and the coroner, sensing the moment, said, "Lord of Hell, we shall take our leave now. Go ahead." As soon as King Qinguang and the coroner exited, the Grand Master of Earth and the River of Blood entered under the clerk's guidance. Chapter 27. Mount Tuyan, Lord of Hell, the century has come to an end. Please fulfill your promise. The River of Blood stated solemnly, "Having taken your treasured items, I shall naturally alleviate your worries. The poor Taoist expresses gratitude on behalf of both of us." The Grand Master of Earth flicked his whisk and nodded slightly. The fact that the Grand Master of Earth treated Yanluo with such respect indicated Yanluo's high standing in his heart. After all, The Grand Master had once shared the Purple Cloud Palace with the 6 sages under the Tao ancestors' teachings. Even the Buddha would show respect to the Grand Master of Earth as a junior. Gratitude is unnecessary. We merely seek mutual benefit, Yinluo responded candidly. Now, let us discuss the tribulations faced by the Blood Sea Azuras. Yinluo cleared his throat and inquired of the River of Blood. May I ask, where is the Azura princess, the Rakshasi maiden? My daughter has gone to the mortal realm for leisure. Upon hearing this, Yinluo turned to the River of Blood and said, It seems that my friend has not taken my words to heart. Lord of Hell, speak plainly. The River of Blood frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. Yinluo spoke in a grave tone. I suspect the princess may have already taken a husband behind your back. Impossible. My daughter is merely undergoing trials in the mortal realm, and those mundane beings could never catch her eye. The River of Blood exclaimed, slightly exasperated, Oh, is that truly the case? Perhaps we should venture to the mortal realm and see whether your precious daughter has indeed fallen in love. Seeing Yinluo's confident demeanor, the River of Blood began to harbor doubts. Very well, let us journey to the mortal realm, Grand Master. We shall return shortly. Please wait here. Though the River of Blood was reluctant to believe Yinluo's words, he feared the embarrassment should Yinluo's suspicions prove true. Thus, he asked the Grand Master to wait in the underworld while he and Yinluo set off in search of the Rakshasi maiden. Jinyuan Daxian understood the implied meaning behind the words of the Mingi and remarked, No matter, I shall take a leisurely stroll in this underworld. Mingi nodded slightly, and then, alongside Yinluo, they sped towards the human realm. Both were at the level of quasi-saints, and the journey from the netherworld to the mortal realm was but the blink of an EYE.in Shinyo Hajo at Suiyan Mountain. Is this really Shinyo Hajo? Mingi inquired with a hint of confusion. Shinyo Hajo belongs to the Buddhist domain. Why would my daughter come here? Indeed, Shinyo Hajo, Suiyan Mountain. Yinluo confirmed. My child is here. Yinluo smiled faintly, choosing to ignore Mingi's concern, and called out loudly, Yama of the underworld. I seek an audience with the Bull Demon King of Suiyan Mountain. As soon as Yinluo's voice fell, a burly figure appeared before them. He wore a polished silver-black iron helmet atop his head, donned a resplendent golden armor, and stepped forward in pointed pink deerskin boots, with a belt of intricate lion-maned strands cinching his waist. His eyes shone like mirrors, and his brows were as vibrant as red rainbows. His mouth resembled a blood basin, with teeth like copper coins. Yinluo was momentarily taken aback. I asked this the Bull Demon King. Why do you not possess a bull's head? He asked, puzzled. The Bull Demon King was equally taken aback, questioning himself why he lacked a bull's head. Surely, this person must be unwell. I am the Bull Demon King, unaware of the esteemed Yinluo's arrival, and I apologize for the lack of a proper greeting. Despite not knowing why Yinluo had come so suddenly, the Demon King maintained his decorum. Might I ask who this esteemed guest is? Please allow Yinluo to introduce. This is the Blood Sea Mingi. Where are you going? Mingi furrowed his brow. In the presence of Yinluo, the Bull Demon King displayed no signs of anxiety or discomfort. However, upon hearing that the newcomer was Mingi, he suddenly felt somewhat flustered. I shall fetch chairs for the 2 esteemed guests. Observing the Bull Demon King's sudden embarrassment, Yinluo realized that the plot involving the Rakshasi maiden had commenced. No need to fuss. We shall simply rest in your cave. Upon hearing Yinluo's words, the Bull Demon King hurriedly replied, Please, the cave is humble. I hope you will be forgiving. The Bull Demon King walked ahead, rubbing his hands together as he led the 2 into the cave. As they entered, Yinluo heard a melodious and sweet voice, akin to a gentle stream, emanating from within the cave. My lord, do we have guests? Upon hearing this voice, a chill swept across Mingi's stern visage. A graceful woman emerged from behind the curtain, and upon seeing the visitors, her previously radiant face transformed into one of astonishment, before she promptly knelt before them. Father, you have come? What brings me here? You ask? Humph, Mingi coldly replied. Rise, there is no need to kneel. The Rakshasi maiden, at a loss for words, stood up with the Bull Demon King's assistance but kept her head lowered, unable to meet Mingi's gaze as she stepped back into the cave. Both the Bull Demon King and the Rakshasi maiden dared not utter a word, trailing quietly behind Mingi as he paced within the banana leaf cave. After a brief inspection, he seated himself at a table. Frowning as he coldly remarked, Why abandon your Blood Sea Palace to frolic about here? Look at this place. What manner of dwelling is this? Mingi gestured towards the furnishings of the cave. You reside here day in and day out? Are you truly comfortable? Look, you do not even have a maid to attend to you. Bullhead, come here. I have a question for you. At these words, the Bull Demon King broke into a cold sweat. Although he was unsure why he was being addressed as Bullhead, perhaps it related to Yinluo's earlier comment. Yet he had no bull's head. He was, after all, a great Luo Jingxian, fully capable of assuming a complete human form. Father, what is your command? Who is your father? No, not father. Foolish bull. I ask you, do you have delicacies for your meals here? None. I ask again. Do you have the feathered garments my daughter often wears? None either. Then do you possess a jade palanquin for travel? I have a water-evading golden crystal beast for transport. What is that? Does it even deserve to carry my daughter? Mingi scoffed disdainfully. Then, Mingi continued, I will ask you again. Before he could finish, the Rakshasi maiden interjected. Father, I am with child, boom. Mingi felt as though his mind went blank upon hearing this. Repeat that. The Rakshasi maiden, looking at Mingi's frosty countenance, gritted her teeth and said, I am with child, boom. The surge of Mingi's quasi-saintly power erupted, and the Bull Demon King was sent sprawling backward by an overwhelming force. You wretched spawn, foolish bull, I shall not spare you, father. The Rakshasi maiden shielded the Bull Demon King, exclaiming, We are truly in love. You? What do you see in him? Just because of this impoverished cave in the backcountry? Thud. The Rakshasi maiden knelt before Mingi, pleading, I implore you, father, grant your approval. Mingi regarded the pair in silence for a long moment. After calming the fury within him, he turned to Yinluo and said, Yinluo, is this what you call a calamity? Yinluo had not anticipated that the Rakshasi maiden would conceive so soon. Calculating the time, it would be approximately 100 years until the birth of Hong Haier. Indeed, cross-species unions are fraught with difficulty. Yinluo furrowed his brow in thought. It seems we have arrived a step too late. He turned to the Bull Demon King and asked, Might I inquire? Bull King, where did you obtain your teachings? Chapter 28. Quinyu, the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King was taken aback, not expecting Yinluo to pose such a question. Have no master? Yinluo scoffed coldly. No master? Is it truly so, or do you simply not dare to say? Before the Bull Demon King could respond, Yinluo continued, Surely, your true form is that of Quinyu? Quinyu? Upon hearing this, a cold glint flickered in Mingi's eyes as a wave of murderous intent surged forth. Locking onto the Bull Demon King, Mingi could discern the Bull Demon King's true form, but previously, he had been entirely focused on his daughter, the Rakshasi maiden, and thus overlooked the Bull Demon King's identity. The Bull Demon King was now sweating profusely. Yes, indeed, I am Quinyu. Humph. Tongtian truly possesses remarkable abilities to scheme for my Blood Sea's fortune in such a manner. A clever ploy indeed. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King hastily explained, Senior, my relationship with my lady has nothing to do with the Lord. The Lord has not plotted against the Blood Sea. Is that so? Then why is it you who stands here? The Bull Demon King was momentarily at a loss, left wondering how to explain himself. Mingi's inquiry was akin to asking how Zhang San could prove he was indeed Zhang San, an absurdity. The Bull Demon King understood that no matter how he explained, he could not escape his past under a master's tutelage. Thus, he solemnly stated, Senior, I realize that regardless of how I explain, I cannot shed the fact of having once studied under a master. However, my love for the lady is genuine. If you regard my identity with disdain, I am willing to forfeit my cultivation and enter the cycle of reincarnation, becoming one of the Azura tribe. The Rakshasi maiden, upon hearing this, reddened her eyes and choked out, My lord, I beseech you, Senior, to grant our wish. The Bull Demon King prostrated before Mingi, earnestly pleading. Mingi had not expected the Bull Demon King to possess such resolve. Indeed, if the Bull Demon King were to forfeit his cultivation and turn to the Azura, he could sever his ties with Tongtian. No matter how Tongtian schemed, he could no longer leverage this matter to seize the Blood Sea's fortune. Yinluo, upon hearing this, was also taken aback. Could it be that the bond between the Rakshasi maiden and the Bull Demon King was truly so profound? If that were the case, Why did the Bull Demon King abandon the Rakshasi maiden in his previous life to join the Jile mountain? As someone who had remained single for an entire lifetime, Yinluo found it difficult to comprehend the emotional fluctuations of a married man. Seeing this, Mingi felt somewhat swayed. After all, his daughter was already with child. The die had been cast. He turned to Yinluo and asked, "Yinluo, do you have any suggestions?" Yinluo frowned and replied, "To be frank, according to the Buddhist plan, they will lure the Bull Demon King to abandon his wife and child after the princess gives birth. The Buddhist will seize the opportunity during the discord between the couple to forcibly convert the princess's offspring to Buddhism. The Bull Demon King and the princess will harbor resentment towards those traveling westward, thus obstructing their journey. This obstruction will provide the Buddhists with an excuse to act. They will also convert the princess, and once she embraces Buddhism, at that time, with the Ksitigarbha's manipulation, a portion of the Asura tribe will inevitably flock to Buddhism. Thus, the Blood Sea's fortune will surely suffer greatly. Shameless." Mingi slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into dust. "My daughter would never turn to Buddhism," the Rakshasi maiden exclaimed angrily. Yinluo shook his head. "There is no need for the princess to turn to Buddhism. As long as the Buddhists convert your offspring and then confine you at Ling Mountain, offering the Asura tribe members conditions to cleanse their karma, countless Asuras will come flocking." This left the Rakshasi maiden dumbfounded. As for this old bull, Yinluo glanced at the Bull Demon King and said, "He may be oblivious to these matters. However, with the support of a sage, he should face no issues. Ultimately, whether he is converted by Buddhism or returns to the Jia sect, he will not suffer any losses. However, I still have a concern that I wish the Bull King could clarify. You are a great immortal. Why would you choose to forge a bond with the Monkey King of Flower and Fruit Mountain, who was merely a tiny golden immortal back in the day?" Upon hearing Yinluo's words, the Bull Demon King was taken aback, realizing that what he had perceived as a promising union was nothing but a cunning scheme. They had even plotted against his unborn child. The Bull Demon King sat despondently on the ground. Back then, the Lord and the various saints were commanded by the Tao ancestor not to leave the Purple Cloud Palace. One day, the Lord instructed me to descend to the mortal realm. I was to first go to the vicinity of Huaguashan in the Aolai Kingdom, integrate with the local demon tribe, and become a ruler among demons, patiently awaiting the Lord's command. After the stone monkey was born, the Lord encouraged me to befriend him. Subsequently, I heard that the monkey was imprisoned by Yin Jun. The Lord then mentioned a fortuitous opportunity awaiting me in the western Bull Huzhou, prompting my arrival. Little did I expect to meet my wife here. Yet, I was unaware that the opportunity the Lord spoke of was indeed my wife. Yinluo, upon hearing this, began to grasp certain truths. He spoke. Although Tongtian is a sage, the secrets of the heavens remain concealed within the calamity. Being far removed in the Purple Cloud Palace, the sage could not foresee the matters concerning you and the Rakshasi woman. The so-called opportunity from the sage might indeed refer to your eventual enlightenment through the Buddha's teachings, breaking through your realm by harnessing the Buddha's fortune. It seems that the affair between you and the Rakshasi woman is a scheme of the Buddha. Having no connection to Tongtian, it stands to reason that the Buddha has targeted you. Knowing you are a disciple of a sage, and that the Blood Sea Asura clan would not dare to act against you, hence orchestrating such a plan. The Bull Demon King sighed in relief upon hearing this. He truly did not wish for his lord to scheme against him. Indeed, it was all the machinations of those bald donkeys, unrelated to his lord. The Bull Demon King exclaimed with fury. These bald donkeys have not only plotted against our couple, but have even included my unborn child in their schemes. I stand irreconcilable with the Buddha. Upon hearing this, Minghe realized that the entire affair was unrelated to this foolish bull. He furrowed his brow and inquired of Yinluo, "Yinjun, having discerned the Buddha's conspiracy, what strategies do you propose?" Yinluo began to pace within the cave, and after a brief moment, he halted and stated, "I have two strategies that can assist in your liberation. The first strategy is to allow the Bull Demon King to undergo reincarnation, severing ties with Tongtian. The Rakshasi woman would then return to the Blood Sea, and until the calamity concludes, she must not leave the netherworld. This would ensure a temporary peace. Although this method avoids conflict, it is difficult to guarantee that the Buddha will not act against the Blood Sea's fortune from other angles. The second strategy is to turn the tables, cutting off the source. Since the Buddha seeks to use the Rakshasi woman to plot against the Asura tribe and seize the Blood Sea's fortune, you should counter their plot. Right here in Suiyun Mountain, Broadly demonstrate your powers, gather the hearts of the people in Western Bulhajo, and through cutting off the source, seize the Buddha's fortune. Isn't fortune merely the faith of all beings in the three realms? When you raise the banner of the Blood Sea, making Tsuyan Mountain a sacred place for the surrounding human populace, that will be the day the Buddha's fortune returns to the Blood Sea. As for your child, for his safety, I still advise that once he is born, he should be sent to the netherworld Blood Sea for cultivation. After listening, Minghe pondered for a moment and said, the first strategy appears passive. And while the second strategy is indeed a good one, it presents two issues. Oh, pray, speak candidly. Chapter 29. I have three strategies. First, the Buddha will not idly watch as I spread the doctrine of the Blood Sea in Tsuyan Mountain. Even if they may temporarily overlook it for the sake of the Western expedition, once those journeying west arrive, a conflict is inevitable. Second, the Blood Sea Azura tribe is burdened with boundless karmic retribution. Even without my son, the Buddha would still lure and convert my kin under the guise of helping to eliminate their karma. Yin Luo chuckled. Wasn't it precisely for the karmic burden of the Azura tribe that you insisted on seizing the Yellow Spring Springhead? Now that the Yellow Springs lie within the netherworld, the Azura tribe can cultivate there to eliminate their karma. Minghe was astonished. Yin Jun, are you truly willing to share the Yellow Springs? The Yellow Springs belong to the netherworld, and the Azura are also of the netherworld. Why should the waters of the Yellow Springs be denied to the Azura? Minghe looked at Yin Luo, still harboring some doubts. After all, the springhead of the Yellow Springs had already been refined by Yin Luo, meaning the entire Yellow Springs was under his control. Should he wish to manipulate anything? The Azura would undoubtedly face utter ruin. Yin Luo, perceiving Minghe's apprehension, smiled and said, very well, I hereby appoint the Rakshasi woman as the water deity of the Yellow Springs, to govern it on my behalf. With this, you may rest assured. Minghe expressed his surprise once more. Yin Jun, what is it that you seek? What I seek? Yin Luo pondered for a moment, then solemnly stated, I hope that one day, when I shatter the Spirit Mountain, the Azura tribe will remember the efforts I have made today. Even if they do not assist the underworld, they must not stand with the heavenly court of the Spirit Mountain. Yin Jun, is that truly your only wish? This is my sole request. Excellent. Then I, the ancestor, shall swear an oath by the heavenly way. Should Yin Jun wish to attack the Spirit Mountain, I, Minghe, shall lead my finest to assist you. Yin Luo looked at Minghe in astonishment. Minghe then smiled and said, what? Do you not believe the words of the ancestor? No, of course not. They dare to plot against my unborn grandson, and we Azura are not to be trifled with. We shall undoubtedly resolve this karmic entanglement. Thank you. Thank for what? However, having resolved the second issue, how shall we tackle the first? The first issue is actually easier to resolve. Once the travelers from the west arrive, the Bull Demon King and his wife can host a grand feast under the pretense of celebrating their child's birth, inviting the mighty beings of the three realms at that time. In front of all, they can send the travelers from the west out of Tsuyan Mountain's territory, thus leaving the Buddha without an excuse for war. Should they wish to forcibly convert the princess, not only would the Blood Sea and I disagree, but even the Buddha's ally, the heavenly court, would likely not permit such an act. After all, the alliance between them is not particularly reliable. Upon hearing this, Minghe clapped his hands, exclaiming, excellent! Yin Jun, you are truly a genius. Thus, we shall proceed according to your plan. Foolish bull, come here. The previously jovial Minghe now wore a stern expression. Ancestor! The Bull Demon King respectfully addressed him. What do you mean by ancestor? Minghe shot him a glare. The nearby Rakshasi woman displayed a look of delight, poking the Bull Demon King and whispering, call him father. The Bull Demon King, equally thrilled, boomed, father! Foolish bull, I warn you, should you dare to treat my daughter with even a hint of neglect, I shall flay you alive. Father, rest assured, I shall take good care of my wife and will not dare to be remiss. Remember your words. Minghe shot another glare at the Bull Demon King. He then gently spoke to the Rakshasi woman. My daughter, though you have married another, you remain the princess of the Blood Sea. Do visit home often. The Rakshasi woman gazed at Minghe, her voice choked with emotion. Daughter is unfilial, causing father to worry. Father, I shall take my leave now. Take care of yourself, father. The Rakshasi woman looked at Minghe with teary eyes. Minghe smiled faintly and walked straight out of the cave. Yin Luo also bid farewell to the two and exited the cave, catching up with Ming He as they returned to the netherworld together. Ming He did not return to the underworld with Yin Luo. Upon entering the netherworld, he excused himself and headed directly back to the Blood Sea. After all, his daughter was on the Buddha's territory, and he needed to make arrangements, dispatching some personnel to keep watch and prevent the Buddha from resorting to desperate measures. Meanwhile, Yin Luo returned to the underworld. Upon meeting with Zhang Yuan Decian, Yin Luo wasted no time on pleasantries and directly stated, "Decian, if you wish to overcome tribulations, it is not difficult. The Buddha's intentions are simply to use the Child of Calamity to topple the ginseng fruit tree of Wuzhuang Temple, then have the Buddha step in to rescue it. However, you are also aware that the ginseng fruit tree is a primordial spiritual root. Once destroyed, even if the Buddha were to rescue it, it would transform into a postnatal spiritual root. Consequently, the scattered cultivators led by Wuzhuang Temple would inevitably think that Wuzhuang Temple lacks the strength to oppose the Buddha. After further coercion and temptation, the scattered immortals would undoubtedly side with the Buddha and join his Western teachings." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuan Decian did not appear angry. He merely frowned slightly and said, "To be frank with Yin Jun, my Wuzhuang Temple merely provides a platform for those scattered cultivators who are unwilling to align themselves with the major powers. Wuzhuang Temple does not exert much control over these scattered cultivators. Why would the Buddha still seek to target Wuzhuang Temple? Would it not be more straightforward for them to directly recruit those scattered cultivators?" Yin Luo smiled slightly. "Are you testing me? Or do you doubt my words?" Zheng Yuan Decian chuckled awkwardly. Yin Luo paid him no mind and continued, "Surely, Decian, you are aware of your standing among the scattered cultivators. There is a saying in the mortal realm, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and another that goes, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The scattered cultivators of the three realms regard Wuzhuang Temple as their leader, and furthermore, your Wuzhuang Temple is located in western Bolhazhou. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. How can you allow others to rest on your bed? Tell me, could the Buddha not take action against Wuzhuang Temple? The larger the tree, the more it attracts the wind. I established Wuzhuang Temple and only recruited the two disciples, Qingfeng and Mingyue, precisely to avoid being entangled in the intrigues of the three realms. Yet, unexpectedly, I have still attracted the Buddha's attention, Decian. The tree wishes to remain still, yet the wind does not cease. I implore Yin Jun to bestow guidance. I would be immensely grateful. I have 3 strategies." Yin Luo raised 3 fingers "Oh, I am eager to hear the details." Yin Luo bent one of the fingers from his other hand. "The lower strategy is to abandon the foundation of Wuzhuang Temple in western Bolhazhou and relocate to other places in the three realms." Continuing, Yin Luo pressed down his second finger and said, "As for the middle strategy, we shall publicly declare that the ginseng fruit tree has encountered an unforeseen event and seal it off for 500 years to avoid its brilliance." Yin Luo then retracted his final finger and added, "The best strategy is to letly replace Tao with a dead peach. The Buddhist sect seeks to leverage the hand of the child of the Western journey to destroy the ginseng fruit tree. Thus, Wuzhuang Guan will play along with this scheme. When the individual from the Western journey reaches Wuzhuang Guan, we will invite the scattered immortals to hold a personal ginseng fruit gathering, imitating the peach banquet. We will fabricate a false ginseng fruit tree for the Western traveler to destroy. At that time, the scattered cultivators present will only sympathize with the plight of Wuzhuang Guan and detest the Buddhist sect for their bullying behavior. Why not simply let the Western traveler topple the fake ginseng fruit tree? Why the unnecessary step of hosting the ginseng fruit gathering?" Chapter 30. Jean Shanzi reading extracurricular books in class. Yin Luo smiled slightly and replied, "This is different. Only by personally experiencing it will the scattered immortals empathize. Scattered cultivators, yearning for freedom, are inherently reluctant to align with formidable powers. Wuzhuang Guan, as a sanctuary for scattered cultivators, also provides a platform for their exchange and mutual assistance. Moreover, the great immortal has not demanded any benefits from them. Your prestige among the scattered cultivators in the three realms is unmatched, rivaled by but a few. If the scattered cultivators merely hear that the Buddhist sect destroyed the ginseng fruit tree that suppressed Wuzhuang Guan's fortunes, they will only perceive Wuzhuang Guan as weakened, unable to offer protection to the scattered cultivators. If a powerful entity like Wuzhuang Guan is targeted by the Buddhist sect, then they, too, will feel compelled to seek refuge within the Buddhist sect for survival. However, if we allow them to participate directly, they will subconsciously adopt Wuzhuang Guan's perspective, rather than that of an observer. Consequently, they will not perceive Wu Zhuangguan as weak, but rather the Buddhist sect as oppressive. At that point, you can take decisive action and seize the opportunity to challenge the Buddhist sect, securing some benefits for Wu Zhuangguan and the scattered cultivators. In this manner, the scattered cultivators will be positioned in opposition to the Buddhist sect. Thus, great prospects await. Jinyuan Daxian furrowed his brow and remarked, "The best strategy is commendable, yet it would mean a complete severance between Wu Zhuangguan and the Buddhist sect, Great Immortal, even if Wu Zhuangguan does not sever ties with the Buddhist sect. Do you believe the Buddhist sect would let Wu Zhuangguan go unscathed? The Buddhist sect has even plotted against the Sea of Blood. Do you think Wu Zhuangguan is stronger than the Sea of Blood?" After pondering for a moment, Jinyuan Daxian conceded, "What you say makes sense, Yin Jun. After all, I was one of the 3,000 guests of Zhixiao back in the day. Many of the 3,000 guests perished during the great calamities. I have survived until now, and it is time for me to draw my sword and show the three realms that I, Jinyuan, am not to be trifled with. What you say is indeed true. If the Great Immortal requires assistance, Yin Luo will spare no effort. I shall prepare. When the ginseng fruit gathering commences, I hope Yin Jun will grace us with your presence. Rest assured, I shall certainly attend." Yin Luo watched as Jinyuan Daxian departed, a smile gracing his lips. The stage for the play between Wu Zhuangguan and Cuifing Mountain had already been set. As for how the performance would unfold, it would depend on the contributions of all present. Next, the Grand Ulambana Festival of the Buddhist sect awaited. The Buddhist sect would not invite him to participate in their grand event without reason. A splendid spectacle would undoubtedly take place atop Lingshan. Yin Luo turned and returned to the underworld. The reforms in the underworld were progressing smoothly. Routine matters were being handled by the 9 Yin Lords of Sanluo Hall. With several years remaining before the Buddhist sect's Ulambana festival, Yin Luo decided to enter seclusion for cultivation and check the progress of the system. Upon entering the secret chamber, Yin Luo summoned the system. A screen, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes, hovering in a realm between reality and illusion. The panel displayed that Yin Luo had completed 5 main tasks and 2 side tasks. Currently, 2 tasks remained, 1 construction task and 1 reform task. The progress of the construction task had reached 23,100, indicating that there were already 23 city god temples in the mortal realm. It seemed that King Qin Guang had done a commendable job. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Yin Luo's lips as he thought to himself. The progress of the reform task had advanced to 36, although Yin Luo had outlined the general direction for the reforms. The finer details still needed to be determined by the underworld's personnel. This 36 progress was already quite rapid. The final display on the panel read, merit points, 70, task points, 60. However, once the reform and construction tasks were completed, Yin Luo would gain 1,500 task points. After reviewing these details, Yin Luo began to assess his own strength. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint, coupled with the 6 paths of reincarnation plate, the Book of Life and Death, the 3 Lives Stone, and the Judge's Pin, these 4 supreme treasures of the underworld. Though he could not defeat the seasoned Quasi-Saints of the 3 realms, he could certainly protect himself. Nevertheless, Yin Luo harbored no underestimation of the formidable beings of the Honghuang 3 realms. After all, he had only been cultivating for a short time, while many of the established Quasi-Saints had existed since the dawn of creation. For instance, the ancestor of the underworld Blood Sea, Ming He, wielded the 2 supreme killing treasures, Abhij and Yuan Tu, and even saints could not completely obliterate him in the Blood Sea. Furthermore, Jinyuan Daxian of Wu Zhuangguan had once listened to teachings alongside the 6 saints in the Zhixiao Palace. Despite his cautious demeanor, not daring to engage in the intrigues of the 3 realms, if Yin Luo truly underestimated Jinyuan Daxian, it would be sheer folly. Additionally, the Jade Emperor and the Buddha appeared to Yin Luo as the most enigmatic figures in the 3 realms. He firmly believed that if any cultivator were to attain sagehood during this great calamity, the Jade Emperor and the Buddha would undoubtedly be among them. The 4 emperors of the heavenly court and the Mother of the Earth needed no introduction. In the underworld, the Mother of the Earth was a saint. The other 3 were equally formidable, and not to mention, the mysterious Ming Pu of the underworld. This was merely the tip of the iceberg in the 3 realms. Yin Luo could not help but raise his head, muttering to himself, "The waters of the 3 realms run deep. I wonder if I can navigate them." Yet, upon reflection, he remembered that he possessed a system. Although he was uncertain how the system operated, it seemed to bring only benefits without harm. After several years of seclusion, the Buddhist sect's Ulambana festival commenced. Yin Luo greeted the various Yin lords and then leaped directly to the heavenly realm. Arriving at the Buddhist sect's Lingshan, the Lei Yin temple was now adorned with a myriad of wondrous flowers and exotic fruits. Within the temple, countless immortals had gathered, surrounded by thousands of Buddhas. As Yin Luo entered the temple, a novice monk guided him to his seat. Yin Luo caught sight of Jin Shanzi, who was engaged in a hushed conversation with Jinyuan Daxian from a distance, indicating that the two were indeed familiar with each other. After a brief moment of sitting, the Buddha arrived, accompanied by the sound of Dharma and riding on a cloud. Upon the Buddha's arrival, Ananda and Kasyapa announced the official commencement of the Ulambana festival. The Buddha expressed gratitude to the gathered immortals and then began to expound on the teachings. The Ulambana festival is a significant day for the Buddhist sect, aimed at promoting the Buddhist doctrine while also showcasing the strength of the sect to the three realms. As the Buddha eloquently explained the profound teachings of the three vehicles and the five aggregates. He noticed that Jin Shanzi was not listening attentively as before, but instead wore a perplexed expression and was secretly browsing through something. With a wave of his hand, the Buddha's divine power transformed into a long rainbow. Seizing the book from Jin Shanzi's hands, the Buddha examined the title on the cover. The value system of the underworld. The assembled immortals and Buddhas were not weaklings. The Buddha did not deliberately conceal his actions. And upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes toward Yin Luo. In an unexpected turn of events, Yin Luo, caught off guard, spewed the plain wine he had just sipped. He looked at Jin Shanzi, who had frequently visited the underworld lately and had repeatedly expressed a desire to discuss the teachings with Yin Luo, but had been rebuffed each time due to Yin Luo's preoccupations with underworld affairs or familiarizing himself with realms and artifact. He had not had the time to engage with Jin Shanzi. Yin Luo thought that he would gradually instill the concepts of the underworld in Jin Shanzi after his reincarnation, so he had not paid much attention. Little did he expect that this straightforward child, Jin Shanzi, had struck up a friendship with Sun Wukong, who was also studying the concepts of the underworld. Even more astonishingly, Sun Wukong had lent Jin Shanzi the very book The Value System of the Underworld. At this moment, Jin Shanzi's expression was grave. Not only was he not paying attention in class, but he had also been caught reading extracurricular material by the teacher. Chapter 31. World-Honored One. How does one become a Buddha? Jin Shanzi, how dare you disregard my teachings and disrespect my great doctrine during the Ulambana festival? What punishment do you deserve? The Buddha cast a sidelong glance at Yin Luo and spoke solemnly to Jin Shanzi. World-Honored One, it is not that the disciple disrespects the great doctrine, but rather that the disciple harbors confusion. What confusion? Do you require this book to resolve your doubts while I am expounding the teachings? World-Honored One, how does one become a Buddha? The Buddha furrowed his brow, taken aback by Jin Shanzi's inquiry. Nevertheless, he replied, a single thought of delusion gives rise to sentient beings. A single thought of awakening reveals the Buddha. The Supreme Dharma King possesses a great journey known as perfect awakening, which flows forth as pure, true, Bodhi, Nirvana, and Paramitha, teaching the Bodhisattvas. All Tathagatas arise from the ground of perfect, pure, awakened perception, permanently severing ignorance, and thus attain Buddhahood. World-Honored One, what is ignorance? All sentient beings, from the beginningless past, are filled with various delusions. It is as if a person lost in confusion wanders in all directions, mistakenly identifying the four great elements as their own identity and the six sense objects as the reflection of their mind. Akin to a sick eye seeing the empty sky and the second moon. Thus, can the world-honored one become a Buddha? I am inherently a Buddha. Then, can the world-honored one achieve the state of the four great elements being empty? Can the world-honored one achieve the purity of the six roots? The Buddha's brow tightened, sensing an ominous shift. Naturally, in the eyes of Jin Shanzi, a look of anguish materialized. If the world-honored one can achieve the state of emptiness of the four elements and the purity of the six senses, why then does he cling to the title of sage? Having attained Buddhahood, why seek to become a saint? Why, having achieved enlightenment, does the world-honored one not liberate all sentient beings, allowing the malevolent demons of Shinyo Hajo to wreak havoc, resulting in the annihilation of an entire nation? If the world-honored one proclaims the equality of all beings, why does he remain exalted, receiving veneration from others? Why, having become a Buddha, does he still intervene in the cycles of reincarnation, disrupting the natural order of the three realms? World-honored one, The Buddha you represent is vastly different from the Buddha that resides in my heart. The Buddha, suppressing his inner fury, gritted his teeth and inquired, "Oh, what is the Buddha that resides in the heart of Jin Shanzi?" "The Buddha within my heart is one that encompasses all sentient beings of the three realms, one that fosters prosperity and harmony among them. It is one that grants freedom and equality to all beings, rather than, like the world-honored one, remaining aloof and viewing them as mere insects." At this moment, the Buddha could no longer contain his wrath and exclaimed, "Impudent! You have disregarded my teachings and disrespected my great doctrine. Such a transgression cannot go unpunished. I shall cast you down to the depths of the 9 netherworlds, where you shall remain for all eternity." Unable to transcend, at this juncture, Guanyin Bodhisattva stepped forward and said, "World-honored one, temper your anger. After all, Jin Shanzi is still a novice in the ways of the Dharma. His words are likely the result of being misled by certain individuals. I beseech you, world-honored one, to show your boundless compassion and mitigate the punishment." Yin Luo, upon hearing this, could not help but touch his nose, realizing that those certain individuals were referring to him, almost naming him directly. The Buddha had no genuine intention of condemning Jin Shanzi to eternal damnation. After all, Jin Shanzi was the child of a calamity, destined to partake in the grand endeavor of the Buddhist scripture journey. Originally, the Buddha's plan was to have Yin Luo send Jin Shanzi through 10 cycles of reincarnation following the Yulenpin festival, cleansing him of his karmic ties to the Buddhist path. Simultaneously, he intended to preserve a trace of imprint on Jin Shanzi's spiritual platform to ensure the continuity of their master-disciple relationship. This way, Jin Shanzi could embody a human identity and bring forth greater fortune to the Buddhist teachings. The Buddha would also benefit from the karmic connection with Jin Shanzi, gaining a portion of the Buddhist fortune to aid him in progressing further. However, a turn of events had now transpired. The once deeply versed Jin Shanzi had suddenly undergone a transformation, openly questioning the Buddhist teachings. Moreover, it appeared that such doubts had not arisen in just a day or two. The Buddha shot a fierce glare at Yin Luo. Yin Luo, baffled, protested that he had not instilled any such thoughts in Jin Shanzi. The Buddha withdrew his gaze and looked at Jin Shanzi, feeling a pang of sorrow. For he was a disciple who had followed him for countless years. "Jin Shanzi, your disrespect towards my great teachings is unforgivable. Yet, considering you have been misled by treacherous individuals, I shall spare you the torment of the 9 netherworlds. Instead, I shall relegate you to be reborn in the southern Shanzhou as a human. Only after 10 cycles of reincarnation shall you be allowed to return to my teachings. I hope you will take heed." Without waiting for Jin Shanzi to offer a rebuttal, the Buddha unleashed his formidable power, destroying Jin Shanzi's physical form and enveloping his soul with great magic, sending it before Yin Luo. "Lord Yin, I implore you to fulfill your promise and assist my disciple in reincarnation." Yin Luo accepted Jin Shanzi's soul and mused, "Wasn't it just moments ago that you accused me of being treacherous? Yet now you ask me to facilitate his reincarnation. Ah, these bald-headed monks of the Buddhist sect are indeed fickle." Yin Luo thought to himself, but outwardly he said, "Rest assured, world-honored one. I may not possess many virtues, but I am a man of my word." The Buddha, observing Yin Luo's demeanor, inwardly cursed, "I trust you as far as I can throw you." However, with the decree from the sage, Yin Luo likely would not dare to act against it. The Yulenpin festival had already lost its excitement due to this incident. Thus, the celestial beings began to take their leave one by one. After their departure, the Buddha dismissed the other Buddhas, leaving only Guanyin, world-honored one. Now that Jin Shanzi has questioned the teachings of our sect, adhering to the previous plan of preserving a fragment of his true essence may lead to future complications. Indeed, he must be allowed to reincarnate as such. I shall awaken his Buddha nature during these 10 lifetimes, attempting to restore our master-disciple bond. You may proceed with the original plan from this moment forth. Your disciple shall comply with the decree." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and descended to the southern Shanzhou. Meanwhile, Yin Luo had taken Jin Shanzi's soul to the reincarnation office of the underworld. Yin Luo released Jin Shanzi's soul, which retained a translucent form resembling Jin Shanzi himself. "Lord Yin, alas, I never anticipated that the world-honored one would. You are quite bold, openly questioning the Buddha in front of so many." Yin Luo remarked with a smile, "The suppression has been too great for too long. The Buddhist path is no longer the path I once revered. The Buddha has commanded me to send you to reincarnation. I trust you understand that after 10 cycles of reincarnation, you will no longer be you. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Considering our previous rapport, I shall do my utmost. Jin Shanzi replied, I am aware that reincarnation is unavoidable. However, I do not wish to re-enter the Buddhist sect. Even after 10 cycles, I have no desire to return to such a tainted place. Is there any way? Lord Yin? Yin Luo sighed and shook his head. There is no way. The journey westward of the Buddhist sect is decreed by the sage. Previously, the sage had issued a written edict. Your re-entry into the Buddhist sect is already a foregone conclusion. Jin Shanzi's face fell with sorrow. Sage. They, too, view all beings as mere insects. Their mastery of the Dharma does not qualify them as true sages. However, I do have an idea. Jin Shanzi's face lit up with excitement. I beseech you, Lord Yin, to speak plainly. I conceal your memories, and once you reach your 10th life, you will awaken those memories. Thus, how you choose to proceed thereafter will be entirely up to you. Jin Shanzi's initial joy turned to despair. What good does retaining my memories do? How can I resist the journey westward of the Buddhist sect? Yin Luo smiled slightly. Why can you not? Chapter 32. The Turtle Chancellor arrives upon hearing Yin Luo's words. Jin Shanzi fell into contemplation. Observing this, Yin Luo continued, You can shape the Buddhist sect into what you desire. Does your sect not often speak of saving others and oneself? Now, you have the opportunity to liberate the beings of the 3 realms. What great merit that would be. Jin Shanzi was slightly swayed, and Yin Luo pressed on. This opportunity is singular. You are the child of calamity in this event, and the Buddhist sect's journey westward is centered around you. If you can cultivate your own power along the way, you will gain the means to oppose the Buddha. With your own strength, you can act with certainty, without fearing a repeat of today's events. After a moment's reflection, Jin Shanzi asked, If Lord Yin is willing to assist me, what is it that you require of me? Yin Luo's gaze drifted into the distance. In this primordial realm, amidst the 3 realms, no one is a fool. Jin Shanzi understood that even if he and Yin Luo shared a bond, it would not compel Yin Luo to go to such lengths to assist him. I have a common goal with you. To shatter Ling Mountain. On the journey westward, I will do everything in my power to assist you. Once you return to Ling Mountain and achieve the status of a quasi-saint, I will lead the underworld soldiers to assault Thunder Sound. That time, you shall be the Buddha. Jin Shanzi furrowed his brow. Lord Yin, you know me well. Even if you help me ascend to the Buddha's position, I will not compromise my principles to repay your kindness. Rest assured, my assistance in helping you ascend to the Buddha's position is solely because our ideals align. As long as you acknowledge the values of my underworld, even if you oppose me, the beings of the 3 realms will benefit, and my efforts will not be in vain. Does Lord Yin truly think this way? Whether I truly think this way, you need only observe my future actions. Now, it is time for me to send you into reincarnation. I am grateful, Lord Yin. Yin Luo summoned the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, using his power to seal Jin Shanzi's memories, then sent him to the southern Shanzhou for rebirth. Previously, when Yin Luo sent the golden-winged Great Pong of Shirtua Kingdom into reincarnation, he only required the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. However, this time, it was necessary to preserve Jin Shanzi's memories and control the location of his 10 cycles of reincarnation, a more intricate task that required the assistance of the reincarnation powers of the office rather than merely using the 6 paths disc as a remote. Yin Luo looked at Jin Shanzi as he reincarnated, smiling with satisfaction before departing the reincarnation office. Shortly after returning to the hall of Yama, the duty officer arrived to report that the Chancellor of the East Sea, Turtle Bugwai, sought an audience. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo felt a wave of suspicion arise. Then, as his eyes twinkled, a thought crossed his mind. Although he was unaware of why the Turtle Chancellor had come to see him, he could seize this opportunity to attempt to win over the Dragon Clan. After all, the Dragon Clan's position was rather precarious at present. Once a mighty tribe of the primordial era, they now found themselves at the mercy of the 3 realms. The Buddhist sect and the Heavenly Court exploited them without reservation, even placing the Dragon Clan brazenly upon the dining table. The dignity of the Dragon Clan had been utterly obliterated in the 3 realms. Nonetheless, the Dragon Clan was still a former great tribe. A dying camel is larger than a horse. If he could successfully bring the Dragon Clan to his side, the chances of toppling the Heavenly Court and shattering Ling Mountain would increase. With this in mind, Yin Luo instructed the officer to admit the Turtle Chancellor, eager to learn the reason behind the Dragon Clan's visit. Shortly thereafter, Chancellor Turtlebugwhite entered the hall of Yama. "Greetings, Lord Yen." He said, "Ah, it is Chancellor Turtle. I wonder what business the Dragon Clan has in my underworld." To report to Lord Yen, the Dragon King has learned of the newly established city of the wrongly dead in the underworld, where all the deceased are being housed. He has sent me, a humble immortal, to implore you to show mercy and allow the wrongly deceased from the four seas to return to life. In return, our clan shall offer you generous rewards to express our gratitude. Oh, is the Dragon King well informed? However, since he has already met his demise, albeit unjustly, it is a matter preordained by the heavenly order. To act against the heavens will surely invite retribution from the divine. We in the underworld cannot bear such immense karma. The Dragon King is aware of the difficulty of this matter, which is why he has dispatched a minor deity to come here. If the Lord of Hell has any requests, please feel free to instruct this humble servant. I wonder why the Dragon King wishes for the unjustly deceased Sea Clan to be resurrected. Surely the Sea Clan does not lack for these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Alas, the Lord of Hell may not be aware. Although our Sea Clan is under the protection of the Dragon King, we remain weak. The third prince of the West Sea, during his adventures across the three realms, has offended the Demon Clan of the North Julu continent. Now, they are threatening his life. Our clan sought aid from the Heavenly Court, but to our dismay, the Jade Emperor is unwilling to intervene in the conflict between the Dragon Clan and the demons of North Julu, instructing us to resolve it ourselves. In desperation, the Dragon King could only send a minor deity to negotiate for the resurrection of some sea spirits, thus increasing our chances of survival. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Hell remarked, "How fortunate! Is that not the White Dragon?" The Lord of Hell chuckled. Can a handful of shrimp soldiers and crab generals truly alter the balance of the world? The Minister Tortoise awkwardly interjected, "Better than nothing, better than nothing." "Very well," said the Lord. "I shall accompany you to the West Sea to see what trouble the third prince of the Jade Dragon has stirred up. Perhaps I may be of assistance. This might not be appropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. I kindly ask Minister Tortoise to lead the way. If that is the case, then so be it." At this moment, within the West Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon King lamented, "You wretched child. I sent you to traverse the three realms, yet you have brought such great trouble upon our clan. What shall we do now?" "Father, that demon has made a meal of our Dragon Clan and has repeatedly insulted us. Naturally, I could not tolerate it. I am aware that the Demon Clan of North Julu is powerful, and I merely imposed a slight punishment without taking his life. Wretched child, do not attempt to argue. Our Dragon Clan is weak. Who can we provoke in this three realms? You should have kept a low profile. Yet you dared to act, alas!" The West Sea Dragon King said helplessly. At this moment, Prince Amoong beside him spoke. "Father need not worry. Although my younger brother is reckless, he acted for the sake of our Dragon Clan. It cannot be considered a grave error. Instead, we should petition the Jade Emperor once more to see if he is willing to mediate." The East Sea Dragon King rose and said, "Dear nephew, you must understand that although our Dragon Clan was sent by the Heavenly Court to manage the four seas, the Jade Emperor has always been wary of us. This time, with the Demon Clan of North Julu invading, the Jade Emperor would delight in seeing us and the demons suffer mutual destruction. How could he possibly intervene on our behalf?" The North Sea Dragon King chimed in. "What the elder brother says is true. The Heavenly Court would be more than happy to see our Dragon Clan wiped out, so they might send their own trusted officials to govern the four seas." The South Sea Dragon King stroked his dragon whiskers and said, "I do have a plan." The West Sea Dragon King hurriedly asked, "Second brother, what clever scheme do you propose?" "We could report to the Jade Emperor that Aelier has set fire to the palace's luminous pearl, accusing him of a rebellious crime. Aelier has violated heavenly rules. Whether it be punishment or demotion, it shall be determined by the Jade Emperor. The Demon Clan of North Julu would surely not dare to offend the Jade Emperor." The West Sea Dragon King frowned. "To report my son for rebellion? In doing so, wouldn't my son's life be placed in the hands of the Jade Emperor?" The East Sea Dragon King interjected. "What the second brother says is not without merit. We may not win if we engage in battle with North Julu, and even if we do, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. However, if we use this as an excuse to hand my nephew over to the Jade Emperor, it amounts to using the Jade Emperor's hand to protect my nephew." Chapter 33. Let us make a deal with the four seas, just as the West Sea Dragon King was hesitating. A report came from a yaksha stating that Minister Tortoise had brought the Lord of Hell to the West Sea Dragon Palace. The Lord of Hell from the underworld. What brings him here? Is he perhaps unwilling to allow the Sea Clan unjustly slain in the four seas to be resurrected? Hurry, let us invite him in. The West Sea Dragon King quickly instructed others to welcome the Lord of Hell. I pay my respects to the four Sea Dragon Kings. The deep voice of the Lord of Hell resonated within the hall. It is indeed an honor to receive the Lord. Forgive my lack of proper welcome. The West Sea Dragon King stepped forward and clasped his hands. It is I who intrudes without an invitation. I apologize for the disturbance. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? I have come to alleviate the worries of the four seas. Just as the four Sea Dragon Kings were filled with suspicion, the Lord of Hell spoke directly. I have heard that the demon clan of North Julu intends to invade the four seas. I wonder what countermeasures you have in place. The Lord of Hell speaks frankly. We have already agreed to seek aid from the heavenly court. Surely the great celestial sovereign will not neglect the four seas. The West Sea Dragon King was truly reluctant to become entangled with the underworld. Seeking the resurrection of the unjustly slain Sea Clan from the underworld is fundamentally different from accepting assistance from the underworld. Once we accept the underworld's favor, we stand in opposition to the Jade Emperor. After all, the Lord of Hell's oath declared to the heavenly order is still fresh in the memories of the denizens of the three realms. Indeed? Let me guess. Your method of seeking aid from the heavenly court is not to falsely accuse the third prince of the Jade Dragon of rebellion. The others were taken aback. This was the very plan they had just discussed. How could the Lord of Hell know so swiftly? You need not be suspicious. I imagine the Jade Emperor would be quite pleased to see the four seas and the demon clan in conflict. To avoid a confrontation, the four seas must devise a way to drag the heavenly court into the fray. Oh, make the Jade Dragon third prince violate heavenly laws is to seek the heavenly court's hand in protecting him. But is it truly so? The West Sea Dragon King, feeling a bit awkward, remarked, "The Lord of Hell is indeed wise." The Lord of Hell found a seat and casually sat down. Have you all heard of the matter concerning the General of the Curtain? We have heard some whispers. The four Sea Dragon Kings were unaware of why the Lord of Hell posed such a question. Did the Sea Clan have a background related to the General of the Curtain? What background does the General of the Curtain have? He is a great general under the Emperor of Guoqian. In other words, he is a disciple of the saints of the intercepting teaching. And what of the four seas? We are a fallen dragon clan, unable to even find a quasi-saint. Naturally, the four seas lack the background of the General of the Curtain. In that case, the Jade Emperor could demote the General of the Curtain for the slight of breaking a glazed lamp, subjecting him to 7 days of suffering from 100 swords piercing his heart. If the Jade Dragon Third Prince were to commit the crime of rebellion, would there still be a chance for survival? The South Sea Dragon King furrowed his brow and said, "The Lord of Hell may be exaggerating. Our Four Sea Dragon clan is, after all, under the Jade Emperor's command. How could we be compared to the General of the Curtain?" "Oh, is that so? Then why, when the Four Seas sought aid from the Jade Emperor, did he remain silent? And why did you concoct such a clumsy scheme to falsely accuse Aelier of rebellion?" The Lord of Hell slowly stood up and, looking at the Four Sea Dragon Kings, spoke in a deep voice, "Dragon Kings, I understand your concerns. You fear getting too close to me and hesitate to accept my assistance, worried about incurring the Jade Emperor's wrath. Yet, even if you flatter the Jade Emperor in this manner, do you truly believe he will spare you, the Dragon Clan?" The Four Sea Dragon Kings exchanged glances. The Lord of Hell knew it was time to deliver a powerful blow. "Recently, have you had any dealings with the Dragon King of the Jing River?" The Four Sea Dragon Kings were puzzled as to why the Lord of Hell suddenly brought up the Jing River Dragon King. The Jing River Dragon King is the brother-in-law of a minor deity. Why does the Lord of Hell inquire about him? The West Sea Dragon King asked, confused. The Jing River Dragon King governs the Jing River water system in the South Shambu state, dispatched by the Heavenly Court. This is quite a lucrative position. But do you know that the purpose of the Buddhist sect's journey westward is to seek the faith of the South Shambu state? We have heard some rumors regarding the Buddhist sect, the Four Sea Dragon Kings replied. However, what you do not know is that the Dragon Clan manages many water systems in the South Shanbu state and holds a high reputation among the people there. Do you think the Buddhist sect will let go of such a lucrative piece of meat? I suspect you have already harbored doubts. Otherwise, you would not have assisted the Jing River Dragon King in sending his children to various places, whether guarding the rivers of the mortal realm or serving in the heavenly court and Buddhist sect. The Lord of Hell smiled as he observed the 4 Dragon Kings, took a sip from his cup, and continued, however, the more so, the heavenly court grows wary. Coupled with the Buddhist sect's westward journey being a collusion with the heavenly court, both sides seek to gain from each other, while the Dragon Clan becomes a pawn of the heavenly court. The Jing River Dragon King is destined for calamity. At that time, he will be separated from his head and body, his soul cast into the cycle of reincarnation. Your Dragon Clan will also find it hard to escape misfortune. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings were taken aback, and the West Sea Dragon King was particularly alarmed. After all, the Jing River Dragon King is his brother-in-law. Lord of Hell, you must be exaggerating. Even if what you say is true and the Jing River Dragon King faces disaster. Our Dragon Clan has many descendants. We hold positions in various rivers across the 4 great continents. The fate of the Jing River Dragon King alone cannot possibly affect our clan. The South Sea Dragon King frowned and said. The Lord of Hell looked at the other 3 Dragon Kings and said, "Do you all share this belief?" The Dragon Kings furrowed their brows and remained silent. The Lord of Hell spoke sternly. It seems you still do not recognize the gravity of the situation. The Jing River Dragon King is among the strongest in the Dragon Clan of the 3 realms. Not only is he powerful, but the Jing River Water Clan also only acknowledges the Dragon King and does not recognize the Heavenly Court. Most importantly, his sons are scattered throughout the Buddhist sect, the Heavenly Court, and the mortal realm, with a complex network of influence. Consider this. If the Jade Emperor were to slay such a powerful force, how would the rest of the Dragon Clan perceive it? As the leaders of the Dragon Clan in the 3 realms, would you dare to hold the Jade Emperor accountable, to defy his orders to save the Jing River Dragon King? As the Lord of Hell observed the grim expressions on the faces of the 4 Dragon Kings, he understood that, faced with the Jade Emperor's might, they dared not show even the slightest hint of defiance. Thus, Yin Luo continued, with the death of the Dragon King of the Jing River, the cohesion of your Dragon Clan will also vanish without a trace. Do not presume that by occasionally offering the bodies of some wretched dragons, the Heavenly Court will regard you with newfound respect. Such actions will only lead the 3 realms to look down upon you even further and will sow discord within the Dragon Clan. At this moment, the 3rd Prince of the Jade Dragon, Aolai, upon hearing Yin Luo's words, quietly spoke to the Dragon King of the West Sea. Father, Yin Jun's words bear a semblance of truth. Silence. What do you know? Aolai was chastised by the Dragon King of the West Sea, leaving him too intimidated to speak further. Observing the demeanor of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, Yin Luo could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. These 4 Sea Dragon Kings have grown old. Perhaps under the prolonged oppression of the Jade Emperor, they have now lost their ambition. It appears that the Dragon Clan is not a commendable ally. At least, under the leadership of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. They are not a worthy partner. Yin Jun's words indeed hold merit. However, after all, whether it be the Dragon King of the Jing River or our entire Dragon Clan, we are all subjects of the Jade Emperor. When the ruler demands the death of his subjects, they must comply. Indeed, the Dragon Clan is in a precarious position, like fish at the mercy of a blade, struggling for survival, and thus we cannot afford to harbor grand aspirations. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings each expressed their stance. The several Dragon Kings, having lived for countless years, had long since discerned Yin Luo's true intentions. Yet, they dared not act, whether it be the Jade Emperor, the Buddhist faction, or even the seemingly weaker Yin Luo. None are adversaries the Dragon Clan can provoke. Compared to these powers, the Dragon Clan is undeniably feeble. The once mighty Dragon Clan, now surviving in the crevices of existence, has long lost the audacity that once ruled the primal chaos. Listening to the words of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, Yin Luo shook his head and said, "If that is the case, then let us strike a bargain with the 4 Seas." Chapter 34. The 9 Offspring of the Ancestor Dragon and Garuda, a bargain. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings wore expressions of astonishment. Indeed, a bargain. Surely you do not fear to negotiate? Yin Luo smirked. Very well, it can be done. If Yin Jun seeks something, our 4 Seas, nay, our entire Dragon Clan, shall do our utmost. Excellent. My realm can bear the karmic burdens of the Demon Clan from the northern Julu continent for the Dragon Clan. In return, I hope the 4 Dragon Kings will send 10 dragons to serve in the underworld. Yin Luo smiled gently as he laid out his terms. Since the ancient Dragon Kings lacked the courage to rebel alongside him, he decided to replace them. Upon hearing Yin Luo's request, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings could not conceal their delight. This way, in the struggle between the underworld and the Jade Emperor, regardless of who prevails, their dragon clan will remain invulnerable, just as they had done during the investiture of the gods, sending dragon descendants to the Chan School, the Jie School, the Heavenly Court, and the Buddhist faction. It was precisely due to such duplicitous actions that the dragon clan found themselves at the lowest echelons of any faction. Yet this also allowed the dragon clan to endure, unlike the Phoenix and Qilin clans, which have become increasingly rare. This method has its merits and demerits. The Dragon King of the East Sea chuckled and said, "Might I inquire if Yin Jun has candidates in mind? Or shall this humble servant assist in selecting 10 dragons of exceptional talent? I already have candidates in mind. Qianniu, Yizi, Chaofeng, Pu Lao, Swan and I, Bai Shi, Baiyan, Fu Shi, Qi Wan, and the third prince of the Jade Dragon, Ao Lai." Upon hearing this, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings' faces turned pale. The Dragon King of the North Sea, witnessing the silence from the other 3 Dragon Kings, stepped forward and said, "Yin Jun, I believe my brothers have no objection to Ao Lai serving in the underworld. However, as for Qianniu, Yizi, and the other 9, I fear. Oh, is there something unspeakable? Although these individuals possess a degree of dragon blood, being descendants of the ancient ancestor dragon, their lineage is so diluted that they cannot even take on dragon form, which is why they have never been accepted by the Dragon Clan. Since the Dragon Clan does not acknowledge them, what harm is there in my taking them?" Yin Luo replied with a smile. "While Yin Jun may take them, we are unable to command them. We can only attempt to summon them." "Very well, you shall summon them, and leave the rest to me." After this, the Dragon King of the East Sea instructed the Dragon King of the West Sea to sound the dragon summoning drum and the gathering dragon bell. Within the span of a TS brewing time, Yin Luo saw the 9 offspring of the ancestor dragon arriving in unison. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings looked upon them with disdain, while the 9 offspring of the ancestor dragon bore expressions of reluctance. The Dragon King of the East Sea addressed the 9 offspring, saying, "This is Yin Jun, the ruler of the underworld. He hopes you will serve in the underworld. As part of the Dragon Clan's collateral lineage, I hope you will cherish this opportunity and bring glory to our Dragon Clan." Upon hearing this, Qianniu's eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed, "Ao Guang." Although Qianniu is limited by his bloodline to the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal, he fears not the Deluo Golden Immortal Ao Guang. "Ao Guang, you have brought shame upon our Dragon Clan. You have fawned upon the Heavenly Court and ingratiated yourself with the Buddhist faction, allowing them to feast upon our dragon's flesh and drink our blood, treating us like slaves. Now, you dare to suggest that my brothers and I join you in your treachery. Dream on. If you have the guts, send us to the dragon-slaying platform. You'd are impossible." The Dragon King of the East Sea, though stronger, felt a twinge of guilt in the face of Qianniu's accusations and dared not speak further. Observing this, Yin Luo leaned closer to Qianniu and whispered something in his ear. Qianniu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yin Jun, is that truly the case?" "Naturally. Very well, in that case, we shall head to the underworld to await your arrival." "You may proceed." Qianniu beckoned his 8 brothers and turned to leave the Dragon Palace, casting a fierce glare at the Dragon King of the East Sea as they departed. After the 9 offspring of the ancestor dragon left, the Dragon King of the East Sea bowed to Yin Luo and said, "Yin Jun, truly a masterstroke." Beside him, Ao Lai wore an expression of astonishment. "It is nothing, nothing at all. Now it is time for me to fulfill my promise. I wonder when the Demon Clan will arrive." Before the 4 Sea Dragon Kings had a chance to respond, an impetuous Yaksha burst in, breathless, exclaiming, "Not good, not good. The demon army is challenging us upon the sea." Yin Luo smirked. "Ao Lai, do you have the courage to join me in confronting this horde of demons?" Although Ao Lai felt a twinge of trepidation in front of his father, he was not one to shy away from a fight. "What is there to fear?" "Excellent. You are indeed the dragon I value. Dragon Kings, you need not reveal yourselves. I shall handle everything with the 3rd prince of the Jade Dragon." Before the 4 Sea Dragon Kings could respond, Yin Luo charged out of the Dragon Palace with Ao Lai, arriving at the surface of the Western Sea. Standing in the air, Yin Luo and Ao Lai gazed at the dark mass of demons before them, causing Ao Lai to break into a cold sweat. In contrast, Yin Luo remained completely unfazed. Leading the opposing force was a fearsome demon, with a beak-like mouth, a furious countenance, protruding fangs, adorned with a pointed crown that gleamed. Draped in shimmering celestial garments, his entire form a brilliant gold, with wings like crimson sunbeams, Aolai, standing behind Yin Luo, pointed at the formidable demon and whispered, Yin Jun, that is the vile demon who has been preying upon our dragon clan. Known as Garuda. Garuda? Yin Luo smiled slightly. It seems to be yet another demon corrupted by the Buddhist faction. What is Garuda's background? How can he be so arrogant with merely the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal? Yin Luo quickly discerned that Garuda, like Aolai, was also a Tai golden immortal. His father is Kuanpeng, the imperial master of the demon court. Who would have thought this little demon has such a significant lineage? Yin Luo's mind stirred, as thoughts surged forth. Aolai, have you no one among the 4 seas? Call upon those 4 ancient dragons. Today, I, Garuda, shall lead the demon clan to wipe out your 4-sea dragon clan. What a feast it will be! Garuda laughed heartily after his proclamation. Witnessing Garuda's arrogance, Aolai's face flushed with anger. However, with Yin Luo remaining silent, he dared not make any rash moves. At that moment, Yin Luo gathered his power and struck down with an open palm. Smack! The sound echoed as it landed squarely on Garuda's face. Enough of this noise, Garuda, enraged, felt the immense power contained within that slap and growled. All demons, heed my command. Charge. Annihilate them for daring to strike me with that. The demon army surged forward, rushing towards Yin Luo and Aolai. In an instant, the once tranquil surface of the Western Sea erupted into colossal waves. The previously clear sky now darkened with ominous clouds. Yin Luo glanced back at Aolai, noticing he displayed no signs of fear. Instead, he stood resolutely, prepared to fight to the death, prompting Yin Luo to nod in approval. He then summoned the 6 paths of reincarnation. Plate. 6 void black holes emerged behind Yin Luo, from which 6 beams of light shot forth, forming a colossal net of light that enveloped the entire demon horde. Tens of thousands of demons found their advance halted by Yin Luo's single luminous net. This spectacle left Garuda, who was watching from the rear, with his mouth agape. This net had even withstood the overwhelming Buddhist flames of the Buddha. With merely these tens of thousands of demons, they wouldn't even think of breaking through for several centuries. Having ensnared the horde of demons, Yin Luo turned his gaze towards Garuda. Upon meeting Yin Luo's eyes, Garuda felt an icy chill creep up his spine and hurriedly took 2 steps back. With a sweeping gesture, Yin Luo summoned forth the 6 black holes representing the realm of beasts, which shot forth a brilliant rainbow, binding Garuda tightly. How could a Tai golden immortal escape the assault of a quasi-saint? At that moment, a glimmer of golden light surged forth from the distance. Upon recognizing the figure approaching, Yin Luo could not help but smile faintly. Before the newcomer could even stabilize their footing, another figure hurtled down from the 9th heaven. An old acquaintance, Yin Luo murmured to himself. Chapter 35. Fairness, fairness, still fairness. Bodhisattva, save me. Bodhisattva, save me, Garuda exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the newcomer. Yin Luo, witnessing this, instantly comprehended the situation. The Buddhist sect had clearly been scheming all along. The conflict between Aolai and Garuda was merely a maneuver to coerce the 4 seas into relinquishing Aolai. Moreover, Garuda may have already joined the Buddhist faction under the guidance of Kuanpeng. Kuanpeng, too, sought to orchestrate something during the great journey to the west. Upon hearing Garuda's cries for help, the Bodhisattva shot him a stern glance. Then, she exchanged a knowing look with the arriving Taibai Jinxing. Both bowed to Yin Luo and said in unison, Lord Yin, we meet again. It turned out to be Guanyin Bodhisattva and Taibai Jinxing. Indeed, we meet again. Guanyin and Taibai wore expressions of discomfort. This time, they did not act as recklessly as before. Clearly, the modifications made by the coroner Wang had borne some fruit. Lord Yin, this humble monk and the Star of Taibai have come to implore you to withdraw from the conflict between the 4 seas and Garuda. Taibai Jinxing earnestly advised, Oh, that may not be possible. I have already made a deal with the 4 seas, and I have taken on their enmity, Yin Luo replied. Lord Yin, while you may disregard the words of the Buddha and the Grand Celestial Sovereign, the edict of the 6 saints is clear. You must not interfere with the journey of the 5 sons and should assist the Buddhist sect. The words of the saints are not to be ignored. Taibai Jinxing, regaining his amiable demeanor, urged with sincere persuasion. Yin Luo remained silent. Guanyin, however, spoke urgently. Lord Yin, may I ask what you seek? If only you would withdraw from this conflict, the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court would surely reward you handsomely. Guanyin felt compelled to be forthright. If Yin Luo were to acquiesce, the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court, in an effort to quell the turmoil and set the journey on the right path, would undoubtedly offer a generous gift. However, what Yin Luo desired, the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court perhaps could not provide. What do I seek? Yin Luo laughed heartily. The 6 paths of reincarnation beneath his feet radiated with brilliance. He proclaimed loudly, what I seek is nothing more than fairness. Fairness. Still, damn it, fairness. Guanyin and Tai Bai appeared utterly bewildered. They could not fathom why Yin Luo was so fervently demanding fairness in the 3 realms. Observing their expressions, Yin Luo realized he was merely speaking to the wind. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to voice his discontent. Why must the immortals and Buddhas always remain exalted above others? Why must humans, ghosts, and demons be subjugated by the will of the immortals and Buddhas? Is it merely because the immortals and Buddhas have the backing of saints? The saints treat the world as a chessboard, and sentient beings as mere pawns. Yet you? Yin Luo raised his finger to the endless sky and declared loudly, You? Have you ever considered what kind of life these sentient beings truly desire? You have built your sanctity upon the foundation of these beings. But have you ever genuinely placed the multitude in your hearts? In the underworld, countless vengeful spirits scream and lament daily. They decry the injustice of the heavenly laws. They cry out for fairness. How innocent the common folk are. You demand their worship to become immortal and enlightened. Yet you regard them as mere ants, trampled at will. How unfortunate the sentient beings are. They revere you as true immortals and Buddhas, yet you treat them as mere chess pieces, easily discarded. Yin Luo took a deep breath and continued. Today, I do not seek fairness for the Dragon Clan, but for all sentient beings in the 3 realms. I wish to ask, Garuda, did the Buddhist sect promise you anything when they incited the conflict between the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan? Was it the position of Eightfold Assembly in the Buddhist sect? How do you know? Garuda exclaimed, incredulous. This was the result of a conspiracy between his father Kuanpeng and the Bodhisattva. How could it be easily revealed? Yin Luo ignored Garuda and addressed Guanyin. The Buddhist sect is truly calculating. Is the son of Kuanpeng, a demon, only worthy of being a mere gatekeeper for your sect? What is the Eightfold Assembly? Merely a position looked down upon by your sect, a gatekeeper poised to fall into the cycle of reincarnation at any moment. Is this the sincerity you extend to the Demon Clan? Guanyin's complexion darkened upon hearing this, and she replied coldly, Lord Yin, do not presume your elevated status gives you the right to defame my Buddhist sect. Defame your sect? How laughable. Does your Buddhist sect even require my assistance in that regard? As Garuda listened to Yin Luo's words and observed Guanyin's demeanor, he began to believe Yin Luo's claims. Guanyin, you have deceived me regarding Kuanping Palace, Garuda. I, a member of the Buddhist sect, never speak falsely. By joining my sect, you will surely harness the fortune of the Buddhist sect to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Garuda's eyes widened in disbelief. Guanyin's evasive reply only deepened Garuda's conviction in Yin Luo's words. Yet, he still harbored a glimmer of hope for the Buddhist sect. I am the young master of Kuanping Palace, and while it is true that I seek to elevate my status by joining your sect, if you wish for me to serve as a mere dog, you may have mistaken your man. My Buddhist sect advocates equality among all beings and would never belittle any creature. Upon hearing Guanyin's statement, Yin Luo could not help but scoff. Guanyin, do you truly believe your own words? I suppose Garuda is still unaware of who comprises the Eightfold Assembly of the Buddhist sect, am I right? Allow me to name a few, and you can listen. The celestial beings, who lead the Eightfold Assembly. Yet do you know the calamity of 5 declines of heaven? The dragon beings, whom your sect is still attempting to recruit. With Aolai as one of your targets, the ghost Yaksha, who are transformed by Dizang from the underworld, are naturally inclined to consume ghosts and hold a low status in my realm, serving as jailers in the 18 levels of hell. If the Yaksha clan is lured away by you, do you truly believe the Buddhist sect would allow them to stand on equal footing with you? Guanyin? To put it bluntly, your sect is merely seeking a pack of gatekeeping dogs. Garuda, the Buddhist sect not only desires you to serve as a dog, but also covets the fortune of your clan. This is not just a matter of killing but of heart and mind. Guanyin, your Buddhist sect is far darker than you realize. Lord Yin, are you truly intent on opposing my Buddhist sect in the journey to the West? Will you defy even the mandate of the saints? Yin Luo said nothing, merely casting a calm gaze upon Garuda. That moment, Garuda no longer harbored any doubts about Yin Luo's words. With reddened eyes, he glared fiercely at Guanyin and declared, Guanyin, your Buddhist sect has gone too far. Garuda, do not heed the slander. If what Yin Luo states is true, would your father Kunpeng remain unaware? Is Yin Luo the only wise one in the three realms? Ha ha ha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, you are not mistaken. There are indeed others as wise as I in the three realms. Then may I inquire, Guanyin, since I can see through your Buddhist sect schemes, do you think Kunpeng, the former imperial teacher of the demon court, would remain oblivious? If he is aware, why would he willingly fall into the trap of your Buddhist sect? As Yin Luo's words echoed, they sent chills down Guanyin's spine. Indeed, Kunpeng had served as the imperial teacher of the demon court during the War of the Witches and Demons, strategizing for the demon court. With Kunpeng's abilities, he would undoubtedly be aware of the Buddhist sect schemes. So, what was Kunpeng truly seeking? Observing that Guanyin had fallen silent, Taibai Jingxing hastily interjected. Both of you, please do not let this escalate into hostility. How about this? I have a suggestion, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to voice it. Chapter 36. 3 Birds with 1 Stone. The birds have flown away. What suggestion does Taibai have? Speak freely, Lord Yin. I propose that both of you take a step back. The journey to the West is about to commence. And the 5 sons of the journey are indispensable. Since the Monkey King and Tian Peng are currently serving their sentences in the underworld, why not bring the 3rd prince of the Jade Dragon back to the underworld as well? Once the journey begins, Lord Yin can release all 3 to join the expedition. Taibai Jingxing glanced at the expressions of Guanyin and Yin Luo before continuing. As for the demon clan of the northern Julu continent, I implore Lord Yin to spare them for the sake of ancestor Kunpeng and the 2 saints of the Buddhist sect. If so, then let today's dispute come to an end. Guanyin's eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at the emissary from the heavenly court, exclaiming angrily, Taibai, we are allies. What does your suggestion imply for my Buddhist sect? If my sect loses power, the journey to the West will fail to achieve its ultimate goal. Dio, you think the heavenly court will fare any better? Yin Luo understood that Guanyin's anger stemmed from 2 reasons. First, Ao Lai was a child of destiny, an indispensable part of the journey to the West. With the underworld already detaining the Monkey King and Tian Peng, if Ao Lai were also imprisoned, the Buddhist sect would find itself in an even more precarious position. Second, Yin Luo had already exposed the Buddhist sect's plan. Although he was unaware of Kunpeng's intentions, Garuda was originally meant to be delivered to Ling Mountain, and until it was secured, unforeseen complications could arise. Guanyin, however, regretted taking on the task of executing the Buddhist sect's journey to the West plan. Initially, she believed this was a decree from the saints, and with covert cooperation from the heavenly court, it would surely progress smoothly. This was a chance to effortlessly gain fortune. Yet, unexpectedly, with the Monkey King in the underworld, the Buddhist sect's previously smooth plan had been fraught with various twists and turns. According to the original plan, the conflict between the 4 Seas and Garuda would arise, and the heavenly court would remain indifferent while Garuda led the demon clan of the northern Julu continent to besiege the dragon clan of the 4 Seas. After a great battle, the strength of the dragon clan was once again diminished, achieving the desired effect of the heavenly court. Subsequently, Guanyin intervened to subdue Garuda, bringing him into the fold of the shaman. The dragon clan, undoubtedly grateful, found themselves further entangled as Guanyin, under the pretext of preventing a possible retaliation from Kunpeng, led Ao Lai onto the path of the westward journey, ensuring his wholehearted allegiance to the Buddhist faith. What a flawless scheme! 3 birds with 1 stone. Both the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court reaped the benefits. Yet, despite meticulous calculations, no one anticipated that the king of hell, Yama, would emerge to cause chaos once more. Yama's interference thwarted Garuda's entry into the Buddhist fold, obstructed Ao Lai's journey under the control of the Buddhist order, and not a single soldier was lost from the dragon clan. Not one of the 3 birds was captured. Observing Guanyin's exasperation and Taibai's awkward demeanor, Yama chuckled, saying, Gentlemen, since I have taken on the feud with the 4 Seas and Kunpeng Palace, I shall not back down. I will also bring Ao Lai and Garuda back to the underworld. If the Buddhist sect desires Garuda to join the Eightfold Assembly, let the Buddha or Kuanpong come to the underworld to negotiate with me. As for these demon clans, I can grant Kuanping a favor and let them go. Now, as for you two, Yama withdrew the Six Paths reincarnation light net that ensnared the demon clans and brandished the Book of Life and Death. Will you serve your sentence in my underworld? Or shall you return to fetch reinforcements? Upon seeing Yama produce the Book of Life and Death, Guanyin and Taibai felt a chill run down their spines. The fear they had experienced a century prior at the hands of Yama surged back into their hearts. Taibai immediately summoned his cloud and flew towards the Lingxiao treasure palace. A humble servant takes his leave. Yama watched Taibai flee in a panic, chuckling softly, then turned his gaze to Guanyin, whose face paled as she instinctively stepped back. Gritting her teeth, she too turned and soared towards Mount Ling. The two could not help but curse inwardly. Yama is no son of man, always playing by his own rules, watching their retreating figures. Yama smirked. They always come seeking confrontation. How tiresome. Next time, I should strike directly to save breath. He then called out to the demon clans of Beiju Luzhou. Today, in consideration of Kuanpeng's reputation, I shall let you go. Return and inform your master that I have invited Garuda to visit the underworld. The demon clans, upon hearing this, fled hastily from the surface of the West Sea and sped towards Beiju Luzhou. Yama sealed Garuda's powers and handed him over to Ao Lai. Carry him. We return to the underworld. Ao Lai gazed at Yama with admiration, respectfully replying, Yes, Lord Yama. In the rear hall of Lingxiao, the emperor remarked. Yama has taken both Ao Lai and Garuda to the underworld. The Buddhist sect's plot has once again failed. Oh? How did Yama discover the Buddhist scheme? The Jade Emperor said indifferently. A humble servant learned that the Dragon King of the East Sea sent Minister Turtle to the underworld, intending to resurrect the sea clans of the city of wrongful death. However, Yama unexpectedly took on the feud with the Four Seas and the demon clans, directly heading to the West Sea. Taibai respectfully reported that it seems our Lord Yama wishes to win over the Dragon Clan. The Jade Emperor quickly discerned Yama's intentions. A humble servant has heard that Yama demanded the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon and Ao Lai join the underworld in exchange for assisting the Dragon Clan. The Jade Emperor frowned. Yama truly is calculating. He intends to use the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon to restore the Dragon Clan. Unfortunately, the 9 sons are limited by their bloodline and will likely never break through to the Deluo stage. Otherwise, I would have acted long ago. How could it have come to this? Your Majesty, since the Dragon Clan has not suffered any losses, will our actions against the Dragon King of the Jing River provoke a rebellion from the Four Seas? Taibai questioned with concern. In no matter, let Kuanping handle the suppression of the Dragon Clan. The Emperor replied, Kuanpong? Could it be? Taibai began to realize, your greatness is indeed wise. Compared to the Four Seas, the South Shanbu state is the priority. The matter of the Jing River Dragon King must not be taken lightly, understood. A humble servant understands. At Mount Ling, in the Lane Temple, Guanyin cautiously reported, World-honored one, Yama has taken Ao Lai and Garuda to the underworld. Our plan has once again fallen through. The Buddha, with downcast brows and hands clasped, revealed no signs of joy or anger. It matters not. Whether Garuda or Ao Lai, neither is of significance. With the decree of a saint, Yama will not obstruct the westward journey. Kuanpong has his own schemes. How could our Buddhist sect be unaware? Yama is merely being clever for his own amusement, since he has taken on this feud. Let Kuanping seek him out. Guanyin was taken aback, realizing the Buddha had long been aware. The fool, it turned out, was himself. The world-honored one had known all along. Our Buddha is truly compassionate. In the 3 realms, no one is a fool. Everyone merely pretends ignorance to achieve their own ends. Perhaps, unbeknownst to you, others are also leveraging your utility. It is a matter of mutual benefit. Upon the Buddha's words, Guanyin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What does it mean that no one is a fool in the 3 realms? Could it be that she is the fool among them? Our Buddha is compassionate. These words, though not severely damaging, were highly insulting. The Buddha, not concerned with Guanyin's emotions, continued, the matter of the Dragon Clan is inconsequential. However, the Lion Turtle Ridge and Tongtian River are of utmost importance for the westward journey. Although the Lion Turtle Kingdom has been destroyed by Yama, the Lion Turtle Ridge still remains. You are to reorganize it in the West Nehezu. I command Manjushri, Samantapadra, and the peacock great bright King Bodhisattva to assist you in rebuilding the Lion Turtle Ridge. Thank you, world-honored one. At this moment, Yama had already brought Ao Lai to the Ghost Gate. Before entering the underworld, Yama sensed an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Chapter 37. Bai Qi Yama focused his gaze and observed that Heibai Wuchang were personally restraining a soul with a crying stick and soul-locking chain, leading a corporeal spirit along the road to the Yellow Springs toward the Ghost Gate. The overwhelming killing intent emanated from this very spirit. Yama instructed Ao Lai to take Garuda to the Sanluo Hall to await him while he descended from the clouds to confront the spirit. Upon seeing Yama's arrival, Heibai Wuchang respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Lord Yama. No need for excessive formalities. Who is this? Why does he possess such overwhelming killing intent?" Yama inquired, scrutinizing the ragged attire of the spirit, a flicker of familiarity crossing his mind. Heibai Wuchang replied, reporting to Lord Yama, "This person is Bai Qi from the South Shanbu State." Bai Qi? Yama exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Qi's name was indeed renowned in the mortal realm. However, the timelines did not align. Bai Qi was a general of the human realm, and the overwhelming killing intent stemmed from his command to execute 400,000 people. Yet, due to the slander of petty individuals, Bai Qi met an unjust death. The resentment of Bai Qi, having died unjustly, was immense. Coupled with his almost tangible killing aura, the common messengers of the underworld were unable to capture him, resulting in Bai Qi lingering in the mortal realm for centuries. Heibai Wuchang's words even carried a hint of admiration. Over countless years, Bai Qi was likely the only human who, without training, could withstand the messengers solely through his own murderous aura. "I see." Yama nodded, turning to Bai Qi and asking, "Bai Qi, do you wish to serve in the underworld? Are you the king of hell?" "Indeed," Yama replied, hands clasped behind him, smiling. "Do you know why? For hundreds of years, I would rather hide in the mortal realm, drifting like a lost dog, than enter reincarnation under the messengers. Because you are unwilling," Yama stated solemnly. "I know of your title, the Martial King of Wuhan. Once, your mere name could silence a child's cries. A hero who shook the 6 kingdoms, yet you ultimately faced demotion and a death sentence at you. You are unwilling. You are unwilling to have your achievements forgotten. You are unwilling that your abilities remain unexhausted. You are unwilling that your dreams go unfulfilled." Though Bai Qi was a spirit without tears, the fervor in his eyes clearly betrayed his current excitement. "You are unwilling. Thus, I offer you an opportunity to fulfill your wishes. In the near future, there will be a great battle in the underworld. This battle will not be like those in the mortal realm. I will give you the chance to lead my underworld soldiers and restore your name as Bai Qi. When the time comes, your name shall resound throughout the 3 realms. Will you fight for my underworld?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qi immediately knelt on one knee, pounding his chest with his right hand, and solemnly declared, "I will serve Lord Yama until death." "Excellent. Heibai Wuchang, take Bai Qi to the Sanluo Hall to select a ghost cultivation technique. Then, notify the generals of the War God Hall, the officers, and the city gods to gather at the Sanluo Hall immediately." After Heibai Wuchang received the orders and bowed in acknowledgement, Yama stood alone at the Ghost Gate, gazing upwards at the netherworld. The messengers stationed outside the Ghost Gate looked at Yama in confusion, unsure of what he was staring at. After a brief moment, Yama withdrew his gaze from the heavens and transformed into a streak of light. Arriving at the Sanluo Hall, just as Yama took his seat, he heard the system's voice, detected that the host has subdued the first human war spirit. Issuing rebellion recruitment task, 1 subdue 10 renowned human generals. Task progress, 10-100. Another high point task. Before Yama could gather his thoughts, he heard the system issue a second task. Detected that the host has initiated a recruitment task. Can there be generals without soldiers? Issuing rebellion recruitment task, 2 recruit 100,000 soldiers. Task progress, 10-100. As Yanluo heard the system announce the second task, a smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, the system is quite considerate. The reason Yanluo summoned the heads of the War God Hall, the Department of Impermanence, and the City God Department to the Sanluo Hall was precisely for this matter. Shortly thereafter, the Shuai of the War God Hall, along with Chu Jiangwang from the Department of Impermanence and the Black and White Impermanence, as well as Qin Guangwang from the City God Department, arrived at the Sanluo Hall in succession. Of course, Bai Qi, who had come alongside the Black and White Impermanence, was also present. Yinluo gazed at the assembly and stated, "Today, I have encountered this human warrior spirit." He gestured towards Bai Qi and continued, "Though Bai Qi has not cultivated, his sheer aura of slaughter renders ordinary in officials powerless. It required the deployment of 2 shui of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm from our underworld to subdue him, which attests to his formidable strength. Today, I grant Bai Qi permission to enter the War God Hall, and once his cultivation reaches the Tai Golden Immortal level, he shall become one of our shui. Do any of you have objections?" The assembly exchanged glances, noting the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from Bai Qi, and nodded in agreement. Until now, Bai Qi had yet to master the technique to control his own aura of slaughter and resentment. Yinluo is indeed wise. Very well, since there are no dissenting voices, I shall proceed to the second matter. I intend to expand our underworld's military. A mere 100,000 soldiers is insufficient against the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. I propose to recruit 900,000, bringing our total to 1 million soldiers. We may enlist ghost cultivators and nurture the warrior spirits of those who have perished across the 3 realms. Additionally, if the souls of the wronged city wish to enlist, they may be permitted as well. Furthermore, the departments of impermanence and city gods must pay special attention to human warriors. There are many warrior spirits like Bai Qi in the mortal realm. They could serve as reserving shui for our underworld. Do any of you have further suggestions? The assembly exchanged glances, and Qin Guangwang stepped forward, saying, "Lord Yin, relying solely on ghost cultivators to muster 1 million soldiers may not suffice. After all, many beings aspire to reincarnate, and the number of those who become ghost cultivators is exceedingly rare. The City God Department has recently discovered numerous ghostly entities in the mortal realm who, for various reasons, refuse to reincarnate. We could recruit from this pool as well. Moreover, in addition to these ghostly entities, there are many corpse demons whose 3 souls and 7 spirits have largely dissipated, leaving only remnants of their souls. Perhaps we could also enlist these beings as soldiers. Corpse demons?" A slight smile appeared on Yinluo's lips. The corpse demon known as Lady Whitebones was indeed a formidable obstacle on the path to the west. The Buddhist sect and the heavenly court are oblivious to the tribulations that lie along that journey. Thus, they have strategically placed their forces throughout the entire western Yohuzhou and most of the southern Shanbu state. However, the vastness of these 2 regions means that even the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court cannot cover every inch. Only a few locations are essential routes for their westward journey, which they have prioritized for deployment. Lady Whitebones resides at Baihu Ridge, one of the few places on the westward path that remains unguarded by the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Excellent. The corpse demons may also serve as soldiers for our underworld. Let Qin Guangwang oversee the specifics of recruitment and selection, with the War God Hall and the Department of Impermanence providing full support. We shall comply with Lord Yan's decree. Depart now, and summon the 9 sons of the Ancestor Dragon and Ao Lai to the hall." Chapter 38. The hunter, the tiger, and the wolf. The assembly departed. And shortly thereafter, the 9 sons of the Ancestor Dragon and Ao Lai, who had been waiting in the side hall, entered the main hall. The sealed and unconscious Garuda was also unceremoniously thrown onto the floor of the hall by Ao Lai. "Lord Yin, I wonder if your earlier words about assisting my dragon clan's resurgence were sincere?" Qiao Niu inquired with a rumbling voice. "Indeed, you possess the bloodline of the Ancestor Dragon. Currently, the Dragon Clan is in a state of weakness, and the Sea Dragon Kings are blind, believing that by currying favor with the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect, they can ensure the safety of the Dragon Clan. Little do they know. Relying on mountains means those mountains may collapse. Relying on people means those people may flee. To forge a strong foundation, the Dragon Clan must rely on its own strength to safeguard the Dragon Clan. The only path is for the Dragon Clan to empower itself, even with the burden of immense karma preventing the emergence of quasi-saint powerhouses, as long as the Dragon Clan strives for self-improvement. When all dragons become great Luo Golden Immortals, who would dare to underestimate the Dragon Clan? Even if 30% of the Dragon Clan achieves great Luo status, the clan will become a target for the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect to court favor from. Rather than remaining as the prey of the 3 realms as it is now, the 9 sons of the Ancestor Dragon listened with great excitement, though Qiao Niu maintained a degree of composure. Yet, how can this be easily accomplished? The strength of the Dragon Clan has waned, and there is not a single pillar of support among them. Restoring our former dominance in the 3 realms is challenging. However, an opportunity is at hand. If planned properly, the Dragon Clan may not only restore its former glory as the overlord of the three realms, but at the very least, no being in the three realms will dare to look down upon the Dragon Clan. We seek your guidance, Lord Yin. Yinluo cast a spell, erecting a barrier to isolate the sounds within the hall. The 9 sons of the ancestor dragon perked up their ears, listening intently. This undoubtedly pertains to the future of the Dragon Clan. Although they were not favored by the Dragon Clan, they still bore the bloodline of the ancestor dragon. In their time, they had witnessed the Dragon Clan's splendor. Having seen the vast seas, they now gazed upon the current state of the Dragon Clan with profound sorrow. Yinluo spoke for a full half-hour in the Sanluo Hall. When he finally lifted the barrier, the faces of the 9 sons of the ancestor dragon were flushed, and Xiaonyo excitedly exclaimed, "Lord Yin, we are deeply indebted to you for your kindness. There is no need for the Dragon Clan to repay me. You need only remember one thing. Strength is the foundation of freedom." Yinluo observed the fervent expressions of the 9 sons of the ancestor dragon and Aolai, continuing, "Very well. When the time is ripe, the Dragon Clan shall surely soar to great heights. For now, your task is to conserve your strength and await the opportune moment. We shall await your command, Lord Yin, Kunping Palace." "What? My son has been captured by the underworld's Yinluo?" The Kunping old ancestor sat facing south, fixing his gaze upon the little demon who had come to report. The little demon trembled under the overwhelming aura of the Kunping's quasi-saint presence, too fearful to move. "Very well, you may depart." "Yes, yes, yes." Upon finishing, the little demon bowed and exited the hall, quaking with fear. Kunping rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The underworld? Yinluo? Is Hutu also seeking to stir the waters of the three realms? A glimmer of light flashed in Kunping's eyes as he gazed beyond the hall, his sight stretching to the distant realm of the netherworld. "Since you have come to my doorstep, I shall pay a visit to your underworld." Kunping rose leisurely, riding the clouds as he made his way toward the underworld. With Kunping's speed, reaching the underworld would merely take the blink of an eye. However, he did not rush to the underworld. The game of wits between Yinluo and Kunping began the moment Yinluo captured Garuda. Yinluo's abduction of Garuda was merely a ploy to draw Kunping to the underworld. If Kunping rushed to the underworld in haste to rescue Garuda, he would fall into a disadvantageous position. Yinluo was acutely aware that Kunping would not come to the underworld immediately to demand the return of his son. Hence, he took his time to arrange matters regarding recruitment and the Dragon Clan. It took Kunping 3 full days to travel from Kunping Palace to Sanluo Hall, and for those 3 days, Yinluo patiently awaited in Sanluo Hall. "Biming, Kunping, I seek an audience with Lord Yin." While Yinluo was meditating in the Sanluo Hall, he heard a voice from outside the hall. "Here he comes." Yinluo straightened his attire and stepped out of the grand hall. "Underworld's Yinluo, I greet you, fellow Taoist. I am unaware of the purpose of your visit." "Lord Yin, you are not aware?" "I am not." Kunping smiled slyly at Yinluo's feigned ignorance. "I have heard that you invited my son to the underworld as a guest. Today, I have come to take him home. Your son has been enjoying himself in the underworld these past few days and is currently resting in the side hall. Is that so?" "Indeed. Since your son is still resting, why not come in and rest for a while?" "Fellow Taoist? Very well." The two entered the hall, walking at a leisurely pace, and neither spoke a word. After a moment of silence, Yinluo broke the ice. "Recently, I discovered something amusing in the mortal realm." Kunping took a sip of tea but remained silent. Yinluo smiled slightly and continued. 2 fierce tigers were driven by a pack of hunters, seeking to harvest the sheep scattered across the mountains. However, these 2 tigers secretly allied with each other, intending to feast heartily and become hunters themselves. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Are these 2 tigers not quite audacious? Noticing Kunping's stoic demeanor, Yinluo took another sip of his tea and continued. The 2 tigers, though possessing great appetites, could only catch a limited number of sheep each day, and if this continued, they would struggle to satiate themselves, let alone overpower the hunters. Thus, the tigers turned their attention to a wolf, who also desired sheep but feared the 2 tigers and the hunters. At this juncture, Yinluo glanced at Kunping. The wolf, unable to openly consume sheep, saw an opportunity presented by the 2 tigers, which required him to catch sheep for them. Upon hearing this, the wolf thought it a fine arrangement. Each party had its needs, and they quickly reached an agreement. However, as time passed, the wolf found that the sheep allocated to him by the tigers dwindled more and more. Thus, the wolf began to entertain other thoughts. Yanluo once again looked at Kuanpeng, who, as the former imperial teacher of the demon court, had witnessed countless storms. He naturally understood Yanluo's veiled insinuations, yet he did not show any signs of reaction. Maintaining an air of indifference, this wolf, having approached one of the tigers, "Tell him that I am willing to secretly allocate a portion of the sheep I have captured to him, hoping only to receive a little more for myself." The tiger, too, agreed to the wolf's request. However, what this tiger did not anticipate was that the wolf had uttered the same words to another tiger. As Yanluo recounted this, the half-closed eyes of Kuanping slowly opened a slit. The wolf knew it was treading a precarious line. Under the coercion and temptation of the hunter, the two tigers were exerting all their strength to hunt the flock of sheep. Once the two fierce tigers had their fill, when they bared their fangs to the hunter, they would undoubtedly first eliminate the threat that loomed nearby. And this wolf was one of the greatest threats to the tigers at that moment. Unexpectedly, a young wolf leaped forth beside the two tigers, declaring its intent to protect the sheep. Yet, in the eyes of the old wolf, this was merely another method of consuming sheep. Nevertheless, the appearance of this young wolf piqued the old wolf's curiosity and made it realize that the situation could indeed unfold in another direction. Thus, the old wolf decided to make contact with the young wolf. Upon reaching this point, Yanluo paused, lifted his teacup, blew away the froth floating on the surface, and savored it slowly. Hearing this, Kuanping finally spoke up. Chapter 39. A bite of heavenly meat. Yanjun, are you aware of how the old wolf perceives the young wolf? Oh, please enlighten me, my friend. With teeth that are not sharp and claws that are not fierce, it dares to bare its fangs? This young wolf does not know its own mortality. Oh, but what if the young wolf comes with a flock of sheep? Sheep. There is an old saying in the mortal realm, many ants can take down an elephant. Have you ever pondered that if the sheep refuse to be mere meals for the tigers and rise up in rebellion, how long can the tigers endure? Yanjun must be jesting. I will let my friend meet someone, and you shall understand. Bring in Bai Qi. After a brief moment, a functionary entered the hall, leading Bai Qi. Bai Qi, greetings to Yanjun. Yanluo turned to Kuanping and said, "My friend, what do you think of this individual?" Kuanping focused his gaze and was equally taken aback by the murderous aura emanating from Bai Qi. In all these years, he had never encountered a being whose killing intent rivaled that which he sensed now. Kuanping circled around Bai Qi. Seeing Kuanping's curious demeanor, Yanluo could not help but chuckle. "Do observe, how does this sheep appear? Sheep. This is a tiger or a leopard. This is a dragon or a phoenix. This is a deity or a demon. Yet, in the eyes of the hunter and the tigers, they are merely tools for harvesting fortune. Does the young wolf intend to bring such a person to challenge the tigers? Indeed. What if the hunter intervenes? The hunter will not act, at least not directly." Kuanping reflected carefully and found that Yanluo's assertion was indeed accurate. Seeing Kuanping reseat himself, Yanluo waved his hand, signaling for Bai Qi to withdraw. Kuanping lifted his teacup, took a sip, and said, "Yanjun, the story you mentioned has yet to reach its conclusion, has it not? I am unaware of how this tale concludes. However, my friend possesses great knowledge and profound powers. Do you know the ending of this story? As for the conclusion of this tale, I have some thoughts. I would love to hear more." The old wolf, navigating both sides, was also a reluctant choice. However, the tigers were not fools. They had long been aware of the old wolf's actions. Yet, all parties were simply seeking their own benefits without making things explicit. But inevitably, the day would come when the old wolf could no longer satisfy the tigers' ever-expanding demands. The old wolf had the capacity for self-preservation, but it also had descendants and old friends. Thus, when the old wolf saw the young wolf daring to bare its teeth at the tiger, it realized that its original fate had undergone a slight turn. Nonetheless, the old wolf still doubted the young wolf's strength. If the young wolf could bring its sheep and bite off a piece of flesh from the tiger, I surmised that the old wolf would surely join forces with the young wolf to resist the tiger. Upon hearing Kuanping's words, Yanluo could not help but laugh. This indeed is promising. Though Kuanping did not explicitly state it, all were clever enough to understand. Kuanping, hearing Yanluo's laughter, also chuckled heartily. This story has only just begun. I shall say no more. Yanjun, the subsequent plot lies in your hands. Rest assured, The developments of this tale will be entrusted to me. I shall certainly not disappoint you. Very well, then I shall await the good news. Let the child remain in the underworld for a few days. That may not be appropriate. What? Does Yin Jun intend to consume him? Not at all. Then it is settled. The ancestor shall depart first, and when the story progresses anew, let the child run an errand. The ancestor has taken his leave. Yin Jun need not see me off with that. Kuan-peng transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant from the hall. Yin Luo gazed at the suddenly vanished Kuan-peng and could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, the swiftest being in the primordial world. Such speed." After Kuan-peng's departure, Yin Luo summoned the Garuda to accompany Sun Wukong and Tian Pong. He then proceeded to the back hall of the realm of the dead. With a wave of his hand, a map of the 4 great continents appeared on the wall of the back hall. Yin Luo studied the map, contemplating where to begin. Soon, his gaze settled upon the bamboo joint mountain in the western Bulhazhou. Thereafter, Yin Luo called for a functionary, instructing him to summon the underworld lords and the Yin commanders to the back hall. Before long, the 9 underworld lords and 10 Yin commanders arrived one by one at the back hall. Yin Luo fixated on the map on the wall, deep in thought. They dared not interrupt, quietly observing Yin Luo's silhouette. Just as everyone was speculating the reason behind Yin Luo's actions, he turned to them and declared, "Assemble the underworld soldiers, for I shall lead you to feast upon a bite of heavenly meat." As Yin Luo plotted, far in the skies above the Lion Camel Ridge in the western Bulhazhou, 4 figures radiating with Buddhist light appeared. They were Guanyin Bodhisattva, riding the blue lion, Wanshu Bodhisattva, mounted on the 6-tusked white elephant, and the peacock Great Ming Wang Bodhisattva. This was indeed Lion Camel Ridge. Guanyin pointed to the territory below and spoke. "The Buddha has instructed us to reconstruct Lion Camel Ridge. I wonder what thoughts you all have?" Guanyin inquired. "I have no particular thoughts. I shall follow your arrangements," the peacock Great Ming Wang replied. His position within the Buddhist realm was quite awkward. Although he was a bodhisattva, he did not practice Buddhist teachings. During the War of the Gods, he was captured and taken back to the West by the holy beings of Buddhism. Yet, when the Buddha inquired, he consumed the Buddha, inadvertently failing to kill him. Instead, the Buddha broke the inherent yin and yang within him, transforming him into a female. What a grand irony! Furthermore, as a descendant of the phoenix, she possessed great fortune. Perhaps the Buddha spared her life to preserve the fortune she carried. However, even if she was aware of this, what could be done? The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, once great, have now fallen. The 3 realms have long since ceased to provide them refuge. Her survival is already a tremendous stroke of luck. The Buddhist realm views her as a mere tool. Despite being a bodhisattva, she is treated as a being to be summoned at will. Wanshu scoffed. The peacock Great Ming Wang Bodhisattva is still self-aware. "You need only follow our arrangements." Puxian spoke. "The demon clan here has long been sent to reincarnation by the underworld. Where shall we find great demons to reconstruct the demon clan here?" The peacock Great Ming Wang sneered. "I see that your mounts are demons. Why seek far and wide?" Wanshu retorted. "Kong Xian, are you not also a demon? Why not claim a territory here at Lion Camel Ridge? You, everyone, we are all here at the behest of the Buddha, working for the great expansion of our Buddhist realm. Please do not quarrel." Guanyin shook her head, hastily mediating. "Hemph!" Kong Xian coldly snorted, turning his head away. However, the peacock Great Ming Wang's words hold merit. Rather than seeking demons from elsewhere, it would be better for the 2 bodhisattvas to utilize their own mounts. Other demons may have differing intentions, but if they are our own, we can trust them. Wanshu and Puxian exchanged glances, also finding Guanyin's words reasonable. Their own mounts, being members of the Buddhist realm, could not only be trusted but would also garner additional fortune. Hence, the 2 dismounted their mounts and instructed, "Blue lion, white elephant, do you understand?" Chapter 40. Bamboo Joint Mountain. The 2 demons transformed into human forms, bowing and saying, "We shall obey the Bodhisattva's decree. You must remember, only recruit soldiers and gather troops at Lion Camel Ridge, and do not venture to Lion Camel City. Also, be sure to avoid any disputes with the underworld." Guanyin cautioned, "We shall obey." Wanshu glanced at the peacock Great Ming Wang and said, "Coincidentally, there were once 3 demons here, a lion demon, an elephant demon, and a great Peng. I have heard that the peacock Great Ming Wang has a brother. Why not summon him to guard Lion Camel Ridge together?" Wanshu's intention was not to help Kong Xian gain fortune. Kong Xian, a descendant of the Phoenix, had committed countless atrocities during the three clans' conflict, and the descendants of the three clans were already entangled in heavy karma. These descendants, while possessing the fortune of their clans, also bore the burdens of their clans' pasts. This was the fundamental reason for the decline of the three clans. Do not assume that others are fools. Your little schemes want you. Do not think I am unaware. You merely wish to use the hands of those traveling west to eliminate my brother. Why feign kindness here? The words of the peacock Great Ming Wang Bodhisattva are misguided. This action of mine is merely to alleviate your karma. There exists a modicum of risk, yet is it not also worthwhile? Furthermore, with the blessings of the Buddha, it is likely that no harm shall befall us. Manjushri spoke with a hint of foreboding. The blue lion and the white elephant are beings of the Buddha's realm, and thus would not be harmed by those who journey westward. However, my younger brother is not one of the Buddha's disciples. The previous rock was able to serve our Buddhist order here. Why should your brother not be capable of the same? That previous one could hardly be considered a true rock. He merely possessed a trace of phoenix blood. How could he possibly be compared to my brother? Although the three clans have fallen, they were once the sovereigns of the primordial chaos. For them, bloodline signifies not only strength but also honor. Manjushri's words are not without merit. I beseech you, great Peacock King, to consider the greater picture. Avalokiteshvara's eyes glinted as she thought that if she could seize the opportunity to also bring Kong Xian's brother under her fold, the fortune gained by the Buddha's order during this tribulation would be considerable. In that case, even if we were to lose the fortune of Lion Turtle City, it would matter not. Avalokiteshvara, of the ancestral phoenix lineage, is left with only myself and the rock. Do you truly intend to leave my clan with naught but a trace of bloodline? Kong Xian was well aware of Avalokiteshvara's intentions. Her suggestion to have the rock reign over Lion Turtle Ridge was not to vex Kong Xian like Manjushri. She harbored deeper schemes, compared to Manjushri. Kong Xian was most wary of Avalokiteshvara. Manjushri's thoughts were shallow. He would target anyone with whom he had a conflict. Such a person is hardly fearsome. The truly terrifying ones are those who do not engage in conflict with anyone. Yet once you are sold out by them, you find yourself feeling grateful to them. Avalokiteshvara is a prime example of such a person. Otherwise, the Tathagata would not have entrusted the journey westward to her. Great Peacock King Bodhisattva, your words are misguided. The rock has come to safeguard our order during this calamity. Our Buddhist order shall certainly not treat him poorly. There remains a drop of ancestral phoenix blood in the Buddha's treasury. Once the journey westward is complete, this humble monk shall request it from the Tathagata and bestow it upon the rock. What say you to that? Kong Xian hesitated for a moment, yet was ultimately blinded by the allure of the ancestral phoenix blood. Avalokiteshvara, you must assure me, my brother shall not encounter any mishap. Rest assured, great Peacock King. This humble monk guarantees that the rock will face no peril to his life. Very well, I shall entrust the matter of the rock to you. With that, Kong Xian vanished into the distance. After his departure, Manjushri furrowed his brow and said, Avalokiteshvara, do you truly intend to give that ancestral phoenix blood to the rock? Why not? Avalokiteshvara replied with a mysterious smile. However, Manjushri, do you still not understand Avalokiteshvara's ways? The treasures of our Buddhist order are not to be so freely given to outsiders. Puxian spoke with a smile. Puxian, you ought to elucidate. We possess ancestral phoenix blood. Why do we not offer it to Kong Xian? After all, she is also a bodhisattva of our Buddhist order. Indeed, why not? That is precisely because Kong Xian, being a bodhisattva of the Buddhist order, upon consuming the ancestral phoenix blood and successfully returning to the ancestral bloodline, would transform into a phoenix. Thus, the fortune of the Phoenix clan would entirely belong to our Buddhist order. Hence, even if the Tathagata were to bestow the ancestral phoenix blood upon Kong Xian, she would not consume it. Then why do we still intend to give the ancestral phoenix blood to the rock? That is because Avalokiteshvara is confident in her ability to draw the rock into the fold of the Buddhist order. In this manner, even if the ancestral phoenix blood is granted to the rock, it would still be a boon for our Buddhist order. Manjushri finally exhibited a moment of clarity. Avalokiteshvara and Puxian exchanged smiles, while only Manjushri remained bewildered in the wind. What do you mean by finally exhibiting clarity? Was he not wise before? Meanwhile, within the Hall of All Realms, a cacophony erupted. Lord Yin, Are we truly going to wage war against the heavenly court? King Qingguang furrowed his brow. Indeed, however, given the current strength of our underworld, we are hardly a match for the heavenly court. Precisely for that reason, we must take action against the heavenly court. Seeing Yin Luo's determination to deploy troops, King Qingguang ceased to obstruct him further. Yin Luo then issued a direct command. Shadow Commander, Leopard Tail, Bird Beak, Fish Gills, and Yellow Wasp, heed my order, present. I command you to lead 50,000 shadow soldiers and await orders outside the southern heaven gate. Yes, Shadow Commanders, Day Wanderer and Night Wanderer, heed my command. I instruct you to lead 30,000 shadow soldiers and await orders outside Spirit Mountain. Obey the Lord Yan's decree. Heibai Wuchang, Oxhead and Horseface. As you deploy troops from the underworld, oversee the soul-reaping envoys of Wuchang and the Yin differentiators of the underworld, ensuring the safety of the underworld. Should a great Luo Jinxian attack, you may summon the Heavenly Pig and the Monkey King from the 18 layers of Hell. Do you understand? We shall adhere to the decree. The 9 underworld lords will lead 20,000 shadow soldiers and accompany me to the western Yohazhou. Bamboo Segment Mountain. The dark and foreboding army of the underworld surged forth from the gates of the underworld, splitting into 3 paths, charging towards the nether realms. What is our primary target at Bamboo Segment Mountain? And why are we also dispatching troops to Spirit Mountain and the southern heaven gate? King Qingguang queried in confusion. I am issuing a warning to them. A warning? Indeed. They are aware that our underworld will not initiate a war at this juncture. Thus, I am merely sending troops to inform them that this time, our underworld desires some sustenance. Once we are satiated, we shall depart. Will the heavenly court and the Buddhist order allow us to indulge? They will. They do not wish to have shadow soldiers at their gates every day. Lord Yin, you truly are. What? Wise indeed. I concur that it is quite wise. Yet, why Bamboo Segment Mountain specifically? Because the great demon atop Bamboo Segment Mountain is the 9-headed lion. The 9-headed lion? Is that not the steed of the great compassionate Tathagata of the heavenly court, one of the 9 celestial sovereigns? Precisely. Each of the 9 celestial sovereigns possesses the realm of quasi-saint. This is tantamount to declaring war against the heavenly court. No matter, we are merely seeking a morsel. Surely, the heavenly court will not be so stingy. Once we are satiated, we shall take our leave. We will not pack our bags. Upon hearing this, King Qingguang could not help but chuckle bitterly. Lord Yin seems to have transformed into an entirely different person. Chapter 41. One stone, many birds. In but a moment, the armies of the underworld had taken their positions. Yin Luo, accompanied by the 9 underworld lords, stood atop the clouds of Bamboo Segment Mountain, gazing down at the winding 9 Curves cave below. Within the cave, the 9-headed lion sensed something amiss and summoned a minor demon. Go and ascertain the situation outside. Moments later, the minor demon returned to report. Master, it is shadow soldiers, shadow soldiers, shadow soldiers? The underworld's shadow soldiers? The 9-headed lion was taken aback. As expected, what one fears shall indeed come. Before descending to the lower realms, the esteemed one had repeatedly warned him to engage in combat with the beings of the Buddhist order rather than utter a single word to those of the underworld. He had come to Bamboo Segment Mountain solely to fulfill the esteemed one's instructions. He knew that the calamity had manifested, and a moment's carelessness could lead to utter devastation. This is Western Yohazhou? Not the heavenly court under the esteemed one's protection. Having been cautious for so long, he had still been confronted by the underworld. This is a disaster, a disaster. The 9-headed lion anxiously paced within the cave. Esteemed ancestor, are they not merely the underworld's shadow soldiers? Why fear them? The yellow lion scoffed. The yellow lion, aware of the 9-headed lion's origins, understood that the 9-headed lion was backed by the heavenly court. However, what the yellow lion did not know was that, during this calamity, he was viewed as a pawn in the eyes of the 9-headed lion. Not only was he a pawn, but the other demon clans that had once gathered at Bamboo Segment Mountain were also discarded pieces in the game of the heavenly court and the Buddhist order. The 9-headed lion cursed under his breath at the fool. Yet he spoke. My dear grandson, you are unaware. The underworld was not something to fear previously, but ever since Yin Luo ascended to power, it has transformed into a force to be reckoned with. The yellow lion was perplexed. Yet he understood that if even the 9-headed lion held such trepidation, It indicated that the underworld truly was formidable. At that moment, several other lion demons hurriedly approached the nine-headed lion. Upon observing, the nine-headed lion noted that the Xuanli was absent. "Where is Xuanli, esteemed ancestor?" A few days ago, Xuanli mentioned that he was summoned by his kin and would return shortly. Bai Zhe stepped forward to explain. "Since he is not within the cave, we need not concern ourselves with him. Why, esteemed grandchildren, the underworld is upon us. Do any of you possess a strategy to counter this?" Bai Zhe's gaze flickered slightly as he replied, "Esteemed ancestor, with the strength of our Nine Curves cave, we are simply unable to shake the underworld's shadow soldiers. Perhaps we should." Bai Zhe raised a finger, pointing to the heavens. "Seek assistance from that one." The snow lion chimed in, "Yes, esteemed ancestor, the underworld surely would not dare to disregard the heavenly court." The nine-headed lion furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, then sighed, "Alas, it must be so." With that, the nine-headed lion employed a secret method to contact his master, the great compassionate Tathagata, who resided in the heavenly court. Meanwhile, both the heavenly court and the Buddhist order received news of the underworld's mobilization. Reporting to the world-honored one, the underworld has again deployed troops. 30,000 shadow soldiers are currently stationed outside Spirit Mountain. This, simply. What does he intend to do? World-honored one, please remain calm. Amitabha. The Tathagata clasped his hands together. Calming the anger that surged within him, Yin Luo is stationed outside Spirit Mountain? Reporting to the world-honored one, Yin Luo is not outside Spirit Mountain, but rather atop Bamboo Segment Mountain in western Yohazhou. Oh, Bamboo Segment Mountain. It seems Yin Luo has aimed his sword at the mysterious rock palace. The Tathagata's initial anger dissipated entirely. With a visage now imbued with benevolence, the transformation occurred with such swiftness that the young monk reporting to the Buddha was left utterly astonished. He could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the world-honored one is remarkable. Such mastery of cultivating one's spirit is something I could scarcely achieve in several centuries." He was instructed to send offerings of food to the stationed shadow soldiers outside. World-honored one, this. No need for further inquiries. Just proceed. As you command. Observing the departing young monk, a smile once again graced the Buddha's countenance. "Oh, Jade Emperor, this time, you shall indeed suffer a loss in the heavenly court." Within the Lingxiao Palace, the Great Celestial Venerable received alarming news. It is dire. Great Celestial Venerable, the underworld has dispatched troops to encamp outside the southern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor, neither mournful nor elated, simply responded with a soft hum after hearing the report from the martial virtue Star Lord. "Great Celestial Venerable, shall we mobilize the heavenly soldiers? Is Yinluo present outside the southern heavenly gate?" The martial virtue Star Lord hesitated before replying, reporting to the Great Celestial Venerable, "He is not present." "Not present?" The Jade Emperor's gaze sharpened. If Yinluo were here, it would be a different matter altogether. With the decree from the saints in place, even if Yinluo were reckless, he would not dare to instigate conflict. This endeavor is merely to seek some benefits. In due course, there would be some negotiation. And all would settle. However, the fact that Yinluo is absent indicates that he has already commenced his actions. At this juncture, the heavenly court finds itself in a passive position. Where is he? He is. The martial virtue Star Lord faltered, for upon hearing of the underworld's shadow soldiers gathering outside the southern heavenly gate, he had rushed directly to report, lacking any detailed reconnaissance. The Jade Emperor, perceiving the martial virtue Star Lord's demeanor, could not help but shake his head. At that moment, the Tai-Bai Star Lord entered the hall. "Great Celestial Venerable, the underworld has gathered 50,000 troops outside the southern heavenly gate, and Yinluo personally leads the 9 Hall's underworld lords along with 20,000 shadow soldiers to Zhujie Mountain in the western Bulhazhou." Both Tai-Bai and martial virtue reported the same matter, yet the disparity in their presentations was stark. Zhujie Mountain. It seems he aims to seize control over the governance of spirits across the 3 realms. The Jade Emperor smiled faintly. "Great Celestial Venerable, do we need to dispatch troops? No. If he desires it, let him have it. Let him have it. The authority of the Miaoyan Palace is too great. It would not hurt to share a little. But the Taiji Savior is, after all, one of our own. Indeed, it is precisely because he is one of ours that we allow Yinluo to encroach upon his authority. If it were anyone else, the Miaoyan Palace might harbor different intentions, but with Yinluo, It is a different situation altogether. The Jade Emperor's lips curled into a smile. When it comes to the art of balancing power, none in the three realms can surpass the Jade Emperor. Even the Buddha stands as a younger sibling before him. However, while it is easy to give away power, reclaiming it is another matter entirely. By the time the heavenly court regains what is rightfully theirs, it will encompass far more than just the governance of spirits in the Dongxing Shenzhou. Thus, I decree that the 10 directions celestial sovereigns under the Miaoyan Palace, along with numerous officials of the underworld, immediately withdraw from the Dongxing Shenzhou. Furthermore, instruct the Emperor of the Eastern Pole to mobilize the forces of the Dongxing Shenzhou. This edict shall be issued after the underworld's withdrawal. Beside him, the martial virtue Star Lord gazed at the Jade Emperor in bewilderment. Unable to comprehend the rationale behind such a seemingly nonsensical decree, yet Tai Bai, wearing an expression of astonishment, promptly addressed the Jade Emperor, saying, "Great Celestial Venerable, your brilliance shines forth. This plan, which achieves multiple objectives, is something I could not conceive even after cultivating for eons." The Jade Emperor scoffed. "When did you, Tai Bai, become as glib as martial virtue?" The martial virtue Star Lord remained utterly perplexed. Tai Bai Jinxing had earned the Jade Emperor's trust not solely through his proximity to the quasi-saint realm, but also through his adept understanding of the Emperor's intentions. In truth, Tai Bai understood that the Jade Emperor's scheme was far more intricate than merely achieving multiple goals. Diminishing the Taiji Savior's authority served one purpose. Undermining the influence of the Emperor of the Eastern Pole in the mortal realm served another. Fortifying defenses while leaving the underworld with a mess to clean up was yet another. Should warfare erupt in the mortal realm, countless souls would inevitably flood into the underworld, overwhelming it, which would count as the fourth. If the Jade Emperor were to dispatch trusted aides to assist in the mortal realm's suffering, the fortunes of the Dongxing Shenzhou would surely enable the heavenly court to reap yet another harvest, which would be the fifth, and by retreating, they would lay the groundwork for future contention over the underworld. Marking the sixth, the Jade Emperor's praise for Tai Bai was not born from flattery but from recognition that Tai Bai knew when to showcase his talents and when to conceal them. After finishing his words, the Jade Emperor waved his long sleeves, and the Xian Guang mirror reappeared. After a ripple, the scene of Zhujia Mountain in the western Bulhuzhou materialized within the mirror. That moment, Yinluo seemed to have discovered something. Raising his middle finger skyward, Chapter 42. The meat has arrived. The Jade Emperor observed Yinluo's gesture in the mirror. Though he did not discern its meaning, he could surmise it was certainly an act of disrespect. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor paid it no heed. Yinluo's actions were evidently a response to the Emperor's surveillance, yet he seemed unconcerned, much like the Emperor was indifferent to his actions. "Yanjun, shall we not launch an assault?" inquired King Qingguang. "Why should we attack? We are here to feast. The pot has only just been set up. The meat has yet to be placed within. Is Yanjun awaiting the Taiji Savior?" Indeed, as a figure appeared in the distance, seated upon a 9-colored lotus, adorned with a crown and clad in celestial robes, Yinluo smiled and murmured, "The meat has arrived." The approaching figure was none other than the Taiji Savior. Observing the newcomer, Yinluo brandished his magical artifact, declaring, "A good hammering is needed to tenderize the meat." Beside him, King Qingguang gazed at Yinluo in disbelief. Is this truly the upright Yinluo Wang? Before the Taiji Savior could stabilize his stance, he beheld Yinluo, standing upon the wheel of reincarnation, with the stone of 3 lives suspended above his head, the book of life and death in his left hand, and the judge's pen in his right. 6 paths manifested behind him, surrounded by an ominous aura. "Yanjun, allow me to bestow upon you a strike." Before the Taiji Savior could complete his statement, Yinluo wielded the judge's pen, infusing it with his magical power, transforming it into a towering jade pillar, which he swung fiercely toward the Taiji Savior. The Taiji Savior was taken aback. "Before I could even speak, you have already attacked?" Truly, the prior counsel to the 9-headed lion was accurate. It is better to engage in a skirmish with the Buddhist sect than to converse with those from the underworld. Ideally, one should not even lay eyes upon them. However, the Taiji Savior was, after all, a practitioner on the verge of quasi-sainthood. Although surprised by Yinluo's lack of martial decorum, he still summoned his magical power, extending a willow leaf into the void, which transformed into a large shield to block the judge's pen. Yet Yinluo, employing his magical prowess once more, stealthily cast the Stone of Three Lives. The Taiji savior, caught off guard, failed to evade and was struck squarely by the stone. In that fleeting moment, he realized he was far from Yinluo's match. Was it not said that Yinluo had only recently broken through to quasi-sainthood? Yinluo, harnessing his magical energy, brandished the judge's pin, now transformed into a towering jade pillar, aiming directly for the Taiji savior. The Taiji savior felt a sense of despair. Is this truly how the judge's pin is utilized? A perfectly good treasure is being used as a bludgeon, just as the Taiji savior frantically sought to dodge. A familiar voice echoed from a distance. Yin Jun, please hold your hand. Yinluo, upon seeing the rushing figure, could not help but smile, simultaneously retracting his magical artifacts. Ah, it is Tai Bai. I did not know you had come. What counsel do you bring? I dare not offer counsel. Merely, the great celestial venerable has sent a small immortal to mediate between the two of you. Mediation? Mediate what? I have only just arrived, and without explanation. I was assaulted. Had I not been vigilant, I would have been struck down. The Taiji savior gritted his teeth, saying, Yinluo, you have gone too far. Indeed, indeed. The great celestial venerable was indeed rash. Tai Bai quickly interjected. Tai Bai, as a quasi-saint, I am subjected to such humiliation, and you turn your back on me. The Taiji savior exclaimed in frustration. Great celestial venerable, it is not that I speak ill of you. When you are wrong, you are wrong. Do not attempt to argue, you. Despite being a quasi-saint, the Taiji savior was still a subordinate of the Jade Emperor. In comparison to Tai Bai, he fell short, for Tai Bai was indeed an inner minister of the Jade Emperor. Yinluo, observing their exchange, could not help but sneer. The heavenly court had indeed decayed to a certain extent. In the vast wilderness of the three realms, strength has always been esteemed above all, yet the heavenly court was not so. What brings you here? Yin Jun, Tai Bai feigned ignorance. I have come to capture demons. What offense have these demons committed against Yin Jun to provoke such a response? They have not offended me. Not offended? Yet they have wronged the beings of Yuhua Prefecture. Oh, our underworld has recently received countless grievances, claiming that on Zhujie Mountain in Yuhua Prefecture, there exists a nine-twisted cave inhabited by a lion demon, wreaking havoc and endangering the lives of the beings of Yuhua Prefecture. Thus, I have brought my shadow soldiers to capture the demon and seek justice for the beings of Yuhua Prefecture. What a noble endeavor to capture demons and seek justice. Before Tai Bai and the compassionate celestial master could utter a word, Yinluo presented the Book of Life and Death. The book transformed into a long blade, slicing through the air towards Zhujie Mountain with a swift whoosh. With a tremendous crash, the nine-headed lion and six lion demons hiding within the mountain were forced to reveal their true forms in utter disarray. Yinluo, with both hands weaving intricate seals, summoned the Book of Life and Death once more, which then morphed into a brilliant rainbow, ensnaring the yellow lion. This creature was one of the principal culprits causing havoc in Yuhua Prefecture. I shall send him to reincarnation. Ancestor, save me. Ancestor, save me. The yellow lion frantically pleaded for aid from the nine-headed lion. Yet, how could the nine-headed lion dare to speak? Just moments ago, he had been reduced to a pitiful state by Yinluo's effortless strikes. What was he to do? Moreover, these smaller lions were merely expendable pawns. Whether they perished sooner or later mattered not. The nine-headed lion silently lamented. Infinite heavenly venerable. He then quietly bowed his head. Yinluo's right hand clenched the air. The rainbow of the Book of Life and Death, encasing the yellow lion, suddenly constricted. In an instant, it crushed the yellow lion, who was at the golden immortal level of Taiji. The yellow lion's flesh rained down like a storm upon Zhujie Mountain. The remaining lion demons watched in despair. They had believed that with the nine-headed lion as their backing, they could rest easy. Little did they expect that Yinluo would kill their companion right before the very eyes of their supposed protector. Hitting a dog still requires considering its master. Is killing a lion not akin to striking a dog? It seemed this time, their fate was decidedly grim. Yinluo observed that the compassionate celestial master did not intervene and smirked, once again summoning another lion demon. You are the snow lion, are you not? Speak. Who instructed you to harm the beings of Yuhua Prefecture? Upon saying this, Yinluo turned his gaze toward the compassionate celestial master. The snow lion glanced at Yinluo, following his gaze to the compassionate celestial master. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. Yet, whether it was Yanluo or the compassionate celestial master, neither was someone he could offend. Just as he hesitated, Yanluo urged, "Do not fear, speak boldly. I shall ensure your safety." The snow lion's eyes widened, its pupils darting about. Clearly, it was contemplating whether to speak. At this moment, the compassionate celestial master admonished, "Snow Lion, do not speak recklessly." In truth, the three realms were already aware that the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court were plotting for the journey to the west. However, what they did not know was the nefarious deeds that the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court had committed while orchestrating their schemes. Under the order established by the Tao ancestor, the three realms had developed in an orderly fashion for countless years. If, during the primordial times, the small maneuvers of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court were inconsequential, the situation was markedly different now. The Tao ancestor entrusted the six saints to stabilize the order he had created. Yet, the six saints could not leave the Zixiao palace and could only allow the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court to maintain the order of the three realms. However, the very maintainers of order, in pursuit of fortune, had disrupted that order. This revelation would surely deal a tremendous blow to the reputation of the heavenly court. If the Snow Lion were to divulge that the compassionate celestial master had ordered his mounts to gather the demon clans and persecute humanity, the compassionate celestial master would find himself with no standing in the three realms. To solidify its position and reputation, the heavenly court would undoubtedly punish the compassionate celestial master severely. Thus, the compassionate celestial master had threatened the Snow Lion. Observing this, Yanluo subtly shifted the Snow Lion closer to the compassionate celestial master. Chapter 43. What is surprise? Indeed, upon seeing this, the compassionate celestial master mused, "A splendid opportunity." He then channeled his magical powers, directing them unmistakably at the Snow Lion. Tai, sensing something amiss, was about to intervene when he realized that the compassionate celestial master had already made his move. An endless surge of magical energy erupted from the compassionate celestial master's palm, transforming into a white ribbon that struck the Snow Lion directly. To the astonishment of all, the Snow Lion was reduced to a shower of blood, raining down upon Zhujie Mountain below. Yanluo, witnessing this, shouted, "Ho! Why have you slain this lion demon? Are you feeling guilty? You speak nonsense. I have already attained the quasi-saint level, having long since transcended the mortal coil. How could I possibly feel guilt? You are the one being unreasonable. Am I the one being unreasonable, or are you simply guilty?" Yanluo stepped forward, demanding loudly, "The nine-headed lion below is your mount, is it not?" Yanluo's quasi-saint aura erupted suddenly, pressing toward the compassionate celestial master, "And if so, what of it? The nine-headed lion is indeed under your command." Yanluo summoned the wheel of reincarnation, unleashing its formidable power. Furthermore, he utilized the technique of expanding his form, increasing his size significantly, and if so, what of it? The nine-headed lion wreaked havoc upon Yuhua Prefecture, yet you orchestrated this. The corners of Yanluo's mouth curled into a slight smile as he drew closer to the compassionate celestial master, simultaneously summoning the judge's pen and the book of life and death. When had the compassionate celestial master ever faced such pressure? As soon as Yanluo's words fell, he too unleashed his quasi-saint aura. Clashing with Yanluo's might, he declared loudly, "And if so, what of it?" Upon hearing this, Yanluo retracted his divine transformation and magical artifacts, taking a few steps back. He then grinned at the two. At this moment, Tai finally spoke. "Your Excellency, you have misspoken." Tai, "Do not prattle on Dai, the celestial master." As he spoke, the compassionate celestial master finally realized he had fallen into a trap. Yanluo's aggressive stance was designed to provoke his anger, to elicit a slip of the tongue. Now, he was trapped with no way out. Tai glanced at the compassionate celestial master, silently thinking, "It's too heavy a burden." Yanluo, seeing the opportune moment, declared, "I have come to capture demons, rallying forces for this endeavor. Yet, all I have found on Zhujie Mountain are two troublesome lion demons. Tai, do you not think I have suffered a grave loss by taking action this time?" Tai, upon hearing this, thought to himself, "Alas, here it comes." Yanluo always manages to stand firmly while leaving no room for rebuttal. It's simply maddening. Though Tai harbored such thoughts, he showed no sign of it and instead respectfully replied, "Your Excellency speaks the truth. Then, should not our esteemed celestial master provide some compensation to my netherworld?" Yinluo smiled as he spoke. At this moment, the compassionate celestial master also began to comprehend. A ruse? It was all a ruse. From the moment he arrived in Yuhua Prefecture, he had been ensnared in Yinluo's scheme. Now, he found himself in a position where he could neither advance nor retreat. Clearly, Yinluo was using the nine-headed lion to threaten him. If he could not produce what Yinluo desired, the compassionate celestial master's facade of virtue would be exposed to the three realms. At that point, even the Jade Emperor would be unable to save him. The Jade Emperor had always harbored reservations toward these quasi-saints. Now, with such an opportunity, he would undoubtedly seek to undermine him. The authority he once wielded had now transformed into a blade poised to strike him down. In this moment, Taibai whispered into the compassionate celestial master's ear, "Your Excellency, this time, even the Jade Emperor cannot save you. You must take a stand." Upon hearing this, the compassionate celestial master's mind erupted with realization. He understood. He fully comprehended. Taibai's arrival was not to mediate their discord. Rather, it was the Jade Emperor's directive, intending to use this opportunity to diminish his power. The compassionate celestial master gazed mournfully at Taibai, then suddenly laughed towards the heavens, yet within that laughter lay a profound sense of helplessness. "Ha ha ha! The heavenly court! Is this truly the heavenly court? When the birds are gone, the skilled bow is concealed. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. What of the nine mysteries? What of the celestial masters? They are but flowers in a mirror, reflections on water. Ultimately, the three realms still belong to the great celestial master. We are but pawns, easily discarded." Taibai frowned upon hearing this. "Your Excellency, be cautious with your words. All that the great celestial master does is for the balance of the three realms." The balance of the three realms? What a splendid notion of balance! The compassionate celestial master, wearied with helplessness, addressed Yinluo. "Did you not seek compensation? I shall grant you a surprise." "Oh, a surprise? Taibai, enlighten me. What constitutes a surprise?" Yinluo exclaimed loudly. Taibai understood that such words indicated that the compassionate celestial master had chosen to compromise. Yet, the compassionate celestial master still sought to preserve his final dignity. A surprise? Is it not simply a surprise? This statement from Taibai was, in fact, an attempt to counsel Yinluo that there was no need to take things too seriously. As long as he received genuine benefits, it would suffice to leave the compassionate celestial master with some semblance of face. However, Yinluo was unsatisfied, for he knew that a rift had already formed. His actions this time, though inadvertently exacerbating the conflict between the heavenly court and the compassionate celestial master, had also turned them into his common adversaries. Both the heavenly court and the compassionate celestial master would undoubtedly consider him a thorn in their sides. In this moment, if he were to take a step back, it would only create further obstacles on his path to ascendancy in the future. Thus, Yinluo was determined not to let the compassionate celestial master off the hook. If he sought dignity, then I shall deny him that. Taiji, tell me, what is a surprise? The compassionate celestial master retorted angrily. Yinluo, do you not comprehend the words of the primordial age? Do you not understand what a surprise means? Yinluo ignored the compassionate celestial master. Instead, he continued to shout at Taibai. I simply wish to know, what constitutes a surprise? A surprise is, tell me, what is a surprise? What, in the name of the heavens, is a surprise? What, in the name of the heavens, is a surprise? Facing Yinluo's inquiries, Taibai could only helplessly turn to the compassionate celestial master, saying, Your Excellency, please tell him, what in the name of the heavens is a surprise? Tai Juku Tianzuan, with crimson eyes ablaze, waved his hands and pointed at Yinluo, declaring in a thunderous voice, Surprise indeed! From this day forth, the underworld under the banner of Miaoyan Palace shall withdraw from Dongxing Shenzhou and cease participation in the governance of its souls. Yinluo, secretly amused, maintained a fierce demeanor and boldly inquired of Taibai Jinxing. What do you mean by surprise? Surprise means that from this day forth, the underworld under Miaoyan Palace will withdraw from Dongxing Shenzhou and no longer engage in the governance of its souls. Henceforth, the souls of Dongxing Shenzhou shall fall under the jurisdiction of the underworld. Yanjun shall wield the authority over the governance of the souls of Dongxing Shenzhou. Upon hearing this, Yinluo instantly retracted his aggressive stance, adopting a more amiable demeanor, and addressed Taijuku Tianzuan. Ah, so this is what you mean by surprise. Thank you, Tianzuan. I shall send the Yanjun of the underworld to Dongxing Shenzhou to negotiate with Miaoyan Palace. Humph! Taijuku Tianzuan snorted coldly, ignoring Yinluo, and turned to the trembling nine-headed lion below, saying, Yuan Sheng'er, let us depart with that. He mounted the nine-headed lion and set off towards his Miaoyan Palace. Taibai hastily bowed to Yinluo, offering his apologies, before pursuing Taijuku Tianzuan, hastening his pace. Taibai Jinxing caught up with Taijuku Tianzuan outside the southern heavenly gate and, with a wry smile, remarked, Tianzuan, with this nine-headed lion in tow, what shall we do about the arrangements at Zhujia Mountain in Yuhua Prefecture? The heavenly court is brimming with talent. Does the mere Yuhua Prefecture require my intervention? Taibai, seek out others for this task. With this, Taijuku Tianzuan prepared to leave. Just as he stepped through the southern heavenly gate, he turned back to Taibai, instructing, Convey my apologies to the great Tianzuan. I have sustained grave injuries from my battle with Yinluo and require seclusion for healing. From today forth, Miaoyan Palace shall no longer partake in heavenly court affairs. Tianzuan, the heavenly court cannot do without you. Do you truly feel this way? Taijuku Tianzuan fixed his gaze upon Taibai Jinxing. Taibai, taken aback and feeling awkward, replied, Of course, it is my heartfelt sentiment. I still fondly remember the decisive Taibai of yore. Having followed the great Tianzuan for so long, perhaps you have lost your own way? Upon hearing this, Taibai's heart was stirred. When he regained his composure, Taijuku Tianzuan had already vanished without a trace. He sighed deeply and crossed the southern heavenly gate, soaring towards the Lingxiao treasure hall. Meanwhile, Yinluo returned to the rear hall of the Forest of the Underworld. The other 9 Yanjun had been dispatched by him to Dongxing Shenzhou to oversee its reincarnation. Upon entering the Grand Hall, the system's voice promptly echoed, detected that the host has acquired the authority to govern the souls of Dongxing Shenzhou. Issuing Rebellion Mainline Task 6 Obtain the governance rights of the souls across the 3 realms. Current task progress 50. Task reward Fragment of the Law of Death 10 task points. Fragment of the Law of Death? Yinluo murmured, a mainline task with such a reward. The law is the foundation of sanctification. It appears this is preparation for his own ascension. This mainline task's reward is exceedingly generous. Just the fragment of the law alone surpasses the rewards of the previous 5 mainline tasks combined. However, the task point reward remains as meager as ever. The governance rights over the souls of the 3 realms are indeed rare. Yet, with thoughts of the law fragment, Yinluo felt considerably more at ease. After listening to the system's task announcement, Yinluo gazed at the map of the 3 realms on the rear hall's wall. With a wave of his hand, his magical power surged forth. The once gray Dongxing Shenzhou instantly transformed to black. At this moment, the entire map displayed only 3 colors: black for Dongxing Shenzhou, black for Nanshan Prefecture, and yellow for Xinyu Hezhou, alongside purple for Beiju Luzhou, on the maps of Nanshan Prefecture and Xinyu Hezhou. Numerous temple icons representing city gods could be seen. With the governance rights over the souls of Dongxing Shenzhou secured, the issue of insufficient military resources in the underworld could be significantly ameliorated. Simultaneously, it would amplify the underworld's influence across the 3 realms. Yinluo scrutinized the map, again lost in contemplation. Having acquired the governance rights over the souls of Dongxing Shenzhou, his next objective must be to seize the governance rights over the souls of Xinyu Hezhou, controlled by the Buddhist sect, and Beiju Luzhou, dominated by the demon clan. The time until the journey to the west draws near is dwindling. To gain the governance rights over these 2 major regions. Swift action is essential. However, Beiju Luzhou is the stronghold of the demon clan. The longevity of most demons means that even in death, their souls seldom enter the underworld. They either dissipate or transform into ghost cultivators. Governance over the souls of Beiju Luzhou has long been a challenge for the 3 realms. Otherwise, the heavenly court would not have relinquished such a coveted prize to the purple micro-emperor. In the eyes of the heavenly court, the governance rights over Beiju Luzhou's souls are likened to a bone that is tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Xinyu Hezhou presents even greater difficulties. In contrast to the opulence of the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect is inherently impoverished. Any semblance of assets is exceedingly precious. To snatch a morsel from the Buddhist sect's grasp is tenfold more challenging than from the heavenly court. The governance rights over the souls of these two major regions are indeed formidable obstacles. They can be set aside for now. The focus of the underworld's work must shift towards the journey to the west. Yinluo waved his hand, inscribing a line of text upon the map of the four major regions: Human Clan, Demon Clan, Dragon Clan, Blood Sea Azura Clan, Wuzhuang Guan, Kuanping Palace. The onset of the journey to the west shall mark the day when the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect vie for the fortune of the three realms. At that time, the three realms shall be rife with turmoil. What transpires now is merely a prelude. The 81 tribulations are, at their core, a division of the fortunes of the various forces within the three realms, humans, demons, dragons, and others, into 81 parts. In the original narrative, the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect jointly divided the fortunes of the three realms, with the Buddhist sect reaping the lion's share while the heavenly court took the smaller portion. However, the heavenly court utilized the Buddhist sect's hand to eliminate many of the four imperial forces, rendering the heavenly court a voice of singular authority under the Jade Emperor. Both parties benefited from this arrangement, but now, as the underworld rises, it too seeks to claim its share. The heavenly court and the Buddhist sect are conceiving new strategies, pondering how to leverage the underworld to maximize their own benefits while simultaneously curbing the other's growth. Both the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court harbor intentions to fatten the underworld before reaping its rewards. The waters of the three realms have become increasingly murky following Yinluo's interference. While Yinluo plotted his subsequent actions, a functionary knocked and announced, "Yin Jun, the Purple Micro-Emperor seeks an audience." The Purple Micro-Emperor? Yinluo was taken aback. Although they had met once, their acquaintance was scant. If one were to speak of a relationship, it would be more akin to that with Tianpeng. Please invite the emperor to the main hall, and let Yinluo return to Kuanping Palace. Yes. Though Yinluo could not fathom the purpose of the Purple Micro-Emperor's visit, he could hazard a guess. Goching, Zhu, the existence of Xidagarba serves dual purposes. On one hand, it governs the management of the souls in the Western Bul province for the Buddhist realm, and on the other, it seeks to usurp the authority over the souls of the southern Shanzhou. Originally, the governance of souls was divided into 5 parts. However, now, both Fengdu and the Great Compassionate Celestial Lord have had their powers seized by the King of Hell, leaving only the underworld, the Buddhist domain, and the Purple Tenuity Palace. Does the King of Hell not aspire to consolidate the authority over the souls across the three realms? Is this gift from me not worthy of his attention? What a dream it would be! Just moments ago, a task was issued for me to acquire the governance of souls in the three realms. The King of Hell contemplated this, yet how could he so openly express his innermost thoughts? The Emperor has overestimated my capabilities. This humble underworld, possessing merely 2 provinces, is already an immense fortune. Furthermore, the underworld has just taken charge of Dongxing Shenzhou, inheriting the chaotic legacy left behind by the Great Compassionate Celestial Lord, which will take centuries to rectify. In such a moment, how could one focus on other matters? Purple Tenuity understood that the reason the King of Hell spoke this way was due to his fear of being overly ambitious. However, Purple Tenuity's intentions were resolute, as they pertained to his future and that of the demon race. In truth, the Jade Emperor harbored similar thoughts, believing that the King of Hell would require centuries to manage the chaos of Dongxing Shenzhou. By that time, the journey to the west would have already concluded. Yet, what the Jade Emperor failed to realize was that the previous reforms instituted by the King of Hell had significantly enhanced the efficiency of the underworld's operations. If it were not for the King of Hell instructing King Qin Guang and others to slow their pace to mislead the Jade Emperor, it is likely that within a month, they could completely resolve the chaos bequeathed by the Great Compassionate Celestial Lord. Cough, cough, cough. The King of Hell seemed to have had his thoughts laid bare by Purple Tenuity, and could only disguise his embarrassment with a dry cough. King of Hell, would you be willing to accept this gift from the northern Julu province? Purple Tenuity asked, taking a sip from his teacup with a smile. Upon hearing this, the King of Hell directly replied, "Your Majesty, it is not that I refuse your gift, but unless you clarify your intentions, I dare not accept." Haha. The King of Hell speaks candidly. Then let me be forthright. I indeed have a request. I hope that the King of Hell can assist in reincarnating my benevolent corpse to the royal family of the southern Shanzhou. Hiss. The King of Hell inhaled sharply. Purple Tenuity truly dares to envision such a thing. However, The fact that purple tenuity has severed the benevolent corpse carries profound implications. It must be noted that once cultivators reach the late stage of quasi-sainthood, they begin to seek ways to break through to sainthood. The method of severing the three corpses is the mainstream approach to achieving sainthood in the three realms. It is unexpected that the emperor has already embarked on the path to becoming a saint. One can only rejoice, however. The emperor must be aware of the difficulties inherent in reincarnating as an earthly sovereign, correct? If it were that simple, the Buddhist sect and the celestial court would have long since allowed their disciples to reincarnate as rulers and seize the fortunes of the mortal realm. Why then should they go through the arduous effort of orchestrating the journey to the West? I am indeed aware, however, since I have come to seek the King of Hell, does that not imply I have found a method? The King of Hell was once again taken aback, as the ruler of the underworld. He also presided over the wheel of 6 paths of reincarnation. He was acutely aware of the challenges of reincarnating as an emperor. Yet, purple tenuity claimed to have discovered a way to reincarnate as an earthly sovereign. How could this not astonish him? Oh, is the emperor's statement true? Behold, purple tenuity then produced a luminous object imbued with the essence of the Tao. What is this? The King of Hell inquired, perplexed. A fragment of the law. A fragment of the law? Indeed. This fragment is a shard of the royal Tao. The royal Tao, to be candid with you. This is a fragment of the royal Tao that my father comprehended before his demise. This is a royal Tao fragment understood by the demon emperor? The King of Hell was even more astonished. Purple tenuity, being the descendant of the demon emperor and possessing the body of the golden crow, was not a secret in the three realms. It was precisely due to this lineage that purple tenuity was able to secure his position among the 4 sovereigns without the backing of a saint and to command the northern Julu province. King of Hell, with this royal Tao fragment in hand, the path to reincarnating as an earthly sovereign should pose no difficulty, correct? Purple tenuity smiled as he tucked the fragment away. Your Majesty, since you possess the fragment of the law, why not pursue the path of law to sainthood instead of the path of the 3 corpses? I am not unaware that achieving sainthood through the law is vastly superior to the path of the 3 corpses. However, my father cautioned me before his passing to never pursue the path of law to sainthood. He believed that the path of law is obstructed. While I have sought the secret behind this for countless epochs, I have still yielded nothing. Purple tenuity's words caused the King of Hell's heart to tremble. The path of law is obstructed. Then why does the system still grant him fragments of the law of death? This clearly indicates a desire for him to embark on the path of law to sainthood. Is there some hidden secret in this? In the 3 realms, only the Tao ancestor has achieved sainthood through the law. Given the Tao ancestor's precedent, why would the demon emperor claim that the path of law to sainthood is obstructed? Currently, there are only 2 successful examples of achieving sainthood in the 3 realms. One is the path of severing the 3 corpses taken by the 6 saints, utilizing the fortunes of heaven and earth to condense the power of fortune, severing the 3 corpses, and ultimately merging them through the power of merit to attain sainthood. The other is to comprehend a law, using the power of that law to forge the position of a saint. Of course, many powerful beings have sought to uncover alternative paths to sainthood. Yet none have succeeded. Observing the King of Hell lost in thought, purple tenuity refrained from interruption, instead quietly lifting his teacup. After a moment, the King of Hell spoke. Your Majesty, please do not take offense. It is simply that your words carry overwhelming significance. Purple tenuity smiled slightly. No offense taken. I too was astounded upon hearing this in the past. Do you find my request reasonable? If there exists a fragment of the royal Tao, then the possibility of reincarnating as an earthly emperor is not entirely beyond reach. The southern Shanzhou is rife with conflict, and there are numerous individuals with imperial fates among the mortals. Yet, ultimately, only one will ascend to the throne. Your Majesty, do you possess the confidence to become the sovereign of southern Shanzhou and ascend to the pinnacle of power? Not with certainty. Ah. The King of Hell had thought that purple tenuity had meticulously calculated everything, only to discover that he lacked confidence. Your Majesty, with the impending calamity and the obscured heavenly principles, the earthly emperor is indeed a child of the heavenly will. Even in ordinary times, saints find it challenging to discern the fate of emperors, particularly that of the southern Shanzhou monarch, who stands at the epicenter of the calamity vortex, where the heavenly secrets are even more chaotic. Go identify the true son of destiny among numerous individuals with imperial fates is exceedingly arduous. One can only say, do one's utmost and leave the rest to fate. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, while you may lack certainty, I possess confidence. The King of Hell has confidence? Surely, this is not a jest. Of course, it is no jest. If one wishes to accomplish this task, it is indeed possible. However, additional compensation is required. The King of Hell said with a smile, which in turn amused Purple Tenuity. Had the King of Hell not mentioned the need for additional compensation, Purple Tenuity might have thought he was boasting. Yet, since the King of Hell dared to stipulate conditions, he must possess some degree of assurance. King of Hell, you are truly forthright. Pray tell, how certain are you? 10 parts. 10 parts? Indeed. As long as your Majesty agrees that when the underworld engages the celestial court in the future, the Purple Tenuity Palace shall not interfere, I shall assist in reincarnating you as the true dragon sovereign of the mortal realm. Purple Tenuity stroked his beard, deep in thought. The King of Hell, noticing his contemplation, continued, once your Majesty becomes the earthly emperor, any future ruler of the realm seeking to win the hearts of the people and solidify their reign shall proclaim themselves as the reincarnation of Purple Tenuity. At that time, the fortunes of the mortal realm shall continuously flow into the Purple Tenuity Palace. The King of Hell's proposition was indeed grandiose. Very well. Since you possess such confidence, I shall agree to your request. The King of Hell hurriedly approached Purple Tenuity, beaming, and said, Your Majesty, rest assured, we shall head to the Wheel of Reincarnation at once. With that, he took Purple Tenuity by the hand and hurried out of the hall, hastening towards the Wheel of Reincarnation. Upon arrival, the two stood before the 6 paths, though Purple Tenuity had existed long before the establishment of the underworld, due to the conflicts between the demon race and the Earth Mother. He had never set foot in the underworld until now. This was his first encounter with the 6 paths, which symbolize reincarnation. Before Purple Tenuity lay 6 resplendent paths of reincarnation, each leading to a black vortex. Within the vortexes, various scenes unfolded. Endless power of reincarnation surged forth from the vortexes, carrying away the souls along the luminous paths. Observing this spectacle, Purple Tenuity could not help but exclaim, Do you know? King of Hell, why beneath the Hongjun Dao ancestor, there are only 6 saints, and why, in the underworld, in the realm of reincarnation, there exist only 6 paths? The King of Hell was at a loss for words. Even with his current cultivation at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, he had only attained such a level through the system's enhancement. He had originally been an ordinary Deluo, barely touching the threshold to quasi-sainthood. Now, faced with such profound questions, he found himself unable to respond. Your Majesty, do you have an answer? I do not know. Then what right do you have to ask such questions? Yet, perhaps the Earth Mother might know. The Earth Mother? Indeed, in the past, the 2 revered sages of the West, the Saint of the Teaching, the Saint of the Interception, and the Saint of Humanity, all established their doctrines, subsequently utilizing the immense fortune of their teachings to sever their 3 corpses. Similarly, through the merits of enlightening humanity with the 3 teachings, they unified the 3 corpses into one, thus forging their sacred positions. Although the Saint Nuwa did not establish a doctrine, she was entrusted with the heavenly mandate and created humanity. Naturally, a portion of humanity's fortune would also belong to Nuwa, and with this fortune, she severed her 3 corpses, performed the grand merit of mending the heavens, and creating humanity, solidifying her sacred position among the 6 saints. It is evident that the fortune and merits of Saint Nuwa are the most formidable. Yet why is it that her strength is the weakest? Furthermore, Hutu, with immense determination, transformed into reincarnation, completing the heavens and the earth. Such grandeur of merit and strength of fortune is not inferior to the other 5 saints beyond Nuwa. However, why has Hutu not attained a sacred position? Indeed, these are questions of great perplexity. I am at a loss. Yin Luo cannot help but feel somewhat disoriented. The 3 realms are far more intricate than we perceive. Should there come a day when Yin Jun can attain sanctity? I hope he can elucidate these matters for me. Yin Luo could not help but smirk. At that moment, the Wheel of Rebirth King entered, bowing to Yin Luo and saying, Yin Jun. Yin Luo nodded and recounted the intentions of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity. The Wheel of Rebirth King, responsible for the reincarnation of souls in the underworld, naturally understood that if one wished to be reborn into an ordinary family, it could be intervened through the 6 paths of the underworld and Yin Luo's reincarnation plate. Yet, to be reborn as a ruler among humanity is a challenge of a significantly higher magnitude. Hearing that the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity had produced a fragment of the royal Tao law, he was indeed taken aback. However, upon recalling the identity of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, he felt a sense of relief. To others, a fragment of the royal Tao law is an extraordinary treasure, something even quasi-saints covet. Even if they do not pursue the path of sanctity through the laws, the fragment can still broaden their horizons on the path to sanctity. It is akin to the diligent students Yin Luo once observed. The knowledge they acquire may not be used in the future, but it lays a solid foundation for their lives ahead. However, for the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, though this object is precious, it is not unique. After Yin Luo conveyed the intentions of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, the Wheel of Rebirth King understood his task. Thus, the three of them approached the realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Wheel of Rebirth King was responsible for the normal operation of the 6 paths, and this reincarnation of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity was far more complex than the previous reincarnation of Jin Shanzi. At that time, Jin Shanzi only needed to confirm a general direction, requiring minimal magical power and energy. However, this time, it was necessary to find the correct individual from the myriad of beings in the 3 realms. This was akin to archery. Yin Luo, back then, merely needed to shoot Jin Shanzi onto a target 1,000 meters away. Yet, this time, not only did they need to strike the bullseye, but also hit the 3rd leg of an ant on the target. The difficulty was indeed immense. Therefore, previously, sending Jin Shanzi for reincarnation could be accomplished solely by Yin Luo. Now, however, the assistance of the Wheel of Rebirth King was required. The Wheel of Rebirth King stood before them, his profound magical power surging forth in an instant. The souls above the 6 paths of reincarnation were swiftly ushered into the cycle. At that moment, the reincarnation light path was devoid of any souls. Those souls yet to embark upon the reincarnation light path were obstructed by an invisible wall of magical power, kept outside the path of reincarnation. This was to clear the way for the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity. A single misstep could result in sending another soul to the ruler of humanity, which would be catastrophic. Yin Luo cast a glance at the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity. The latter immediately understood and summoned his benevolent corpse. A figure in a green robe appeared before the reincarnation light path. The Emperor of the Purple Tenuity produced the fragment of the royal Tao law and tossed it to that figure. Without further ado, the figure received the fragment and instantly dissipated, leaving only a wisp of soul standing upon the reincarnation light path. Upon witnessing this, Yin Luo swiftly activated the reincarnation plate. The power of reincarnation from the plate poured down, enveloping the benevolent soul of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity. He then summoned the Book of Life and Death. The light from the Book of Life and Death surged, and a wisp of soul light shot directly into the whirlpool that represented the realm of humanity. Summon the fragment of the law to find the individual destined to be the ruler, Yin Luo proclaimed loudly. The benevolent soul of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity on the reincarnation light path immediately summoned the fragment of the law. The fragment instantly transformed into a surge of law power, rushing toward the whirlpool of humanity. Moments later, the Wheel of Rebirth King was drenched in sweat. Yet the power of the law still lingered within the whirlpool of humanity. After a brief interval, the pages of the Book of Life and Death began to turn, revealing several names: Liang Shidu, Shaoxian, Dou Jianda, Li Mi, Lu Wuzhou, Li Yuan, Li Shimin, Li Jinxing, and so forth. Corresponding yellow light points also appeared within the whirlpool of humanity. Upon seeing this, Yin Luo could not help but exclaim, "Found it!" He then urged the reincarnation plate, guiding the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity toward one of the light points at great speed. Chapter 47. Unlocking the marketplace. The benevolent soul of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity swiftly merged into the reincarnation. Witnessing the soul entering the 6 paths of rebirth, the Wheel of Rebirth King let out a sigh of relief, quickly withdrawing his magical power to allow the 6 paths to resume their normal operation. Yin Luo also retracted the reincarnation plate and the Book of Life and Death, addressing the Wheel of Rebirth King. "You have worked hard. Go and take a rest." Your subordinate takes his leave. The Wheel of Rebirth King respectfully departed, and the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity spoke. "Thank you, Yin Jun. The underworld can at any time take over the governance of souls in the northern Julu continent. There is no rush regarding matters there. I wonder what plans the Emperor has next. Naturally, I shall first return to the Palace of Purple Tenuity and reflect in solitude. Will the Emperor not keep an eye on the mortal realm? It is known that the heavenly Tao is orderly and mortal rulers cannot cultivate. Should they begin to cultivate, it would alter their fates. In other words, you have no guarantee while in the mortal realm. If the Jade Emperor wishes to act, how will you respond? It is of no concern. I have already made arrangements regarding the Jade Emperor. Hearing this, Yin Luo chose not to elaborate further. Since the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity had contemplated using the fragment of the law to reincarnate as a ruler of humanity, he must have been thoroughly prepared. The Emperor continued. However, do you have any strategies to share with me regarding the plans of the Buddhist sect? Are you referring to the matter of the Buddhist sect wanting the souls of the mortal rulers to visit the underworld? The Emperor of the Purple Tenuity nodded in acknowledgement. You need not worry. The Buddhist sect's intention for the mortal rulers to visit the underworld is merely to facilitate the Western expedition, promote the Buddhist teachings, and thereby seize the faith and fortune of humanity. Past mortal rulers may have been swayed by their charms. However, will you, Emperor, be swayed by them? Rest assured, your benevolent soul will be kept safe in my underworld. What you say is indeed true. The Emperor of the Purple Tenuity nodded. He had also considered this point. The reason he brought it up was merely to hear Yin Luo's final assurance. He hoped that the friendship between the underworld and the Palace of Purple Tenuity would endure. This time, with the underworld gaining the governance rights of souls in the northern Julu continent, and the Palace of Purple Tenuity obtaining the faith of humanity in the southern Shanshan region, it is indeed a win-win situation. This is all thanks to Yin Jun. There is no need for thanks. Both sides have taken what they needed, then I shall take my leave. I await the day you ascend to the heavenly court at the Palace of Purple Tenuity. After speaking, the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity transformed into a wisp of flowing light and departed toward the Palace of Purple Tenuity. Yin Luo clasped his fists in response, watching the departing figure of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, filled with myriad emotions. He had never anticipated that the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity would devise such a strategy to procure the fortunes of the southern Shanshan region. What audacity! What determination! Truly worthy of being the successor of the former Demon Emperor. Following this, Yin Luo also left the Wheel of Rebirth office and returned to the Hall of Sun Luo. Just as he was about to enter the hall, he spotted Garuda waiting outside. Garuda? Did I not instruct you to return to the Kunping Palace? Yin Jun, Garuda respectfully addressed Yin Luo. I have just returned from the Kunping Palace. Why father instructed me to inform you that there are 30,000 demon troops available for your command. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo was overjoyed. Haha, good. Please convey my gratitude to the ancestor. The underworld will not let him down in his investments. Also, kindly thank your father on my behalf. Before I left, my father instructed me that should Yin Jun wish to express his gratitude, he should allow the young demons to join the underworld, to serve at the underworld's behest. Oh? Yin Luo raised his sword-like brows, glancing at Garuda, and said, In that case, you may proceed to the Hall of War Gods. As you command. With that, Garuda departed the Hall of Sun Luo. Just as Garuda left, Yin Luo received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the alliance of the Kunping Palace. Under your leadership, the underworld has taken a significant step toward rebelling against the heavenly court. Reward: 100 task points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the rebellion construction task. 1. 500 task points have been credited. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the rebellion reform task. 1. 1,000 task points have been credited. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the rebellion construction task. 1. The host has taken another step on the path to rebelling against the heavenly court. Issuing rebellion construction task. 2. Establish 1,000 city god temples in the 4 great continents. Task progress: 100, 1000. Task reward: 1,000 task points. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the rebellion reform task. 1. The host has forged a path of his own in the rebellion against the heavenly court. The task of instigating a rebellion and reform. Part 2. The administrative functions of the underworld have undergone significant improvements. Next, the host is required to implement sweeping reforms in the military of the underworld to enhance the combat capabilities of the spectral soldiers. Current task progress: 0. Task reward: 1,000 task points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1,000 task points. The shop function has been unlocked. A series of notification sounds echoed in Yinluo's mind. He summoned the system panel and observed the data below. Merit points, 70. Task points, 1660. It has not been an easy journey, having spent so long in the world of Journey to the West. He had managed to accumulate just over 1,000 task points. Other transmigrators often boast infinite skill points, infinite this, infinite that. Yet here he was, enduring such misfortune. Task points are hard to grind, and previously, establishing 100 city god temples had only earned him 500 task points, averaging 5 points per temple that barely matched the reward of a side quest. Now, with the task of constructing 1,000 temples, factoring in the 100 already completed, he only needed to build 900 more. However, could this paltry reward of 1,000 task points truly be justified? What a scam! A bottomless pit. Forget it. Let us check the shop. Perhaps the items within could offer him some solace. With that thought, Yinluo opened the shop. The interface resembled that of an online game from his previous life, displaying categories of items at the top. Equipment, techniques, fragments, others. He clicked on equipment. The first column on the left revealed 3 distinct classification buttons: acquired treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and supreme treasures. Yinluo briefly skimmed through them. Acquired treasures started at 100 task points, while powerful top-tier acquired merit treasures astonishingly reached over 1,000 task points. As for innate spiritual treasures, they began at a staggering 1,000 task points. The finest innate merit treasures could reach tens of thousands of task points. Meanwhile, supreme treasures commenced at a minimum of tens of thousands of task points. This is outrageous. Yinluo clutched his heart and took a deep breath. No anger, no anger. He finally understood why the system had refrained from displaying the shop initially. It was because he was broke. Everything here required at least 1,000 task points. Who could afford that? He then clicked on the techniques section. The techniques in the system shop were all exceptional treasures from the 3 realms. However, the prices were absurdly high, with the lowest being in the tens of thousands of task points. They even had the audacity to label them as discounted. Next, Yinluo opened the fragments section, thinking the items here might not be too expensive. Chapter 48. 100 million task points. As it turned out, Yinluo was still overly optimistic. The page for fragments opened, revealing several buttons on the left: law fragments, merit fragments, and other fragments. The value of law fragments was generally equivalent, starting at a minimum of 10,000 task points. Note, this is the starting price. 10,000 task points, not a cap, but a base price. Ugh. This is simply intolerable. Reluctantly, he clicked on the merit fragments section. Upon seeing the price of 10,000 task points per fragment, his heart felt as though it were being squeezed by a giant hand. Although he had no idea what merit fragments were used for, their price was the same as the law fragments. Rendering them out of his reach, Yinluo, with vacant eyes, clicked on the other fragments section. Ugh! Yinluo spat in frustration. It was completely empty. Nothing at all. He patted his chest and then, with eyes closed, clicked on others. He hoped that the items here would not be excessively priced. Upon opening the first column, he was greeted by a product he had long desired: home experience card. One day, before the joy could wash over him, he was stunned by the price that followed. He counted the zeros, one by one. Individual, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. Ugh, this is intolerable. 1 billion task points. Surely, this cannot be for him but rather for his descendants. Is this a mere gimmick? Yinluo ceased browsing the items and promptly closed the shop panel. With a stern expression, he exuded an aura of menace. He was furious, extremely furious. Although the rewards for the main quest were indeed enticing, valued in the tens of thousands of task points, the prices in the shop were simply outrageous. Moreover, that so-called home experience card, which was valid for merely one day, demanded 1 billion task points. Did he feel as though he had been played? A pent-up frustration welled within Yinluo. He sought an outlet. Thus, Yinluo burst through the palace doors, racing towards the western realms of the underworld. The patrolling officers outside were struck by the killing intent radiating from Yinluo. Who has angered the Lord of Hell? No one knows. One officer shook his head in bewilderment. It was his first time witnessing Yinluo this enraged. Where was the Lord heading? It seemed he was going west. West? The Lord Isn't perhaps seeking out Dizong. Is he? It's possible. At this moment, Yinluo had already arrived at the Tsuelong Palace. He hovered outside the palace, shouting angrily, Dizong, come out. Moments later, Dizong Bodhisattva emerged from the Tsuelong Palace. Facing Yinluo in midair, Lord of Hell, what brings you to my Tsuelong Palace? Although Dizong sensed that Yinluo was not here for a friendly visit, he dared not show any signs of negligence. After all, the disparity in their strengths was evident. In the past, when the Buddha brought 10,000 disciples to save the underworld, Yinluo, with his quasi-saint level strength, had fought the Buddha on equal terms, proving his formidable power. Moreover, he had once subdued Guanyin with a single move, imprisoning her for a century. Their strengths were comparable, and should Yinluo wish to deal with him, it would be but a blink of an eye. While Dizong maintained a respectful demeanor, Yinluo was not inclined to let him off lightly. I have come solely to pummel you. Having said that, he did not summon the 6 paths of reincarnation plate or the book of life and death, but merely held the judge's pin in hand. Then, he unleashed his magic power with reckless abandon. The judge's pin, infused with Yinluo's magical energy, transformed into a formidable club. Yinluo gripped the judge's pin with both hands, raised it high, and then swung it down fiercely towards Dizong. Seeing this, Dizong cried out, Lord of Hell, let us discuss this rationally. There's no need for violence, he shouted while summoning his magical artifact in an attempt to block Yinluo's assault. However, with Dizong only at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, how could he withstand an attack from Yinluo, who was at the quasi-saint level? Yinluo wielded the judge's pin. No, the judge's club, mercilessly against Dizong. Yinluo showed no signs of restraint, unleashing his wild magical power. One strike after another. Fortunately, the Buddha had left numerous magical treasures to aid Dizong in stabilizing the situation in the underworld. Meanwhile, although Yinluo's onslaught was fierce, he did not intend to kill. This time, he merely sought to relieve his pent-up frustrations and simultaneously lay the groundwork for what he intended to do next. Thus, Dizong only felt immense pain throughout his body, yet was not in any life-threatening peril. After a brief moment, Dizong had been reduced to a bruised and battered state by Yinluo's judge's club. Under the relentless assault of Yinluo's immense magical power and the devastating blows from the judge's club, Dizong was too preoccupied with evading Yinluo's strikes to even think about using his magic to heal his superficial wounds. All his thoughts were consumed with how to avoid Yinluo's mighty club. Yinluo, you have gone too far, Dizong Bodhisattva shouted in fury, to which Yinluo replied with a wicked grin, saying, Gone too far? This is just the beginning. With that, Yinluo raised the judge's club and charged towards Dizong once more. Upon closing the distance, he swung the club down hard onto Dizong's backside. Bang! Dizong was forcefully struck down from the air to the ground by Yinluo. Yinluo, a gentleman may be killed, but he cannot be humiliated. Bang! Yinluo delivered another blow, the club making intimate contact with Dizong's rear once more. Yinluo arched his brows, grinning widely, shouting as he swung the judge's pin, targeting Dizong's behind. It resembled the scene from Yinluo's past life, when, after failing an exam, his father chased him down the street with a rolling pin, punishing him. A gentleman may be killed, bang, but he cannot be humiliated, bang. May he be killed, bang. May he be humiliated, bang bang. Dizong quickly realized that Yinluo was not here to take his life. Rather, he was here specifically to humiliate him. How could he, a dignified bodhisattva of the Buddhist order, the representative of Buddhism in the underworld, endure such disgrace at the hands of Yinluo from now on? How could he face anyone in the underworld? Lord of Hell, let us discuss this rationally. If I have erred in any way, please show mercy. Bang. Mercy, you say? Lord of Hell, mercy. The bodhisattva has done nothing wrong. Bang. No, no, no. It must surely be that I have erred in some way. Bang. Yinluo consciously struck Dizong from the western realms of the underworld to the gates of hell. From the gates of hell, he struck him to the 3 cities of the underworld. From the 3 cities of the underworld, he struck him over the Blood Sea. That day, the entire underworld witnessed Dizong being pursued by Yinluo, akin to a father chasing after his son. Over the Blood Sea, 2 figures appeared. They watched with great interest as Yinluo relentlessly pummeled Dizong. Father, Why is the Lord of Hell chasing after Dizong? With the Lord's strength, he need not exert himself so. Naturally, Yinluo is not merely attacking Dizong. Mingyi smiled broadly as he observed the chase over the Blood Sea. What does this mean? He is slapping the face of Buddhism. Now, the entire underworld is aware that the Cuiyun Palace has been thoroughly beaten by the underworld, crying out for mercy. At this moment, Yinluo also spotted the Mingyi watching from a distance. He waved the judge's staff, urging the Dizong to flee towards the Mingyi. Ancestor, save me. Please lend your assistance. Dizong, seeing a glimmer of hope, implored the Mingyi for help, yet Mingyi merely chuckled, continuing to observe the two. Yinluo then spoke, Ancestor, why not join in the fun as well? Chapter 49. The Second Reform. You young ones can play. I shall merely enjoy the spectacle. Upon hearing this, the previously ashen face of Dizong turned even greener. Ha ha ha! Ah! Across the Blood Sea, the raucous laughter of Yinluo resounded, accompanied by the wails of Dizong. Father, this Yinjun is so reckless. It seems a bit audacious. Audacious? You underestimate this Yinjun. What profound intention lies behind Yinjun's actions? Indeed. Are you aware that the underworld has obtained the governance rights over the souls of Dongxing Shenzhou and Nanshan Buzhou? In the entire three realms, only the sole governance rights of Beiju Luzhou and Xinyo Hezhou remain in the hands of the Demon Clan and the Buddhist sect. However, not long ago, I sensed the presence of the Ziwei Emperor lingering in the underworld for several days. Shortly thereafter, Yinluo attacked the Cuiyun Palace. This indicates that he has reached an agreement with the Demon Clan, and he may have already secured the sole governance rights of Beiju Luzhou. His current actions are directed at seizing the sole governance rights of Xinyo Hezhou. From the moment Yinluo declared war on the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect, every action he has taken has been meticulously planned. Each event is a calculated move. Just like this time, what appears to be an irrational outburst is, in fact, aimed at undermining the prestige of the Buddhist sect regarding souls. Paving the way for him to seize the sole governance rights of Xinyo Hezhou, did the previously elusive Yinjun truly harbor such intricate schemes? Perhaps his schemes extend beyond what we perceive. The significant events that have transpired in the three realms over the past few centuries all bear his influence. The demon monkey's havoc in the underworld, the emergence of the Queen of Earth, the tumult at the Peach Banquet instigated by the Buddhist sect and the Heavenly Court, the chaos caused by Tianpeng in the Heavenly Palace, the Saint's Edict, the conflict between the Four Seas and Kuanpeng Palace, the uproar at Zhuji Mountain. Which of these events that reshaped the three realms did he not partake in? Moreover, what is most astonishing is that, whether it be the Buddhist sect or the Heavenly Court, they still believe they can control the situation. Yet, the ultimate beneficiaries behind each of these events are none other than the underworld. It's truly chilling to contemplate. Did the Buddha and the Jade Emperor not realize this? The saying goes, the one in the midst of the situation is often blinded, while the observer sees clearly. Both of them are ensnared in their own schemes, viewing the underworld as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Little do they know, this lamb is, in fact, a wolf in sheep's clothing. The Buddhist sect and the Heavenly Court believe they hold all the cards. Unbeknownst to them, they may very well be the ones being controlled. The Jade Emperor and the Buddha think they are the hands behind the scenes. Yet, the most astute hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Father, so wise. Mingyi glanced at those beside him, smiling as he said, if, after the calamity of journey to the west, I, the Azura of the Blood Sea, still remain, then you shall be the sovereign of the Blood Sea, and my only request is that you care for your siblings, especially your eldest sister. Although she has married that foolish ox, this boundless Blood Sea remains her home, and for Hong Haier, I hope you will look after him as well. Those around Mingyi listened, wide-eyed at his near-farewell words. Father, what are you saying? I must fight for you all. I shall strive for my Azura clan. One day, I will lead you, our kin, out of this dark Blood Sea, to roam freely and comfortably in the three realms. Father. Outside the Cuiyun Palace, bang. Dizong was struck on the back by Yinluo's staff, heavily falling outside the Cuiyun Palace. Yinluo sighed deeply. Now, that feels much better. Yinluo, if you have the guts, kill this monk. What is your intent in subjecting me to such humiliation? What is my intent? Simply for the thrill. What can you do to me? With that, Yinluo put away his magical weapon and strode away. Yinluo, Dizong's eyes widened as he watched Yinluo's retreating figure, Roaring in anger, Yin Luo leisurely walked back to the Sanluo Hall. This time, Yin Luo struck out to vent his frustrations. After all, the 100 million task points for the home experience card from the system were utterly unworthy of a son. However, the primary objective was not this. Just as Mingi surmised, Yin Luo was plotting for the sole governance rights of Xinyo Hezhou. In this contest for fortune among the three realms, all strategies and actions are aimed at seizing fortune. War, though the most effective means, is also the last resort. This strike has undermined the Buddhist sect's prestige in the underworld, laying a solid foundation for Yin Luo to vie for the sole governance rights of Xinyo Hezhou. When the time is ripe, Yin Luo can lead the ghostly soldiers to flatten the Tuiyin Palace. Here, he will establish a new office for the underworld, gaining complete control over the governance of souls in the three realms. Simultaneously, he will thoroughly dominate the underworld, and the opportune moment lies with that false monkey. Upon Yin Luo's return to the Sanluo Hall, the 9 underworld lords and 10 underworld commanders had been waiting for some time. Yin Jun, you have finally returned. We have gathered all our forces. Shall we take action against the Tuiyin Palace? Yin Luo was momentarily taken aback by King Qingguang's words. When did I say we would act against the Tuiyin Palace? Then why did you brutally attack Dizong? Attack Dizong? I encountered a mishap in my cultivation, and I needed to vent my frustrations by giving him a beating. Just to vent? King Qingguang looked incredulous, of course. What did you think? Yin Luo smiled as he looked at King Qingguang. Naturally, King Qingguang did not believe Yin Luo's words, and seeing Yin Luo's composed demeanor, he realized there was more to this matter than met the eye. Seeing everyone gathered, Yin Luo said, "Since all of you are here, I shall speak of another matter. The task of expanding our forces in the underworld has been nearly completed. The previous reforms have already yielded significant results. Now, we can proceed to the next phase of reform. The focus of this reform will be the War God Hall." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up their ears, attentively listening to Yin Luo's directives. Although there had been some doubts regarding the previous reforms, the results had indeed been remarkable. Now that Yin Luo intends to implement new reforms for the War God Hall, if this reform is successful, the underworld strength will undoubtedly experience a tremendous leap. I plan to divide the underworld soldiers under the War God Hall into 5 divisions: the Eastern Slayer Army, the Western Buddhist Annihilation Army, the Southern Divine Execution Army, the Northern Immortal Eradication Army, and the Central Heaven Suppression Army. The Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern armies will each be led by 2 underworld lords, supported by 2 underworld commanders, with golden immortals as soldiers. The Heaven Suppression Army will be led by myself, with King Qingguang as support and renowned human war spirits such as Bai Qi, with Tai golden immortals as soldiers. Each of the 4 armies will number 25,000, with no upper limit. The Heaven Suppression Army will consist of 10,000, also with no upper limit. Additionally, we will establish an underworld defense office, headed by King Qingguang, with 2 underworld commanders as support and renowned human war spirits such as Bai Qi as key personnel, with no limit on the number of soldiers. This office will primarily be responsible for internal defense arrangements, external combat planning, command control, and operational support. Furthermore, due to the current shortage of personnel in the underworld, we will establish a temporary department responsible for recruiting underworld soldiers, led by King Chu Jiang of the Impermanence Department, along with the Black and White Impermanence, and King Qingguang of the City God Department. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? Chapter 50. In this scene, I wish to compose a poem. Upon hearing Yin Luo's plans, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. King Qingguang, looking rather dejected, said, "Yin Jun, isn't my task a bit too much?" Yin Luo smiled slightly and replied, "Rest assured, King Qingguang, although your tasks are numerous, I have also assigned you ample subordinates. You merely need to make decisions." King Qingguang could only nod with tears in his eyes, then said again, "Yin Jun, although the Heaven Suppression Army consists of only 10,000, they are to be composed of Tai golden immortals. Isn't that a bit too high a threshold? No matter, I will find a way to manage this. The calamity of journey to the west is about to commence. At that time, the underworld will seize a substantial amount of fortune. I will devise a plan to procure heavenly materials and earthly treasures for you. With the underworld's fortune and heavenly materials, it will surely aid the underworld lords in breaking through to quasi-saint status and help the underworld commanders ascend to Deluo." Upon hearing this, everyone clasped their fists and bowed in gratitude. Originally, the underworld was quite barren, lacking fortune and resources. Those serving as underworld lords, commanders, and judges could not ascend as swiftly as those in the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect. However, they held no doubt regarding Yin Luo's words. After all, with Yin Luo's rapid advancement in cultivation as a precedent, they firmly believed he would have a way to assist them. Thus, do any of you have further suggestions? Yin Luo inquired. The crowd unanimously expressed they had no further suggestions. Yin Luo nodded and said, "Then it shall be as such today. I ask you all to work together in unity to create brilliance. The revival of our netherworld is imminent. I, as the sovereign, wish to unite with all of you in unwavering solidarity, so that the name of our netherworld may resonate throughout the three realms. Let the beings of our netherworld proudly proclaim, 'I am of the netherworld.'" Upon hearing these words, the crowd responded with fervor, saying, "We shall faithfully obey the Lord Yan's command." After the assembly dispersed, Yin Luo, accompanied by King Qingguang, slowly made their way towards the western Yohajo. "Old Qin, did you not mention previously your intentions to recruit the corpse demons as our spectral soldiers? How has that endeavor progressed?" "Old Qin? What an endearing appellation. But, should I dare to address Lord Yin as Old Yin or perhaps Old Luo?" "No, that would be inappropriate, as Lord Yin is indeed my superior. Reporting to Lord Yin, we have successfully recruited nearly 70 to 80,000 corpse demons." 70 to 80,000? What levels do they possess? Due to the arduous nature of their cultivation, the majority are at the golden immortal stage. There are indeed many celestial corpse demons below that threshold, but their feeble powers have led us to refrain from enlisting them. Thus far, we have yet to encounter any at the Tai golden immortal level. How fortuitous! The very place we are heading to harbors a Tai golden immortal corpse demon. Yin Luo remarked with a smile. The mention of a Tai golden immortal corpse demon left King Qingguang momentarily stunned. The birth of a corpse demon is inherently challenging, and their cultivation is even more arduous. In truth, corpse demons share some similarities with the witch clan. Neither possesses a soul. However, the corporeal forms of the witch clan are derived from Pango, enabling them to contend with the demon clan. In contrast, most corpse demons are merely the remnants of human flesh. The frail human form, once bereft of its soul, gives rise to a flicker of consciousness born from resentment or obsession. Achieving the golden immortal realm is already no small feat, let alone attaining the Tai golden immortal status. After a brief interval, the two arrived at the White Tiger Ridge in western Yohajo. Yin Luo and his companion concealed their auras, descending upon the narrow path winding through the mountains. "Lord Yin, why do we not simply confront them directly? To confront them would be rather uncivilized. As cultured beings, we must naturally win them over with virtue." Once more, King Qingguang's mind conjured the image of Yin Luo fiercely striking the earthly deity. "Is this what you deem a civilized approach? To win over others with virtue?" Reluctantly, King Qingguang trailed behind Yin Luo, ambling along the winding path of White Tiger Ridge. "Old Qin, behold the splendid scenery here. The mountains are pristine and the waters clear. Why not compose a poem?" "Ah, Lord Yin, please do not put me in such a predicament. In that case, allow me to compose a verse for this picturesque vista." "Your talent is indeed exceptional, Lord Yin." Coughing lightly, Yin Luo surveyed the surroundings and began to recite. "This mountain is extraordinary, filled with flowers and grasses I adore. With flowers and grasses, I adore. This mountain is truly not ordinary." Bang! "Oh dear, Old Qin, how did you stumble?" "Not at all. I was merely overwhelmed by the beauty of my own poetry." Cough, cough. "Lord Yin, what do you think of this verse?" King Qingguang inquired, feeling a wave of embarrassment. "What a splendid poem, indeed." King Qingguang wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking insincerely. "I too find it to be a fine poem. In this moment, I am inspired to recite another." Yin Luo turned his gaze towards the majestic mountains of White Tiger Ridge, smiling as he exclaimed, "The landscapes are so delightful, with flowers, trees, and grasses, while a river dweller bathes, surpassing even the jade pool." Bang! "Alas, Old Qin, you've fallen again. Rise quickly, for there is indeed someone bathing over yonder." Peering over, King Qingguang indeed spotted a woman bathing in the mountain stream. Just as he attempted to observe further, the woman noticed him. With a swift gesture, she splashed the water, creating a surging column that rushed towards the two. King Qingguang promptly stepped forward, channeling his power to effortlessly dispel the attack. He then beheld a figure clad in white standing by the riverbank, her damp hair glistening with droplets that slid down. Soaking her form-fitting white gown, he instantly recognized her as the formidable Tai Golden Immortal Corpse Demon mentioned by Yin Luo, who dares trespass upon the domain of the Lady of White Bones. The Lady of White Bones regarded the two with suspicion. Rarely did anyone visit White Tiger Ridge, as the heavy corpse aura deterred most cultivators from settling there. Could they be emissaries sent by the Wolf clan from neighboring Baoxiang Nation? Yet she had no dealings with that creature, having only heard of its reputation over the years without any actual interaction. She understood that while that demon was indeed a demon, it bore no trace of malevolence and instead cultivated an ancient celestial path, suggesting it possessed considerable strength and backing. Thus, she was reluctant to provoke such a being. "So you are the Lady of White Bones. I have long heard of your esteemed name. I beg pardon for the unintentional intrusion." Yin Luo bowed respectfully. The Lady of White Bones inwardly scoffed, "Humph, who are you calling my lady?" However, she was no fool. Upon observing the individual beside Yin Luo effortlessly neutralize her attack, she surmised that he was formidable. It would be wise to avoid conflict with them. She had heard that the western Yohazhou had been turbulent in recent centuries, with powerful demon clans encroaching upon territories. Fortunately, her domain had remained unscathed. "Since this was an unintentional encounter, I am not unreasonable. I kindly request that you both depart swiftly." Yin Luo, however, pressed on, as guests, "Should not the Lady of White Bones invite us for a cup of tea?" Chapter 51. Why the flush? A radiant spirit. Upon uttering these words, Yin Luo felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Was this not akin to the lecherous demeanor of his past life? Although he recognized the potential offense in his words, he maintained an unflinching composure. As an authority, one must acknowledge one's missteps, amend them, yet never admit to fault. Any errors lie with the incompetence of subordinates. This instance was due to King Qingguang's failure to prevent him in a timely manner. Yes, that was it. King Qingguang gazed at Yin Luo in disbelief. Could it be that Lord Yin had succumbed to lust? Surely not. Gasping in astonishment, he pondered the possibility. Otherwise, why had Lord Yin rejected his earlier suggestion to confront them head-on, instead advocating for virtue? He recalled how previously, someone had pursued the earthly deity relentlessly. The Lady of White Bones' expression shifted as she interjected. "I ask you both to conduct yourselves with decorum. I implore you to leave my White Tiger Ridge. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." Despite her formidable strength, the Lady of White Bones was not to be trifled with. Corpse demons, while facing cultivation challenges, often possessed greater strength than their human counterparts at the same realm. Though she might not triumph against the two, she could certainly defend herself. Little did she know, the two who approached her were a quasi-saint and a great Luo. She would never have guessed that a quasi-saint and a great Luo would find amusement in concealing their auras to toy with a mere Tai Golden Immortal. Did these great beings not require cultivation? "Lady, do not be incensed. We have come to bestow upon you an opportunity." The Lady of White Bones misconstrued Yin Luo's intentions, her heart filled with scorn. "Humph, these men truly are all the same. Even upon reaching a certain realm, they cannot escape their inherent flaws." Thus, the Lady of White Bones transformed into her true form. A skeletal figure materialized before Yin Luo. The skeletal visage bore a slight upward curve at the mouth, and Yin Luo recognized it as a smile. "Do you still wish to bestow an opportunity upon me? Lady, you have misunderstood. Our intention is to offer you a chance. Not to covet your form." Upon hearing Yin Luo's candid declaration, the Lady of White Bones felt both flattered and incensed. Did she not warrant his desire? If Yin Luo had understood her thoughts, he would have exclaimed in surprise. The intricacies of a woman's heart are as elusive as needles in the depths of the sea. Transforming back into her human form, the Lady of White Bones inquired, "Who exactly are you two?" At this moment, Yin Luo adopted a serious demeanor, as if he had transformed from a rogue into a true sovereign. "I am Yin Luo of the Netherworld." "Yin Luo?" The Lady of White Bones gasped in shock. Who does not know the name of Yin Luo? Only he would dare openly challenge the Celestial Court and the Buddhist sect. Instantly, she bowed deeply. Expressing her respect, this humble demon did not recognize the grandeur of your presence. "I plead for your forgiveness. Do not concern yourself. It is also my oversight. I have come to recruit you to serve in my netherworld." "Might you be interested? To serve in the netherworld?" The Lady of White Bones appeared utterly bewildered. Then, a flush crept upon her cheeks, as though recalling something. Yin Luo observed her rosy complexion with astonishment. What could have caused her face to flush? Was she perhaps invigorated? Indeed, the proposition to serve in the Netherworld was enticing. I propose to appoint you as the Shadow Commander of the War God Hall, overseeing the newly recruited Corpse Demon Army of the Three Realms. Would you accept? May I inquire further? Oh, what questions do you have? If I join the Netherworld, will it solely be in the War God Hall to oversee the Corpse Demon Army? Certainly, it is far more than that. What else is there? The blush on the cheeks of Lady Bone seemed to deepen a few degrees. When the war across the Three Realms breaks out, you will need to lead the army to battle for my Netherworld. Lady Bone was taken aback. But, is it truly so? Among the Three Realms, it is not easy for corpse demons to cultivate. And reaching your level is indeed a rarity. I, as a lord, cherish talent. Once you take office in the Netherworld, I shall grant you the greatest authority. Your freedom shall not be unduly restrained. As long as you can command the troops effectively, feel free to present any demands you may have. Do you have any conditions? Upon hearing this, Lady Bone took a deep breath. The blush on her face vanished, and she addressed Yin Luo. Since the Lord of Hell personally extends the invitation, it would be ill-mannered for a mere demon to hesitate. However, there is one matter I hope the Lord can grant. Oh, pray, enlighten me. I wish that although I join the Netherworld, I may still remain in this White Tiger Ridge. Although Yin Luo harbored similar arrangements in his heart, he was nonetheless curious as to why Lady Bone held such a desire. Oh? And what might that be? The White Tiger Ridge is the place where this demon perished in her past life. I remember waiting for someone here in my previous existence. He said he would return. Yin Luo was momentarily astonished. Such a melodramatic tale? Very well, since you wish to stay in this White Tiger Ridge, I shall dispatch the tens of thousands of Corpse Demon Army from the Netherworld to report to you at White Tiger Ridge. Moreover, regarding the karmic ties of your past life, I shall also return to the Netherworld to investigate thoroughly on your behalf. Now it was Lady Bone's turn to be surprised. She had not anticipated Yin Luo's willingness to comply so readily. Not only had he agreed to her request, but he was also willing to help her search for someone. Thank you, Lord of Hell. I shall devote myself to the Netherworld, unhesitatingly facing any trials. I have high hopes for you. However, I must advise you on two matters. First, to the west of White Tiger Ridge lies the kingdom of Baoxiang. But do remember to restrain both yourself and your subordinates. Do not bring harm to the common folk. This demon shall abide by the decree. Second, in the future, a monk will come from the southern Shanbu state to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. When he arrives, simply report your title as the Yin Commander of the Netherworld, and do not engage in any conflict with him. This demon shall remember, that is all. From now on, you need only return to the Netherworld's War God Hall annually to report your duties. And also set aside a few days to return and listen to King Wu's teachings. This is a compulsory course for the Yin commanders, judges, Yin soldiers, and other officials of the Netherworld. Do not forget. Yes, I shall take my leave now. Should you have any matters, you may return to the Netherworld. From this moment forth, you are no longer a drifting leaf. From now on, behind you stands the Netherworld. The War God Hall, the Sinluo Hall. You have a home now. Do you understand? This demon thanks the Lord. Lady Bone choked back tears as she gazed at Yin Luo. After hundreds of years, she seemed to have found her belonging once more. Lord of Hell, when shall King Wu begin his teachings? Oh, not yet. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Henceforth, I appoint King Wu as the preacher of the Netherworld. He shall deliver teachings 4 times a year to the Yin commanders, judges, Yin soldiers, and other officials of the Netherworld, covering the subjects of the values of the Netherworld, the dream of the Netherworld, and the 24-character mantra. Go and convey this decree. I shall now proceed to the 3 Lives Stone to investigate Lady Bone's past life. Understood. In the blink of an eye, Yin Luo and King Qin returned to the Netherworld. King Qin went to find King Wu to convey the decree, while Yin Luo stood by the 3 Lives Stone. Chapter 52. The Origins of Lady Bone. Yin Luo, before the 3 Lives Stone, offered up the virtual stone and the Book of Life and Death. The pages of the Book of Life and Death flipped rapidly under Yin Luo's magical influence. After a moment, the Book of Life and Death ceased flipping upon reaching a certain page. Subsequently, a beam of light shot forth from it, vanishing into the 3 Lives Stone. Then, an image appeared on the entire surface of the three live stone. There stood the heavenly court. Yinluo could not help but be taken aback. Lady Bone was actually one of the heavenly court's denizens. Yinluo patiently continued observing. He saw Lady Bone's past life serving incense in the incense hall of the heavenly court. At that moment, the hall's door quietly opened a crack. A figure slipped in from outside. This person hugged Lady Bone's previous incarnation from behind and said, "Guess who I am, my lord? What brings you here? Why can't I come? Aren't we on duty today? Today is not our turn in the Western 7 constellations. Then don't you need to cultivate? At this hour, you come to the incense hall? Precisely because it is this hour that I came. You rascal, where? Shall we descend to the mortal realm and be true husband and wife? Is that true? Do you genuinely wish for this? Are you willing to forsake your position in the heavenly court? What is there to hesitate about? I died in a muddle in the great array of all immortals. I arrived in this desolate heavenly court, becoming some mere star lord, Kuemu Lang. I have been muddled day in and day out until I met you. When I finally realized that my previous days were all wasted, well, since you are willing, even if it is beneath the 9 netherworlds, I will accompany you." The image on the 3 live stones shifted, and Yinluo witnessed the two quietly descend to the mortal realm. Upon arriving in the mortal realm, Kuemu Lang set up a formation in a place heavy with yin energy. Soon, the two embraced tightly once more. Then, Kuemu Lang placed Yunu into the formation. "My lord, remember to find me." Kuemu Lang, with tears in his eyes, nodded vigorously. He then activated the formation, sending Yunu into the cycle of reincarnation. Yinluo could not fathom why Kuemu Lang insisted on sending Yunu into reincarnation. If they wished to be husband and wife, they could simply cross over to the mortal realm together. At the same time, Yinluo felt a surge of anger at witnessing this reincarnation formation. This was a formation for privately sending souls into reincarnation. As Yinluo would phrase it in his past life, this was akin to smuggling. He committed this matter to memory, until the issue of smuggling was resolved. The netherworld could never truly stand atop the 3 realms. Even Kuemu Lang, at the level of a Tai golden immortal, could carve formations to privately send souls into reincarnation. Those at the Deluo and quasi-saint levels would surely be even more reckless. Yinluo continued observing the image on the 3 live stone. At this moment, after sending Yunu away, Kuemu Lang unexpectedly knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. From the shadows emerged a figure. "Tai-bai?" Yinluo observed the scene before him, furrowing his brow. "Star Lord, I have done as you instructed. I beseech you, spare Yunu. She has already entered reincarnation." Tai-bai, at this moment, was devoid of the cordiality and flattery he displayed before Yinluo and the Jade Emperor. He coldly replied, "This is only the first step. As long as you follow my plan, Goching will not take action against you. Your Yunu will also be unharmed. Do you understand?" "I understand." Having exchanged but these simple words, Tai-bai rose to depart, leaving Kuemu Lang alone to emit haunting howls. The scene flickered again. Now, Yunu had reincarnated and become the daughter of a farmer at the foot of White Tiger Ridge. The elderly couple named her Yunu. Yunu, with her graceful appearance, stood out among the 10 miles and 8 villages surrounding White Tiger Ridge. The elderly couple, having longed for a daughter in their old age, doted on her dearly. They naturally wished for her to marry into a good family. They did not seek wealth or nobility, only that their child be cherished as they cherished her. However, despite the matchmakers incessantly knocking on their door, no suitor could capture Yunu's heart. Though she was adored for her beauty, she often wore a frown, lamenting her fate. Over time, her body began to suffer from accumulated sorrow, though no signs of illness appeared. The seeds of malady were sown. Yinluo sighed upon witnessing this. This explains why the netherworld cannot do without Ming Pu and her soup. The myriad burdens of the past life weigh heavily on the present. Only by forgetting the past can one begin anew. Yinluo profoundly understood this, which is why he harbored an unwavering desire to return home. No one can easily let go of their past. Not even a saint. The image on the 3 live stone shifted again. Yunu stood at the village entrance, one hand resting on a large stone, gazing longingly into the distance. From the faintly smooth surface of the stone and the depression that perfectly fit her delicate hand, it was clear that this was not her first time standing here. Suddenly, delight illuminated Yunu's face, her eyes glistening. and she pressed her hands tightly against her mouth. A figure approached from afar. He walked up to Yunu and said, "I have come." Yunu could no longer contain herself and embraced the newcomer tightly. Choked with emotion, she could not utter a single word. The visitor was none other than Kuemu Lang. Kuemu Lang also held Yunu tightly in his embrace. He knew that the days ahead might be their last together. Yunu brought Kuemu Lang home, and he smoothly became part of her family. They finally fulfilled their dreams and became true husband and wife. Their blissful days did not last long before calamity struck. On one occasion, Kuemu Lang ventured to White Tiger Ridge to chop wood, but he did not return for a long time. Although Yunu understood that Kuemu Lang possessed innate magic, and there were no formidable demons occupying White Tiger Ridge, she could not help but worry deeply due to her love for him. Thus, she decided to venture up the mountain alone in search of him. Shortly after ascending the mountain, Yunu called out for her lord while scanning her surroundings. Unexpectedly, a fierce spotted tiger suddenly leaped out and pounced on Yunu, knocking her to the ground. Yunu yearned to shatter the protective talisman bestowed upon her by Quimawang. Yet, all her efforts proved futile. Until her dying breath, Yunu remained oblivious to the reason why the talisman from her husband had failed her. As the sun gradually descended in the west, Quimawang rode upon the clouds. Landing in the White Tiger Ridge. Once more, he transformed into human form, shouldered firewood, and hummed a tune as he made his way home. This time, he had been summoned by Tai-Bai. Tai-Bai informed him that as long as he diligently safeguarded the White Tiger Ridge, the Jade Emperor would tacitly approve of his affair with the Jade Maiden, not only overlooking the Jade Maiden but also refraining from holding him accountable. Although Quimawang did not comprehend the reasons behind this, in his heart, the mere prospect of being with the Jade Maiden made it worthwhile to guard the 9 netherworlds. His heart brimmed with a longing for a beautiful future. Along the way, he even pondered what names to bestow upon his children. He had perished in the great calamity of Fengshan amidst the 10,000 immortals array, and at that time, he was not yet Quimawang. He had been known as Li Shtong. Thus, he resolved to take Li as his surname. Yunu's family name was Bai, so why not adopt Bai as his given name? Li Bai. Ah, what a splendid name. He would return home to discuss it with his beloved. With a grin, Quimawang sang merrily as he walked. However, the further he went, the more anxious his heart became, until he caught a whiff of the stench of blood. Until he beheld a bloodied corpse, he could hardly believe his own eyes. The bundle of firewood he had been carrying fell behind him. Staggering forward, he reddened his eyes and turned the corpse over. At the moment he recognized the visage of the deceased, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Chapter 53. Quimawang he wished to weep, yet not a single tear would fall. He yearned to cry out, but his throat felt as though it were choked by some unseen force, rendering him voiceless. He collapsed beside the lifeless body, longing to touch the cold form. Time and again, he reached out, only to retract his hand in terror. He dared not move, fearful of disturbing something. He struck his chest with all his might, until blood erupted from his mouth. The metallic taste of blood awakened a flicker of reason within him. He lifted Yunu, lying in a pool of blood. His blood-stained hands gently caressed her pallid cheek. Tears streamed from his eyes. Ah! Quimawang cried out in anguish. An immense surge of power emanated from his being. The surrounding birds and beasts, trees, were instantly reduced to dust. Ah! Quimawang roared. He could not comprehend how, despite having given Yunu a talisman, she had still perished. Soul, soul. The thought struck him. He summoned his power, attempting to call forth Yunu's soul. Yet, there was no response. Impossible. Although he lacked expertise in this realm, it was evident that Yunu had not been dead long. With his strength, summoning her soul should have posed no challenge. But why was there no soul? The messengers of the underworld would not have whisked her soul away so swiftly. He tried again and again, until he noticed the shattered talisman in Yunu's hand. Something seemed to click. Anguish morphed into fury and madness on his sorrowful face. The talisman had failed. The protective charm, forged from his own heart's blood and life essence, had inexplicably ceased to function. Why had Tai-Bai summoned him at this moment? Why had Yunu died precisely when he departed? Why was there no trace of her soul? Was it mere coincidence? He refused to believe it. Was it Tai-Bai's doing? He had no proof. Regret, guilt, sorrow flooded his heart in an instant. It was he who had harmed Yunu. Years ago, he should never have encountered her. Having met her, He should never have fallen in love. Having loved her, he should never have disturbed her. Now, it was all too late. He understood it all. Every single detail. It was all Taibai's scheme. From the moment he and Yunu had fallen in love, it had been destined. This promise would culminate in a separation of life and death. The dark clouds over White Tiger Ridge seemed to threaten to crush the mountains. The oppressive gloom weighed heavily. He cradled Yunu's cold body. Step by step, he traversed the winding path of White Tiger Ridge. He did not descend the mountain, but instead embraced Yunu, wandering aimlessly across the vast landscape. Just like before, when they had strolled hand in hand, dreaming of the future. But now, they had no future. The scenes upon the Stone of Three Lives abruptly came to a halt at this moment. Yinluo comprehended the origins of the Lady of the White Bones. He understood the reason for her lingering attachment to her corpse. It was the unwavering devotion of 2 lifetimes, the enduring concern spanning 3 lifetimes. Knowing the background of the Lady of the White Bones, Yinluo could also surmise Taibai's machinations. It was merely akin to how the Heavenly Court dealt with Tianpong and Ziwei, orchestrating a similar scheme against Goqing and Qimawang. However, unlike Tianpong, whose high position and great powers rendered him significant, Qimawang, though a subordinate of Goqing, was merely one of the 28 constellations, with strength only as a Tai Golden Immortal. His importance to Goqing was far less critical. Thus, the Heavenly Court needed to exert more effort. Merely ensnaring Qimawang in a love affair with the fairy from Pixiang Palace was insufficient. Such a charge would not affect Goqing Emperor in any significant way. It would not impact the forces of the intercepting sect within the Heavenly Court. However, if Qimawang obstructed the Buddhist pilgrimage westward, the nature of the matter would differ. Committing an error in the Heavenly Court would result in punishment solely for Qimawang. But if it involved impeding the saint's decree regarding the western pilgrimage, it would be a grave sin. Not only would Qimawang be punished, but Goqing would also be implicated. Yinluo pondered how to handle the matter of the Lady of the White Bones. According to his conjecture, since the Heavenly Court sought to ensnare Qimawang, the identity of Princess Baiwaxiu, who had incited the conflict between Qimawang and the Western expedition, was also worthy of suspicion. The reincarnation of souls is not a simple matter. Under Yinluo's authority, the Heavenly Court could not utilize reincarnation to transfer the Jade Maiden's soul into Baiwaxiu's body. Moreover, based on Yinluo's understanding of the narrative, Baiwaxiu's subsequent actions towards Qimawang indicated that she was not Yunu. But how could Qimawang, as a Tai Golden Immortal, fail to recognize that the person before him was not his beloved Yunu? Perhaps there was but one explanation. Taibai had shattered Yunu's soul, blending the essence that once belonged to her into Baiwaxiu. Only in this way could he deceive Qimawang. Only thus could Taibai lead Qimawang by the nose. Yinluo lifted his gaze to the heavens, murmuring to himself, "For the sake of power, you are indeed capable of doing anything." With that, Yinluo hastened towards the western Bulhazhou. He intended to visit the land of Baoxiang and meet that Qimawang. Moments later, Yinluo arrived at the entrance of the Wanzi Mountains Bua Cave, where Qimawang resided. He pressed down upon the clouds and gradually descended. The little demons guarding the entrance, upon seeing someone approach, quickly brandished their blades and spears at Yinluo, loudly declaring, "Who dares to intrude upon the residence of the Yellow Robe King? I am Yinluo from the underworld." Upon hearing this, the little demon turned pale with fright. In the 3 realms, there were few who did not recognize Yinluo. After all, the battle between the underworld and the Buddhist sect years ago had sent tremors throughout the 3 realms. "Please wait a moment, Lord Yin, while I inform my master." Yinluo did not storm into Qimawang's cave. Instead, he turned his gaze to the scenery outside Wanzi Mountain. Inside the cave, Qimawang was resting when he heard the little demon rushing in to report, "My lord, Lord Yin from the underworld seeks an audience outside." Upon hearing Yinluo's name, Qimawang's drowsiness vanished in an instant. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Quickly, please allow him in," just as the little demon intended to leave. Qimawang added, "No, no, no. I shall go personally to greet him." With that, he rushed out of the cave. Qimawang emerged from the cave entrance, beheld Yinluo, clad in a black robe and wearing a royal crown. His back turned to him and respectfully bowed, saying, "I did not anticipate your esteemed arrival, Lord Yin. I apologize for my tardiness." Yinluo turned around, smiling at Qimawang, and said, "Little demon, what? Do you still wish to conceal your identity from me?" Chapter 54. This Western Liang kingdom is no simple matter heir. Upon hearing this, Quimawang realized that Yin Luo had discerned his identity. Thus, he instructed the little demons nearby to return to the cave. While he stood respectfully before Yin Luo, "Lord Yin, please forgive me. Fleeing from the heavenly court to the mortal realm was an unavoidable circumstance." "Oh? How unavoidable was it? Was it not merely a matter of being moved by earthly sentiments?" "Why you? How did you know?" Quimawang gazed at Yin Luo in astonishment. "I have encountered your Yunu." "Why you saw Yunu?" Quimawang's voice trembled with emotion. "She is your neighbor, the corpse demon of White Tiger Ridge, the Lady of the White Bones." "No, it cannot be. It cannot be." Quimawang's eyes widened in disbelief. "All these years, have you not paid homage to her?" "No. From the moment I buried Yunu, I have followed her to rest upon White Tiger Ridge. I dared not face her, not even her grave. She entrusted all to me, yet I could not protect her. How could I bear to face her? I could only hide in this Wanzi mountain, awaiting the calamities to come. To end this wretched life." As a Tai golden immortal, Quimawang reminisced about the past, his eyes brimming with tears. "Did you not consider seeking vengeance? Surely, you have come to learn who the mastermind behind it all is. Have you not?" "Naturally, I long for vengeance, even in my dreams. Yet, I am merely a Tai golden immortal. I yearn to ascend to the heavens like Marshal Tianpeng, shattering the southern heavenly gate beneath my feet. However, my powers are meager, and I possess neither influence nor authority. How can I stand against the heavenly court? Have you ever sought the favor of Emperor Gaochen?" "Emperor, I cannot bear to face him." Quimawang lamented. "Why is that?" "I am aware that Tai Bai's scheming against me was aimed at the Emperor. Yet, in my devotion to Yunu, I have unwittingly placed the Emperor in peril. The one I love has perished because of me. The one I am loyal to is endangered due to my actions. I truly lack the face to continue existing in the three realms." Yin Luo sighed deeply and said, "Perhaps there may still be a twist of fate. Though Yunu is gone, Madame Whitebone remains. While Gaochen is in danger, there is still hope for salvation." Yanjun. Quimawang's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. For so many years, his heart has been tormented incessantly at this moment. Yin Luo has suggested that there is still a chance for redemption. He also discovered that Yunu, through misfortune, has achieved the status of a corpse demon. "Yanjun, should there be anything you require of me, Quimawang shall readily plunge into fire and water without hesitation." Quimawang understood that Yin Luo, being neither kin nor ally, had come with ulterior motives. However, the mere fact that Yin Luo brought news of Yunu compelled him to act. "As long as it did not threaten Emperor Gaochen, I do not seek anything from you. The reason I have come to you is that Madame Whitebone has joined the underworld, becoming the commander of my underworld's war god hall. Although Madame Whitebone's soul has dissipated, a fragment of her obsession lingers upon her corpse. She has expressed that she awaits someone at White Tiger Ridge. That person has promised to return." Quimawang could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. His body trembled with emotion. "She promised me she would join the underworld, but on the condition that she would wait for you at White Tiger Ridge. Now, I have found you. The matters between the two of you shall be left to your own resolution. However, I must caution you. Do not dwell on Madame Whitebone's soul. Even if you encounter someone with a similar spiritual aura to Yunu, she can never be your Yunu." "Yanjun, do you know something?" "What I know is precisely what you have surmised." Upon hearing this, Quimawang's tear-filled eyes ignited with boundless fury. Indeed, it was all part of Tai Bai's scheme. Otherwise, I would not have been unable to summon Yunu's soul back in those years. The protective talisman in Yunu's possession would not have failed. Yin Luo gazed at the enraged Quimawang and said, "I suggest you seek out Gaochen. With my presence, Madame Whitebone shall come to no harm. You need not worry. Furthermore, my underworld has no rules against stirring human emotions. If you can rekindle your bond with Madame Whitebone, it would indeed be a beautiful affair. The heavenly court has already made its move against Gaochen. Moreover, it has done so more than once. Gaochen must surely have devised countermeasures." Yin Luo did not attempt to recruit Quimawang into the underworld. Rather, he placed greater importance on the connection between Quimawang and Gaochen. His actions were intended to convey a message to Gaochen. That is, to confront the Jade Emperor, one cannot rely solely on individual strength. The underworld, as the most steadfast opponent of the Jade Emperor, is indeed a most trustworthy ally for Gaochen. You conveying all of this to Gaochen would also serve as atonement for your previous transgressions. You understand Gaochen far better than I. I trust he shall not make things difficult for you. Yanjun's words ring true. The Emperor's concern for us is beyond expression. Yanluo nodded and continued. Please convey to the Emperor that with your assistance, acquiring the human fortune of the kingdom of Baoxiang shall be effortlessly within reach. Yanjun, what does this imply? Yanluo smiled faintly. Simply relay my words. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not delay you further. Remember, at White Tiger Ridge, someone awaits you. With that, Yanluo ascended into the clouds, departing from Buyue Cave. Quimawang bowed as he bid farewell to Yanluo, watching his receding figure, the echoes of Yanluo's voice still resonating in his ears. What is love in this world? It compels one to pledge life and death. Travelers flying from south to north, how many seasons have they endured? The joys of life, the sorrows of parting, amidst it all, there are still lovesick men and women. You must have words to say. Amid the vast layered clouds, the winter snow upon 1,000 mountains, to whom does your shadow wander? Listening to Yanluo's recitation, memories of the years he spent with Yunu surged within Quimawang's heart. Unable to restrain his longing any longer, he dashed towards White Tiger Ridge. Meanwhile, Yanluo did not return to the underworld. Having resolved the matter at White Tiger Ridge, he decided to visit the kingdom of Shiliang. The Daughter Kingdom has always been shrouded in mystery. To the east of the Daughter Kingdom lies the Dujiao King, transformed from the green bull of Taishang Laojun. This bull cultivates within the Golden Doe Mountain, a diamond talisman rendering even the celestial deities powerless. Not far from the Daughter Kingdom, there exists a scorpion spirit capable of piercing the palm of the Buddha. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her venom is so potent that even Guanyin cannot contend with it. Furthermore, to the south of the kingdom of Shiliang, resides the brother of the Bull Demon King, the true immortal of Ru-Yi, who commands the falling fetus spring. Such a place is unique throughout the entire western Bull Huzhou. Moreover, along the journey westward, the kingdom of Baoxiang, the kingdom of Cheiqi, the kingdom of Wuji, and the kingdom of Jisai, all these human realms, which one does not harbor rampant monsters. Yet, why is it that in the kingdom of Shiliang, surrounded by myriad demons, no one dares to disturb the Daughter Kingdom in the slightest? With these questions lingering in his mind, Yanluo soared through the clouds, arriving at the outskirts of the kingdom of Shiliang. Upon seeing the grand characters spelling out Kingdom of Shiliang upon the city gate, his heart tightened. Looking up at the Daughter Kingdom, not only was it enveloped in celestial energy, but also Phoenix's soared above. He realized that this kingdom of Shiliang was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 55. The true identity of the queen. As Yanluo approached the city, a troop of female soldiers, led by a female official, approached him. They clasped their fists and bowed, saying, "Yanjun, Her Majesty the Queen has commanded us to come and welcome you." Yanluo gazed at the bowing female official and could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the Daughter Kingdom. He discreetly withdrew his gaze from the enchanting official and replied calmly, "Please, lead the way." On the journey to the palace, Yanluo finally witnessed the essence of the Daughter Kingdom. Every woman in this realm exuded a unique charm. Compared to the women of the Azura clan, those of the Daughter Kingdom were equally captivating. However, as Yanluo followed the female official, his heart grew increasingly apprehensive. As the king of the underworld, he governs the cycle of reincarnation, and thus understands the power of rebirth profoundly. He realized that here, in the Daughter Kingdom, a realm unto itself existed. In other words, the forces of reincarnation from the three realms held no sway here. Upon their death, they would still be reborn as inhabitants of the Daughter Kingdom. The women of the Daughter Kingdom are destined to remain within its bounds for all eternity. To establish such an interstice is no simple feat. Only those ancient quasi-saints could achieve such a thing. Clearly, the Daughter Kingdom harbors great secrets. In the span of a tea's brew, Yanluo arrived at the palace, standing before the white jade steps. Within the curtains, beneath the beaded drapes, a woman clad in palace attire gracefully emerged. Upon seeing the queen's countenance, Yanluo could not help but be taken aback. The queen, noticing the sudden change in Yanluo's expression, smiled and said, "Yanjun, it has been many years since we last met. How have you fared?" "I am well, yet I never imagined you to be the sovereign of the kingdom of Shiliang. Truly astonishing. The three realms hold too many surprises." Is not your own conduct equally astonishing, Yanjun? Should I address you as your majesty or your highness? This is not the heavenly courts, Yao Qi. Here, I am merely the sovereign of the kingdom of Shiliang. Understood, Yinluo of the underworld pays his respects to Her Majesty the Queen. There is no need for such formalities, Yanjun. May I inquire what brings you to my daughter kingdom amidst your busy schedule? Nothing in particular. I was merely curious to witness your unique daughter kingdom among the 4 great continents. Is that truly the case? The queen's face lit up with a smile as she regarded Yinluo. Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Yinluo felt a bit embarrassed under the queen's scrutiny. Ahem. To not conceal it from your majesty, I initially intended to strategize for the journey to the west, but since this realm is under your purview, I shall refrain from making any plans. Yinluo is quite forthright. Are you not afraid I might report this to the Jade Emperor? What is there to fear? The relationship between my underworld and the heavenly court is well known. Moreover, the 3 realms are all engaged in planning for the journey to the west. Whether I am present or not makes little difference. Are you not also here to strategize for the journey to the west? The queen smiled slightly, gazing at Yinluo. Yanjun, what are your intentions for this strategy? Perhaps we could collaborate. Collaborate? Yinluo pondered the queen's words, furrowing his brow. All his prior uncertainties regarding the kingdom of Shiliang dissipated upon encountering the queen. Regardless of the scorpion spirit that stung the Buddha or the green bull of Taishang Laojun, no matter how profound their powers, before the Queen Mother, they are but trifles. No wonder they do not dare to run rampant within the daughter kingdom. Indeed, the queen of the kingdom of Shiliang is none other than the Queen Mother. Of course, this is not the true form of the Queen Mother, but rather one of her 3 corpses. In other words, the Queen Mother has reached the late stage of quasi-sainthood, having at least vanquished a corporeal body of considerable power. However, even if this pertains to the Queen Mother's 3 bodies, it still represents her essence. Yama is perplexed as to why the Queen Mother would devise a plan to marry Tang Song in order to seize the fortunes of the West. It is noteworthy that such a scheme would not only provoke the West and offend the saints, but it would also tarnish her own reputation. The costs of such a plan far outweigh any possible gains. Although the Queen Mother is not the wife of the Jade Emperor, as the foremost female celestial being and a supreme assistant of the 3 realms, her actions would undoubtedly cast a shadow over the Jade Emperor's name. If her plan were to succeed, there would be no refuge left for the Queen Mother in the 3 realms. Could it be that she harbors a desire to bring about mutual destruction? Yet, what could possibly motivate her? Yama is left utterly bewildered. Yama, do you harbor any concerns? Yama forced a smile and replied, May I inquire, Your Majesty, what is it that you seek? He must ascertain the Queen Mother's intentions in order to determine whether collaboration is feasible. My objectives do not conflict with yours, Yama. You need not worry. While that may be the case, if Your Majesty does not clarify, I fear I may be powerless despite my goodwill. Seeing Yama's insistence, the Queen Mother sighed and said, in the past, when the demon court was shattered, Haoyan and I were tasked by the Tao ancestor to govern the 3 realms. Haoyan oversaw the male celestial beings of heaven and earth, while I managed the female celestial beings. Over time, we became mistakenly perceived as being united as one. On the day I was to sever my 3 bodies, an error occurred. Haoyan was there to protect me, and in his efforts to save me, he infused my being with pure yang energy, by a twist of fate. My pure yin energy combined with Haoyan's pure yang energy, giving birth to a being. She is none other than Long Ji, Princess Long Ji, Yama exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is Long Ji. After her birth, both Haoyan and I were filled with joy. Although Long Ji was an unexpected outcome of our cultivation, she possessed my source energy as well as Haoyan's. We regarded Long Ji as our own daughter. However, when the calamity of the gods manifested, the 3 realms fell into turmoil. Upon discovering that Long Ji was tainted by a trace of calamity, Haoyan and I devised a plan to confine her within the Qingwandochu of Phoenix Mountain under the pretense of her seeking the mundane world, hoping to use the residual power from the fall of the phoenix to mask the calamity surrounding her, thus preventing her from succumbing to it. Yama had not anticipated such secrets hidden within the calamity of the gods. He listened intently to the Queen Mother's account. Yet, what we did not foresee was that the 2 saints of the West had schemed against Long Ji. They deceived her into leaving the Qingwandochu of Phoenix Mountain, leading her into calamity. Ultimately, they resorted to despicable means to force Long Ji into marriage with Hong Jin. Is this not a slap in the face to both Haotian and me? Alas, at that time, the Western saints were too powerful for us to confront, so we had to swallow our pride. Now, however, we finally await our opportunity to retaliate, and my objective is to dismantle the plans of the two Western saints who seek to elevate the Buddhist sect. At this moment, Yama finally comprehended why she intended to resort to mutual destruction as a means to thwart the rise of the Buddhist sect. The Queen Mother's actions stemmed from her deep love for her daughter. Your Majesty, did you have any plans prior? Yama addressed her not as Your Majesty, but as Your Lady, demonstrating his respect for her as a mother. I established the Western Liang Kingdom here in anticipation of the arrival of the travelers from the West. As long as he is a man, he shall not escape my gentle embrace. How can Your Lady be so certain that the travelers from the West will arrive at this Western Liang Kingdom? Yama was well aware that the Western Liang Kingdom is an essential passage for the journey to the West. However, the Queen Mother was unaware, nor was anyone in the three realms, whether it be the Buddhist sect or the heavenly court. Their strategies involved casting a wide net, catching whatever they could. I may not know, but I can compel them to come. Otherwise, why would I permit the falling birth spring of the Western Liang Kingdom to be controlled by the insignificant Ru Yizhenxian? If the travelers from the West do not take this route, then I will have Ru Yizhenxian abduct them. Your lady is truly insightful, Yama said with a bitter smile. Look, I told you. The waters of the three realms are indeed profound. Insightful? I merely consider this a contingency plan. Do you believe me? The Queen Mother smiled at Yama. Chapter 56. Who dares to clip my child's wings? I shall destroy their entire world. Is that merely a contingency plan? Then does your lady have any other arrangements? The Queen Mother, assuming her regal form, slightly raised her crimson lips and replied, I have spread the word throughout the three realms that the traveler from the West is a virtuous man with the cultivation of 10 lifetimes. Even a morsel of his flesh can grant one the path to eternal life. If others were to utter such words, perhaps no one would believe them. However, when I speak, even if it were false, countless individuals would wish to give it a try. So, it turns out the rumor of Tang Seng's flesh-granting longevity was propagated by the Queen Mother. Observing Yama's astonished expression, the Queen Mother continued. However, since you have arrived, I can adjust my plan of mutual destruction. Nevertheless, I still have one question. Speak freely, Yama. The underworld is indeed set on confronting the Buddhist sect, but my intentions extend beyond just them. I understand that your underworld seeks to confront the heavenly court as well. Then, do you still wish to collaborate with me? Why not? Destroying the Buddhist sect would indeed benefit the heavenly court. When the time comes, the heavenly court can contend with your underworld. What harm could that bring? Are you not concerned about nurturing a tiger and inviting disaster? Nurturing a tiger? That is a matter for the Jade Emperor to worry about. Since I have already prepared for mutual destruction, what harm is there in raising a tiger? My poor child has already been schemed against by the two saints of the Buddhist sect, robbing him of his future. They dare to clip my child's wings, and I shall destroy their entire world. Even if it means sacrificing the heavenly court, is that acceptable to you? Yama asked the Queen Mother. Humph, humph. The Queen Mother snorted twice and continued, Do not speak of the heavenly court. Even if it means the destruction of the three realms, what matter is that? Yama regarded the nearly frenzied Queen Mother with a furrowed brow. Noticing his expression, the Queen Mother remarked, When the day comes that you have your own child, you shall understand my current feelings. In truth, having been bombarded with information from a previous life, Yama certainly understood the sacrifices a mother would make for her child. A saying from his prior life echoed in his mind. A woman may be gentle, but becomes fierce for her child. Yama fell silent, lost in thought. He pondered the pros and cons of collaborating with the Queen Mother. According to the original narrative, the Queen Mother's scheme was unlikely to succeed. With the current developments, once Jin Shanzi's memories awaken, the Queen Mother's plans would be even more unlikely to succeed. Moreover, the original Zhu Beiji, having reincarnated from Tianpong yet fallen into despair, was now the very Tianpong who once caused chaos in heaven. Sun Wukong was already formidable, and with Yama's covert assistance, his strength far surpassed the past. Such a combination, which had failed the Queen Mother before, would undoubtedly fail again. Though there was no need to worry about the Queen Mother sabotaging the journey to the West, collaborating with her against the Buddhist sect might indeed enhance his original plans. However, partnering with the Queen Mother also posed a latent threat. She could stab him in the back at any moment. After all, the Queen Mother remained the Queen Mother of the heavenly court. Thus, Yama posed another query. Your lady, may I ask, does the Jade Emperor know of your plans? I understand your concerns. You fear that I might side with the Jade Emperor against you at any moment. Do you not? Yama remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Your worries are quite justified, however. I shall not turn against you until the Buddhist sect is vanquished. Haoyan seeks to attain sainthood through the royal path. Then confront the two Western saints to settle past grievances. Yet, how difficult it is to achieve sainthood through the royal path. Even the former ruler of the demon court could not fully traverse that path. Can Haoyan truly achieve sainthood through the royal path? It is said that a gentleman avenges himself 10 years is not too late. But I am no gentleman. My child suffers daily. How can I wait until he attains sainthood? Upon hearing this, Yama dispelled the last remnants of doubt in his heart. Given these circumstances, collaborating with the Queen Mother was not without merit. However, the Queen Mother must heed his arrangements. Oh? It seems Yama is quite confident in his plans. Might I inquire what they entail? Yama pondered for a moment. The underworld's plans were rather simple and could be disclosed without issue. The three realms were all scheming to extract some benefit from the journey to the west. And Yama's actions were not truly a secret. Even if those outside the Queen Mother were to learn of it, it would pose no issue. Yama glanced behind the Queen Mother, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Your lady, have you heard that Jin Chanzi defied the Buddha during the Ulambana festival? I have heard a bit. This Jin Chanzi has already developed dissatisfaction towards the Buddhist sect when he reincarnated. I made some adjustments. After 10 cycles of reincarnation, he will awaken his memories. At that point, the traveler to the scriptures will no longer be a disciple of the Buddhist sect, nor the Buddha's disciple, but his own. Simultaneously, along this journey to the west, I will do my utmost to encourage the various demon and human clans along the way to join the ranks of the journey to the west. When that time comes, the traveler from the west shall lead the multitude to Mount Ling, and my underworld's million-strong army shall also ascend to Thunder Sound. Yama, are you not concerned about the saints taking action against this brazen declaration? I will not. I do not seek to obliterate Ling Mountain. Rather, I wish to assist Jin Chanzi in ascending to the position of Buddha. Yen Luo remarked with a smile. Lord of Hell, are you truly willing to relinquish what is rightfully yours to others? Do you not fear that those fated ones on the journey to the west may encounter unforeseen circumstances? Of course I fear it. Whether it be Jin Chanzi, Sun Wukong, or Tianpeng, at present, the relationship between the underworld and them is one solely of grace, devoid of any entanglement of interests. Thus, our collaboration is not sufficiently robust. In the three realms, only strength and profit endure. Just as the alliance between the underworld and the Queen Mother is rooted in shared interests. I have faith in you. Then what strategies does the Lord of Hell propose? Nothing but binding interests. Oh, how do you intend to tether these travelers of the West to your chariot of the underworld? Yen Luo smiled mysteriously, saying, that is a closely guarded secret. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. He. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further inquiry. How should my daughter nation cooperate with your grand design? Lord of Hell, among those journeying to the West, only the former curtain raiser has not reached a consensus with our underworld. Therefore, I hope that Your Majesty can sway the curtain raiser. If that fails, then keep him within your gentle abode. Is that all? That is but the first matter. The second involves requesting Her Majesty to speak on behalf of Wuzhuang Temple and the Azuras during the celebrations of the Red Child's birthday and the Ginseng Fruit Feast at Wuzhuang Temple. Yen Luo refrained from addressing her as Your Majesty and instead referred to her as Queen, indicating his hope that she would attend in her capacity as the Queen of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. After all, given her identity as the Queen Mother, it would be impossible for her to attend such feasts in that capacity. The Queen naturally understood Yen Luo's implication. This is not difficult, Lord of Hell. It seems you have quietly orchestrated so many arrangements. The Queen gazed at Yen Luo, astonished that he had formed such intimate bonds with Wuzhuang Temple and the Sea of Blood. As for other matters, let us adapt as circumstances dictate. Very well, as you say, Lord of Hell, then I shall take my leave. Should there be any matters, you may send someone to seek me at Sanluo Hall. Safe travels. Lord of Hell, please, do not rush off with that. Yen Luo departed the daughter nation under the guidance of a female official. Upon leaving the daughter nation, Yen Luo soared on his cloud towards the southern Shenzhou. Reflecting that it was time for Tang Sang to be born, After Yin Luo's departure, the queen turned to the void within the curtain and said, "Come forth." Yin Luo has left. Chapter 57. A pleasant cooperation Yawer. Do you truly wish to collaborate with Yin Luo? Of course. He is far more reliable than you. The man replied with a bitter smile. What we face is not merely the Buddhist sect but the two saints behind it. In dealing with them, we must also help the master maintain the existing order of the three realms. Your actions place me in a difficult position. Difficult? Shall we allow Longji to remain trapped on the investiture of the gods? Shall we condemn him to a lifetime of darkness? He destroyed my child in the West, so I shall destroy his West. Is that wrong? The Queen Mother fixed a fierce gaze upon the man. Your plan offers me no glimmer of hope. Although Yin Luo is merely at the mid-level of quasi-saint, with average strength, he is meticulous in thought and possesses foresight. He dares to challenge the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Not out of recklessness, his confidence surpasses even that of you, the supreme celestial of the three realms. Indeed, his confidence is greater than mine. The Tao ancestor does not intervene. The two saints, Nuwa and Laozi, will only assist the heavenly court in maintaining order in the three realms. They have never stood on our side. The saints of the Western and Chan sects have long contended for authority over the three realms. This journey to the West, with the alliance of the four saints, aims to bolster the Buddhist sect, restrain the heavenly court, and seize the fortune of the three realms to advance their own ambitions. Although we are backed by the Tao ancestor, our heavenly court has never possessed true confidence. The root of this lies in our lack of strength. Hence, I dare to tread the path of imperial law. Only in this way can we truly avenge Longji Yawer. In the three realms, beneath the saints, all are but ants. Your approach will only plunge you into an abyss of despair. The Queen Mother cast a cold glance at the Jade Emperor, saying, "Do you genuinely wish to avenge Longji, or is it merely to satisfy your thirst for power? Do you see the current heavenly court as the same as it once was?" The Jade Emperor shook his head, expressing disappointment. "Do you truly think so lowly of me? The former heavenly court, with the Tao ancestor presiding, had you and I as the old masteress emissaries. Naturally, the three realms would not dare to defy us. But look at the present. If I do not employ some means, what prestige can the heavenly court maintain in the three realms? Power. Ha! When have we ever possessed true power? This three realms has always belonged to the old master. Only by attaining sainthood can we truly rise. Yin Luo seeks to elevate the underworld. Do I not desire the same for us?" At this moment, the Jade Emperor no longer referred to himself as I, indicating a surge of emotion. The Queen Mother felt a stirring within her heart. She too sensed the truth in the Jade Emperor's words. However, upon recalling Longji's current plight, her heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped, causing her immense pain. "I understand your predicament. Hence, I have never coerced you into any actions. Avenge Longji is my obsession. This time, with the calamity approaching, I do not blame you for choosing to collaborate with the Buddhist sect, but I implore you not to obstruct my endeavors. Yin Luo's plans are quite commendable. If successful, the Buddha's schemes may very well come to naught. But do not forget, the saints will not allow his plans to succeed. Will they truly refrain from intervening should discord arise within the Buddhist sect? Yawer, let me reiterate. Without attaining sainthood, all schemes are but an exercise in futility. The underworld lacks a saint to anchor it. Everything is but a castle in the air, impervious to the storms. Your collaboration is like a tree without roots, water without source. It cannot flourish. You need not persuade me further. My mind is set. Even if we do not succeed this time, the West shall not thrive on this endeavor. If that is your resolve, then take care." With that, the Jade Emperor transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and dissipated, as if he had never existed. In truth, the Jade Emperor was quite pleased to see the Buddhist sect's ambitions thwarted. However, it must not be the heavenly court that intervenes to impede their rise. His visit served two purposes: to prevent the Queen Mother from becoming embroiled in the underworld's covert struggles with the Buddhist sect and to gauge Yin Luo's capabilities. Yet, the Queen Mother's obsession runs deep. He knew well that she was not to blame. The true culprits were the two despicable saints of the West. They dared to target an innocent young woman. The Jade Emperor constantly contemplated the destruction of the Buddhist sect. But is that even feasible? Not only would the two saints of the West oppose it, but even the Tao ancestor, for the sake of balance in the three realms. would never permit the destruction of the Buddhist sect, allowing the heavenly court to dominate. Only by attaining sainthood can one truly gain the right to play chess with the three realms. Even as the Jade Emperor, he remains but a pawn in the saint's game. He must quietly advance his own plans. Reflecting on the demon court's demon king, he must tread carefully to avoid repeating the past. The Jade Emperor's desire to control the heavenly court is precisely what will allow him to swiftly grasp the tenets of imperial law. Initially, he had intended to proceed slowly, but the emergence of Yin Luo from the underworld instilled a sense of urgency within him. He understood that if he did not act promptly, more figures like Yin Luo would rise in the three realms. He had initially contemplated forcefully suppressing Yin Luo's rebellion, but upon further reflection, he abandoned that notion. This was partly due to the deterrent posed by Hutu, and partly to allow the underworld to attract the attention of the three realms, even the saints. More importantly, it was to lower the saints' guard against him. Although the underworld's actions far exceeded his expectations, the results also surpassed his predictions. Simultaneously, the threat posed by the underworld grew ever larger. As he recalled Yin Luo's gaze drifting towards his hidden location during their conversation with the Queen Mother, he understood that Yin Luo was not only astute, but possessed considerable magical prowess as well. As the Jade Emperor emerged from the daughter nation, he rode the clouds, gazing towards the southern Shenzhou, musing on Yin Luo's assertion that only strength and profit endure, a grin tugging at his lips. Yin Luo represents a threat, of that there is no doubt. However, is the Buddhist sect not also a threat? Since cooperation between the Queen Mother and Yin Luo is now unavoidable, why not seize the opportunity to make some moves? Add fuel to this fire. Let them ignite the Western Nehezu. The Jade Emperor peered into the distance, murmuring to himself, I hope you do not disappoint me. At this moment, Yin Luo had just arrived in the territory of the Tang dynasty. Halting outside the Hongfu Temple in Chang'an, it seemed he sensed something, as he lingered for a considerable time, gazing towards the daughter nation. After a moment, he smiled and murmured, a pleasant cooperation. He then proceeded directly into the Hongfu Temple. Upon entering, he encountered a handsome monk with red lips and white teeth, standing outside the Mahavira Hall. Yin Luo could not help but exclaim, no wonder so many female demons seek to cultivate with Tang Song. Just by virtue of this appearance, one can see how steadfast their determination is. However, upon seeing such a Tang Song, Yin Luo could not help but question whether the Queen Mother, disguised as the Queen of the daughter nation, was truly acting. Lord of Hell, this humble monk has been awaiting you for some time. Chapter 58, Lord of Hell. Are you seeking to overturn the heavens? Should I address you as Master Xuanzong or Jin Chanzi? Titles are merely labels. Lord of Hell may call me as you wish. It appears that this cycle of 10 reincarnations has greatly deepened the Master's spiritual attainment, thanks to the benevolence of Lord Yen. This humble monk has spent these 10 lives engaged in daily meditation and nightly recitations, thereby experiencing the tribulations of the mortal realm. The Earth Store Bodhisattva once made a grand vow. I will not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty. Although the Buddha has granted him the authority to oversee the nether realms, one cannot deny the immense compassion possessed by the Earth Store Bodhisattva. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo remained composed, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xuanzong in front of the Great Hero Hall, gazing at the towering tree before them. Indeed, while the underworld may have its differences with the Earth Store, these stem from differing stances. This lord harbors a modicum of admiration for the Earth Store. However, the path of the Earth Store is ultimately misguided. Oh? Why does Lord Yin say so? The Earth Store has sworn to guide the souls of the departed, striving for a realm devoid of malevolent spirits and grievances. While his intentions are noble, they are also unrealistic and ultimately unattainable. Just like the tree before us. When sunlight falls upon it, shadows are inevitably cast. With the onset of autumn winds, leaves must fall. The Earth Store wishes for the light of the Buddha to illuminate every corner of the netherworld. He aspires for the tree of Buddha to remain evergreen through the seasons. Xuanzong, having undergone 10 cycles of reincarnation, do you believe his path can be realized? Xuanzong gazed at the tree and sighed softly. Indeed. Where there is darkness, there must be light. Where there is goodness, there must be evil. The Buddhist teachings proclaim that all can attain Buddhahood. However, if even the wicked can become Buddhas, what then becomes of the virtuous? If a murderer can attain Buddhahood, what of the saviors? Thus, the underworld exists. Its purpose is to ensure that beings in the three realms receive rewards for good and consequences for evil. Encouraging virtuous deeds is indeed a great merit. This Lord does not deny certain principles of Buddhism. However, if such teachings are employed to control the beings of the three realms for personal gain, then, if heaven does not punish, the underworld shall. The underworld is meant to establish a fair and just three realms, illuminating the path of righteousness throughout. This Lord has an idea that I wish to discuss with the Master. Please, Lord Yin, go ahead. Heaven has its regulations. The mortal realm has its laws. The underworld has its codes. The three realms are fundamentally one, yet each enforces different rules. If individuals from the heavenly court or the underworld bring calamity to the mortal realm, should they be dealt with according to heavenly regulations? Underworld codes or mortal laws. The three realms should be unified, encompassing immortals, Buddhas, humans, and demons as one. Therefore, a unified code of law is necessary. Hence, this Lord seeks to establish a new set of regulations. The primary aim of this code is to regulate the behaviors of beings across the three realms, clarifying what can be done, what should be done, and what must not be done. Simultaneously, this code should delineate the rights and responsibilities of all beings, especially organizations like the Heavenly Court, the Netherworld, and even the human realm, ensuring they remain bound by these regulations to prevent the abuse of power. This code serves as a sword to protect the weak and a cage to restrain the powerful. Yin Luo spoke passionately, painting a picture of the world he yearned for, one of true fairness, justice, and harmony. He envisioned a realm where all beings would be bound by law, yet, in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Could such a vision truly come to fruition? Lord Yin, are you truly aiming to overturn the heavens? Oh, you have discerned my intentions? Indeed, I wish to change the heavens and the earth. From this moment forth, the three realms shall no longer be a savage domain of the strong preying on the weak, but a new world of orderly conduct. Does Lord Yin truly believe this can be achieved? To bring order to the three realms? Of course, however, even in the heavenly court, where strength prevails, there are still those who flout the rules in secret. Thus, to establish order in the three realms, a powerful organization is essential to ensure the law's enforcement. What kind of organization does Lord Yin consider powerful in these realms? The Purple Cloud Palace. It seems the ultimate goal of Lord Yin is to attain sanctity. No, attaining sanctity is merely a means to an end. Does Lord Yin genuinely wish to change the heavens and the earth? Xuanzang gazed intently at Yin Luo. Having traversed 10 cycles of reincarnation, he had experienced both grandeur and hardship, having risen to greatness and been trampled into the mud. In contrast to the lofty Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Western Thunder Sound Temple, he understood the sufferings of the mortal realm far better. Thus, he longed for the world described by Yin Luo. If there were rules to protect the weak and limit the strong, where immortals, humans, Buddhas, and demons coexisted in harmony, all would be governed by order. This Lord simply desires to bring an end to the current chaos in the three realms. If so, may this humble monk be fortunate enough to contribute to Lord Yan's grand design. Yin Luo looked at Xuanzang with delight. What a remarkable individual, dreaming, handsome, and full of potential. Once aboard this war chariot of the underworld, there would be no turning back. This Lord's visit today is to ascertain whether you still hold the same intentions as before. If so, the underworld shall lend its full support. If you have changed your mind, this Lord will not press you. Previously, this humble monk was indeed a bit naive. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo's heart tightened. Could it be that this monk truly intended to change his mind? After 10 cycles of reincarnation, the monk realized that within the Buddhist realm, even with your presence, and even if the sages remain indifferent, he cannot remain steadfast. Yin Luo gazed expressionlessly at the clouds drifting in the wind on the horizon. A gentle breeze brushed against his garments, extinguishing a flickering lamp. A young acolyte rushed forward to relight the lamp. However, since this monk is destined to be the one to seek the scriptures, he must do something for the three realms. Thus, the 10 cycles of reincarnation would not be in vain. Oh? How do you intend to do so? This humble monk shall ascend the war chariot of the underworld, striving to create a clear and just world for the beings of the three realms. A smile crept upon Yin Luo's lips, and the tension in his heart eased. Have you made up your mind? This path entails battling heaven, battling earth, and battling the sages. The danger of being reduced to ashes is ever present. Lord Yin is willing to wager his life for the three realms, so what do I have to fear with my mere 100 and some pounds? Thus, this lord promises you that before my soul dissipates, I shall ensure your safety. Thank you, Lord Yin. As for the demons and monsters on the journey west, I shall do my utmost to guide them to the underworld. I have heard that the underworld possesses city gods. Wherever I tread, there shall be the flourishing grounds of the city god temples. Ha ha ha. After the western journey concludes, this lord shall bring you back to the underworld, where a new legal division will be established to oversee the revision of the laws of the three realms and to ensure their just implementation. You shall be the head of this legal division. I shall not disgrace this mission. The two exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. Countless years hence, the scene of this day would remain vividly imprinted in Xuanzang's mind. Whenever he spoke of this matter, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the choice he made today. Chapter 59. Quest Task. What are Lord Yan's plans next? This lord must return to the underworld. Calculating the time, the Dragon King of the Jing River should soon meet his fate. When Guanyin comes to seek you, I shall appear once more. Yin Luo briefly instructed on a few matters before directly returning to the Hall of Yama. He had previously warned the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, but given their abilities, it would be a fool's errand to expect them to save the Dragon King of the Jing River. Now, he awaited the King's soul to enter the underworld to execute the next phase of his plan. With nothing to occupy his time, Yin Luo opened the system shop. In the sections of the equipment, skills, and fragments, Yin Luo saw no need to continue browsing, having already perused them last time and found nothing urgent. He then opened the Others section. The first item was still that home experience card worth 100 million task points. Upon seeing this exorbitant price, Yin Luo couldn't help but reminisce about the shopping apps of his previous life, especially that one called Pinduoduo. If the system had such a function, he would surely mobilize everyone in the underworld to bargain for him. Even if success was unlikely, at least it would be a hopeful thought. Yin Luo's gaze swept past the first item and continued onward. Truly, as expected of a system product, it offered an abundance of elixirs, spiritual herbs, spirit stones, and more, everything one could imagine. Here, there was nothing one could not buy. Currently, Yin Luo possessed only 1660 task points. He couldn't afford many items, and those he could afford were of no use to him. As he flipped through the offerings out of sheer boredom, he stumbled upon a product, Blood of the Ancestral Dragon. Upon seeing these four characters, Yin Luo immediately clicked to view the product's details. Blood of the Ancestral Dragon quality, golden description. At the dawn of the three realms, amidst the primordial chaos, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans stood in equilibrium. The ancestral dragon fell during the battle among the clans, and its blood spilled across the vast wilderness. This blood contains a trace of the ancestral dragon's power. Consuming it may activate the ancestral dragon's bloodline with a certain probability. To activate the ancestral dragon's bloodline, Yin Luo recognized the significance of this item for his plans concerning the Dragon Clan. With it, he could effectively turn the Dragon Clan into a formidable artillery piece on his war chariot of the underworld. Upon checking the price, he found it quite reasonable. 1,000 task points per drop, 1,000 task points, 1 drop, for a chance to activate the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Is it worth it? Perhaps, it might be worth it. Without hesitation, Yin Luo exchanged for Blood of the Ancestral Dragon. He watched as a sphere of blood materialized before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. With his quasi-saint level of power, he surprisingly felt nothing at all. The blood orb before him had abruptly manifested in his sight, as if it had always been there. And to call this a mere drop, this blood orb, larger than my own head, is but a single drop? Yin Luo noticed his 4-digit task points dwindling to 3, causing his heart to twitch. After calming himself, he summoned the waiting Gong Chao outside the hall to call upon the eldest of the 9 dragon sons of the ancestral dragon, Qionyou, who was on standby in the underworld. Upon entering the hall, Qionyou sensed the presence of the ancestral dragon. Bowing, he said, "Lord Yin, you have arrived. Pray, what is this? If I am not mistaken, it is the blood of the ancestral dragon? Indeed, it is the blood of the ancestral dragon. What do you think? Is it of use to you?" "To me?" Lord Yin is suggesting. Qionyou suddenly grew anxious. "Indeed, this is intended for you. Time is of the essence. The formal commencement of the westward journey is but days away. This signifies that the turning point for the Dragon Clan is about to enter a critical phase. I trust you have prepared well for the groundwork in the early stages. With this drop of ancestral dragon blood, Yin Luo paused, cleared his throat, and continued. This mass of ancestral dragon blood will enhance your strength further, and perhaps even activate the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. At that time, the 9 dragon sons will gain greater prestige within the dragon clan. Lord Yin, thank you for your diligent concern. The remaining matters will be entrusted to you. All I can do is assist you in enhancing your strength. Numerous factions possess my ancestral dragon blood, yet they fear the resurgence of the dragon clan's former glory and dare not allow our rise. Since Lord Yin has treated us with such generosity, we shall certainly live up to your expectations. When you, Lord Yin, ascend Ling Mountain, sword pointed towards the heavens, our dragon clan shall be the vanguard of the underworld. Then I thank you. I shall not detain you further. Hasten to enhance your strength. Qianyo took his leave without further ado. Shortly thereafter, a gong chow entered to report, Lord Yin, trouble has arisen. The spirit of the Jinghe Dragon King is causing a disturbance. Hearing this, Yin Luo smiled faintly. At last. It has begun. Following this, Yin Luo heard the voice of the system. Detecting the Jinghe Dragon King has been beheaded by Wei Zheng. The westward journey officially begins. Altering the course of the westward journey will yield significant task points. Issuing a rebellion plot task. Disrupt the course of the westward journey. Task rewards, dependent on the extent of the disruption. Yin Luo paid no heed to the task issued by the system, raising his head to inquire of the Gong Chao. Where is the spirit of the Jinghe Dragon King? Reporting to Lord Yin, his spirit is currently at the Ghost Gate. Then bring him here directly. I shall await him in the Sanluo Hall. As you command. With that, the Gong Chao exited to summon the Jinghe Dragon King to the hall. Yin Luo rested his chin on his hand, tapping the armrest of his throne. The entire hall was eerily silent, save for the sound of his rhythmic tapping echoing within. Before long, Heibai Wucheng escorted the Jinghe Dragon King into the hall. A spirit of the Jinghe Dragon King's caliber, being a great Luo golden immortal, could not be captured by ordinary Yin messengers. Only the likes of Heibai Wucheng, possessing the strength of Tai golden immortals, could apprehend him. As the Jinghe Dragon King entered, he saw Yin Luo seated facing south and began to cry out, Lord Yin, this little dragon has been wronged, utterly wronged. Yin Luo regarded the Jinghe Dragon King's cries for justice coldly, waving his hand to signal Heibai Wucheng to withdraw. You still not understand the reason for your demise. This little dragon has diligently provided rain for the people of the Jinghe River region. I truly do not know where I went wrong. This is the inherent flaw of your dragon clan. Although the dragon clan has fallen, you remain steeped in the glories of your Jinghe Dragon King. The 3 realms have already undergone a transformation. This little dragon does not comprehend. The Jinghe Dragon King was bewildered by Yin Luo's words. Yin Luo shook his head, continuing, I ask you, what is the reason for your crime? Did you not privately alter the rainfall quantities and timings? Could it be? The Jinghe Dragon King ventured cautiously. Humph. I do not believe that you have not done so before. Indeed, there have been similar actions in the past. However, to ensure a stable climate and bountiful harvests, one must consider the actual conditions. If one were to execute the heavenly edicts as decreed, it would harm the people. What you can conceive, does the Jade Emperor not understand? Do the celestial beings of the heavenly court not understand? Reflect on your severed dragon head and ponder why the heavenly court would issue such commands. Would they deliberately wish for calamities to befall the southern province? If not, how would the heavenly court harvest the faith of the southern province? Now, do you still believe your death was unjust? But how did Yuan Shouqing learn of the contents of the celestial edicts? Chapter 60. Yuan Shouqing and the Jinghe Dragon King Hemph. Yuan Shouqing, from his name alone. Do you not grasp who he is? Pray, enlighten me, Lord Yin. Yuan Shouqing. What does Shouqing mean? It refers to the emperor's inspection of the feudal lords, which denotes guardianship. The feudal lords are also said to guard the land for the emperor. Shouqing signifies the emperor's travels, and what does Yuan signify? It is the way of heaven. It represents truthfulness and sincerity. Is this not clear enough? Yuan Shouqing. So it is the Jade Emperor overseeing the southern province, truly sincere and genuine. Given this, do you still feel wronged? Upon hearing Yin Luo's words, the Jinghe Dragon King instantly collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of spirit, wearing an expression of utter despair. Yuan Shouqing is actually the Grand Celestial? Sitting on the ground of the hall, the Jingha Dragon King murmured, "So it was the Grand Celestial. So it was the Grand Celestial." After a prolonged silence, he finally rose, bowing to Yin Luo. "Thank you, Lord Yin, for your clarification. Thus, my death is not unjust." Originally, the little dragon had contemplated summoning the Tang Emperor for a confrontation, as he had assured the little dragon that he would save me, yet still allowed Wei Zheng to behead me. Such a breach of faith. If the Jade Emperor wishes to kill you, what use is it to seek the aid of a mortal emperor? Do you still believe this is the time before the sealing of the gods, when the human emperor and the Jade Emperor stood on equal footing? I have stated that your thoughts are outdated and stagnant, and truly, I was not mistaken. Yin Luo shook his head. You are right to criticize, Lord Yin. The Dragon Clan indeed fails to see the current situation. Now, whether I live or die is predestined. How Lord Yin wishes to dispose of me, please do so promptly. The Jingha Dragon King had lost all hope for the future. It must be noted that the Jingha Dragon King had been rather naive. As a great Luo golden immortal, he had encountered the inscrutable Yuan Shouqing, yet still retained such arrogance. Having lived a comfortable life for too long, he had forgotten the depths of the chaotic three realms and the perilous nature of its practitioners. Did the Dragon King have any unfinished wishes? The one concern that weighed on the little dragon's mind was for his sons. Having incurred the Jade Emperor's wrath, he could only hope that the Jade Emperor would not implicate his descendants. Yin Luo shook his head, genuinely feeling anxious for the Jingha Dragon King's intelligence. If you perish, will your faction be spared by the Jade Emperor? After your death, there will be a new water deity to govern the Jingha River. Your wife and children will ultimately not have a good fate. The Jingha Dragon King was taken aback by these words. Is the Jade Emperor truly so cold-hearted? Cold-hearted? This is not mere coldness. You are simply a pawn in the Jade Emperor's power struggle. What talk of coldness is there? Do you naively believe you are a trusted confidant of the Jade Emperor? Yin Luo looked at the Jingha Dragon King with incredulity. The Jingha Dragon King, however, appeared embarrassed. He had indeed thought so. Among the Dragon Clan, aside from the Four Seas Dragon Kings, he was the most powerful. Not only was he a great Luo golden immortal, but all of his sons had also sought refuge in the Buddhist sect and the Heavenly Court. Moreover, the Heavenly Court had repeatedly bestowed generous gifts upon him, and the Jade Emperor had summoned him for discussions, hinting at his desire to support him as the leader of the Dragon Clan. Little did he expect that all of this was a fade. It remains unclear whether the Jade Emperor's methods are profound or if the Jingha Dragon King simply lacks guile. As Yin Luo regarded the Jingha Dragon King, a figure surfaced in his mind. Xiangyu, the military genius, the young overlord of Western Chu. Perhaps, given another decade or so, he might grow into a king as politically shrewd as Liu Bang. However, the overlord, until his death, remained oblivious to the fact that his defeat was not in military might, but in political acumen. Yin Luo gathered his thoughts, looking at the awkward Jingha Dragon King, and continued. Your reincarnation has been set in stone. Your Jingha Dragon Palace will also become a thing of the past. All you can do now is to drink the Mingpa soup, forget past grievances, and begin anew. With a thud, the Jingha Dragon King knelt on the ground. Addressing Yin Luo, Lord Yin, please protect my descendants of the Jingha. Why should I assist you? Yin Luo replied coldly. The only reason I converse with you at length is due to our past associations with your Dragon Clan. But such associations are insufficient for me to extend my help. As long as you protect the descendants of the Jingha Dragon Palace, my lineage shall surely follow you faithfully in the future. Wherever your sword points, that shall be the direction of my Jingha Water Clan's army. Yin Luo continued to tap his fingers on the armrest of the throne. Within the hall, only the heavy breathing of the Jingha Dragon King and the sound of his tapping echoed. After a brief moment, Yin Luo spoke. It is not a difficult task to protect your Jingha Water Clan, but do you truly believe you can become the master of the Jingha Water Clan? As time passes and relationships fade, are you certain you can still maintain control over the Jingha Dragon Palace? The young dragon expressed his confidence in this regard. Very well, I shall grant you 3 days to return to the living. Furthermore, I will provide you with 30,000 water troops to help you safeguard your Jingha Dragon Palace, and I shall also have the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon cooperate with you. Among your 9 sons, only the youngest, Tuolong, does not hold an official position. Let him temporarily assume the role of the Jingha Dragon King to protect your legacy. What say you? 30,000 water troops? The 9 sons of the ancestral dragon? The Jinghe Dragon King understood that this was not merely assistance. It was a means for Yin Luo to gain complete control over the Jinghe. However, what could he do? The heavenly court had dispatched a river god to oversee the Jinghe and would undoubtedly act against his dragon sons and descendants. Entrusting them to the underworld, however, was different. On one hand, the underworld had a good reputation. Despite Yin Luo's boldness, his attitude towards the heavenly river troops indicated that the descendants of the Jinghe Dragon Palace would be safe in his hands. On the other hand, the underworld lacked experience in managing rivers, and the Jinghe water clan would still hold value under Yin Luo's command. Yet, under the heavenly court, the situation was dire. Numerous individuals awaited their rise in the heavenly court. And should the Jinghe Dragon King perish, the Jinghe water clan would lose his protection, struggling against those celestial beings eager for power. Thank you, Lord Yin. From now on, the Jinghe water clan shall rely entirely on your protection. Upon finishing his words, the Jinghe Dragon King felt a wave of relief. It turned out that Yin Luo had implanted the Stone of 3 Lives into his body. With the protection of the Stone of 3 Lives, the Jinghe Dragon King could utilize his cultivation and walk among the living as he had in life. Come forth, Yin Luo called, and the gong chow outside the hall pushed the door and entered. Go to the War God Hall and convey my decree, instructing 2 Yin generals to lead 30,000 heavenly river troops alongside the Jinghe Dragon King to take over the Jinghe. Then summon the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon to accompany the Jinghe Dragon King to the Jinghe Dragon Palace. Understood. The gong chow bowed respectfully and then addressed the Jinghe Dragon King. Dragon King, please follow me. After the 2 exited the hall, Yin Luo approached the Ghost Gate, knowing that the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty was about to arrive. Chapter 61. The Great Vehicle of Buddhism. Are there those who cannot be saved? Indeed, it wasn't long before Yin Luo awaited the arrival of the Emperor Li Shimin, when the Judge Cui Yu personally brought the Emperor's soul to the Hall of Samadhi. Yin Luo hurried down from his throne to welcome him, saying, Your Majesty, I assure you, I have not wasted a fragment of your imperial path. Li Shimin smiled wryly and replied, Lord Yin, your actions nearly startled me. Oh? Why does your Majesty say this? In this life, I am Li Shimin, yet the Crown Prince is Li Jiansheng. When you claimed absolute certainty, it was not I who intervened. It would have been Jiansheng on the throne. Your Majesty, do not jest. Even if your Majesty were to reincarnate as Jiansheng, you would still not escape the blade of Li Shimin. Oh? And why is that? Your Majesty has traversed the realms of demons and deities. Can you not discern this matter? Yin Luo stroked his beard thoughtfully. Li Shimin, upon hearing this, also stroked his own beard, and the 2 exchanged knowing smiles, understanding everything without further words. Indeed, even if he were Li Jiansheng, he could not alter this truth. After all, given the societal conditions of the time, it was inevitable for Li Shimin to lead the troops, and he lacked no talent in this regard. Thus, military power would firmly reside in Li Shimin's hands. Even if Li Jiansheng possessed strength equal to that of Li Shimin, his influence largely lay within the court and local governance he had long cultivated. Their conflict was inevitable, with victory and defeat evenly balanced. Yet, as the old saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, reason cannot prevail. Furthermore, a great sage once stated, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Thus, what appeared to be an evenly matched situation had, in fact, already determined the outcome. Let us not dwell on the past. What are your plans, Lord Yin? Plans? We shall take one step at a time. The Waterland Assembly is unavoidable. Otherwise, the heavenly court and the Buddhist sects will grow suspicious, even questioning your Majesty's identity. Therefore, I suggest the Waterland Assembly proceed as usual, and I shall be in Chang'an City to meet with the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Oh? Lord Yin intends to revisit old matters? Li Shimin remarked with a knowing smile. Ahem. It was once a necessity, but now it is no longer required. As long as I can shatter his Buddhist heart before the citizens of Chang'an, it will not be so easy for the Buddhist sect to gain a foothold in the southern regions. It seems Lord Yin is quite confident. Confidence? It is merely making use of existing strength. Now that the process is complete, I must return. Please have someone escort me. I shall personally see your Majesty off. Coincidentally, I need to head to Chang'an as well. Then let us go together with that. Yin Luo accompanied the soul of Li Shimin back to Chang'an City. After helping Li Shimin return to the living, Yin Luo wandered around Chang'an for several days. After a few days, he heard that Xuanzang was preparing to propagate Buddhist teachings at the Waterland Assembly. Yin Luo smiled slightly and instantly appeared at the venue. There, he saw Master Xuanzang eloquently speaking, not about the true scriptures of the Buddhist sect, but the 24-character mantra of the underworld. Listening to Xuanzang's exposition from below the stage, Yin Luo could not help but feel a twinge of inadequacy. As a product of the new era under the red flag, his understanding of the 24-character mantra was, surprisingly, not as profound as that of this foreign Tang monk. Yin Luo could only console himself with the thought that this was due to Xuanzang's 10 reincarnations and deeper insights into the lives of the people. As the crowd listened to Xuanzang, Guanyin below the stage wore a grim expression. Was this Buddhism? Was Xuanzang's discourse not precisely the reason he was punished by the Buddha to reincarnate? Could it be that the denizens of the underworld were causing mischief again? Guanyin scanned the surroundings but saw nothing amiss. Concealed by his perfected cultivation, Yin Luo was not easily detectable even by Guanyin, who possessed only the cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal. Nearby, Mu Jia, puzzled, asked, Master, why have I never heard of the words spoken by this monk? That is not Buddhism. It is the discourse of the underworld. Guanyin gritted his teeth in response. The underworld possesses such profound teachings. It is indeed remarkable, Mu Jia reflected. Having grown up among the common folk, he could naturally sense the intricacies within the 24-character mantra. Impudent, Guanyin scolded sharply, and Mu Jia, realizing his faux pas, lowered his head in silence. After listening for a while, Guanyin could no longer endure, as the plan had encountered yet another flaw. He needed to swiftly redirect matters back on track. Thus, Guanyin approached the stage and called out loudly, That monk, you can only spout such nonsense. Can you speak of the great vehicle Buddhism? Yin Luo, amidst the crowd, chuckled inwardly at Guanyin's interjection. Upon hearing Guanyin's words, Xuanzang, although currently disguised as an old monk, recognized from his years in the Buddhist sect and the mention of the great vehicle Buddhism that this old monk was none other than Guanyin. Yet, he could not reveal that he had regained the memories of Jin Chanzi. So, he feigned humility, saying, Master, I have been remiss. Please forgive me, however. What is this great vehicle Buddhism you speak of? The Bodhisattva, transformed into an old monk, declared loudly from below, I possess the great vehicle Buddhism of the three treasures. Able to elevate the deceased to the heavens, rescue those in suffering, cultivate an immortal body of boundless longevity, and transcend all realms. Just as Xuanzang was about to respond, he heard Yin Luo's voice whispering in his ear. Xuanzang exchanged a meaningful smile with Guanyin and said, Master, where can this great vehicle Buddhism be found? In the great Western Heaven, at the great Thunder Sound Temple, where the Buddha resides, able to resolve countless grievances and dispel unwarranted disasters. Xuanzang, feeling disdainful internally, did not display it outwardly, instead responding with a pious demeanor, Master, do you recall? Of course I remember. Then why not ascend the stage to expound upon it? Upon hearing this, the old monk smiled faintly and gracefully ascended to the high platform, revealing his true form as a bodhisattva. The citizens of Chang'an, seldom witnessing true immortals or Buddhas, beheld Guanyin seated upon the lotus pedestal, holding a pure jade bottle, his divine appearance resplendent, and all bowed in reverence. Just as Guanyin was about to begin his teachings with a smile, Yin Luo's perfected cultivation erupted with great force. The overwhelming aura surged toward Guanyin. Guanyin was taken aback, in a moment of disorientation. He nearly fell from the lotus pedestal. The crowd turned to look at Yin Luo, who stood suspended in midair, his feet upon the wheel of 6 paths, the 6 cycles of reincarnation radiating with vibrant light, illuminating Yin Luo with an air of solemnity and dignity. Surrounding Yin Luo were countless pages from the Book of Life and Death swirling in the air. These fluttering pages did not overshadow the crowd's admiration for his divine presence. In his right hand, he held the judge's pen, and in his left, he cradled the stone of 3 lives, adorned with the crown of the Lord of the Underworld and clad in the black dragon robe. The chilling aura enveloped 30,000 miles, yet the people felt no discomfort. Instead, they sensed themselves invigorated, as if they had regained 10 years of youth. Compared to the Bodhisattva's entrance, the spectacular display of Yin Luo commanded a deeper reverence from the citizens of Chang'an. It was unclear who shouted, Lord of the Underworld, and the crowd promptly knelt in homage, exclaiming loudly, Lord of the Underworld. The Bodhisattva offers salvation. while the Lord of the Underworld governs the fates of life and death among the people. In comparison, it is only natural for the masses to hold a greater reverence for Yin Luo. Moreover, having witnessed Guanin's evident fear upon encountering Yin Luo, their conviction deepens that this formidable Yin Luo, endowed with extraordinary abilities, seems to surpass even Guanin. The populace is often so pragmatic. Whoever can fulfill my desires, I shall revere. Observing the demeanor of the people of Chang'an, Yin Luo realizes that he has achieved the desired effect. Thus, from his lofty position, he addresses the Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, your Mahayana teachings are said to liberate the suffering. Yet I wish to inquire, are there any who remain unredeemed by your teachings? Upon witnessing this, Guanin perceives that Yin Luo's intentions are nefarious. This Chang'an, being the epicenter of the Tang dynasty's fortune, is also a gathering place for the human race's destiny in the southern region. His visit serves as a foundation for the propagation of Buddhist teachings to the east. Should this foundation falter, and the people of Chang'an harbor doubts towards Buddhism, the human fortune of the southern region would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss. Furthermore, Yin Luo's actions are clearly aimed at contesting the Dharma. However, when it comes to debating the Dharma, within the entirety of the three realms, only Laozi of the Taoist sect stands as a rival to the Western Buddhist teachings. Although aware that Yin Luo is leveraging his weaknesses to attack the strengths of Buddhism, Guanin dares not take this matter lightly. This Yin Luo is extraordinarily sinister. Guanin can only declare with a resonant voice, the Buddha embraces all sentient beings without distinction of status. Yin Luo smirks and retorts, does the killer also receive salvation? Why should he abandon the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly? Is that so natural? If one can become a Buddha simply by laying down the knife, then what purpose do your 84,000 teachings serve? The 84,000 teachings are for the salvation of beings, each person unique, each method distinct, each Dharma leading to its own Buddha. At this moment, Yin Luo suddenly unleashes a challenge, channeling his formidable powers to invoke a celestial phenomenon. The sky roils with thunder and lightning, dark clouds gathering ominously. Yin Luo fixes a cold gaze upon Guanin, stating, "Then today, if I were to slay you, Bodhisattva, and subsequently lay down my knife, could I not become a Buddha?" Amitabha, as long as Yin Jun is willing to set down the knife, he can indeed attain Buddhahood. Even if this humble monk were to perish today, there would be no regrets. Yin Luo, upon hearing this, barks out a scornful rebuke. Preposterous. The Bodhisattva responds coolly, "How is it absurd? The knife is not in my hands. How can I lay it down? Where is the knife? In your hands. I possess no blade. No, the blade is in your grasp. I hold no knife. You have one." Yin Luo's piercing gaze remains fixated on Guanin. Guanin appears momentarily entranced by Yin Luo's stare, his countenance becoming increasingly unnatural. Yin Luo, from his elevated position, gazes deeply into Guanin's eyes and solemnly declares, "Your thoughts on teaching are driven by anger. Your obsession with cultivation is born of greed. Your fixation on the Western journey stems from ignorance. With anger as the blade, greed as the handle, and ignorance as the hilt, do you still dare claim that you possess no knife? Guanin, if you cannot relinquish the butcher's knife, you shall never ascend to the status of a quasi-saint. With impure senses and unemptied aggregates, how can you hope to save others when you yourself are in need of salvation?" Upon hearing this, Guanin is profoundly shaken. Each word from Yin Luo strikes like a hammer against his very soul. He understands that Yin Luo's assertions are indeed correct, yet he cannot concede, at least, not in this moment. However, he finds himself unable to refute. Ultimately, Guanin can only divert the conversation, addressing Yin Luo. "Since Yin Jun disagrees with the words of my Buddhist teachings, do you have any profound insights to share? Our realm believes that your Buddhist notion of laying down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha is a misguided benevolence, a lofty fantasy intertwined with the hypocrisy of your sect. You seek to transform killers into Buddhas. But have you considered the anguish of the victims' families? If a murderer does not receive the punishment they deserve, how shall we divine beings console the tears of those still living? The murderer is honored in your eyes. The murdered are also revered by you. The murderer becomes a Buddha, while the murdered are condemned to rebirth. Is this what your Buddhism calls compassion?" Yin Luo scoffs derisively several times before addressing Guanin and the assembly. "Our realm will not permit murderers to attain Buddhahood. They shall only receive the punishment they rightfully deserve. All virtuous deeds will yield virtuous rewards, while all nefarious acts will reap their just consequences. I have consistently stated that the existence of the underworld serves three purposes. The first is fairness. The second is still fairness. The third remains fairness. The laws of the underworld are the final bastion of the three realms. The underworld exists to ensure that those who do good are rewarded abundantly, while those who commit evil receive their due punishment. Upon finishing, the crowd in the square bows deeply, extolling Yin Luo's virtues. At this moment, no one pays any heed to Guanyin. Everyone secretly resolves to return home and replace the statues of Guanyin with those of Yin Luo. It is predictable that, following today, the statues of Yin Luo in Chang'an will soar in value. The city god temple in Chang'an will also flourish henceforth. Guanyin, witnessing this, realizes that the water and land Dharma assembly, painstakingly promoted by the Buddhist sect, has been utterly undermined by Yin Luo. Yin Jun, do you not fear the sage's retribution for your repeated disruptions of my Buddhist journey to the West? Guanyin, aside from invoking the sage's authority against me, do you possess any other means? You. Yin Luo casts a glance at the speechless Guanyin and addresses the crowd. Today, I am fortunate to meet you all, and I shall bestow upon you a blessing. With that, Yin Luo once again channels his powers. Countless lotus flowers begin to bloom around him. Initially, Yin Luo had no intention of conjuring these lotus flowers. But upon reflection, he realized that across both this world and the previous one, lotus flowers symbolize auspiciousness in the hearts of the people. Nothing could more intuitively convey the arrival of good fortune. The lotus flowers, manifested by Yin Luo's magic, gracefully descend from the heavens, landing upon each individual in Chang'an. The lotus flowers, formed from Yin Luo's power, fall like snowflakes and dissolve upon contact with the people. As each lotus flower touches them and melts, they experience a profound sense of transformation, as if their very beings have been reborn. While they revel in this newfound sensation of revitalization, they also hear Yin Luo's deep and resonant voice. This is a blessing from the underworld. A blessing from me. As long as you actively engage in virtuous deeds, the blessings from the underworld shall protect you throughout your lives, ensuring you encounter no illness or calamity. No illness or calamity. No calamity. Calamity. The entire city of Chang'an resonates with Yin Luo's deep voice. All present bow their heads in worship towards the heavens. Yin Luo's reputation experiences a tremendous surge at this moment. Subsequently, amidst the throngs of worshippers, Yin Luo departs gracefully. Meanwhile, Yin Luo hears the system prompt ringing in his ears. Detected host, disruption of the journey to the West narrative, water and land Dharma assembly. Completed 10 of the narrative task. Reward obtained, 10,000 task points. Yin Luo's lips curl into a smile. This marks the highest number of task points he has ever acquired in one instance. It seems that disrupting the journey to the West narrative is indeed the key to obtaining task points. Yin Luo returns triumphant, while Guanyin is left amidst the chaos. With Yin Luo setting such a precedent, Guanyin's attempts to wield his powers to win the hearts of the people will only backfire. As he contemplates how to break the deadlock and how to persuade Li Shimin and Xuanzang to embark on their pilgrimage, the nearby Xuanzang speaks up. Bodhisattva, this humble monk may not recognize the true Buddha. But if the great Lane Temple possesses the true scriptures, capable of elevating the deceased to heaven, liberating the suffering, cultivating boundless longevity, and facilitating the cycle of birth and death, this humble monk is willing to journey westward to seek the true scriptures and propagate them throughout the eastern lands to enlighten all beings. Upon hearing Xuanzang's declaration, Guanyin is momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the teachings of the Buddha from previous lives have taken root? Or perhaps Xuanzang's Buddhist heart remains untainted. It seems that Jin Shanzi is still Jin Shanzi. Even after 10 cycles of reincarnation, his intrinsic Buddha nature has not been extinguished. This is indeed splendid. He is certain to attain the true fruit of enlightenment. Then I thank the Bodhisattva for your auspicious words. This humble monk has other matters to arrange, for Master Xuanzang must prepare diligently for the journey westward to attain enlightenment. I bid farewell to the Bodhisattva. With that, Guanyin and Muzhai transform into a flash of light, descending directly into the underworld. Upon arriving in the underworld, Guanyin wastes no time and rushes straight to the Hall of Judgment. Within the hall, Yin Luo sits upon his throne, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he regards her. Guanyin, infuriated, knows full well that her current predicament is entirely of Yin Luo's making. Yet, she finds herself utterly powerless against him. Guanyin states directly, I beseech Yinjun to release the Monkey King at the Mount of Two Worlds, to free the third prince of the Dragon King of the West Sea at Ingqiu Gorge, and to place Marshal Tianpeng at Fuling Mountain. Yinjun, you have already gained immense advantage in Chang'an. I implore you to honor the sage's command and adhere to our agreement. Yin Luo strokes his beard, looking down upon Guanyin, and replies, Bodhisattva, I have merely agreed to allow the three to depart. How can I command them? Perhaps it would be better for you to summon them to the hall and speak to them yourself. Guanyin, unsure of Yin Luo's ulterior motives, can only remain silent and acquiesce. Come forth, invite the Monkey King, Tianpeng, and the White Dragon to the hall. In a short while, the three arrive together at the Hall of Judgment. The age of the Monkey King may not be great, yet his prowess is profound. Among the trio, only the White Dragon is youthful and comparatively weaker. Therefore, within the underworld, both Sun Wukong and Tianpeng show considerable care towards the White Dragon. In turn, the White Dragon genuinely regards Sun Wukong and Tianpeng as his elder brothers. Upon entering the hall, the three respectfully bowed to Yin Luo. Observing this, Yin Luo smiled and addressed them. This is Guanyin Bodhisattva, who is here to guide you on your journey to the west. You three have spent a considerable time in my realm, and though I feel a profound reluctance to see you depart, I cannot hinder your destinies. Allow me to present each of you with a gift. As he spoke, Yin Luo communicated with the system space and produced 3 treasures, acquired after spending 4,000 task points upon his return from Chang'an. Though it pained him somewhat, it nonetheless enhanced the trio's sense of belonging to the underworld. Aolai, this is a drop of the blood of the ancestral dragon. Wukong, this is a celestial stone of restoration. Tianpeng, this is a mass of merit energy. Yin Luo conjured these 3 items before them using his magical powers, eliciting expressions of excitement from all 3. The selection of these gifts had required great thought from Yin Luo. On one hand, they could not be overly valuable, as he could not afford such luxuries. On the other, they needed to align with the current circumstances of the trio. Celestial Stone of Restoration, quality, golden. Description: crafted by the Saint Enwa of this realm, integrating the essence of the 5 elements and the grand fortunes of the 3 realms. It can be transformed into sentient beings or spiritual consciousness. And by consuming the stone, one can enhance their innate talents, with a chance to awaken innate divine abilities. Merit energy, quality, golden. Description: a boon granted by the heavenly Tao to the beings of this realm, capable of attracting good fortune and averting calamity. 5 portions of merit energy can be exchanged for 1 shard of merit. These 3 items are gifts from me to you. Do not decline them. After receiving the gifts, the trio bowed deeply in gratitude. Yin Luo then continued, the journey to the west has commenced. You 3 must fulfill your respective missions. Henceforth, your paths are yours to determine. Upon hearing this, Guanyin hastily addressed the trio. You 3 have long been arranged for specific tasks by the saints. Sun Wukong, you are to go to the Two-World Mountain. Tianpeng, you shall head to the Fuling Mountain. Aolai, you must proceed to the Ingqiu Gorge. You need only await the arrival of the one seeking the scriptures at these 3 locations. Sun Wukong, with a defiant expression, retorted, What Two-World Mountain? I shall go directly to Chang'an to find that scripture seeker and set off together. This is unnecessary. Tianpeng chimed in, Brother Monkey is right. Let us head straight to Chang'an. This will save us considerable effort. Little Dragon, I am willing to accompany my 2 elder brothers. No, Guanyin firmly rebuffed. The 2 of them may go, but you cannot. Guanyin's words enraged Sun Wukong and Tianpeng. You? Repeat that? Sun Wukong's immense power erupted in an instant. Tianpeng also drew forth his 9-toothed rake, a surge of murderous intent radiating towards Guanyin. Yet, Guanyin stood steadfast like a boulder, remaining unfazed in the face of Sun Wukong and Tianpeng's fierce aura. Instead, she coldly stated, They may go. He cannot? Oh, pray tell, why is Aolai incapable? Although Yin Luo already knew the reason, he still inquired. Guanyin, noticing Yin Luo's interjection, shot him a fierce glare and replied solemnly, Aolai is to serve as a mount for the scripture seeker. Preposterous, Guanyin! Sun Wukong and Tianpeng shouted furiously. Aolai also wore a face of indignation. A mount? Yin Luo echoed. Your Buddhist sect truly has great ambitions. You intend to transfer the fortunes of the Dragon Clan entirely through Aolai to your sect. Yin Luo slowly descended from his throne, speaking as he walked in the 3 realms. There has never been a case of a direct descendant of the Dragon King being made a mount. Should this occur, it would signify the submission of the Dragon Palace's royal lineage to your sect. Quite the scheme. You jest, Yin Luo. Did you not bring Ao Lai to the underworld with similar intentions? Guanyin knew that direct dialogue with Yin Luo was the only effective approach. Circumlocution would only lead to pitfalls. Hearing this, Yin Luo nonchalantly replied, "It seems the Bodhisattva is entirely oblivious to my intentions. The Sea Dragon Kings have grown old. The future of the Dragon Clan rests upon the shoulders of the younger generation like Ao Lai. Thus, even if I were to plot for the Dragon Clan's fortune, I would not do so at the expense of the future of its young." Guanyin scoffed, "Your understanding of the term hypocrisy is indeed profound." "Bodhisattva, you flatter me." "Humph. Bodhisattva, it is time for you to return. Ao Lai may participate in the journey to the west, but he shall never be a mount. Go and inquire with the Buddha. I trust he would not let such trivial matters affect the grand plans of your sect." Faced with Yin Luo's near-threatening words, Guanyin could only depart in frustration. Chapter 64. Who governs this vast land? Upon seeing Guanyin leave, Ao Lai quickly knelt before Yin Luo. "Thank you, Lord Yin Luo. Rise, please. You spend a day in my underworld, and I shall protect you for a day. On this journey, be cautious. The waters of the three realms run deep, and the road to the west is fraught with peril. Should you encounter insurmountable obstacles, return." The three, with tears in their eyes, vowed, "Once our journey to the west concludes, we shall return to the underworld to serve Lord Yin Luo." "Very well, go forth. I must remind you that the memory of Jin Chanzi has awakened. Your journey to Chang'an is yours to plan." During their time in the underworld, Jin Chanzi frequently sought counsel from the two, deepening their bond. Now, learning that Jin Chanzi retained memories of his past life after enduring 10 cycles of reincarnation, it was clear this was the result of Yin Luo's intervention. The trio excitedly departed the underworld, swiftly arriving in Chang'an. Knock, knock, knock. While packing his belongings, Xuanzang heard a knock at the door and turned to open it. "Baldy, monkey, fatty, what brings you here?" As expected, Lord Yin Luo spoke true. "You indeed remember us." Tang Sang smirked. "Even if you turned to ash, I would recognize you both." "Ha ha ha. And who might this be?" Tang Sang asked, pointing at Ao Lai. "This is Ao Lai, the third prince of the West Sea Dragon King." "Ah, the third prince, a pleasure to meet you." Ao Lai appeared somewhat reserved. "Just call me Baldy," Sun Wukong said jovially. "You rascal, come in. Tell me why you are in Chang'an." "Oh, nothing much. Just thought I'd accompany you to the Great Thunder Sound Temple," Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. "And you, fatty? Me? You think you're going on a trip without me?" Xuanzang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Do you not realize that this journey could lead to death? I am going to re-establish the rules for the three realms. The battles we face on the road to the west are not merely against those demons and deities, but against the lofty saints. Baldy, do not worry. The saints have Yin Luo to deal with them. Our task is to clear the obstacles from our path." Monkey speaks true. The heavenly court caused quite the ruckus back then. So why not stir the Buddhist Thunder Sound Temple again? Very well. In that case, let us brothers unite and turn the three realms upside down. In the underworld, just as Sun Wukong and the others departed, Yin Luo received a system notification. "Congratulations, host. Recruitment task. 1. Subdue 10 renowned human generals. Completed." "Congratulations, host. Recruitment task. 2. Recruit 1,000,000. Completed." "Congratulations, host. Construction task. 2. Establish 1,000 city god temples across the 4 continents." Completed. "Congratulations, host. Reform task. 2. Implement sweeping reforms in the underworld's military to enhance the combat power of the Yin soldiers." Completed. Accumulated 4,000 task points. Now distributed. The host's path of rebellion progresses further. Please continue your efforts. Hearing the system's notifications, Yin Luo could not help but smiled. It would not be long before Xuanzang and his companions set forth on their journey to the west. Whether Ao Lai became a mount was no longer significant for the Buddhist sect. As long as Ao Lai participated in the journey to the west, he would carry the fortunes of the Dragon Clan back to Mount Ling. The Buddha would not question Yin Luo over such minor changes. Hence, Yin Luo felt no concern regarding the matter. At this moment, Xuanzang had yet to commence his cultivation. The day he embarked on the journey to the west would mark the beginning of his spiritual practice and the onset of the decline of Mount Ling's fortunes. Everything Yin Luo had previously done was in preparation for this moment. With the journey to the west officially commencing, Yin Luo felt a twinge of nervousness. After so long of plotting, the results were finally at hand. However, there remained a lack of top-tier combat strength. In the entire underworld, aside from himself, who was at the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint, only the 9 Halzine lords had attained the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal. While he had Kuanping and Mingyi as allies, no one could guarantee they would not turn against him. Thus, the most pressing matter was to strengthen the underworld's top combat power, at the very least. He needed to elevate the 9 Halzine lords to Quasi-Saint level and enable the 10 Great Yin commanders to ascend to Great Luo. The only method Yin Luo could conceive for rapidly enhancing cultivation levels in the 3 realms without any side effects was to harness the power of merit. As for the power of laws, that could only be engaged with after reaching the late stage of Quasi-Saint, as laws are intrinsically linked to attaining sainthood. Without reaching the late stage of Quasi-Saint, forcibly comprehending the laws to enhance one's strength will only lead to the ruin of the practitioner. Previously, he had established the first city god temple in the 3 realms, earning 70 merit points. At this moment, since he had not yet accumulated a sufficient quantity, he could not ascertain the function of the merit points. The fastest way to acquire merit points was to exchange task points for merit fragments. Yin Luo glanced at his task point balance, which amounted to just over 10,000. After completing a storyline task, he received an additional 10,000 task points, along with the scattered 1,000 from before. Later, he gifted some treasures to Qianyo, Sun Wukong, Tianpeng, and Aolai, which cost him a bit. The recent task reward granted him another wave of task points. With the ebb and flow, he was left with just over 10,000. This was sufficient to exchange for a merit fragment. However, whether a single merit fragment could truly assist the Yama in their ascension remained to be seen. Yin Luo summoned King Qingguang. Upon their meeting, Yin Luo went straight to the point. "Old Qin, this is for you." "What is this? Merit?" "Indeed, with this merit, do you believe you can break through to Quasi-Saint?" "No problem, of course not. This merit contains at least 1,000 strands. It's enough for me to reach Quasi-Saint." Hearing this, Yin Luo expressed his delight. "That's splendid. You may enter seclusion in a few days. Wuzhuang Temple will invite the underworld to partake in the ginseng fruit banquet. You shall accompany me, yes, and summon the 10 great Yin generals from our underworld, bringing along 100,000 Yin soldiers. Also, have Lady Whitebone from White Tiger Ridge prepare a gift and bring her 100,000 corpse demons to celebrate." Yin Jun, are we not allies with Wuzhuang Temple? Why must we bring such troops along? This time, it is not merely a banquet. Our underworld is here to support Wuzhuang Temple. Let the 3 realms understand that we and Wuzhuang Temple are of one mind. But, Old Qin, go and give the orders. The waters of the 3 realms run deep. If we do not stir them, how can we muddle them? In that case, I shall go and instruct the subordinates to prepare. After King Qingguang departed, Yin Luo gazed at the sky outside the Hall of Hell for a long while, finally sighing, "In this vast land, who holds dominion?" Chapter 65. The battle spirit of humanity. Once King Qingguang had left, Yin Luo made his way directly to the Hall of War Gods. He sought to see the 10 human battle spirits that King Qingguang and others had recruited for the underworld. Including Bai Qi, in the Hall of War Gods, I have seen Yin Jun. No need for formalities. I have come to meet those human battle spirits. Summon them to the hall. Yes, before long, Yin Luo beheld the 10 formidable human battle spirits ascending the hall. "I am Bai Qi, Wu Qi, Sun Wu, Xiang Yu, Zhang Liang, Han Xian, Huizubing, Wei Qing, Zhuge Liang, Guan Yu. We have seen Yin Jun. Good. Yin Luo understood that while these 10 were not all the renowned generals of humanity, they represented the pinnacle of military prowess in the southern Jianbu continent prior to the Tang dynasty. Their combat skills and understanding of warfare were undoubtedly on par with any celestial being of the heavenly court. With these 10 as leaders, along with 1,000,000 underworld troops, as long as no Quasi-Saint level practitioners intervened, none could contend with the underworld. This exemplifies the power of talent. 1,000 soldiers are easy to find, but a single general is hard to come by. These 10 could each determine the fate of the world. 10 strong enough to sweep across the 3 realms with ease. Yin Luo scanned with his divine sense. Among the 10 human battle spirits, only Bai Qi's cultivation had reached the Tai Golden Immortal level. This was related to the substantial killing intent that Bai Qi embodied. As for the others, Yin Luo discovered that despite their demise, they were still accompanied by the fortunes of humanity, and many even bore the power of faith and merit. This ensured their cultivation progress would far exceed that of ordinary spirits. Ascending to the great Luo realm was merely a matter of time. Good, 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 Yin Luo exclaimed 3 more times in loud approval, causing the generals in the Hall of War gods to be greatly astonished. They had never witnessed Yin Luo like this before. Thank you all for becoming a part of my Hall of War gods. You are the battle spirits of the mortal realm. You are the heroes of humanity. Yet at the same time, you are the hope of the 3 realms. Previously, your world was humanity, the southern Jambu continent. Now, your world encompasses the 3 realms, the vast universe above and below. This expansive land of the 3 realms will be the stage for you to showcase your talents. I trust you are familiar with the internal structure of my underworld's Hall of War gods. Following the Reformation, there are now 5 armies and 1 office. The 5 armies consist of the Eastern Extermination Army, the Western Annihilation Army, the Southern Divine Punishment Army, the Northern Absolute Immortal Army, and the Central Heavenly Guard Army, responsible for external warfare. The office is the Underworld Defense Department, tasked with formulating battle plans and defense strategies. Now, you will each simultaneously hold 2 positions. One as a commander of the Heavenly Guard Army and the other as an advisor in the Defense Department. When the Great War of the 3 Realms arrives, you must not only devise battle strategies but also lead troops into battle. The War of the 3 Realms is unlike the conflicts of the mortal realm. In the struggle among the 3 realms, a quasi-saint is equivalent to 100,000 soldiers. Individual cultivation can significantly compensate for a lack of troops. Thus, when formulating strategies, you must thoroughly understand the information of the 3 realms. All right, time is of the essence. And the tasks are heavy. I shall not delay any further. You have 2 tasks. First, devise a battle plan with the Buddhist and Heavenly Court as hypothetical enemies. Second, enhance your own cultivation. You may utilize all resources of the Hall of War gods. If you require anything, directly approach King Qingguang for approval. You may also consult with the rotating Yin generals for information on the 3 realms. I entrust the underworld to all of you. Yin Luo clasped his hands in respect towards the 10 human spirits, who reciprocated with equal courtesy. We shall not fail to meet Yin Jun's expectations. Good. Once the 3 realms achieve stability, the underworld shall construct a tower for the heroic spirits outside the Ghost Gate. So all in the 3 realms may know of your merit in stabilizing the realms. Yin Jun, I have something to say. Yin Luo turned to the voice. He saw a figure of 8 feet tall. With strikingly heavy pupils, it was Xiangyu, the overlord of Chu. Xiangyu, speak your mind. Yin Jun wishes us to devise a battle plan, but we are unsure who should lead us. Yin Luo raised an eyebrow. This was a matter he had not considered. These 10 were the Armée de la Armée of humanity. They might be willing to heed the command of Yin Luo, a divine figure. But it would be difficult for them to follow anyone else, regardless of who it was. Who shall lead? Yin Luo smiled slightly, unleashing his quasi-saint level power. The 10 human spirits felt as if they were but a leaf adrift on a vast ocean. In an instant, dread bloomed within their hearts. However, intimidation was not Yin Luo's primary method of gaining their allegiance. Everyone, I hope you can set aside the past and look towards the future. I know you are not content to be beneath others. Each of you is a model of excellence in your own right. However, I must inform you that your battlefield and stage are no longer the mortal realm, nor the southern Jambu continent. Instead, it is the entire 3 realms. Your opponents are no longer humanity but the Buddha and the Jade Emperor you once revered. I hope that while you showcase your talents, you remember the adage, unity is strength. At this moment, the 10 human battle spirits began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, the future battlefield was the 3 realms. Alone, each of them would struggle to make a significant impact, however, if they combined their strengths. They would have the opportunity to stabilize the 3 realms. We shall abide by Yin Jun's decree. Good. Yin Luo then elaborated on the circumstances of the 3 realms, particularly the state of the underworld, explaining in detail to them. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Having completed these arrangements, Yin Luo departed from the Hall of War gods. In his ears, the system's prompt sounded. Detected host disrupting the storyline at the Double Fork Ridge. Completed 1 storyline task. Reward, 10,000 task points. Is that so? Upon reflection, it truly was. In the original storyline, there was only Tang Sang at Double Fork Ridge, who found himself ensnared in the tiger's den. nearly devoured by the General of the Tiger, it, was only due to the intervention of the Star of Venus that Tang Song was saved. At this moment, Tang Song was accompanied by Sun Wukong and Tian Pong of great Luo strength, along with a small white dragon. Ordinary monsters would hardly pose a threat to them. The mere General of the Tiger could not contend with the westward journey team at all. Thus, the Heavenly Court's plan to partake in the spoils was thwarted. Given this, Yin Luo need not intervene. The subsequent storylines at Five Elements Mountain and Eagle Cry Gorge would also be directly completed. When the westward journey team arrived there, he could simply claim his rewards. Indeed, the previous system task rewards were merely trifling matters. As the system's voice faded, another question arose in Yin Luo's mind. The system was named the strongest rebellion system. Only through rebellion could he grow stronger. Yet why would the system require him to rebel? Was it merely against the Heavenly Court? But the Heavenly Court was merely a tool for the Tao of Heaven and Hong Jun to govern the three realms. Furthermore, the system did not allow the great powers of the three realms to become aware of his presence. At the very least, the Mother of Earth and the Saints had not detected his system. Could it be that this system was even more formidable than the Saints? With these questions in mind, Yin Luo returned to the Hall of Hell. Chapter 66. Storyline Tasks. King Qingguang has emerged from his seclusion. Yin Luo had been preoccupied with orchestrating the journey to the west, neglecting the affairs of the underworld. Now, all matters have fallen into a proper routine. Among the 5 disciples of the westward journey, with the exception of Wan Lian, the others have aligned themselves with the underworld. Once the journey to the west concludes, the 4 of them will become officials of the underworld's judicial department. The immediate priority is to enhance the strength of the denizens of the underworld, as well as his own. He must resolve the backlog of administrative duties before the pilgrims embark towards the western Bull Huzhou, and then wholeheartedly engage in the journey to the west, contending for the fate of the 3 realms against the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sects. While Yin Luo was diligently managing the underworld's affairs, he was suddenly alerted by the system's notifications. Detected host, disrupted the plot of the journey to the west at 5 Elements Mountain. Quest completed. Reward, 10,000 task points. Detected host, disrupted the plot of the journey to the west at Eagle Cry Gorge. Quest completed. Reward, 10,000 task points. Detected host, disrupted the plot of the journey to the west at Guanyin Zen Institute. Quest completed. Reward, 10,000 task points. Detected host, disrupted the plot of the journey to the west at Black Wind Mountain. Quest completed. Reward, 10,000 task points. Detected host, disrupted the plot of the journey to the west at Gao Laozhuang. Quest completed. Reward, 10,000 task points. Detected host, disrupted the plot of the journey to the west at Huangfeng Ridge. Quest completed. Reward, 10,000 task points. During this period of Yin Luo's management of the underworld's affairs, the system's notifications chimed at intervals. Yin Luo did not hoard the task points but directly exchanged them for merit fragments. Bestowing them upon the Yin Lords, he encouraged them to cultivate, striving for an early ascension to quasi-saint status. Consequently, many Yin Lords have retreated into seclusion one after another to advance their ranks, leaving the burden of administrative duties squarely on his shoulders. However, with King Qingguang's emergence from seclusion, Yin Luo finally found an opportunity to extricate himself. Yin Jun, Old Qin, you have finally emerged. I have missed you dearly. Ah, Old Qin, it seems these merit fragments are indeed quite effective. Have you successfully ascended? Thank you. Yin Jun, I have fulfilled your expectations and have ascended to the quasi-saint level. Excellent, excellent. This increases our odds in the underworld. I trust that Will King and the others will also achieve their ascension in the near future. At that time, our underworld's confidence will surely bolster. In recent days, with Xuanzang's assistance, the city god temple's reputation in the southern Jianbu continent has soared. They have now reached the vicinity of the flowing sand river. Surely, we will soon receive an invitation from Wuzhuang Temple. Is our gift prepared? I have already dispatched 100,000 Yin soldiers and the Lady of Bones. The gifts are ready. Good. Then we shall await the arrival of Wuzhuang Temple's emissaries. As Yin Luo and King Qingguang engaged in casual conversation, the system's notification once again resonated in Yin Luo's ears. Detected host, disrupted the plot of the journey to the west at Flowing Sand River. Quest completed. Reward, 10,000 task points. Yin Luo raised an eyebrow. The Flowing Sand River plot has concluded. However, how was this disruption achieved? Yin Luo stroked his beard thoughtfully. It stands to reason that with the combined strength of Sun Wukong and Tianpeng, both of whom are great Luo golden immortals, facing Wan Lian, who has been relegated to the mortal realm and reduced to Tai, would pose little challenge. In the original plot, while Sun Wukong was formidable, he was merely at the later stage of Tai. Tianpeng, having been schemed against, had his strength diminished significantly. At that time, they would have been insufficient to contend with Wan Lian. Yet, the current situation is markedly different, even with Wan Lian's advantage on home turf. He is no match for the two. Furthermore, with Ao Lai's cooperation, Wan Lian is left with little resistance. Thus, the three of them effortlessly captured Wan Lian, rendering it unnecessary to request Guanin's intervention. The flowing sand river is the final stop for the pilgrims in the southern Jambu continent. Wuzhuang Temple serves as the first stop in the western Bulhuzhou for the pilgrims. It is also a crucial point for the Buddhist sect in their quest for the scattered cultivators across the three realms. Therefore, the significance of Wuzhuang Temple is self-evident. Guanin's intervention at the flowing sand river may have been intended to pave the way for Wuzhuang Temple. Now, with Guanin deprived of the chance to act at the flowing sand river, although Wuzhuang Temple is certainly a necessary route from southern Jambu continent to western Bulhuzhou, one cannot guarantee that the travelers will stop here. Moreover, the path taken by the pilgrims is fraught with uncertainties. Even the sages cannot predict their future route. Guanin's desire to guide the five onto a predetermined path, while instigating turmoil at Wuzhuang Temple, undoubtedly requires meticulous planning. Originally, according to the established narrative, the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court would conspire to have Zhenyu and Daxian leave Wuzhuang Temple, thereby leaving the temple vulnerable and providing an opportunity for the five. Furthermore, with a little provocation from the agents arranged by the Buddhist sect, the fruit trees of Wuzhuang Temple would be unable to retain their bounty. However, the alteration of the flowing sand river plot has indirectly impacted the Buddhist sect's strategy regarding Wuzhuang Temple. At present, Wuzhuang Temple is also widely extending invitations to the formidable beings of the three realms to participate in the fruit-gathering event. This action by Wuzhuang Temple has directly disrupted the plans of the Buddhist sect. The saying goes, a single thread can move the entire fabric. Perhaps this is what is meant by disrupting the narrative. Not long after Yin Luo received the system notification, a messenger entered to report that individuals from Wuzhuang Temple had arrived. Come in. Qing Feng. Greetings, Yin Jun. Mingyu. Greetings, Yin Jun. You two need not stand on ceremony. Yin Jun, my master will soon host the fruit-gathering event and has sent us to invite you. Upon hearing this, Mingyu presented an invitation. The assistant stepped forward to take it and handed it directly to Yin Luo. After perusing the document, Yin Luo remarked, very well. I shall certainly attend the event punctually. Then we shall not impose any longer. After the assistant escorted Qing Feng and Mingyu away, Yin Luo handed the invitation to King Qingguang. Yin Jun, why have we only now been informed about Wuzhuang Temple's fruit-gathering event? Late. For other factions, it may indeed be a bit late. However, it is precisely because of this delay that we can catch the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court off guard. The timing is just right. What is the reasoning behind this? Had it been too early, it would have allowed the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect ample time to prepare. They would then alter their plans, and Wuzhuang Temple would lose its initiative. Now, if they wish to deal with Wuzhuang Temple, they can only follow the original plan, placing the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court in a passive position. King Qingguang remained puzzled. Old Qin, why ponder so deeply? Just accompany me to the event. When the time comes, flex your muscles a little to apply some pressure on those two. Stir the waters of the three realms a bit, and our future paths will be smoother. King Qingguang could only smile wryly, acquiescing with a bow. Chapter 67. The invitation to Wuzhuang Temple. Wuzhuang Temple is situated atop Mount Wanshou in the western Bulhuzhou. At this moment, the temple is bustling with activity, alive with excitement. Xuanzang and his party arrived at the temple's entrance, where they beheld the towering mountain, majestic and imposing, rooted in the Kunlun mountain range. Its peak touching the heavens, before the temple gate, a wide pond cast long shadows of trees, while cracks in the stones bore moss and flowers. The palatial structures soared into the violet heights, and the pavilion seemed to float amidst the rosy clouds. It truly is a blessed land, a realm of ethereal beauty. To the left of the mountain gate, a stone tablet inscribed with the words Wanshou Mountain Blessed Land. Wuzhuang Temple Cave Heaven stood tall. Upon approaching, one could see couplets adorning the entrance, proclaiming it the abode of immortals who share longevity with the heavens. Wan Lian carried Xuanzang's luggage, gazing at the magnificent Wuzhuang Temple, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Xuanzang and the others were filled with exhilaration. Baldy, we have arrived at Wuzhuang Temple. Monkey, today's the grand day of the fruit-gathering event at Wuzhuang Temple. All the major factions of the three realms will be attending. You must give me some face and refrain from calling me Baldy. All right, bald head. Rest assured, I have it all under control. Xuanzang cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, silently thinking, I trust you like I trust a ghost. Who would have thought that just after we crossed the flowing sand river, Zhenyu and Daxian would send us an invitation? How did he know our whereabouts? Tianpeng asked, perplexed. Isn't it thanks to Yin Jun's revelation? Sun Wukong replied. That makes sense. All right, let us proceed inside. We shouldn't block the entrance. As they lifted their feet to step forward, Xuanzang seemed to recall something. He turned to the three demon clansmen standing behind Wan Lian and said, You three must exercise caution in your words and actions. Do not give the Buddhist sect or the heavenly court any ammunition against us. The little demons understand, Master. Rest assured. A black bear spirit thumped its chest proudly. The mouse spirit beside him grinned, saying, Master, don't worry. Although I haven't seen much of the world, I once made my living at the foot of Lingshan. I won't cause you any trouble, Master. I know the importance of discretion. The old tiger spirit chimed in. The three demon clansmen all pledged their loyalty. Xuanzang nodded in approval and ascended the steps towards the temple gate. Fatty, do you know why Baldy insisted on keeping these three demon clansmen around? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Tianpeng pondered for a moment before replying, perhaps it is Yin Jun's arrangement. Why overthink it? Indeed, let us just focus on protecting Baldy on his journey to the west. The other matters can be left to Yin Jun and Baldy to sort out. As the two conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the Guaman. The gentle breeze and the bright moon, upon witnessing the grand procession, hurriedly approached and proclaimed, My master has instructed that if the holy monk arrives, he may proceed directly to the great hall to rest. Once all guests are assembled, the banquet can commence. Holy monk, please, esteemed guests, please. Thank you, celestial youth. With that, Mingyue guided the assembly towards the great hall. Upon entering the hall, Xuanzang and his companions beheld an array of formidable beings, each possessing profound cultivation. Here, few were mere Tai golden immortals. Most were great Luo golden immortals. There were hardly any quasi-saints, for they were figures of great renown within the three realms. Commanding respect and authority, they were typically the headliners, not those who would arrive so early. Nevertheless, none of the early arrivals dared to underestimate Xuanzang. After all, among the three realms, those invited by the venerable Zhenyu and Daxian were far from ordinary practitioners. The plan of the Buddhist sect to journey westward was no secret. Only those like the Lady of Bones, who lacked background and mentorship, remained oblivious to the Buddhist agenda. Xuanzang, as the son of destiny, was the second disciple of the Buddha in his past life. In many respects, he was the spokesperson for the Buddhist sect within the three realms. This was how Xuanzang was perceived by the assembly. Yet, they were unaware that he was merely a young man clad in a cassock at this moment. Upon noticing Xuanzang's entrance, many stepped forward to exchange pleasantries, extolling the esteemed name of the monk and praising the profound teachings of the Eastern land's holy monk. Had the original Xuanzang been present, he might have been bewildered by their flattery. However, the Xuanzang of the present was the audacious Jin Chanzi, unafraid to defy the truths of the Buddhist sect. Sun Wukong and Tianpeng refrained from partaking in these tedious courtesies and instead found a spot to sit down and indulge in the feast. As the crowd buzzed, a commotion was heard outside Wuzhuang Temple. It turned out to be Guanyin Bodhisattva, accompanied by Mu Jia. Such eminent figures of the three realms warranted a personal greeting from Zenyuanzi. If it were merely Guanyin, Zenyuanzi would not have needed to welcome her personally. However, Guanyin represented the Buddhist sect. Zenyuanzi escorted Guanyin into the Great Hall, and the assembly immediately shifted their focus from Xuanzang to Guanyin and Zenyuanzi. Guanyin smiled and greeted the scattered practitioners. Upon spotting Sun Wukong and Tianpeng, a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. When her gaze drifted towards Zhuanlian, she subtly gestured. Zhuanlian, perceiving this, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, she discreetly exited the hall, vanishing from sight. Zenyuanzi also sensed the exchange between Guanyin and Zhuanlian. Yet, he said nothing, instead smiling at Guanyin. Bodhisattva, please take a seat here. I shall return shortly. Please, esteemed immortal, Guanyin replied. Xinyuanzi excused himself and left the great hall. Upon stepping outside, he summoned a disciple and whispered a few words before heading towards the entrance to await Taibai's arrival. Just as Xinyuanzi reached the door, a streak of luminous light descended from the sky. As the radiant colors faded, Taibai Jinxing, clad in a white robe, clasped his hands and smiled at Xinyuanzi. Jinxing, I pay my respects to the great immortal. I apologize for the intrusion. Your arrival from afar has indeed brought splendor to my humble Wuzhuang temple. You flatter me, esteemed immortal. This is a gift from the great heavenly sovereign. I hope you will not find it lacking. Xinyuanzi motioned for a young acolyte to receive the gift, saying, Please, Jinxing, come inside. As Taibai Jinxing was about to enter, a surge of overwhelming malevolence approached from afar. Apologies for my tardiness, esteemed immortal. Upon closer inspection, Xinyuanzi and Taibai recognized the arrival of Yinluo. However, the subsequent sight left Taibai pale with fear, for behind Yinluo trailed a legion of 100,000 ghostly soldiers. Not only that, but following them were countless corpse demons. Such a grand display left even Xinyuanzi momentarily speechless. Yinluo, accompanied by King Qingguang and the Lady of Bones, descended from the clouds and cheerfully addressed Xinyuanzi. Esteemed immortal, I have come as invited. Yinjun, you bring quite the entourage. Given the current turmoil in the three realms, I have dispatched 200,000 soldiers from the underworld to safeguard the event at Wuzhuang Temple, Yinluo said. Winking at Xinyuanzi, Xinyuanzi, fully aware of Yinluo's intentions, responded with a smile. With Yinjun's forces present, surely no miscreants would dare to act recklessly. As he spoke, he intentionally cast a glance at Taibai Jinxing. Taibai felt a peculiar sense of unease, but could not discern its source. Though he sensed a foreboding, he chose not to investigate further, mistakenly attributing his disquiet to past grievances with Yinluo. As the two entered the great hall under Xinyuanzi's guidance, the atmosphere grew noticeably tense. After all, Yinluo's fearsome reputation was well known throughout the three realms, and Taibai represented the Jade Emperor. Nonetheless, a number of bold individuals approached to initiate conversation. Yinluo, disliking such insincere pleasantries, left the formalities to King Qingguang. While King Qingguang engaged with the crowd, Yinluo leaned in to converse privately with Xinyuanzi. At that moment, a woman strode directly into the hall. Xinyuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated her personal arrival. Although he had merely sent a symbolic invitation, given her high status, he had expected her to send a representative. As she gracefully approached, even Guanyin from the Buddhist sect, Taibai from the heavenly court, and even Yinluo himself hurriedly stepped forward to bow in respect. No need for formalities. The kingdom of women is not far from Wuzhuang Mountain. I thought I might join the festivities. I hope I am not intruding. It was none other than the queen of the kingdom of women, the embodiment of the Queen Mother. Her identity as the queen was no secret among the attendees. Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. We are delighted, not inconvenienced, Xinyuanzi exclaimed, leading her to her seat. As the guests settled, Xinyuanzi announced the commencement of the banquet, expressing gratitude to all for attending the ginseng fruit gathering at Wuzhuang Temple. This is the first time in countless epochs that I have invited friends from the three realms to gather here. Your presence is a great honor. Boom, boom. Before Xinyuanzi could finish his words, a thunderous sound reverberated through the hall. Rather than displaying surprise, a smile crept upon Xinyuanzi's lips. At that moment, Qingfeng and Mingyue rushed in, calling out, Master, trouble, trouble. The ginseng fruit tree, the ginseng fruit tree. Xinyuanzi feigned urgency, exclaiming, the ginseng fruit tree. What has happened to the spiritual root? It has fallen. It was pushed down by a blue-faced monk. The assembly gasped in shock. Pushed down by someone, and a member of the Buddhist sect at that. This? Yinluo and the Queen of the Kingdom of Women exchanged glances, understanding the implications. The queen began to realize why Yinluo had insisted on her attendance at Wuzhuang Temple. Observing the unfolding situation, she felt that collaborating with Yinluo might not be a bad idea after all. At least it offered her a glimmer of hope against the Western powers, a hope that was absent in the Jade Emperor's court. A blue-faced monk? Xinyuanzi pretended to ponder. After a moment, he turned to Xuanzang and inquired, Xuanzang, was this blue-faced monk brought by you? It was indeed I who brought him. He is my third disciple, whom I named Sha Wujing. Oh? I sincerely invited you and your disciples to this gathering, not to be treated with disdain. Yet now, You have toppled my ginseng fruit tree. What is the meaning of this? Esteemed immortal, please temper your wrath. Though I bear the title of Master to Shao Wujing, in truth, we are not closely acquainted. I only accepted him as a disciple because he claimed to have received guidance from Guanyin Bodhisattva, wishing to escort me to the west. Thus, I reluctantly took him, and I am not well acquainted with him. Perhaps esteemed immortal should summon him to the hall so we may inquire why he sought to topple your sacred tree? Zhen Yuanzi paused, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this Jin Chanzi would directly shift the blame onto Guanyin. He had previously heard of Jin Chanzi's favorable relationship with Yin Luo. Could it be that Jin Chanzi was also orchestrated by Yin Luo? Regardless, the actions of Jin Chanzi have certainly spared him a considerable amount of trouble. Thus, he need not expend effort to redirect the flames of war towards Guanyin. Oh? It turns out that this blue-faced monk is actually associated with the Bodhisattva. Zhenyuan Daxian cast a cold glance at Guanyin and said, "Bring that blue-faced monk here. I must inquire who incited this act." Qingfeng Mingyue replied, "Yes, master." Shortly thereafter, Qingfeng Mingyue brought the sand monk before them. The sand monk, perplexed, wondered why. As soon as he entered the back hall and touched the ginseng fruit tree, it produced a thunderous sound. By the time he regained his senses, the ginseng fruit tree had already fallen to the ground. Lifeless, moreover, he found himself inexplicably tainted by the aura of the ginseng fruit tree. Just as that sound faded, many de Luo appeared around him, clearly directed at him. He had harbored intentions to destroy the ginseng fruit tree. Yet he had not even laid a hand upon it. Even if Master Luo had arrived, it would merely be an attempted crime. However, the scene before him now was strikingly reminiscent of the past events in the heavenly court. Was he destined to stumble in the same place twice? As it stood, even before Master Luo, he would be unable to exculpate himself. A moment's contemplation led the sand monk to realize that he had fallen into a trap. He finally comprehended why Zhenyuan Daxian had not convened the ginseng fruit assembly for countless eons. Suddenly, at this juncture, he invited beings from the three realms to attend. This was a conspiracy aimed at the Buddhist sect, and once again, he had become a sacrificial pawn. The sand monk wore a face of desolation. In the heavenly court, he was a victim. He had thought that turning to the Buddhist sect would be an improvement. Little did he expect that he could not escape the fate of being schemed against. Was his destiny truly to be one who bears the blame? The sand monk was brought before the grand hall. Upon witnessing this, Zhen Yuanzi spoke in a deep voice. "You, monk, have I ever offended you?" "Never," replied the sand monk, devoid of any hope. "Have the people within Wu Zhuangwen ever wronged you?" "Never." "Then why did you topple the treasured ginseng fruit tree of my Wu Zhuangwen at this grand assembly? Do you not understand that the ginseng fruit tree is the supreme treasure that represses the fortunes of my Wu Zhuangwen?" The sand monk remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Was he to directly state that he was acting under Guanyin's orders? That would only hasten his demise. Do not think that remaining silent will end this matter. Speak. Who directed you? The aura of Zhenyuan Daxian erupted violently. His robe billowed without wind, and the atmosphere within the grand hall became exceedingly oppressive. The sand monk's gaze involuntarily flickered towards Guanyin. Then he resolutely closed his eyes and remained mute. "Bodhisattva, do not blame me for not granting the Buddhist sect face. If he does not provide me with an explanation today, he shall not step out of this Wu Zhuangwen. Even the Buddha himself cannot save him." Chapter 69. Misunderstanding? Guanyin realized that if he did not take action soon, the plans of the Buddhist sect would fall apart. He could hardly fathom that the sand monk could be so foolish to have him destroy a ginseng fruit tree and cause such a commotion. According to his plan, the sand monk would quietly topple the ginseng fruit tree. And once the banquet concluded, he would request to see the ginseng fruit tree. Surely, Zhen Yuanzi would not refuse. When the assembly witnessed the destruction of the ginseng fruit tree, it would undoubtedly deal a tremendous blow to Zhenyuan Daxian's prestige. At that point, he would use the divine water from the jade bottle, along with the primordial willow leaves, to revive the ginseng fruit tree. Although the revived tree would transform into a postnatal spiritual root, it would still elevate the prestige of the Buddhist sect among the scattered immortals. Thus, not only would he undermine Zhenyuan Daxian's reputation, but the degradation of the ginseng fruit tree would also weaken the strength of Wu Zhuangwen, while simultaneously enhancing the prestige of the Buddhist sect. In the future, it would be much easier for the Buddhist sect to attract scattered immortals. With Wu Zhuangwen's fortunes weakened, Having lost the repression of the primordial spiritual root, they would inevitably dwindle. Such a multifaceted plan had been ruined by the Sand Monk. However, Guanyin had not foreseen that all of his actions were manipulated by Yinluo and Jinyuan Daxian, great immortal. Could there be some misunderstanding in this matter? Guanyin mused that if the Sand Monk had merely failed to escape, perhaps he could concoct a plausible excuse. Oh? The Bodhisattva believes there is a misunderstanding? Jinyuan Daxian replied coldly. Guanyin cleared his throat and said, perhaps the Sand Monk merely stumbled in. By the time he arrived, the ginseng fruit tree had already been destroyed. Oh? Jinyuan Daxian let out a cold laugh, then waved his hand. Qingfeng Mingyue produced a talisman from his sleeve. A recording talisman? Guanyin exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated that Jinyuan Daxian would employ such a seemingly trivial item here. The moment they saw the recording talisman, Guanyin and Taibai's expressions instantly soured. Guanyin instinctively glanced at Yinluo, while Taibai's heart sank. Could it be that his earlier ominous premonition was not mistaken? Yinluo, sensing Guanyin's gaze, raised the wine vessel on the table slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed, that familiar feeling of being manipulated by Yinluo began to creep into Guanyin's heart. He realized that Yinluo must be the one orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Furthermore, he finally understood why Yinluo had brought an army of 200,000. This was to establish authority. Great Immortal, please do not be deceived by certain individuals. The Buddhist sect would never engage in actions detrimental to Wu Zhuangwen. Guanyin hurriedly explained. What is the Bodhisattva in such a rush to clarify? This recording talisman undoubtedly contains evidence detrimental to the Buddhist sect. Has anyone seen it yet? Jinyuan Daxian retorted coldly. The other attendees felt something amiss upon hearing this. Indeed, no one knew what the recording talisman contained. Why was Guanyin so eager to defend himself? The gathered crowd were not fools. Guanyin's actions clearly indicated a guilty conscience. Moreover, considering the Buddhist sect's actions over the past few centuries, it was hard not to entertain suspicions. What benefit would there be for the Buddhist sect in destroying the supreme treasure that represses the fortunes of Wu Zhuangwen? Who, then, would be the greatest beneficiary of this affair? Great Immortal, there must be a misunderstanding. Perhaps someone is framing us, seeking to sow discord between our Buddhist sect and the Immortal. The Bodhisattva's words served as a reminder to the Taoist. My Wu Zhuangwen lies at the junction of Xinyo Hezhou and Nanzhan Buzhou. It is a crucial point for the Buddhist sect's westward journey and a bottleneck for the dissemination of the Dharma. Is my Wu Zhuangwen's existence hindering your Buddhist sect's propagation? If my Wu Zhuangwen were to vanish, would your Buddhist sect not be able to proceed unimpeded to Nanzhan Buzhou to preach? Jinyuan Daxian interrogated. Your words are misguided. Although our Buddhist sect aims to head westward and to preach in Nanzhan Buzhou, the presence of your Wu Zhuangwen here does not impede our Buddhist sect in any way. We have no reason to take action against you. Guanyin countered. Is that so? I have meticulously observed over the past century, and of those who sought the Tao in Xinyo Hezhou, 30% have been taken in as disciples by the scattered cultivators residing in my Wu Zhuangwen. In other words, my Wu Zhuangwen has, in an unseen manner, influenced the growth of your Buddhist sect. Is this not a fact? Well, Guanyin found himself at a loss for words, as Jinyuan Daxian's assertion was indeed factual. This was one of the reasons why the Buddhist sect sought to target Wu Zhuangwen. Although what the Great Immortal said was true, the fact that they could be taken in as disciples by the scattered cultivators of Wu Zhuangwen revealed their wavering hearts towards Buddhism. Why Buddhist sect would never allow such trivial matters to sour relations with the Great Immortal. Humph, well said. While my Wu Zhuangwen merely provides a platform for scattered cultivators of the three realms to communicate, the number of those who linger on Mount Wanshou exceeds 8,000. With so many scattered cultivators, does your Buddhist sect not covet them? Each year, how many seekers of the Tao are intercepted here? Can you truly be content with this? Great Immortal. Jinyuan Daxian waved his hand, preventing Guanyin from continuing. Esteemed guests, I, Zenyuanzi, have cultivated for countless eons, establishing this Wu Zhuangwen in the blessed land of Mount Wanshou. Not for any other reason, but to provide a place for those of us who yearn for freedom to communicate and connect. It seems that my abode has become a thorn in the side of certain individuals, a source of irritation, and you, my friends, shall soon become the fish on the chopping block in the eyes of those individuals. I am powerless. May you all seek your own fortunes. Boom. The scattered cultivators present were left dumbfounded. The existence of Wu's Wangwen was a boon for the scattered cultivators of the three realms. It was precisely because of Genuine Daxian, a powerful being who had existed since the dawn of creation and stood alongside the six saints, that these scattered cultivators could find a stable place within the three realms. Otherwise, how could the scattered cultivators enjoy such peace in their cultivation? Not all cultivators wished to join those great powers. After all, joining such great forces came with various constraints. While enjoying the conveniences and protection provided by these great powers, one must also fulfill corresponding obligations. Sometimes, these obligations could lead to a betrayal of one's own heart. This was precisely the reason why these scattered cultivators were reluctant to accept constraints. This was also the path of each individual. However, should Wu's Wangwen fall, they would inevitably face recruitment from various great powers. At that time, they would encounter all sorts of targeting, though the great powers would refrain from using force for the sake of their own reputation. However, this will undoubtedly hinder the cultivation of these scattered practitioners. Whether it be resources, blessed lands, or even secret realms, they will all be subjected to targeted oppression. Consequently, the path of cultivation for these scattered practitioners will become exceptionally arduous. In the human realm, there is a saying about severing one's means of livelihood, akin to murdering one's parents. In the eyes of cultivators, obstructing one's path to cultivation is tantamount to an eternal enmity. Chapter 70. The Queen speaks. The scattered practitioners present were no fools. They were acutely aware of the schemes devised by the Buddhist sect. They could also discern the intentions of Wu's Wangwen. At this juncture, they had to choose sides. If they allowed the Buddhist sect to target Wu's Wangwen unchecked, this group of scattered practitioners would inevitably become mere prey in the three realms. Thus, a scattered practitioner of great Luo cultivation stepped forward and declared, "Great Immortal, although my strength is but humble, I cannot stand idly by while the Buddhist sect bullies Wu's Wangwen. We have long been under the protection of Wu's Wangwen. The Great Immortal has also extended his assistance to us on numerous occasions. The followers of the Buddhist sect have oppressed us scattered practitioners in the past, and we have endured, but now they have the audacity to come to our doorstep. This is intolerable." This scattered practitioner of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm evidently held a certain status and reputation among the group. As soon as he finished speaking, several scattered practitioners stood up to voice their grievances against Guanyin. Observing the situation, Guanyin realized that this matter was becoming increasingly complicated. The words of Jinyu and Daxian were clearly intended to incite public outrage. And naturally, everyone understood Jinyu and Daxian's intent. However, given the current predicament, if this group of scattered practitioners did not choose sides, they would undoubtedly become targets of collective ire. As Guanyin listened to each scattered practitioner rising in condemnation, he pondered countermeasures. The current situation was such that Wu's Wangwen and the scattered practitioners had formed a community of shared interests. Their fortunes were intertwined. If they followed the previous plan to suppress Wu's Wangwen in order to draw the scattered practitioners to their side and thereby seize their fortune, it would no longer be feasible. At this moment, the only option was to fabricate a new enemy, uniting Wu's Wangwen and the scattered practitioners against the Buddhist sect. Guanyin's gaze swept across the hall, finally resting upon Yanluo. He had an instinctive feeling that everything happening at this moment must bear the shadow of Yanluo. Yet, he had no evidence. Now, he could only attempt to shift the blame onto the underworld. Among the numerous forces present in this hall, the Heavenly Court was an ally of the Buddhist sect and could not be targeted in such a public setting. Meanwhile, the Blood Sea and the Demon Clan were forces to contend with in the future. If they were drawn into this conflict now, it would hinder the execution of plans against them later on. After much deliberation, the underworld emerged as the most suitable scapegoat. With this thought in mind, Guanyin spoke up, "Great Immortal, esteemed friends, please allow this humble monk a moment to speak. Firstly, I urge you all to consider seriously. If the Buddhist sect truly intended to plot against Wu's Wangwen, why would we allow our disciples to act? Why not employ those without ties to the Buddhist sect?" After pausing to gauge the expressions of those around him, Guanyin continued. "Secondly, if a conflict were to arise between the Buddhist sect, Wu's Wangwen, and all of you esteemed friends, who would stand to gain the most in this three realms?" As Yanluo listened to Guanyin's words, he couldn't help but feel admiration. When it came to eloquence, none rivaled the Buddhist sect. At that moment, the scattered immortals began to waver upon hearing Guanyin's arguments. Indeed, Guanyin's reasoning was sound. There was no doubt that the Buddhist sect wished to deal a blow to Wu Zhuangwen. If the Buddhist sect truly intended to act, they would not leave any incriminating evidence behind. In the original narrative, it was Sun Wukong who toppled the ginseng fruit tree at that time. Sun Wukong had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace and was subdued by Sakyamuni. His rebellious nature had become well known. Thus, even if he toppled the ginseng fruit tree of Wu Zhuangwen, no one would suspect the Buddhist sect's involvement. They would simply attribute it to the mischief of the monkey, who dared to confront even the Jade Emperor and wreak havoc in heaven. Yet now, without Sun Wukong as a weapon, the Buddhist sect's journey to the west became significantly more arduous. Moreover, among the 5 who journeyed westward, 3 had already distanced themselves from the Buddhist sect. Of course, although Xuanzang had long been devoted to the underworld, the followers of the Buddhist sect were unaware. At least, Guanyin was oblivious. Originally, the journey to the west was merely a task of ordinary difficulty. But it had suddenly escalated to a hellish challenge. Observing the shift in the crowd's sentiments, Yanluo exchanged a glance with the queen of the daughter kingdom. The queen smiled alluringly at Yanluo. Yanluo hurriedly averted his gaze. Upon noticing this, the queen delicately covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Then, she gradually rose, her long-standing air of dignity and authority forming an imposing aura around her, causing everyone to avert their eyes. No one could underestimate the incarnation of this Queen Mother, nor would anyone dare to belittle her. The Bodhisattva is mistaken. If your Buddhist sect intends to plot against Wu Zhuangwen, do you truly care who executes the plan? What if Wu Zhuangwen discovers it? And if they do not discover it? Furthermore, the Bodhisattva speaks of the greatest benefactor. If Wu Zhuangwen weakens and the ginseng fruit tree no longer suppresses its fortunes, would that not benefit your Buddhist sect? Or could it be that the heavenly court would benefit instead? The queen, living up to her title, wielded her influence with equal prowess as Guanyin. Upon hearing the queen's words, Guanyin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this queen mother, or rather, this queen of the daughter kingdom, would side with Wu Zhuangwen. Could it be that the Jade Emperor had given her instructions? Impossible. Guanyin glanced at Tai Bai. The astonishment evident on Tai Bai's face was unmistakable. Tai Bai, too, caught Guanyin's gaze and hastily stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, this matter pertains to Wu Zhuangwen and the Buddhist sect. It would be best if we do not involve ourselves." Tai Bai's words were rather diplomatic. After all, he was Tai Bai jinxing. Was he instructing the queen on how to act? The queen raised her brows, casting a fierce glance at him. Instantly, Tai Bai felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly responded, "The humble immortal dares not. Your Majesty, please forgive my transgression." Humph. Tai Bai then forced a bitter smile and retreated. He was acutely aware of the discord between the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor. Likewise, he understood their relationship very well. If he were to underestimate the Queen Mother due to their conflict or even openly defy her commands, he would find himself facing the coldness and solitude of the abyss. Tai Bai cast an expression of helplessness towards Guanyin, then stood silently, observing without further comment. Seeing the unfolding situation, Guanyin realized that he could only rely on himself now. If diplomacy would not suffice, then he would have to resort to force. Great Immortal. Esteemed friends, the Buddhist sect does not seek trouble, nor do we fear it. Now, with facts unclear and evidence insufficient, if Wu Zhuangwen insists on placing the blame for the destruction of the ginseng fruit tree upon our Buddhist sect, affecting our grand plan to journey westward, not only would it be impossible for you to explain to the sage, but even to Lingshan, you would find it hard to justify, in my humble opinion. It would be better for us to let this matter pass for now. Once the facts are clarified, if it is indeed the doing of our Buddhist sect, we shall provide you with an explanation. If we are not responsible and are being deliberately framed, then we shall also seek an explanation, Jinyuan Daxian coldly retorted. Let this matter pass? Are you suggesting that the ginseng fruit tree of Wu Zhuangwen was merely toppled without consequence? Or do you intend to leverage this situation to suppress us? Yanluo, perceiving that it was time for him to take the stage, rose and proclaimed loudly, "What a convenient notion of let it pass. Your Buddhist sect, truly, has no sense of shame." Yanluo, Guanyin shouted in anger. He no longer addressed him as Lord Yin, but simply as Yanluo, indicating that he was struggling to contain his fury. "What? Do you wish to challenge me, Bodhisattva?" Upon hearing this, King Qin Guang stepped forward and angrily declared, "If you wish to strike at Lord Yin, You are not yet worthy. First, you must pass through me." With that, King Qingguang unleashed his quasi-saintly power. The robe of the king of the underworld billowed without wind, rustling loudly. Boom. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Quasi-saint? Many practitioners involuntarily exclaimed. Yinluo's rapid ascension had astonished the three realms. It was unexpected that the underworld had produced another quasi-saint powerhouse. Although there remained a gap compared to the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court, the underworld seemed to have revealed its potential to contend with both. Many hearts were ignited with the memory of Yinluo's resounding declaration that echoed throughout the three realms. Could it be that the underworld was truly on the rise? Seeing this, Guanyin was equally taken aback. The Buddhist sect had Ksitigarbha residing in the underworld, and unlike others, Guanyin was well aware of the underworld's strength. Thus, among all present, only Guanyin was the most astonished. A quasi-saint, the very realm he had long yearned for, had been so easily achieved by King Qingguang. How could this be? Guanyin had toiled tirelessly and converted to a monk, all to attain his current level of cultivation. For all these years, he had diligently served the Buddhist sect, hoping for the opportunity to achieve the quasi-saint level through the sect's flourishing. Yet, how was it that King Qingguang had so effortlessly reached this pinnacle? One must remember that when Guanyin achieved the Great Luo level, King Qingguang was likely still in some obscure corner. Now, King Qingguang had outpaced him, ascending to the quasi-saint's lofty heights. At that moment, Guanyin felt a fleeting thought of abandoning the Buddhist sect and joining the underworld. After all, in this vast expanse of the three realms, one's own power was the most fundamental asset. What ethics, what loyalty! None could compare to possessing formidable strength. Were it not for his pursuit of higher realms, he would not have abandoned his path for Buddhism. He might even turn his back on his own mentor and the six saints of the three realms. In the eyes of Guanyin, the so-called loyalty and steadfastness are merely a matter of sufficient price. The price offered by the Buddhist realm is enough for him to betray his revered master. If the underworld could present an enticing price, what would prevent him from seeking refuge there? Yet, he is acutely aware that the underworld could never offend the saints on his behalf, even now when it finds itself besieged on all sides. The state of the three realms during the journey to the west differs significantly from that during the Fengshan period. Guanyin shook his head, casting aside these distracting thoughts. Yama? King Qingguang? The underworld certainly conceals its secrets well. Within such a brief span, two individuals have broken through to the quasi-saint level. Surely they have grasped some hidden truths. Guanyin felt no fear from the quasi-saint aura emanating from King Qingguang and coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of those present. For they were indeed quasi-saints. The denizens of the three realms might harbor no ambitions for the saintly position, given that only 6 have achieved such status since the dawn of creation. However, the quasi-saint is the ultimate aspiration for all great Luo golden immortals. Now that the underworld possesses a shortcut to quasi-sainthood, how could they not be tempted? Compared to the protection of Wuzhuang Temple, the fortune of the scattered cultivators in attaining quasi-saint status is paramount. Observing the fervor ignited in the eyes of these scattered cultivators, Zhen Yuanzi sensed a looming crisis. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. The practitioners of the three realms are far more fanatical in their pursuit of elevation than mere greed. Guanyin's methods are indeed formidable. With just a few words, he has managed to shift the balance of power, entangling the underworld in a quagmire. At this moment, the focus of all present shifted away from the survival of Wuzhuang Temple or the scattered cultivators, and fixated instead on the tantalizing prospect of quasi-sainthood. Yama, upon hearing this, regarded Guanyin with a hint of astonishment. The two saints of the West may lack other skills, yet their acumen in recognizing and employing talent surpasses that of the three pure ones. Guanyin Bodhisattva, are you coveting the secret methods by which my underworld achieves quasi-saint status? To be frank, my underworld indeed possesses methods for rapid elevation to quasi-saint. Not only King Qingguang but even King Chujiang, King Luanzuan, and other underworld rulers will soon attain quasi-saint status. Furthermore, I have also discovered a method for swiftly achieving the Great Luo level. In the near future, my 10 underworld generals will ascend from Tai Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated such formidable power from the underworld. If this were to come to pass, the underworld would be capable of contending with either the Buddhist realm or the heavenly court. In other words, if the underworld truly achieves what Yama claims, the three realms would become a triad of equal power: heaven, Buddhism, and the underworld. Upon hearing Yama's proclamation, the avarice in the eyes of the scattered cultivators swiftly morphed into fear and apprehension. A child wielding a precious blade inspires covetousness, yet a strong man brandishing the same blade evokes dread. Guanyin surmised that Yama must have a countermeasure. However, he was taken aback that Yama dared to reveal such a secret. While this declaration could indeed quell the covetousness of the scattered cultivators, it also brought immense peril to Yama and the underworld. As long as the saints remain absent, the pinnacle of combat power in the three realms lies with the quasi-saints. Each quasi-saint is a formidable force in their own right. If the underworld can mass-produce quasi-saints, it will inevitably provoke the apprehension of all major factions in the three realms. When the time comes, Yama will confront foes beyond just the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court. Guanyin could conceive of this, and naturally, Yama could as well. Could it be that Yama has some hidden contingency? Just as Guanyin pondered this, Yama spoke again. The underworld possesses secret methods for ascending to quasi-saint, yet the cost is exorbitant. However, if the scattered cultivators desire this secret, the underworld is willing to grant them the method of elevation without hesitation. Upon hearing this, not only did Guanyin frown, but even Jin Yuanzi knitted his brows. Nevertheless, not everyone could obtain the underworld's secret methods. To acquire the underworld's elevation methods, scattered cultivators must meet three conditions. First, they must gain the approval of Zhen Yuan Daxian and receive a token from him. Second, the underworld will establish a merit system. Upon reaching a certain level of merit, they may exchange it for the underworld's secret methods. Third, they must offer assistance to the underworld. Your adversaries may be the Buddhist realm or the heavenly court. Fulfill these three conditions, and you shall receive the underworld's elevation methods. Moreover, the underworld's elevation methods come without side effects. They will not impede your future cultivation. Yama had not initially conceived of this strategy. However, since Guanyin had drawn the flames to himself, let them burn together. Chapter 72. Striking at the root the scattered cultivators. Upon hearing this, were left in utter disbelief. In the three realms, the principle of not divulging laws is the foundation upon which a power stands. This is also the root of their difficulties in establishing themselves within the three realms. Yet Yama is willing to impart the method of ascension to them. Though certain conditions apply, it nonetheless offers them a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi's previously furrowed brow began to relax, and he cast a grateful glance. How could he not realize that Yama's actions were a boon to him? As a result, the relationship between Wuzhuang Temple and the scattered cultivators grew even closer, while the bond between Wuzhuang Temple and the underworld deepened. Guanyin, however, wore a grim expression. This is disastrous, Guanyin thought to himself. Indeed, with Yama's words, he has lost control over the situation. The underworld, Wuzhuang Temple, and the scattered cultivators are now inextricably linked through Yama's so-called merit system. In the three realms, nothing is more enticing than the promise of elevation. Was it not for this very reason that he had once sought refuge in the Buddhist realm? Guanyin foresaw that a far greater upheaval would soon engulf the three realms. Yama's actions are akin to striking at the root. He is undermining the foundation of all powers within the three realms. Initially, everyone harbored a modicum of covetousness for the secret methods of the underworld. But now, they regard it with animosity. Guanyin sighed bitterly. Yama, are you aware of the tremendous upheaval this will bring to the three realms? Though Guanyin stands opposed to Yama, he still wishes to avert chaos in the three realms. After all, if he could safely traverse the journey to the west, he would ascend to the quasi-saint level. Yet should chaos erupt, even quasi-saints may fall, let alone he, a mere great Luo golden immortal. Thus, he felt compelled to caution Yama. This is, after all, a path of no return. A path that provokes the ire of the great powers of the three realms. A path that disrupts the current order. Yama discerned the underlying concern in Guanyin's words. However, he shook his head and resolutely stated, Guanyin, you who have endured countless calamities, cannot see through the intricacies of this matter. Guanyin, puzzled, asked, What intricacies? Yama sighed. The inhabitants of the three realms, despite their years of cultivation, are constrained by their own limited understanding. The great calamities of the three realms bear striking similarities to the shifts of dynasties in the mortal world. Reflect for a moment. In each calamity, has it not always stemmed from resource scarcity? Has it not always been due to unequal distribution? Has it not always arisen from lower-tier cultivators being unable to find a path upward? The heavenly Tao can only bring about calamity to alter the heavens and the earth, to redistribute resources, and to provide cultivators with a means of ascension. This journey to the West calamity, at its core, is merely the heavenly Tao's attempt to reallocate resources and guide the practitioners of the three realms towards a path of elevation. Yet, look at the six saints. What are they doing? In their quest to solidify their inherent authority within the three realms, they continue to suppress the upward paths of the people. Consequently, the three realms are destined to collapse, not to mention others. Even the Jade Emperor and the Buddha, do they not harbor ambitions of ascent? Even those who stand atop the three realms continue to yearn for elevation. What, then, of the myriad beings? Listening to Yama's audacious words, Guanyin found them to possess a certain rationale. He himself is a living testament. Were it not for his master intentionally hindering his path to elevation, he would not have borne the burden of infamy and sought refuge in the Buddhist realm. Did not the Buddha experience a similar predicament in the past? Ultimately, however, Guanyin is a beneficiary of the established order. He is a victor of the Fengshan War. Thus, he hopes to advance further while maintaining his position during the journey to the West calamity. Yet achieving such aims would result in the severance of the ascending paths for countless beings, including humans, demons, and spirits. Yama's words hold merit, but the existence of the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court serves to uphold stability within the three realms. The underworld's existence is no different. Does Hutanyangyang wish to witness the suffering of the beings of the three realms? You claim to act for the sake of the people, but do the inhabitants of the three realms genuinely require you to speak on their behalf? Yama, you are not a fish. How can you know the joys of fish? I respect your character and admire your courage to challenge the heavens. However, the three realms must not descend into chaos. Chaos in the three realms is beyond your control. It is beyond mine. Even the six saints cannot dictate it. Enough, enough. I am but a great Luo. I have come here merely to represent the Buddhist realm in congratulating Zhen Yuan Daxian on the occasion of the ginseng fruit gathering. I am powerless to control anything else. Yet, the journey to the West must not falter. The 5 disciples of the West are indispensable. This is the Buddhist realm's bottom line. Very well, if that is the case. The Buddhist realm has damaged the ginseng fruit tree of Wuzhuang Temple. You must provide an explanation. As long as the Buddhist realm's explanation satisfies Wuzhuang Temple, I shall personally escort the 5 disciples of the West out of Wanshou Mountain. Upon hearing this, Guanyin recognized that in this confrontation, the Buddhist realm had suffered a complete defeat. Even the Buddha's arrival could not alter the people's sentiments favoring the underworld. In fact, should the Buddha arrive, it would likely convey an air of intimidation, further complicating the Buddhist realm's predicament. This difficulty must be relinquished. This shall constitute the most significant loss for the Buddhist community. Very well, this humble monk, representing the Buddhist sect, consents to your demands. The Buddhist community shall undoubtedly provide an explanation to Wuzhuang Guan. Guanyin, gritting her teeth, declared vehemently, if that is the case, then this humble Taoist shall no longer retain the Bodhisattva. When the Buddhist community's explanation arrives, only then shall the 5 pilgrims of the West depart from Wanshou Mountain. Jin Yuanzi spoke to Guanyin with a grin, hemph, with a flick of her sleeve. Guanyin strode away from Wuzhuang Guan. Once she departed, Taibai Jingxing found no further reason to linger. Thus, he concocted a casual excuse and also exited Wuzhuang Guan. The events of today were too momentous. Taibai must report this matter to the Jade Emperor. After Taibai and Guanyin left, many others discreetly departed from the banquet as well. They were all figures of considerable influence from the 3 realms. Whether it was the setbacks faced by the Buddhist sect, the new policies introduced by Yin Luo, or the secret techniques of the underworld, each, when considered individually, could instigate tremors across the 3 realms. Yet today, they occurred in rapid succession. The assembled guests could foresee that, in the near future, a colossal vortex would unfold, centering around the journey to the West and the underworld. The king of the Daughter Kingdom, with keen eyes, fixed his gaze upon Yin Luo. Indeed, his choice had proven to be correct. The underworld, or rather Yin Luo, was far more reliable in opposing the Buddhist sect than the Jade Emperor. The turmoil at Wuzhuang Guan had subsided. However, the unrest within the three realms was merely beginning. While Yinluo was still at Wuzhuangguan, elaborating on the merit system he proposed, Taibai had already returned to the Lingxiao Palace. He began recounting to the Jade Emperor all that he had witnessed at Wuzhuangguan. Chapter 73. Late Stage of Quasi-Saint. Your Greatness, here is the matter at hand. Taibai Jinxing addressed the Jade Emperor seated upon the throne. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brows, pondering carefully. Taibai recounted everything that transpired at Wuzhuangguan in meticulous detail. Although somewhat tedious, he simultaneously elucidated all of Yinluo's actions clearly. At this moment, the Jade Emperor spoke. Taibai, summon Wuda, Wenxiu, and Li Tianwang. Yes, before long, the three arrived together. After paying their respects to the Jade Emperor, he stated, the events of today occurred unexpectedly, and I have summoned you all for a few matters that require your attention. Firstly, Yinluo has forged an alliance of offense and defense with Wuzhuangguan. While the scattered immortals may not pose a significant threat, we must not underestimate Wuzhuangguan, which is under the protection of Jinyu and Daxian. Tianwang, have someone keep a constant watch on the movements of Wuzhuangguan. Any unusual activity should be reported directly to me. Secondly, Yinluo's so-called merit system is merely a ploy to bind the scattered immortals to the chariot of his underworld. His ulterior motives are glaringly apparent. Wenxiu, send someone immediately to descend to the mortal realm to recruit scattered cultivators from the three realms. Their treatment shall be equivalent to that of the heavenly court's personal guards. Let us see whether his underworld gains more favor or whether my heavenly court's prestige remains greater. Thirdly, Yinluo claims to possess secret techniques for advancing to the quasi-saint level in the underworld. Judging by the speed at which Yinluo and King Qingguang have advanced, this assertion should not be without merit. Wuda, dispatch someone to infiltrate the underworld clandestinely, collaborating with the Dark Immortals under the command of the Nine Heavens Xuanmu, to uncover information regarding this matter as soon as possible. Yinluo can no longer afford to remain idle. He has already revealed his clause to the three realms. You shall attend to the matters I have assigned, and Taibai shall remain. This humble one shall obey. Having said this, the three received their orders and departed. After they left, the Jade Emperor turned to Taibai and said, Taibai, what do you think of the Queen Mother? The great celestial sovereign harbors genuine feelings for the lady. Then why does she not comprehend my intentions? Is Longji merely her daughter and not mine as well? The lady is also eager for revenge. However, her actions are akin to slapping my face in front of the three realms. The lady certainly does not intend such a thing. Very well, send someone to keep an eye on the Western Liang daughter kingdom, ensuring she does not engage in any further outrageous actions. Understood. This humble one shall comply. After saying this, Taibai Jinxing bowed and exited the Lingxiao Palace. Upon stepping out, Taibai Jinxing wore an expression of astonishment, his back drenched in sweat. Was this a matter he could discuss? In truth, he did not even dare to eavesdrop. Yet, the Jade Emperor had entrusted him with the task of monitoring the Queen Mother. Was this trust or a burden? At Lingshan, Lei Yin Temple, world-honored one, I believe that Yinluo's intent to disrupt the three realms remains unquenched. Our Buddhist sect should prepare early. A glimmer of insight flashed in the eyes of the Buddha. He then spoke. Surely, the heavenly court must have devised a countermeasure to the movements of the underworld. The immediate priority for our Buddhist sect is to complete the journey to the West. At that time, you may attain the quasi-saint level, and I too shall advance further. When that moment arrives, neither the heavenly court nor the underworld will be able to obscure the brilliance of our Buddhist sect. However, if Yinluo continues his destruction, can our Buddhist sect truly accomplish the journey to the West? Rest assured, Venerable Guanyin, this matter is not insurmountable. The underworld dwells in the realm of darkness, closest to the nine nether regions, where the seals have recently been loosening. Should the seals of the nine nether be shattered, Yinluo will surely have no time to attend to other matters. Upon hearing this, Guanyin was taken aback. The nine nether seals, that is the greatest enemy of the three realms. If the seals were compromised, the underworld would undoubtedly plunge into calamity. This could potentially affect the Buddhist sect, world-honored one. This course of action would be akin to wounding 1,000 of the enemy while inflicting 800 upon ourselves. I implore the world-honored one to reconsider. The Buddha closed his eyes, responding calmly, it matters not. The one to be harmed is the underworld, and ultimately, it shall be the underworld that suffers the loss. The seals set by the Tao ancestor cannot be breached by our strength alone. When the time comes, as long as we leverage the power of that monkey to open a small crack, it will be sufficient to throw the underworld into disarray. Upon hearing this, Guanyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Our Buddha is compassionate, yet that demon monkey has long been ensnared by Yanluo. Can we still depend on him to serve our purpose? The Buddha plucked a night-blooming Sirius nearby, brought it to his nose, and smiled gently. Who says we are relying on that demon monkey? Could it be, indeed? Although Yanluo has anticipated that the three realms would undoubtedly react to his actions at Wuzhuangguan, he did not expect that the beings of the three realms would be even more fervent than he imagined. They might even risk the destruction of the three realms. At this moment, the ginseng fruit banquet at Wuzhuangguan had concluded. The Buddhist sect, fulfilling their promise, delivered a substantial quantity of cultivation resources, paying a considerable price to retrieve Shasang. Yanluo, in turn, sent the 5 pilgrims of the west away from Wanshou Mountain as promised. As soon as Yanluo returned to the underworld, he heard the system's notification chime in his ears. Detected that the host has completed the main rebellion task. 7. Disrupt the Buddhist sect's plan to harvest the fortune of Wuzhuangguan. Reward obtained. Late-stage quasi-saint cultivation, 10,000 task points. Detected that the host has disrupted the journey to the west Wuzhuangguan plot. Completed plot task. Reward obtained, 10,000 task points. Yanluo's magical power surged, and in the blink of an eye, he had already advanced to the late stage of quasi-saint. King Qingguang, who was beside Yanluo, also noticed the transformation taking place within him. His face filled with disbelief. He has leveled up. He could hardly believe that Yanluo's advancement was so effortless. No need for seclusion, no need to absorb merit, nor the use of any rare materials. He simply leveled up with ease. Congratulations, Yanjun, on your further enhancement in strength. Yanluo responded joyfully. Just a trivial matter, just a trivial matter. Subsequently, Yanluo exchanged a merit fragment and handed it to King Qingguang. This merit fragment was given to the equal king. In this way, all the Yin lords of our underworld shall be able to advance to quasi-saint. Yanjun is truly formidable. When did you, old Qin, start speaking like this? He. All right, we should head back. Once we return, we must perfect our underworld merit system. This will bolster our confidence in opposing the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Yes, however, Yanjun, are we truly going to bestow these merit fragments upon those scattered cultivators? Of course. Only in this way can they serve our underworld with greater dedication. Yet, what if they turn around and join the Buddhist sect or the heavenly court? Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? That will depend on your abilities, Yanluo said with a smile to King Qingguang. Why abilities? Precisely. Our actions will commence after the journey to the west concludes. Therefore, before the journey is completed, we only need to allow 1 or 2 of the great Luo to advance to quasi-saint. Although the merit system is transparent and fair, the tasks we assign can vary based on the individual. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, King Qingguang's eyes lit up in realization. So that's how it is. Yanjun is indeed wise. We merely need to control the quantity of tasks assigned to those scattered cultivators, thereby regulating their merit points. This will make it difficult for them to redeem their points before the journey to the west concludes. In this manner, we can both utilize them and prevent them from aligning with the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect before we engage in battle. Exactly. That is indeed the case. As they spoke, Yanluo and King Qingguang returned to the underworld, while the group of 5 pilgrims of the west entered the territory of Baihu Mountain. Chapter 74. The Sixth Ear and the Buddha's Conspiracy. Upon arriving at Baihu Mountain, the group sensed an overwhelming aura of corpses. However, they felt no fear. Instead, they walked forward, chatting and laughing. Only Sha Song was drenched in beads of sweat on his forehead. The others were aware that the corpse demon, Lady of the White Bones, atop Baihu Ridge, was the Yin commander of the underworld. As for the newly appointed Yin Shuai of the underworld, the reason for his presence not in the realm of the dead, but rather atop Mount Baihu in the western Bulhuzhou, is beyond the speculation of the masses. At this moment, Lady Whitebone had also received reports from her subordinates. For with 100,000 corpse demons crowded upon this small Baihu Ridge, not a single movement would escape the watchful eyes of these undead beings. The 5 travelers, having only just entered Baihu Ridge, were soon greeted by Lady Whitebone, who gracefully approached them. With a respectful gesture, she addressed them. Esteemed guests, It has been a while since our parting at Wuzhuang Temple, and I am pleased to see you again. Lady Whitebone, the monk acknowledges your presence. Old Sun offers his respects. Tianpeng also bows in greeting. After a mutual exchange of courtesies, Lady Whitebone continued, Esteemed guests, my husband and I have prepared a banquet for you in our cave abode. We humbly invite you to join us and allow us to extend our hospitality. Oh, Xuanzang silently exclaimed. Having awakened the memories of his previous life as Jin Chanzi, he was well aware of the nature of corpse demons. Logically speaking, these beings had lost their souls and, having been cleansed by the essence of death, possessed but a trace of true spirit, rendering them devoid of any semblance of human emotions. Yet, why did this Lady Whitebone still exhibit feelings and speak of a husband? As Xuanzang pondered this perplexity, Tianpeng eagerly interjected. If that is the case, we shall not be remiss in our manners. Lady Whitebone smiled and replied, Please, esteemed guests, while the five, filled with enthusiasm, were on their way to Lady Whitebone's cave for the banquet, two figures appeared upon the flat-topped mountain point. One radiated a subdued azure light, while the other stood upon a resplendent golden lotus. If there were no prior acquaintance, he would speak of Zen. But if there were friendship, how could one gaze with a frown and cold eyes? One was an elder with snowy hair, the other sported a high, intricate bun. One held his palms together in reverence, while the other stroked his beard. How many hidden currents swirled around them, stirring the waters of the river to a standstill, threatening to rend the earth asunder. Master, as an elder, is it truly appropriate for you to be so fickle? Elder? I cannot bear such a title. How can I be called thus by the Buddha? Once, it was you who urged me to transform into a Buddha. Now, you say I am unworthy of such a title. Are you truly to treat me in this manner? I urged you to transform into a Buddha, but I did not grant you the status of a Buddha. Ultimately, it is your own resolve that is lacking. Humph, my resolve is lacking? Very well, let it be so. There is no need to revisit past grievances. Now, the time for the westward journey is of the essence. I implore you, Master, no, old Lord, to fulfill the prior agreement of Buddhist paths and establish a trial here. The original agreement stated that I could set a trial in the western Bull Huzhou, but did not specify a precise location. Now, I do not wish to set a trial upon Flat Top Mountain. What can you do about it? I did not expect you to be such an old lord. The five travelers, having departed from Wuzhuang Temple, chose the path that crossed Baihu Ridge, which leads directly to Flat Top Mountain. In the days of the Six Saint schemes, it was you who sent someone to guard this mountain. Are you truly willing to breach the agreement now? That was the decision of Taiji, not one I am bound to. I merely agreed to make arrangements in the western Bull Huzhou. I never stipulated the specific location. Old Lord, you, enough. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here. With that, the old Taoist transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished. The Buddha, left behind, gazed coldly at the retreating figure. A mocking smile upon his lips, he then waved a hand, sending a Buddhist talisman fluttering away. The Buddha had waited long at Flat Top Mountain when he finally saw a certain monkey demon arrive. Albeit fashionably late, before the Buddha, I, Lu Er, pay my respects. Why such negligence towards the Buddha's decree? The little demon did not dare to be negligent. It was merely that I was meditating in the 9 netherworlds, and the Buddhist talisman could not enter there, hence my delay. Since that is the case, you are forgiven. Today, I summoned you here to await the arrival of the one seeking the scriptures. The specifics of our plan will be conveyed to you in detail by Guanyin. Do you understand? The little demon will remember. I must remind you once more. Do not forget your mission. The little demon has never forgotten the mission. My life is a gift from the Buddha. And today, I shall also return my life to the Buddha. However, the Buddha's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Er promptly prostrated himself upon the ground, hastily saying, Buddha, please do not be angry. The little demon was not making demands. The little demon merely hopes that the Buddha will take care of my descendants. The Buddha's gaze softened. He stroked Lu Er's furry crown, saying, Lu Er, our bond is akin to that of master and disciple. I would not wish to see you perish in the 9 netherworlds. However, once you accomplish this task, the merits and fortunes of the westward journey shall elevate you to great heights. The Buddha and I shall remember your contributions. The little demon shall always keep the Buddha's grace in mind. In life, I shall contribute my remaining form to the Buddha. In death, I shall offer my remaining spirit. Very well, then I shall take my leave. After this trial, I will personally come to guide your soul. Thank you, Buddha. The little demon bids you farewell. Once Lu Er witnessed the Buddha's departure, the previously subservient expression on his face turned cold. He gazed at the golden Buddhist light that faded into the horizon. Lingering in thought, as the sun gradually set in the west, Lu Er shouted in anger. Ah! In that instant, all living beings upon Flat Top Mountain trembled under the overwhelming aura unleashed by Lu Er's Deluo power. He was unwilling to accept it. In the original plan, the Buddha had intended for him to employ subterfuge to replace Sun Wukong. Yet now, due to the disturbances from the underworld, the Buddha's original westward journey plan faced numerous obstacles. Reluctantly, the Buddha made the decision to sacrifice him. For among the countless contingencies of the Buddha, only he held a trace of the chaotic demonic aura. It was through this aura that the seal could be detonated, creating a fracture. Originally, he could have harnessed the westward journey to attain quasi-sainthood, but now he had become a pawn discarded by the Buddha. He was unwilling to accept it. Yet, what could he do? His descendants were under the control of the Buddha. He was merely a Deluo, facing the quasi-saint level Buddha, with no ability to fight back. Unable to resist, Lu Er could only vent his frustration through furious roars. Meanwhile, the Buddha, having already arrived at Lingshan, gazed in the direction of Flat Top Mountain, murmuring to himself, "Do not bring ruin upon yourself." Upon seeing the Buddha return, Ananda and Yapa hurried forward, saying, "We report to the world-honored one. The passage from the netherworld to Lingshan is now heavily guarded. Good now. Let us see the hidden cards of the underworld." With that, the Buddha also turned his gaze towards the skies beyond the 9 heavens. Eager to witness their secrets, Chapter 75. The kingdom of Baoxiang. The 5 travelers were unaware of the tribulations the Buddha had laid for them at Flat Top Mountain. After feasting heartily upon Baihu Ridge, they departed with the escort of Lady Whitebone and Kue Mu Lang. "Master, do we truly intend to assist Kue Mu Lang?" "Of course. At present, as he spoke. Tang Sang cast a sidelong glance at the sand monk carrying a burden behind them. Lowering his voice, "I am indeed a member of the Underworld's Legal Affairs Department. You all shall serve as the backbone of my department in the future, while Kue Mu Lang is the husband of the Underworld's Yin Shuai. Thus, we are, in essence, family. If we can assist, we must do so. Furthermore, Baoxiang Kingdom lacks a city god temple, and few worship the Underworld. This journey also serves as an opportunity to establish the Underworld's prestige and promote its beliefs." According to Kue Mu Lang, when Yin Jun sought him out years ago, he had already been aware of the schemes of the Taibai jinxing. The Princess Baihua Xiu must be a celestial being? And Taibai had shattered the soul of Lady Whitebone's previous life, merging it into Baihua Xiu, thus allowing Baihua Xiu to carry the aura of Lady Whitebone's former spirit. This was why Kue Mu Lang felt apprehensive and could not act against Baihua Xiu. Then why does Lady Whitebone not intervene? Ao Lai inquired of Xuanzang. Xuanzang stroked his bald head and replied, "Perhaps Kue Mu Lang has yet to inform her." "Why not?" Sun Wukong hurriedly asked. "What else could it be? It must be that Kue Mu Lang, with his deep affection for his wife, does not wish for her to be burdened with such sordid matters and has shouldered it all himself." Tianpeng gazed into the distance, speaking softly. "Fatty, you are quite insightful," Sun Wukong teased with a grin. "When love endures for a long time, does it matter if they are together or apart?" Tianpeng's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. To this day, he still knew not the condition of Chang'e. He had not inquired with Yin Luo, for to him, both Yin Luo and the Earth Mother had already done enough. Tianpeng was truly reluctant to trouble them further. If Chang'e's injuries healed and the time was right, he would certainly return to her side. He also understood that Chang'e was safest with the Earth Mother at present. The westward journey had commenced. And having traveled but a short distance, numerous crises began to arise. Moreover, within their ranks was a sand monk, ever watchful. This journey ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Sooner or later, both the Buddha and the celestial heavens would reach a breaking point. He would shoulder all of this alone. As for Chang'e, when the westward journey concluded and he returned triumphantly to the underworld, he would be the first to seek her out, to embrace her and express all the longing and concern that had accumulated over the years. Seeing Tianpeng's demeanor, Xuanzang and Sun Wukong approached and patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Before long, they arrived in the kingdom of Baoxiang and successfully met with the king. At this moment, Bai Hua Xiu wore a countenance full of sorrow. She was a hidden celestial, serving under the esteemed Heavenly Mother of the Nine Heavens in the celestial realm. The heavenly court had dispatched countless hidden celestials to descend to the mortal world, with the purpose of aiding the Buddhist sect while simultaneously eliminating the four sovereigns of the lower realms one by one. However, according to the plan, regardless of whether the one journeying west would tread this path, Kue Mu Lang would abduct him, and the two would bear offspring together. Henceforth, Kue Mu Lang would embark on an irreversible path. From that point on, he would face only two choices. Either he could seek refuge with the Jade Emperor, thus absolving himself of all sins, or he could endure the punishment dictated by the heavenly laws. Whichever path he chose would severely deplete the vitality of Go Chun. After all, Kue Mu Lang was one of the 28 lunar mansions and also the leader of the 7 western constellations, known for their martial prowess. Thus, should Kue Mu Lang align himself under the Jade Emperor, the remaining 24 constellations would pose no threat. To achieve this goal, the heavenly court had been scheming for a long time. Now, they were merely a step away from completion, yet progress remained elusive. Unable to fulfill her mission, she could not return to the heavenly court. She could only linger here in the kingdom of Baoxiang, living out her remaining days. How could this not make her anxious? While she was consumed by worry, her maid bounced in joy, exclaiming, "Princess, princess, a most delightful occurrence. A monk has arrived from the eastern Tang, accompanied by 4 peculiar disciples. The monk is exceptionally charming. I have never seen such a handsome man in the kingdom of Baoxiang." Upon hearing this, Princess Bai Hua Xiu was taken aback. "The travelers from the west have arrived." She disregarded her modesty and dashed out of her chamber towards the grand hall. According to the reports from the hidden celestials, Kue Mu Lang had once occupied the Wanzi mountain. However, for reasons unknown, he had vanished in recent years. If indeed the travelers from the west had come to the kingdom of Baoxiang, it would signify that they must have passed by Wanzi mountain. In that case, she could investigate further. Perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the primary purpose of the travelers from the west was to seek her out. As Bai Hua Xiu entered through the back door of the grand hall, her little head peeked out from behind the screen. At that moment, Xuanzang in the hall clasped his hands in reverence and said, "This humble monk comes from the eastern Tang, bearing the imperial edict to journey westward to pay homage to the Buddha and seek the scriptures. I possess the official documents, which ought to be presented to your majesty." The king, upon seeing Xuanzang's countenance, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. A figure from the upper realm possesses such grace and dignity. He then spoke, "Elder, you are too modest. Since you have the official documents, please present them." After perusing the documents, the king affixed his seal and returned them to Xuanzang. Xuanzang accepted them with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, your majesty. Before meeting you, I passed by the Boyu Cave on Wanzi Mountain. As he mentioned the Boyu Cave, Xuanzang's gaze inadvertently flicked towards Bai Hua Xiu, who was peering curiously from behind the dragon and phoenix screen. Bai Hua Xiu was startled. Indeed, this traveler from the west must have encountered Kue Mu Lang. She perked up her ears, attentively listening. A slight smile graced Xuanzang's lips as he continued. "Within the Boyu Cave resides a celestial star, sent by the heavenly emperor to descend to the mortal realm and unite with your esteemed third princess, Bai Hua Xiu, in a bond of marriage." "Oh, is there such a matter?" the king inquired. As the ruler of Baoxiang, he was certainly aware of the demons that roamed Wanzi Mountain, but had not realized they were celestial beings. "I have no doubt. My second disciple, Tian Peng, was once the commander of the Heavenly Water Army and is a colleague of the celestial star in the Boyu Cave. He would not mistake this." The king looked at Tian Peng, who, though slightly plump, exuded an imposing presence and radiant spirit. "This matter shall await my inquiry with the national teacher before we discuss further." "That is only fitting." With that, Xuanzang and his companions were led by an attendant to their lodging. Meanwhile, the king, in a hurry, retreated from court and headed to a temple adjacent to the palace. Inside a secluded room of the temple, a solemn old monk was engaged in striking a wooden fish while reciting the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. Upon hearing someone enter, he did not lift his head but continued his rhythmic chanting. Chapter 76. The Ambush. King Qin Guang takes action. Venerable monk, I have come to inquire about a matter. I hope you will not hesitate to impart your wisdom." The monk, upon hearing this, remained seated on his cushion, his eyes still closed, and simply paused his recitation, softly saying, "This humble monk and his disciples, supported by your majesty, shall certainly alleviate your confusion. If I cannot provide the answer, I shall go to the Lain temple and seek the Arhat Bodhisattva to assist in clarifying your doubts, ensuring that I do not squander the merit of your majesty's offerings. Your words are too kind. You are indeed a venerable monk, and any trivial questions I have shall surely not trouble you." It is about this. The old monk, upon hearing that the group from the west had arrived, opened his previously closed eyes and slowly said, "Since it is the words of the holy monk from the Tang, it must be true. Furthermore, an alliance with celestial beings is a blessing for the kingdom of Baoxiang. With such a promising groom, surely visitors from afar will come to pay their respects. Since you have spoken thus, I shall send personnel to confer with the holy monk from the Eastern Tang. Your majesty has come. There is no need to trouble others. I shall personally meet with the holy monk." "I appreciate your kindness, venerable monk." Shortly thereafter, the old monk arrived at the lodging where Xuanzang and his companions were staying. Upon seeing the old monk, the group instinctively became wary. However, the old monk displayed no unusual behavior. Upon seeing Xuanzang, he chanted a Buddhist invocation and spoke. "The holy monk from the Eastern Tang comes bearing the command of the Buddha to seek the true scriptures at the Lain temple. This is indeed a great merit and wisdom. You flatter me, and you are?" The old monk replied, "I am a humble monk revered by the kingdom of Baoxiang, sent by your majesty to discuss the marriage of the third princess." Regarding the marriage of the third princess, Xuanzang's heart leaped with joy. It appeared that this old monk of the Buddhist sect was well aware of the dealings between the heavenly court and Buddhism. "Indeed, your majesty has already consented to the marriage. However, we still need to discuss the specifics." After the old monk spoke, Tian Peng couldn't help but chuckle softly. The Buddhist sect claims to advocate for purity of the senses, yet in reality is filled with male thieves and female prostitutes. They are now even meddling in matters of marriage. How absurd! Xuanzang shot a disapproving glance at the smirking Tian Peng and continued, "As for the details of the marriage, we are both members of the Buddhist sect and should not interfere. It is best left to the kingdom of Baoxiang to arrange. Your words are indeed wise. In that case, I shall take my leave." "No need to see me off." After the old monk departed, Tian Peng hastily inquired, "Our time is limited. We cannot linger in Baoxiang for long. Will their wedding not take a considerable time?" Xuanzang smiled and replied, "That is why I suggested that the princess and the Star Lord communicate their feelings first. This way, we need not wait for the wedding. Once the princess departs the capital, we can contact King Qingguang to take action. Thus, the plan could proceed smoothly." The following day, the old monk personally brought the third princess to the lodging. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group set out towards the Boyu cave. After leaving the city gates, Tian Peng carefully lagged behind, hand-forming seals to summon a tiny spirit. With a slight parting of his lips, several mysterious characters floated from his mouth, inscribing themselves onto the spirit. Subsequently, with a subtle wave of his hand, the tiny spirit transformed into a wisp of ethereal light and vanished from sight. Having completed this task, Tian Peng quietly rejoined Xuanzang and the others, exchanging a knowing glance with Xuanzang. Xuanzang's lips curled slightly in acknowledgement as he strode forward confidently. After walking for several hours, Wanzi Mountain finally came into view. As they ascended the mountain, Sun Wukong stealthily positioned himself between the old monk and Bai Hua Xiu, effectively separating them. Meanwhile, Tian Peng directly moved ahead of Sha Sang, shielding him from the rest of the group. After a while, Ao Lai, who was leading, suddenly halted and shouted, "Attack!" In that instant, Ao Lai and Xuanzang swiftly darted aside. Although Xuanzang had awakened the memories of Jin Chanzi and had begun his cultivation, now was not the opportune moment to reveal his powers. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, drew his golden staff and aimed a strike at the old monk's head. The old monk, seeing this, was immediately taken aback. However, he quickly summoned his powers, and a translucent golden bell rose around him, providing protection. Upon witnessing this, Sha Sang dropped his belongings and rushed forward, only to be stopped by Tian Peng. "Second brother, what is the meaning of this? Why must the elder brother act so contrary?" "Contrary? You are mistaken. Sha Shidi. Just pretend you did not see anything." Sha Sang wished to say more but was silenced by a mere glance from Tian Peng. After all, at this moment, Tian Peng was still the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Water Army, while Sha Song was no longer the valiant warrior of yore. As for the third princess, she was utterly astonished by this sudden turn of events. Though she was a hidden celestial of the heavenly court, she was not a member of the combat ranks. Faced with the formidable presence of Sun Wukong, a being of great power, her surprise was only natural. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt her body involuntarily float upwards towards the sky. When she gazed up with terror in her eyes, she beheld a robust man clad in the ceremonial robes of the underworld. Crowned with a majestic diadem, behind this man stood another individual dressed in a red robe, adorned with a black silk cap, exuding an air of righteousness and appearing to be of middle age. As a hidden celestial of the heavenly court, recognizing key figures from the myriad powers across the three realms was a fundamental skill of hers. King Qingguang, by Hua Xiu, was taken aback. According to prior reports from the heavenly court, this former lord of the first hall of the underworld had now ascended to the status of a quasi-saint. She could not fathom why. As a mere princess of a small nation in the West Nyohazhou, she would invoke the attention of such a powerful being. Furthermore, even if her identity as a hidden celestial were exposed, with the protection of the heavenly court, surely, she thought, there would be no imminent threat to her life, right? Yet, before the terror in Bai Hua Xiu's eyes could dissipate, she felt a sensation as though her very soul was being drawn away. The initial shock had been enveloped by an overwhelming agony. Ah! Bai Hua Xiu's heart-wrenching wail echoed across Wanzi Mountain. King Qingguang, do you realize what you are doing? This is the domain of our Buddhist sect. The old monk, witnessing King Qingguang's actions, shouted in anger. Chapter 77. The city god temple benefits the nation and the people. I implore your majesty to seek the welfare of the populace. The disciples of the Buddhist sect have long held sway in the West Nyohazhou. Upon witnessing a quasi-saint take action, they still dared to speak so boldly. King Qingguang paid no heed to such a buffoon. He had no interest in dealing with a mere jester. The affairs of the underworld were weighty, and after resolving matters here, he had many more tasks awaiting him. He could not afford to dawdle. In the blink of an eye, King Qingguang extracted Bai Hua Xiu's soul, or rather, the soul of the hidden celestial. After drawing out the hidden celestial spirit, King Qingguang cast a spell to confine it nearby. He then directed his magic towards Bai Hua Xiu's corporeal form, and in an instant, she radiated an eerie glow. Following this, King Qingguang produced a stone, which was none other than the famed three-live stone. As King Qingguang's power surged, the three-live stone emitted three brilliant beams of light, casting them upon Bai Hua Xiu's body. Bai Hua Xiu's form convulsed, and then, from within her, another soul emerged. This was the true spirit of Princess Bai Hua Xiu. Observing the appearance of the princess's spirit, King Qingguang fed her a black elixir, which immediately solidified her once fragile essence. After completing this, Sun Wukong had already dispatched the old monk to the ground. The old monk had never anticipated that in his fervent desire to flatter the reincarnation of the Buddha's second disciple, Jin Chanzi, he would ultimately seal his own fate. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, the old monk, upon seeing the awakening of Princess Bai Hua Xiu's spirit, realized that the situation had become irreversible. His eyes widened as he struggled to raise his right hand. Pointing a trembling finger at Xuanzang, he croaked, "You, cough cough, why have you betrayed our Buddha? What betrayal? I, a humble monk, have not betrayed the Buddhist sect. The one betraying the sect is you?" The old monk gazed at Xuanzang in disbelief. Xuanzang continued, "It is you who, under the guise of the national master, forced the soul of this demon into the body of the third princess. You deceived the celestial beings from above, seeking to wed the third princess. Once they were married, the king, without a son, would find his daughter's husband to be a celestial descended from the stars. Moreover, you manipulated the king through the authority of the Buddhist sect, enabling the third princess to ascend to the throne as queen. In this manner, would not the kingdom of Baoxiang become your and that demon's possession?" Xuanzang fixed his gaze upon the old monk, speaking with a chilling tone. The old monk could hardly believe that the once outspoken Jin Chanzi, after 10 cycles of reincarnation, had transformed into a schemer. This role reversal left him momentarily stunned. At this moment, Xuanzang continued, "National Master, how does my tale strike you?" "You..." Before the old monk could finish his retort, He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. King Qingguang then descended from the sky, addressing Xuanzang. Master, I have completed the affairs of the underworld. The remainder is now entrusted to you. Your Highness, you have worked hard. We shall take it from here. Thank you, King Qingguang. We will handle the matters here. I take my leave. King Qingguang departed with a leisurely pace. After his departure, Xuanzang instructed Tianpeng to take both souls along with the corporeal form of the third princess, and they all cast a spell to return directly to the royal palace. The king of the Baoxiang kingdom staggered out with the assistance of his attendants. My son, who, pray tell, is responsible for this? National Master. Where is the National Master? Your Majesty, all of this is the scheme of that National Master. Xuanzang clasped his hands together, speaking solemnly. National Master? The National Master is revered by our people. How could he commit such an act of rebellion? All of this is his machination. From the very beginning, he intended to leverage the marriage of that Star Lord and the third princess to usurp your Baoxiang kingdom. Indeed, the king's lack of an heir may very well be part of the National Master's plot. What? The king was instantly filled with alarm, as were the surrounding ministers, whose faces reflected their astonishment. The National Master would dare to betray me so. Xuanzang then recounted to the king everything he had previously told the old monk, gesturing towards the spirit of the third princess. Your Majesty, this is indeed your daughter, by Hua Xiu. Now her essence is in a spiritual state, and you may inquire about the deceptions she has endured under the guise of the National Master. My son. Indeed, it is my son. Father, I have suffered greatly over the years. Though Bai Hua Xiu was but a spirit, the elixir given to her by King Qingguang had solidified her essence, allowing her to be perceived by the living. Bai Hua Xiu fell to her knees before the king of the Baoxiang kingdom, weeping sorrowfully as she recounted her years of tribulation. Though her soul had been trapped within her body, she remained acutely aware of all that transpired around her. Hidden celestials from the heavenly court often descended to the mortal realm in this manner, controlling the bodies of nobility and royalty. They refrained from obliterating the original souls of these bodies due to the existence of the underworld. Previously, the underworld had merely been a vassal of the heavenly court, which meant they could not reveal too many secrets of the heavenly court. However, after Yin Luo consolidated the underworld, the heavenly court became even more wary of such actions. As for why they did not shatter the souls of the original owners, it was because those possessed by hidden celestials were typically nobility. Ordinary people held too little influence for the heavenly court, and the resources invested in nurturing hidden celestials would not be squandered on commoners. Nobility, on the other hand, often possessed considerable fortune. If hidden celestials were to disperse the souls of the nobility, it would inevitably impact the heavenly court's fortune. Although possession itself could affect the heavenly court's fortune, as it was an inhumane act, the potential gains made such an investment seem quite worthwhile. How could they dare to harm my son in such a way, Master? Do you possess a method to rescue my son and protect the people of the Baoxiang kingdom from the machinations of these villains? I implore you, Master, to show mercy to the populace. Upon hearing Bai Hua Xiu's words, the king of the Baoxiang kingdom broke out in a cold sweat. This was still his daughter. If someone were to possess him, what then? The thought was chilling. There is a way. The city god temple acts as the underworld's agency in the mortal realm. By venerating the city god, the underworld will protect the populace of the Baoxiang kingdom. Furthermore, the position of city god can be held by citizens of the Baoxiang kingdom, provided they are willing to dedicate themselves to the welfare of the people and have rendered great service to the kingdom. The king frowned slightly at this suggestion. Transitioning from the Buddhist sect to the underworld, it would be acceptable if the underworld truly sought to safeguard the populace. However, what if the underworld harbored nefarious intentions? Would it not be akin to inviting a tiger into the fold? Before the king could voice his concerns, the courtiers around him began to show signs of delight, with an elder stepping forward in eagerness. We too can serve as city gods? To be revered by the populace? To become gods after death, with our souls immortal? Indeed, that is the essence of the city god. As long as you contribute sufficiently to the people of the mortal realm and earn their faith. All of this will be recorded in the Book of Life and Death, at that time. A dedicated office of rewards and punishments will assess your merits and select those deemed worthy to assume the role of city god in this place. Xuanzang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the elder turned and knelt before the king, exclaiming with fervor, "Your Majesty, the city god temple benefits the nation and the people. I implore you to seek the welfare of the populace." The other ministers swiftly followed suit, all kneeling and beseeching the king of the Baoxiang kingdom to venerate the city god temple. Chapter 78. The 6 ears, Xuanzang, observing the scene before him, could not help but close his eyes. Indeed, the doctrines of the Buddhist sect cannot save this world on the brink of collapse. Only the law, only a stringent and clear legal framework, only defined rewards and punishments can stabilize the 3 realms. The 5 companions of the journey to the west chose not to linger in this chaotic court, but instead took the hidden celestial spirit and quietly departed. As for the subsequent matters, the emissaries of the underworld city god office would handle them. With the affairs of the Baoxiang kingdom resolved, there was no longer any reason for them to remain. The 5 resumed their journey westward. Little did they know that the trials they were about to face would not only be their own, but rather the tribulations of the entire primordial 3 realms. As the 5 travelers ventured into the realm of Pingdingshan, an ominous foreboding began to stir within their hearts. Despite their considerable prowess, the unsettling sensation compelled them to assume a defensive formation, encircling Xuanzang for protection. "Baldy, stay alert. Something's amiss," Sun Wukong exclaimed with urgency. "Monkey brother, the great demon atop Pingdingshan is no trifling matter," the stout companion added. "Just ensure the bald one's safety. Leave those creatures to me," Sun Wukong declared, and scarcely had he spoken when countless lesser demons surged forth from the shadows. Leading the charge was a monkey demon of remarkable stature. Indeed, one with not 1, but 6 ears. A monkey? Could it be a relative of yours? Xuanzang jested, unperturbed by the impending danger. "Baldy, do tread carefully. That monkey seems formidable." Sun Wukong felt a deepening dread as he beheld the 6-eared creature, whose eyes blazed with a fiery wrath and envy upon spotting the 5 travelers. "Esteemed guests, this mountain is mine, and these trees are my own. If you wish to pass, you must pay a toll today. You must leave something behind." The 6-eared demon spoke coldly. "Might I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" Xuanzang called out boldly, "I am the demon king of Pingdingshan. Enough of your idle chatter. If you do not present a toll, you shall not pass unharmed. We hail from the east, the Tang dynasty, journeying to the western holy mountain to seek enlightenment and scriptures. We possess no riches," Xuanzang replied earnestly. "Humph! If you lack offerings, then you shall remain here and serve as sustenance for my disciples," the 6-eared demon commanded, and with that, the lesser demons charged at the 5. "Old Shah, are these your people?" "Second brother, what do you mean by our people? I am but a disciple of the master. I would never allow anyone to attack him." Sha Song was equally perplexed. Guanyin had not entrusted him with any matters concerning Pingdingshan. If it were indeed a scheme orchestrated by the Buddha's domain, Guanyin would have forewarned him. Yet, if it were not the Buddha's doing, what force would dare strike against the Buddhist order? He was certain that the recent conflict with rogue cultivators had concluded, and a new strife seemed improbable. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became. The demons ruling Shinyo Hajo typically reported their activities to the Buddhist realm. Even those that did not report would be lesser demons who had recently attained their cultivation. Observing the formidable aura radiating from the 6-eared demon, Sha Song realized its strength rivaled that of Sun Wukong. Such a demon king would undoubtedly attract the Buddha's attention. If it could not be harnessed, it would face annihilation. Sha Seng's eyes sharpened with realization. Could this monkey demon be a pawn of the Buddha? If so, and if he had not been informed, it could only imply a grand conspiracy lay beneath. The fact that he had not been informed indicated he remained an outsider to the Buddha's circle. Lacking their trust, it seemed he must tread carefully. He might very well perish here. He wondered if the Buddha had alerted that monkey to show mercy in their duel. In earlier centuries, he might have been unafraid. But now, having fallen from the heavenly realms and diminished from the pinnacle of Deluo to the mid-tier of Tai Yi, he felt both disheartened and powerless against that monkey. As Sha Song wrestled with his thoughts, Sun Wukong had already raised his staff against the 6-eared demon. In the skies above Pingdingshan, one staff glimmered gold, while the other was forged from dark, ethereal iron. The sound of their clash resonated through the air. The surging magical energies painted the azure sky with a hue of turmoil. Tianpeng, while fending off the lesser demons, kept a watchful eye on the aerial battle, his expression growing grave. This monkey demon was no ordinary foe. Sun Wukong was no mere fighter. He was infused with the essence of the five-color divine stone gifted by Nuwa, and after years of cultivation in the underworld, he had refined his skills further. Originally at the early stages of Deluo, he had now ascended to the mid-tier. Even in his early days, Sun Wukong had possessed the combat prowess of someone at the late stage of Deluo. Yet now, this previously inconspicuous monkey seemed to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. If one were to claim this monkey lacked a background, even the most Na'vi spirit from the underworld would scoff at such a notion. Ao Lai swiftly dispatched the lesser demons that had evaded Tianpong and Sha Seng's defenses, while Xuanzang remained steadfast behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the six-eared demon, brows furrowed in contemplation. Moments later, Xuanzang struck his own bald head, a look of realization dawning upon him, followed swiftly by a shadow of doubt. "Master, do you recognize this monkey demon?" Ao Lai inquired, noticing the change in Xuanzang's expression. "If I am not mistaken, he is the six-eared macaque," Xuanzang replied. "The six-eared macaque? Indeed, during my time listening to the Buddha, I heard of the four mischievous monkeys, namely the Lingming stone monkey, the red-haired horse monkey, the long-armed ape monkey, and the six-eared macaque. Each possesses the bloodline and essence of the mischievous demon. Your monkey brother is the Lingming stone monkey, the spirit of the five-colored divine stone. This demon, however, is the six-eared macaque, appear to your monkey brother, and among the mischievous monkeys, he boasts the most potent bloodline. The mischievous demon? That is an entity that existed alongside the Pangu god, with Taoist patriarch Hongjun being one of the 3,000 mischievous demons of that era. Ao Lai, having grown up amidst the intrigues of the Dragon Palace and the myriad forces within the three realms, understood the gravity of Xuanzang's words. The arrival of the six-eared macaque was no trivial matter. His lineage suggested a deeper agenda for obstructing their western journey. Indeed, but what sort of plot could this be? To which force does the six-eared macaque owe allegiance? Xuanzang mused, a suspicion forming in his heart, one directed towards the Buddha's domain. Chapter 79. The nine nether sealing the battle had stalemated for approximately half an hour. Neither the six-eared macaque nor Xuanzang's party could extricate themselves from the fray. Just then, Tianpong sensed a surge of potent blood energy. He soon noticed that the lesser demons who had perished beneath his rake were rapidly desiccating, transforming into mere dust before his eyes. "Run!" Tianpong shouted, turning to Xuanzang and Ao Lai. The six-eared macaque, caught in a fierce duel with Sun Wukong, erupted into laughter. Thinking of escaping? Too late. This is the blood-sealing grand formation. With the blood of these demons as a sacrifice, even a quasi-saint would be momentarily restrained here. "What hope do you have?" As he spoke, Tianpong observed the lesser demons around him dissolve into pools of blood, seeping into the earth. Moments later, a faint crimson mist began to rise from the ground. Exerting an overwhelming weight that rendered them immobile, the four were swiftly pinned to the ground, powerless to move. Sun Wukong, witnessing the dire situation, urgently shouted, "Baldy, Fatty, Little Dragon, Monkey Brother, flee! Seek help! Tianpong, quickly save Baldy. We're not in immediate danger. Once the blood mist dissipates, the formation will break." Sun Wukong, face aflame with fury, declared, "You all hold on. I will rescue Baldy first," and with that, he dashed towards the direction in which the six-eared macaque had fled. Initially, Sun Wukong assumed that the six-eared macaque would escape towards its master, but as he followed, he realized it was headed straight for the underworld. Before long, Sun Wukong found himself racing after the six-eared macaque to the gates of the underworld. With the six-eared macaque's power as a Deluo golden immortal, no one could hope to impede its passage through the gates, particularly since the guardian of the gates, the city lord, was currently in seclusion. Striving to break through to quasi-saint status, leaving no attention for this matter. Moreover, the two generals, Nyoto and Mamian, who assisted the city lord, were merely at the pinnacle of Tai Wai-O. Restrain the six-eared macaque would prove quite challenging. Upon witnessing the six-eared macaque breach the gates, Sun Wukong prepared to follow, but was stopped by the two generals. "That monkey, I shall pursue. You two, report this to Lord Yin, and send reinforcements to Tianpong and Ao Lai at Pingdingshan," Sun Wukong commanded. Without waiting for a response, he hurriedly took to the skies in pursuit. Nyoto and Mamian exchanged glances, with Mamian asking, "What is going on?" "No matter. Old horse, you're sharper. Take some men to assist Tianpeng while I report to Lord Yin. Understood. Time is of the essence. I shall depart now. With that, the two hurried off in different directions, and moments later, Nyoto arrived at the hall of Yama. Your Excellency Yin Jun the bullhead reported everything to Yin Luo in great detail. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo was immediately struck with astonishment. Are you saying that a monkey with 6 ears has abducted Master Xuanzang? Are you certain it has 6 ears? Absolutely certain. What scheme is the Buddhist sect concocting? How could the 6-eared one arrive in the underworld in such a manner? But what could be the purpose of his true form coming to this place? Yin Luo stroked his beard. Pacing within the hall, Old Bull, did you see which direction the 6-eared one went? It is. A foreboding sensation enveloped Yin Luo. Where to? Jiuyo. Jiuyo. This is dire. Yin Luo hurriedly made his way to the site of the Jiuyo seal. At this moment, the bullhead also recognized the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to leave, Yin Luo's voice reached his ears. Go find King Qingguang. Instruct him to gather 500,000 Yin soldiers at the Jiuyo seal. Notify the War God Hall to lead the remaining Yin soldiers to encircle the Dizong Temple, awaiting orders. A sense of dread surged within the bullhead, and he dared not delay for a moment. Hastily conveying Yin Luo's commands, when Yin Luo arrived at the Jiuyo seal, he beheld the 6-eared one emanating a terrifying aura. Standing before the sealed eye in his grasp, he held the unconscious Xuanzang. Facing the 6-eared one was the relentless Sun Wukong. Yin Jun, you have finally arrived, the 6-eared one calmly remarked as he gazed at the rushing Yin Luo. Oh, it seems you anticipated my arrival. Indeed, the moment I entered the underworld, I knew I would inevitably encounter you. Then why did you dare enter my realm? Release Xuanzang and depart Jiuyo, and I might still grant you a path to survival. Release me, even if you are willing to let me go. Can they? They? Are you referring to the Buddhist sect? Precisely. In this 3 realms, there is no place for me to reside. They wish for my demise, and I shall oblige them. On this path of soul and spirit scattering, having our great master accompany me shall not be too lonely. The 6-eared one sneered wickedly. With me here, do you truly believe you can harm Xuanzang? Ha ha ha, Yin Jun. Perhaps you have never been here before. This seal was set by the venerable Hong Jun, and none above the status of a quasi-saint may enter. Is that so? Then I shall put it to the test. Yin Luo's heart was also filled with trepidation. If he truly could not enter the seal's confines, Xuanzang would be in grave peril. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly halted. A smile crept upon his lips. What? Is Yin Jun not eager to test it? I have suddenly pondered a question. Oh? In the 3 realms, is there anything that could perplex the valiant Yin Jun, who dares to challenge the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court? I would very much like to hear it. Perhaps, with my meager resources, I could assist Yin Jun in resolving 1 or 2 matters. The 6-eared one set Xuanzang down and casually sat cross-legged atop the seal. He understood that both the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court were observing this location. No quasi-saint could approach here. He merely needed to ignite the blood within him to pierce the seal open. In other words, he could destroy the seal at any moment, and no one could stop him. Thus, he thought to enjoy the attention of the 3 realms in his final moments, as a form of self-affirmation. Yin Luo, seeing the 6-eared one set Xuanzang down, stroked his beard and remarked, You have exerted such effort to capture Xuanzang. Could it be merely to seek refuge here? Chapter 80. The seal cracked. The 6-eared one chuckled. Of course not. Did I not mention earlier? I have come seeking death. The magnificent mountains and rivers of the 3 realms are yet to be traversed. The path of eternal cultivation remains unfulfilled. The dream of becoming a saint has not been realized. Why abandon such a glorious time? Upon hearing this, the 6-eared one's expression turned ferocious. Am I to relinquish my own life? It is you who have forced me. You, who consider yourselves high and mighty, have never regarded us cultivators with any respect. In your eyes, we are mere refuse to be discarded at will. In your eyes, we are but ants to be crushed at leisure. The 6-eared one rose, lifted his head, and roared with fury. I know you are watching. In my final moments, I refuse to feign deference and submission. Let me tell you, if I perish, you shall not find peace either. Are you not set on heading west? Then I shall take Xuanzang with me, severing your grand expedition to the west. Are you not eager for me to destroy the seal? Then I shall completely shatter it, and let the three realms accompany me in death. Ha ha ha. Just then, Yin Luo exchanged a glance with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong instantly understood, charging into the seal towards Xuanzang. At this moment, Xuanzang also opened his eyes, tearing off his cassock and tossing it towards the six-eared one. This cassock, bestowed by Guanyin, was finally of some use. The six-eared one, consumed by boundless rage, remained oblivious to the changes around him. When he realized it, the cassock had already been draped over his head. At that moment, Sun Wukong's golden staff also arrived. The six-eared one instinctively drew his iron rod to block the strike. A hasty defense could not possibly compare to Sun Wukong's full-force assault. The six-eared one staggered back several steps. When he tore away the cassock, Sun Wukong had already taken Xuanzang out of the seal's range. The six-eared one shook his head with a cold laugh, as if speaking to himself, yet also addressing someone. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought? Good, truly good. Though my life may extinguish, I await your company in death. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing this, Yin Luo and Sun Wukong realized Xuanzang's cultivation had been exposed. After all, with the six-eared one's prowess, he should not have awakened a mere mortal so swiftly. If the six-eared one had known Xuanzang possessed such remarkable cultivation, he would not have been so careless. Although the six-eared one harbored suspicions about how Xuanzang managed to conceal his aura so skillfully, he did not dwell on it too much. What mattered to him was that since Xuanzang had cultivated, it indicated that the tribulations on the journey westward would be far more numerous than he had anticipated. The Buddhist sect's aspirations for grandiosity might well be thwarted. After all, if even the protagonist of the journey westward held ulterior motives, what chance did they have for success? The countless years of scheming by the Buddhist sect seemed destined to become someone else's garment. The six-eared one glanced at Yin Luo, smiling as he said, Yin Jun? Good luck. Upon finishing, he ignited his own bloodline, causing his body to explode. Boom. The six-eared one's body shattered. Blood sprayed across the seal's domain. As the blood and shredded flesh came into contact with the seal, it sizzled like water poured into a hot oil pan. The six-eared one, in the final moments of his disappearance, bore an expression of infinite longing, then lifted his gaze towards the direction of Ling Shan. His face radiating with boundless derision. Boom, boom. Then, another series of thunderous roars reverberated. A profound fissure appeared in the seal. Wail, wail. The entire three realms seemed to lament. In the instant the seal cracked, an aura unlike the coldness of the underworld surged forth from the crevice. The coldness of the underworld is filled with the essence of death. Yet the aura emanating from that fissure was scorching and malevolent. Though it was but a trace, it clashed with the essence of the three realms. And in an instant, the great powers of the three realms sensed this discordant energy. Ling Shan, Thunder Sound Temple. It is done. The Buddha's eyes shimmered with golden light, crossing from the heavenly realm of thunder sound, directly projecting into the sealing domain of the underworld's Juyo. Ananda, Kasyapa, world-honored one. The Juyo seal is damaged. The passage from Ling Shan to the underworld must be further reinforced. Let all who have attained the Arhat fruit come to assist. As you wish, Buddha. Additionally, send someone to the South Sea to summon Guanyin. Yes. Not long after, Guanyin arrived at the Thunder Sound Treasure Altar. World-honored one. Guanyin, the underworld is now entrenched in a mire from which it cannot extricate itself. We must expedite the westward journey during this interval. World-honored one, is there a disturbance in the Juyo realm? Indeed, the seal is damaged and calamity looms over the underworld. Once we complete the westward journey, the fortunes of our Buddhist sect will surge, and we shall decisively resolve the underworld's crisis. While the absence of the underworld's interference will greatly facilitate our westward journey, how shall we explain this to the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor, seeing himself as the representative of the venerable Hongjun, will undoubtedly not sit idly by as the aftermath of the Juyo seal's breach wreaks havoc across the three realms. The Buddha sighed deeply at this. The movements of the Jade Emperor are indeed difficult for us to predict. Thus, we must pay a visit to the Lingxiao Palace. You need not accompany me. The westward journey requires your oversight, and it is imperative to expedite the process. Disciple, I shall obey the Buddha's command. Lingxiao Palace. The Juyo seal has cracked? The Jade Emperor, who had been reviewing memorials, suddenly raised his head. Muttering to himself, summoned Tuatali Tianwang, Tai Bai Jin Xing, Wu De Xing Jun, and Wen Chu Xing Jun to the palace for a meeting. the messenger hurriedly withdrew to deliver the decree. Shortly after, the four arrived at the palace and bowed to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor set down his red brush and declared, "The Jiuyo seal has been breached." What? Both Wen Chu Xingjun and Wu Dexingjun wore expressions of shock. In contrast, Li Tianwang and Tai Bai remained considerably more composed. After all, both individuals possessed the formidable cultivation of the latter stages of the Great Luo. The faint yet searing malevolent aura that emanated from within the nine nether ceiling had long been perceived by the onlookers. They had also surmised that the Jade Emperor had dispatched many to this place, undoubtedly for this very matter. Tai Bai stepped forward and spoke. "Your Majesty, the nine nether seal was established by the ancestor Hongjun in ancient times. Is it possible that someone in the three realms possesses the capability to breach it? Could it be the handiwork of a certain sage? Certainly not. Even in the absence of our Lord, the six sages would not easily descend upon the three realms. Moreover, if the six sages were to intervene, it would not merely stir up a minor commotion. Then, who could be responsible for this? When our Lord instituted the seal, he fortified it with the flesh and blood of the Chaos Demon God. Surely, someone must have found the bloodline successor of the Chaos Demon God to have had the opportunity to shatter the seal." Upon finishing, the Jade Emperor fell into deep contemplation. Among the three realms, the nine nether region is a forbidden zone. Who would dare to commit such a grave transgression and disrupt the seal? Just as the Jade Emperor pondered the identity of the perpetrator, the Star Lord of martial virtue interjected. "Your Majesty, does the Netherworld not have sentinels stationed at the sealing site in the Underworld?" Chapter 81. Testing and Confession. It is not that the Underworld has failed to deploy guards, but our Lord had previously declared that this seal requires no vigilant watch. Why is that? The Star Lord of martial virtue inquired with curiosity. Our Lord had once communicated with the six sages, stating that although this seal prevents the incursions from beyond, it simultaneously hinders the advancement of the three realms. If the seal were to be breached, it would signify both calamity and opportunity for the three realms. Upon hearing this, the Star Lord felt somewhat bewildered. Well then, the situation has transpired. Let us discuss how we should address this matter. The assembly pondered for a moment, exchanging glances, before Tai Bai stepped forward and addressed the Jade Emperor. "Great Celestial Sovereign, I believe we should simply observe the developments as they unfold." "Oh? Please elaborate," Tai Bai continued. "The breach of the nine nether seal is no longer a matter for any single faction, but rather concerns the entirety of the three realms. The calamity of your once roused the six sages and the Tao ancestor to intervene. Now, the Netherworld is no longer under the dominion of our heavenly court. If we could leverage the existence beyond the nine nether seal to obliterate the underworld or compel it to submit once more to our heavenly court, would that not be a splendid outcome?" After Tai Bai concluded, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow and rose, declaring, "The denizens of the Netherworld are also subjects of the three realms. Our heavenly court bears the responsibility to protect them." Tai Bai was taken aback by this response. This does not quite align with the typical conduct of the Jade Emperor. Shortly thereafter, he heard the Jade Emperor continue. "Very well, Li Tianwang, you shall lead 30,000 heavenly soldiers to guard the passage between the Netherworld and the Celestial Realm. Should any denizens of the Netherworld seek refuge from peril, you are to accept and shelter them. Once the turmoil in the underworld subsides, we shall return them to the Netherworld." Upon hearing this, Tai Bai smiled faintly, flicked his whisk, and bowed respectfully to the Jade Emperor, exclaiming, "Great Celestial Sovereign, your wisdom is profound." Although Li Tianwang felt a twinge of discomfort, he nonetheless accepted the command and departed the hall to assemble his forces. After Li Tianwang's departure, the Jade Emperor further instructed Tai Bai. "It is likely that the underworld will be preoccupied for a considerable time. During this period, unimpeded by the underworld's interference, we can accelerate the progression of our plans. I shall make arrangements immediately. Whether it be the Western Expedition or the four Imperial Guardians, I will ensure that those beneath me expedite their tasks." The Jade Emperor nodded, intending to say more, but suddenly sensed something. He gazed towards the outside of Lingshao Hall and smiled at Tai Bai and the others, saying, "You all may return to your duties. It seems that our esteemed guest can no longer remain idle." Thus, the three bowed and exited the Grand Hall. Moments later, the Buddha arrived, escorted by a celestial official. "What brings the Buddha to our court on this occasion?" the Jade Emperor inquired with a smile. "Does the great celestial sovereign not know?" Is it not concerning the 9 nether region? The Jade Emperor resumed his seat on the dragon throne, gazing at the Buddha with a knowing smile. The Buddha was well aware that his intentions could hardly be concealed from the Jade Emperor, although the Jade Emperor might not discern the identity of the one who damaged the seal. He could undoubtedly surmise the purpose of the Buddha's visit with considerable accuracy. Therefore, the Buddha straightforwardly stated, "Indeed, it is about the 9 nether region. The damage to the seal of the 9 nether will undoubtedly precipitate considerable calamity. However, both my Buddhist sect and the heavenly court should focus all our energies on the Western expedition. As for matters concerning the 9 nether, let the underworld handle them." Oh? Is that truly the Buddha's perspective? Yet, the affairs of the 9 nether are not solely the concern of the netherworld, but of the entire 3 realms. Our heavenly court cannot remain passive in this regard. After all, that seal was established by our Lord. Its damage compels me to uncover the true perpetrator behind this act, the Buddha, unfazed, replied. Until the perpetrator is apprehended, I still believe we must prioritize completing the Western expedition. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes. Unforeseen changes? What alterations might occur? Buddha, your insistence on urging me to abandon support for the underworld and forsake the pursuit of the perpetrator, could it be that this matter involves your Buddhist sect? The Jade Emperor regarded the Buddha with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Buddha's heart tightened. Though he and the Jade Emperor were of equal standing, in matters of intrigue and politics, he was no match for the Jade Emperor. This was evidently a test posed by the Jade Emperor, and his hesitation might have led the Jade Emperor to suspect the truth. The Buddha forced a smile and responded, "The Buddhist sect harbors no such intentions. I merely believe we can take this opportunity to observe the reactions from above. After all, we remain completely in the dark regarding the current status of the 6 above and whether they can still intervene." The Jade Emperor's eyes glimmered as he remarked, "That is a matter for your Buddhist sect, not ours in the heavenly court. My duty is to assist our Lord in managing the 3 realms and to ensure they do not descend into peril and chaos. Your Majesty, it was the Buddhist sect that, in alliance with the 3 teachings, shattered the path of the human Emperor Zhou. The Buddhist sect seized a fragment of the human Emperor's path. I wonder if the great celestial sovereign might be interested?" The Buddha refrained from directly admonishing the Jade Emperor, but instead revealed his own hand. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's countenance shifted. Indeed, the Buddhist sect dared to stake the safety of the 3 realms as a wager. The Buddhist sect was willing to pay such a steep price in exchange for the heavenly court's inaction. From the Buddhist sect's urgent and generous demeanor, it became evident that the breach of the 9 nether seal had likely been orchestrated behind the scenes by them. Moreover, the Buddhist sect's haste to expedite the Western expedition likely stemmed not only from fear of delays, but also from the notion that the Buddha was tantalizingly close to achieving his goals. The Buddha's ambitions were indeed audacious. The Jade Emperor no longer concealed his irritation and fixed a piercing gaze upon the Buddhist sect, stating, "There is no need for the great celestial sovereign to be so agitated. The seal established by the ancestor Hongjun is not something a mere great luo can fracture. It merely opened a narrow fissure. Thus, we can not only render the underworld incapable of taking care of itself, but also ascertain the whereabouts of the 6. Surely, what the Buddha seeks is not limited to this, is it?" The Buddha recognized that his eagerness would inevitably raise the Jade Emperor's suspicions. Fortunately, at this moment, they were both tied to the same fate. There was no escape for either. Being forthright was also an option. Strength begets leverage in negotiations. Indeed, I am but one step away. This step cannot afford any miscalculation. It seems that during the battle with Yanluo, the Buddha had concealed his true capabilities. Indeed, that was the case. After all, there were sages present at that time, and I had no choice but to feign weakness. Then why reveal your brilliance now? Over countless years, you and I have honed our skills. Do you not wish for the 3 realms to witness our prowess? Ha ha ha. Why does a monk harbor such a heavy resentment? Resentment. No, it is the accumulated grievances of countless years. Did they not prevent us from attaining sanctity? Then I shall defiantly strive for it. Is achieving sanctity through merit your desire? If one cannot achieve sanctity through the laws, what harm is there in seeking a lesser path? The Buddha and the Jade Emperor engaged in a spirited exchange. Their relationship was intricate. Chapter 82. The destruction of the Buddhist sect. They were both in competition yet also in collaboration. Occupying high positions within the 3 realms, few could elicit such heartfelt discourse between them. Nevertheless, Both preserved many secrets known only to themselves. Whether it was the Buddha or the Jade Emperor, both were alike in this regard. They conversed for a considerable time in the heavenly court, seemingly reaching a consensus on certain matters. Meanwhile, Yinluo gazed solemnly upon the damaged seal of the Nine Nether region. Although at present, there was no activity beyond the surging heat and malevolence emanating from it, Yinluo still felt a lingering sense of unease. Moments later, King Qingguang arrived at the Nine Nether region, accompanied by the underworld's spectral soldiers. "I greet you, Lord Yin. This place is perilous. You must ensure that anyone stationed here immediately informs me of any unusual occurrences." "As you command, Lord Yin." After issuing his instructions, Yinluo swiftly transported himself to the abode of Dizong. The area was already besieged by the underworld's legions led by the spectral generals of the War God Temple. "Dizong, come forth." Dizong, who was pacing within the hall, had attempted to contact the Buddha but had received no response. Upon hearing the call of Yama, memories of helplessness and fear from his past under Yama's dominion flashed through his mind. Reluctantly, he stepped out of the palace doors. "Yama, leading a great army, but what disrespect have we shown towards the Buddhist order?" "Humph. I have two demands. Agree to them, and I shall spare your life." Before Dizong could respond, Yama continued. "Firstly, the Buddhist order must withdraw from the netherworld. Henceforth, no one from the Buddhist order shall guide the souls of the departed in this realm. Secondly, you must surrender the method to amend the 9 nether seals. Agree to these 2 points, and your Buddhist brethren may depart in peace. Otherwise, my underworld shall enact the annihilation of Buddhism in the netherworld." Yama's resounding voice echoed through the shadows. He could have refrained from spreading this declaration far and wide. Yet he chose to do so, elevating the matter for all 3 realms to witness the underworld's stance. After listening to Yama's words, Dizong could not help but smile bitterly. "Yama, these matters are beyond my humble ability to decide." "Oh, if you cannot decide, then what significance do you hold?" With that, Yama prepared to take action. Dizong hastily interjected. "I can first go to Ling Shan and consult the Buddha's opinion before returning to report to you." "Yama!" Yama shook his head. "I shall not wait for so long. In light of our countless years as neighbors, I shall grant you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. If I receive no answer, then the underworld shall obliterate Buddhism." With that, Yama summoned his powers, conjuring a black throne in the void behind him, where he sat with composure. He then summoned a cup of tea from the ether. "Remember, you have only the time of a cup of tea. I shall not wait long." Upon hearing this, Dizong retreated into the palace, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the time granted was not out of mercy, but rather Yama's urgent need to uncover the method for amending the seals. Yet, the seals were established by Hongjun Daozu. How could he possibly know? If anyone possessed this knowledge, it would only be the Jade Emperor. The Buddha might also know, but at this moment, he could not reach Ling Shan. Dizong, unaware of the unfolding events, could only activate the formation again to connect with Ling Shan. If he failed once more, he would face death and obliteration. However, after several attempts, there was still no response. As time slipped away, beads of sweat began to form on Dizong's forehead. It was over. Completely over. If he could not connect with Ling Shan, the Buddhist order's plans spanning hundreds of years in the netherworld would be undone in an instant. Yet, it was not merely the loss of their plans that caused Dizong such distress. His own life was at stake. Crack! With the sound of the teacup shattering, Dizong's heart sank, and he fell to the ground. Time was up. Yama's voice echoed in Dizong's sanctuary. Following that, Yama summoned the Wheel of 6 Paths. With the infusion of his late-stage quasi-saint powers, the Wheel of 6 Paths grew larger and larger until it enveloped the vast sanctuary of Dizong, with a change in his hand seals. The entire Wheel of 6 Paths emitted 6 dazzling rays of light. These 6 beams intertwined and gradually merged, ultimately transforming into a black ribbon exuding a chilling aura. This black ribbon began to devour everything within the sanctuary. "Yama, please cease. I am willing to lead the Buddhist order to withdraw from the netherworld." Yama let out a cold laugh and declared loudly, "Too late." He then commanded the surrounding spectral soldiers, "Kill. Leave none alive among the Buddhists in the netherworld." Turning his gaze to the struggling Dizong, he coldly remarked, "I have stated the time of a cup of tea. That is all the time you shall have. Not a moment more. Yama, please spare me." I am willing to renounce my vows and return to the underworld. Humph! The Buddha is a fool. I did not expect you, Dizong, to be of the same ilk. I implore Yama to show mercy. Save those words for your Buddha. With that, Yama intensified his power, and the black ribbon ignited with chilling black flames. Everything within Dizong's sanctuary was unable to escape the searing heat. In mere moments, it was reduced to nothingness. Meanwhile, the spectral soldiers besieging the Buddhist monks wreaked havoc, leaving the remnants of the Buddhists scattered across the ground. The cacophony of battle cries, pleas for mercy, and the clash of powers intertwined, heralding the rise of the underworld and the lament of the Buddhist order's decline. After the time of a cup of tea had passed, the entire expanse of the netherworld was stained with red blood. It was the blood of countless Buddhist disciples. The underworld, with the blood of the Buddhist followers, proclaimed to the three realms the final dominion of the netherworld. As the followers fell, the once black land of the netherworld was draped in a crimson shroud. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Even the Azura clan, situated in the Sea of Blood, sensed the overwhelming stench of carnage. Yama inhaled the scent of blood, and the system's voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, for completing the main rebellion task 6, gaining the authority to govern the souls of the three realms. Reward acquired, Fragment of the Law of Death, 100 task points. As Yama listened to the system's voice, the long-anticipated fragment of the Law of Death was finally in his grasp. Once this matter was concluded, he would certainly investigate what this fragment entailed. Meanwhile, Guanyin waited anxiously at the Thunder Sound Temple for the Buddha's return. Bodhisattva, there is no need to worry. The Buddha has gone to the heavenly court and will return shortly. Ananda reassured the anxious Guanyin. Such great turmoil in the netherworld. Why has the Buddha not taken action? Ananda and Kasyapa were aware of the Buddha's plans, yet without the Buddha's directive, they dared not reveal anything to Guanyin. Chapter 83. Fragment of the Law of Death. I must go find the Buddha. If this delay continues, Dizong may face the threat of death. Bodhisattva, please do not be hasty. Ananda Kasyapa attempted to counsel her, but the Bodhisattva had already stepped out of the temple, just as she stepped outside and prepared to ride the clouds towards the heavenly court. Guanyin spotted a golden light racing towards the temple from afar. Buddha, I have urgent matters to report. The Buddha, looking at Guanyin, smiled and said, Is it about the netherworld? Has the underworld acted against Dizong? Indeed, Buddha is wise. Do not concern yourself with that. Your task is to journey west. Others will handle these matters. But, Buddha. The Buddha shook his head, observing Guanyin's anxious expression. Enough. The affairs of the underworld ultimately serve to buy time for the journey west. If we summon Dizong back or engage in battle with the Buddhist order, where will we find the time to plan for the westward journey? Guanyin was taken aback. The Buddha's words implied that Dizong was viewed as a sacrificial piece. Yet, Dizong was of utmost importance to the Buddhist order. Both his cultivation and his position were indispensable. Losing Dizong meant losing their foothold in the underworld, making future plans nearly impossible. The Buddha smiled lightly. Do you know why the underworld retaliated only symbolically against the heavenly court after driving out its influence from the netherworld? Guanyin pondered, realizing that indeed the heavenly court had not taken any substantial action. Why is that? Because, whether it be our Buddhist order or the heavenly court, all actions taken in recent years have had but one purpose. To attain sainthood. Attain sainthood? Indeed. The path to sainthood is fraught with difficulties. Sages are reluctant to disrupt the balance established over countless years, unwilling to allow newcomers to achieve sainthood. Thus, they have utilized one calamity after another to weaken all parties. This westward journey is an opportunity for the sages to leverage the Buddhist order's fortune to advance further, and I am but a step away from my goal. If this journey allows the Buddhist order to amass sufficient fortune, I can merge the three corpses through the Buddhist order's fortune and achieve the fruit of sainthood. As for the Jade Emperor, he follows the path of the laws, seeking to emulate the footsteps of Hongjun Daozu. What he requires is not the power of fortune, but the comprehension of the laws. I suspect he too is but a step away from his goal. The day the westward journey succeeds will be the day he attains enlightenment. At that time, all 6 sages of the 3 realms will be drawn to the Jade Emperor, and I shall seize the opportunity to attain sainthood, as long as he endures the trials of the 6 sages until I achieve sainthood. I would not hesitate to lend him a hand. The sage attaining sainthood is certainly a monumental event. All of us in the Buddhist order would gladly sacrifice for the sage's ascendance. But what does this have to do with the underworld? Despite their recent commotion, it remains within controllable bounds. There is no need to sacrifice Dizong to restrain them, is there? Yama? Humph, you all underestimate him. Initially, I and the Jade Emperor shared this sentiment, merely a clown, not worthy of fear. Yet, it seems that if we do not restrain him, all our efforts may ultimately amount to nothing. Behind him may lie the 6 sages. Sages? They are supporting the underworld. Are their actions merely to prevent the sage from attaining his rightful place? The Buddha's profound gaze stared blankly into the distance beyond the 9 heavens. If you believe the sages support the underworld solely to thwart our ascendance, you underestimate their motives. Then what are the sages' true objectives? Naturally, it is for the Tao Ancestor. For the Tao Ancestor? Only the Tao Ancestor among the 3 realms has attained sainthood through the laws. Yet he only allowed these 6 to sever their 3 corpses to achieve sainthood. In their pursuit of further advancement, it is only natural that they must shatter the constraints imposed by the Tao Ancestor. Constraints? The fetters of the sanctification laws. That is, Guanyin wished to inquire further, yet upon seeing the Buddha shake his head, he spoke. Knowing too much is of no benefit to your cultivation. The path of cultivation is arduous. A truth you are already aware of. Thus, there is no need for excessive concern. Once you reach the late stage of quasi-sainthood, then ponder the matter of sanctification. Guanyin understood that upon hearing this, his state of mind had already undergone a transformation. He recognized the difficulty of achieving sanctification. However, no one had ever mentioned that it was even more challenging than he had imagined. It could even be said that the road ahead is boundless. Perhaps only individuals of great resolve, like the Buddha and the Jade Emperor, could persist in this endeavor. Guanyin shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. It seems that after the journey to the west, he must find time to refine his state of mind. Since all of this is for the grand plan of the Buddha's sanctification, the disciple shall speak no more. I shall descend now and expedite the journey to the west. Go. I await your good news. Yama spent half a day sending Dizong and his followers into the cycle of reincarnation. This was still due to his deliberate delay. He wanted to see whether the Buddhist sect would intervene. The result was disappointing. The Buddhist sect had indeed tossed such a substantial piece of meat to him. Although he had gained governance over the underworld through the matter of the 9 nether seals, that very issue still hung over him like a sword. Moreover, while he had devoured this piece of meat from the Buddhist sect, it still felt somewhat unsatisfactory. Upon returning to the Great Hall, Yama redirected all his forces to the sealing site of the 9 nether. The urgent task at hand was to enhance his strength. Even though he was already in the late stage of quasi-sainthood, it had yet to provide him with any sense of security. Hence, taking advantage of the fact that no unforeseen events had occurred at the sealing site, he hastily retreated to seclusion, intending to refine the fragments of the law of death to slightly boost his power. A last-minute sharpening of the sword may not be swift, but it still shines. Before entering seclusion, he instructed the 4 great judges of the underworld to set aside their tasks and seek out any forces in the 3 realms that might have a means of repairing the seal. He had also contemplated inquiring with Lady Hutu, yet he did not even know her whereabouts, so how could he ask? Each time, it was Hutu who personally came to him. He had never visited her domain, nor had she ever invited him. Yama pondered that if he refined the fragments of the law of death and still had not found a way to repair the seal, he would have no choice but to personally visit the Kingdom of Daughters. After all, the seal was established by Hongjun, and surely the Queen Mother must be aware of it. The thought of the Kingdom of Daughters stirred ripples in his heart. Soon after, Yama gently shook his head and re-entered the inner sanctum of the Sanluo Hall to prepare for the refinement of the fragment of the law of death. Seated in meditation, Yama took out the fragment of the law of death from the system space and examined it. Unlike the fragments of the royal law he had seen before, this fragment of the law of death appeared to exude an aura of utter stillness. Yet it contained a hint of vitality. This left him perplexed. How could there be life within death? Chapter 84. The path of laws. Following this, Yama placed the fragment of the law of death in his palm, closed his eyes, and gradually began to refine the LAW'd. As the fragment of the law dissolved, Yama gradually attained enlightenment. The so-called life emerging from death signifies that the end of death is the beginning of life. In other words, the end of life is also death. life and death are, in essence, two interdependent existences. As Yama's understanding deepened, his soul was suddenly tugged by a force. He did not resist but followed this force into a new realm. Here, it was a realm of chaos. There was no light, no sound, he could see nothing, yet he could distinctly feel everything around him. At this moment, he sensed that beneath his feet lay a path. At the end of the path stood a colossal stone tablet, emanating an intense aura of death. This was a road steeped in the essence of death. Yama's soul involuntarily advanced, but after merely 3 steps, he found it difficult to proceed. He could not help but pause, beginning to observe his surroundings. Not far from him, he sensed a familiar essence. It was the aura of the royal law. He focused his gaze and saw a spectral figure on the path of the royal law. It bore the likeness of the Jade Emperor. Moreover, this spectral figure was nearly at the end of the path of the royal law. Just a little further, and the Jade Emperor would be able to touch the stone tablet at the end of the royal law path. However, upon closer inspection, Yama discovered a shocking scene. The path of the law beneath the Jade Emperor's feet was actually fractured. Yama could not help but recall the words of the ZY Emperor. The path of the law was severed. He then turned his gaze toward the front of his own path of death. Indeed, at the end of the path of the law of death, there was also a fracture. A deep, unfathomable chasm cleaved the path of the law in two. A surge of helplessness suddenly welled up in his heart. He looked toward the other paths, only to find that they were all fractured. Yama searched meticulously, unwilling to believe his own eyes. Rather than disbelief, it was more a sense of reluctance. He wanted to see if every path of the law was indeed fractured. Eventually, after an extensive search, he discovered a smooth path. This was the only path among the myriad paths of law that remained unbroken. At the end of that path stood a resplendent stone tablet. This tablet was larger than any other and radiated a dazzling light. Upon it stood a throne in midair. On that throne sat a Taoist. Yama merely glanced at the Taoist and instantly recognized him as Hongjun. Yama was uncertain if it was merely his imagination. But when he looked at Hongjun seemed to gaze back at him with a hint of a smile. At that moment, Yama felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Soon after, his soul was expelled from this space by a force. Upon leaving this space, a figure appeared on the path of the law of death. It was Yama's own figure. Within the hidden chamber, Yama slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he felt a significant enhancement in his power. He circulated his spiritual energy, carefully sensing the strength coursing through him. Subsequently, his soul communicated with the law, and a vast aura of death emanated from his body. Is this the power of the law? Merely taking 3 steps on the path of the law has increased his strength by 50%. If he were to traverse the entirety of the path of the law, to what heights would his power ascend? At this moment, he also thought of the Jade Emperor and of Hongjun, who had already successfully reached the pinnacle of the law. To his astonishment, the Jade Emperor had advanced so far along the path of the royal law. It may not be an exaggeration to call him the foremost individual beneath the status of a saint. Yama once again closed his eyes, diligently contemplating the law of death. Yet he suddenly noticed that the aura of death within the 3 realms seemed to lack something. Suddenly, his soul quivered. Originally prepared to continue his cultivation, Yama abruptly felt as if he had discovered something and hastily rose, rushing out of the hall toward the 9 Nether. Upon reaching the 9 Nether, Yama stood outside the seal, carefully sensing the aura seeping from the fissure. It was the aura of the law. Precisely the missing aura of the law from the 3 realms. King Qingguang and the others gazed at Yama standing before the seal. Not daring to disturb him in the slightest, Yama's thoughts raced. He seemed to have uncovered something, yet it also felt as if he had discovered nothing at all. What lies beyond this seal? Why does the missing law of the 3 realms appear there? Furthermore, why is it that only Hongjun can achieve sanctification through the law? How exactly was the path of the law severed? According to the various pieces of information Yama had previously obtained, the path of the law had at least been severed before the battle between the witches and the demons. This is also why the ZY Emperor had mentioned that his father, the Demon Emperor, had once told him that the path to sanctification through the law had been severed. Moreover, when considering the methods of sanctification of the 6 saints, it indicates that the path of the law had already encountered issues even before the 6 saints achieved sanctification. This problem is highly likely to have arisen beyond this seal. Yama, King Qingguang stepped forward, bowing to Yama. Old Qin, is there any issue with the sealing site? For now, there seems to be no problem. However, during your seclusion these past few days, the aura seeping from the fissure has grown increasingly intense. Have the 4 great judges found a means to repair the seal? Yama inquired. No. The 4 of them have inquired among the powerful beings of the 3 realms but have not found a solution. In that case, I shall personally inquire with that individual. I hope she can provide us with an answer. By the way, how far have the travelers in the west progressed? After the Monkey King rescued Xuanzang, he originally intended to stay and assist, but since you went to eradicate the Buddha, I had them return directly to the West Nyohajo to continue their journey. Calculating the distance, they have probably already reached the kingdom of Wajiji and are now in the kingdom of Chaji. During his seclusion, Yama had also received numerous system notifications regarding the completion of various quest tasks, yet due to his focus on cultivation, he had not paid much attention. The progress has been remarkably swift. Indeed, it is said that Guanyin and Taibai intervened, making their trials along the way considerably easier. It seems that both of them are quite eager. Yama smiled slightly, having guessed the intentions of the Jade Emperor and the Buddha. In this matter, you must exercise extraordinary caution. Should any sinister entities emerge, allow them to approach directly. I'm going, boom, boom, rumbling, rumbling. I am astounded, Yin Luo exclaimed. Just as he was about to mention a journey to the kingdom of women, he was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Chapter 85. The God-slaying task. With each resounding blast, peculiar beings emerged from the damaged seal. These entities emanated an aura of malevolence, chaos, and brutality. Fallen angels, perhaps? Yin Luo gasped at the sight of a birdman adorned with 12 black wings. Yin Jun, do you recognize these avian beings? He was asked. Yin Luo shook his head and replied, I have never encountered them before. Next, a pale man with golden whiskers, wielding a double-pronged fork, slowly stepped forth, accompanied by a 3-headed dog that followed closely behind. The man with golden whiskers and the 12-winged birdman greedily inhaled the air of the 3 realms. Subsequently, from the crevice of the seal, emerged a beguiling woman who exuded a stench of decay, also accompanied by a dog. Yin Luo furrowed his brow as he observed the 3 figures before him. He detected a shared aura among them, one that resonated with the essence of death. Yin Luo felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively preparing for confrontation. 3 beings embodying the essence of death. It seemed this would be a formidable battle. At that moment, a timely notification from the system echoed in Yin Luo's ears. Detected the discovery of the fragmented world of the 3 realms. It is a lost land of the 3 realms. Retrieve them to restore the 3 realms. Issuing the rebellion God-slaying task. Slay the invading deities of the lost land and acquire their divine essence. Task reward, 50,000 task points. Task supplement. Only by slaying deities possessing divine essence will the task reward be granted. Each slain deity will yield 50,000 task points. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo was astonished by the bountiful rewards. This was comparable, if not superior, to the task rewards for altering the journey to the west narrative. It seemed another source of task points had emerged. Moreover, judging by the system notification, the seal of the 9 netherworlds was likely the key to the rupture of the laws governing the 3 realms. Yin Luo had a premonition that to attain sanctity through the laws, he must delve into the world behind this seal. With a composed expression, Yin Luo summoned his magical power and advanced towards the 3 figures. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 3 steps, Yin Luo's aura reached its zenith. He then summoned all his magical artifacts. The 3 deities of the lost land beheld the imposing figure before them, the bearded man standing upon a radiant wheel of reincarnation, wielding a judge's pen and cradling the ledger of life and death. Above him spun a glimmering 3-live stone. As Yin Luo unleashed his artifacts, his aura surged to another level. The 3 deities, who had initially enjoyed the refreshing air of the 3 realms, now wore expressions of gravity upon witnessing Yin Luo. A cold smirk crept upon Yin Luo's lips as he declared loudly, "This is the realm of the 3 realms netherworld. You barbaric intruders shall not tread here." The 3, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yin Luo, momentarily froze. Then, the pale man with golden whiskers stepped forward and inquired, "Young one, do you know who I am?" "I do not, nor is it necessary to know. What I do know is that you have crossed the boundary. In my realm of the 3 realms, The netherworld is not to be trampled by your kind. Return, or face certain death. How audacious. There are 3 of us. Do you truly believe we fear you? Yin Luo scoffed, responding, 3, you say? Even if all of you were to unite, what have I to fear? With that, Yin Luo stomped his right foot forcefully. The wheel of reincarnation beneath him radiated 6 dazzling beams of light. These 6 beams of reincarnation intertwined and surged towards the 3. The trio's expressions turned serious as they sensed the impending threat of this luminous force. Yet, this was merely a casual strike from Yin Luo. They each summoned their weapons, joining forces to counter this overwhelming power that felt as if it could obliterate worlds in the blink of an eye. The intertwining beams of reincarnation surged into the sealed territory, hurtling towards the trio. The moment the reincarnation light penetrated the seal, Yin Luo's expression turned grave. He sensed something, though he was uncertain. Then, the beams of reincarnation collided with the energy waves emitted by the 3. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. King Qin Guang widened his eyes in disbelief. The anticipated overwhelming victory did not materialize. Only a swirling tempest of energy remained. The 3 deities of the Lost Land wore expressions of incredulity. They too did not expect to withstand such a cataclysmic blow. Ha ha ha, so you are but a Fade, young one. Retreat swiftly, for I, Hades, the king of the underworld, may show you mercy. The pale man with golden whiskers jested. He then turned to the half-living, half-decayed woman beside him and remarked, Hell, I wonder if this Fade meets your standards. As the goddess of death ruling the eastern continent of the underworld, she must have encountered many such men. The 12-winged birdman chimed in, Lucifer, even Satan would grant me some respect. You must be seeking death. Hell glared fiercely at Lucifer. Meanwhile, the dog at her side suddenly grew in size. Baring its teeth at Lucifer, observing the situation, Hades addressed the 2. Let us first resolve the matter at hand before discussing anything else. Yin Luo, observing the trio's demeanor and listening to their exchange, experienced a moment of clarity. To validate his suspicions, he needed to interrogate the beings that had emerged from the seal. Their 3 leaders were best suited to provide him with 3 divine essences and 150,000 task points. With this thought, Yin Luo called out loudly to the ghostly soldiers, Fall back 10 miles. The ghostly soldiers of the underworld complied, slowly retreating. Yin Luo too stepped back upon the wheel of reincarnation. King Qin Guang approached and whispered, Yin Jun, why the retreat? Yin Luo, keeping his gaze fixed on the trio, replied quietly, The seal of Hongjun Daozu is indeed formidable. Even in its damaged state, it exerts significant suppression upon us. My previous strike possessed the power of a mid-level sage, but after being weakened by the seal, it only retained the strength of a late-level Great Luo. Battling here is exceedingly disadvantageous for us. As they continued to withdraw, King Qin Guang remarked, Are you attempting to lure the snake out of its hole? Ah, old Qin, you truly understand me. Indeed, we intend to draw them out. The netherworld is my domain. Those who dare intrude shall pay a heavy price. Since they have come, let them be buried here. Let them nourish our netherworld. King Qin Guang chuckled, Yin Jun, you are indeed wise. Just as Qin Guang finished speaking, the 3 figures could no longer contain themselves. Young one, do not flee. They shouted as they led their bizarre, chaotic, and malevolent creatures in pursuit of Yin Luo. Chapter 86. Superior Divine Essence. Yin Luo effortlessly unleashed a beam of reincarnation light, obliterating a considerable number of the pursuing fiends, before turning to King Qin Guang and instructing, Old Qin, take your men and retreat to the rear, then flank them and wait for an opportunity to strike. As you command, Yin Jun. With that, King Qin Guang swiftly withdrew. Moments later, a portion of the underworld's hundreds of thousands of ghostly soldiers had diminished, yet the 3 deities pursuing Yin Luo remained blissfully unaware. Continuing their brazen chase, when the 100,000 ghostly soldiers had retreated 10 miles, the 3 deities, accompanied by their fiendish minions, burst forth from the confines of the seal. Yin Luo halted his retreat and, with a cold smile, declared, I have spoken. In the 3 realms, you barbarians shall not tread. In my domain, the netherworld, you shall not trample. Come to die. No sooner had he spoken than Yin Luo activated his magical artifacts. Sweeping towards the trio, with a sudden stomp, the beams of reincarnation transformed into a swift torrent racing towards the 3. Following that, Yin Luo propelled his judge's pin, ledger of life and death, and 3 live stone. Hurling them at the trio, the judge's pin soared like an arrow towards Hades, while the ledger of life and death became a flurry of pages enveloping the goddess Hell. The 3 live stones shot forth like a bullet aimed at the fallen angel Lucifer. The trio had not anticipated Yin Luo's sudden assault. They still believed he was no match for them. Soon, the beams of reincarnation illuminated the truth of overwhelming power. The 3 instinctively channeled their energy to counter the onslaught of the beams of reincarnation. However, the outcome diverged from their expectations. Instead, they were forcefully struck to the ground. With incredulous expressions, they stared at Yin Luo, unable to fathom how his offensive capabilities had grown so formidable. Struggling to rise, they found themselves confronted once again by an earth-shattering force. They collapsed to the ground, their weapons tumbling aside. With wide eyes, they watched as the 3 great treasures of Yama surged toward them. They disregarded their dignity and immediately propelled themselves backward, their legs pushing against the ground. Closer, inch by inch, with a series of explosive sounds, 3 deities from the Lost Lands were effortlessly reduced to a mist of blood by Yama's formidable treasures. Yama furrowed his brow. Were they truly so feeble? In his perception, the trio's strength was indeed lacking, albeit slightly superior to that of an average Great Luo Golden Immortal. Above the Great Luo, yet still short of achieving the status of a quasi-saint. This was Yama's rough assessment of their power. In his previous life, he had heard of their names. Whether it was Hades, the lord of the underworld, the goddess of death Hela, or the 12-winged fallen angel. Each was a harbinger of death within their respective mythologies. He never expected them to be dispatched so easily. With a sweeping gesture, Yama commanded, "Kill!" Instantly, the spectral soldiers around him surged forward, as if invigorated by an unseen force. Charging toward the horde of monsters, in that moment, the entire realm of the underworld was once more suffused with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Yama noticed beneath the blood mist 3 objects glimmering with a ghostly light. With a powerful grasp, he seized 3 stone-like items, 1 large and 2 small. Upon closer inspection, he sensed the essence of the laws within them. It appeared these were the so-called divine essences. After vanquishing the trio, Yama soon received a notification from the system. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a deity of the Lost Lands. You have obtained 1 high-level divine essence and a reward of 50,000 task points." Despite having slain 3, why was there only 1 reward? A high-level divine essence. It seemed these divine essences were indeed categorized by rank. Just as Yama pondered this, the 3-headed dog that had accompanied Hades, upon witnessing its master's demise, bared its teeth and lunged at Yama with crimson eyes. Yama raised his hand, effortlessly suspending the beast in midair. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from Yama's grasp. It roared furiously at Yama, "You wretched pup, you have sealed your fate. You have slain the avatars of 2 kings of the underworld. The entire hell will not spare you." "Oh, is that so?" Yama replied, now understanding that they were merely avatars of the kings of hell. "It appeared you were quite knowledgeable." Yama regarded the 3-headed dog with a smirk. A flicker of fear passed through the beast's red eyes. I won't say anything." "Oh, is that so? Then you leave me no choice with that." Yama activated the 3-life stone in his hand. The stone began to blur, transforming into a stream of light that surged into the depths of the 3-headed dog's soul. Subsequently, the once ferocious gaze of the beast, now tinged with a hint of fear, began to fade, losing focus. Ultimately, its red eyes turned pitch black. Yama released his grip, and the 3-headed dog fell lifelessly to the ground. After a brief glance at the dog's corpse, Yama waved his sleeve, and the 3-life stone within the dog's skull transformed into a wisp of ghostly light, returning to Yama's hand. Yama grasped the 3-life stone, closed his eyes, and began to sift through the memories of the 3-headed dog. Moments later, his gaze grew progressively colder. The air around him chilled, causing the surrounding spectral soldiers to instinctively step back. Sensing Yama's rising killing intent, it seemed he had come to a profound realization. Yama silently resolved that before establishing the heavenly court, he must eradicate the Buddhist sect entirely. At that moment, King Qin Guang approached. "Yama, the enemies have been eliminated. Good. When can the wheel of reincarnation be released?" King Qin Guang paused at this question. Could there be unforeseen complications? Reporting to Yama, Calculating the time, it should not take long. Yama, has something occurred? A great crisis is looming. In King Qingguang's view, Yama had never exhibited such a serious demeanor. Yama, what is amiss? The existence of the three realms hangs in the balance. Do you deem that insignificant? Ah? King Qingguang was taken aback. This is merely my conjecture, yet we should prepare ahead of time. This moment presents both peril and opportunity. Yama, observing King Qingguang's astonished and anxious expression, could not help but smile. There is no need for haste. We still have time to prepare. This period is ample for the strength of our underworld to ascend to new heights. Yama, could the crisis stem from the ceiling? Yes and no. King Qingguang was bewildered by Yama's ambiguous words. Chapter 87. The Enigma. Yama, noticing King Qingguang's expression, chuckled softly and continued. I have gleaned some information regarding the Lost Lands from the three-headed dog. The underworld of the Lost Lands is governed by four great underworld kings: Hades, the goddess of death Hela, the demon king Satan, and the god of death Anubis. The adversaries who invaded were merely a high-ranking deity under Satan, along with avatars of Hades and Hela. Merely avatars? King Qingguang exclaimed in surprise. What is even more astonishing is that the Lost Lands, post-sealing, also harbor the Buddhist sect. Do you sense something? Yama sneered. Indeed. It seems the origins of the Buddhist sect are far from simple. They may have deeper schemes within the three realms. Moreover, the Buddhist sect in the Lost Lands is only one of the four great powers. The leaders of these four powers are known as the sun god Ra, the deity Jehovah, the creator god Brahma, and the god king Zeus. Our two saints of the Buddhist sect, Xuanti and Jain, in that Lost Lands, are surprisingly disciples of Brahma. It is truly terrifying that someone would use saints as pawns. Could it be that this matter is unknown throughout the three realms? After all, the sealing was established by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. King Qingguang queried. The Tao ancestor? Yes. Why did the Tao ancestor accept the two as disciples and assist them in achieving sainthood? Perhaps only the Tao ancestor and the six saints know the answer. The waters of the three realms grow increasingly murky. King Qingguang furrowed his brow. Why is there a flaw in the path to sanctification through the laws? Where has the Tao ancestor vanished? Why do the six saints obstruct the ascension of cultivators in the three realms? Is it truly merely to maintain balance among the three realms? What are the true intentions of the Buddha and the Jade Emperor? What roles do they play in this vortex? What identities do Xuanti and Jain assume in the three realms? What motives drive the gods of the Lost Lands to covet the three realms? All of this, I fear, can only be elucidated by Hongjun, Yama murmured. He then stated, the immediate priority is to restore the sealing. I shall make a trip to the Kingdom of Daughters. You must guard this place. Should anything arise, report immediately. As per your decree. Yama patted King Qingguang's shoulder, then transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the Kingdom of Daughters. In no time, Yama arrived at the Kingdom of Daughters. Upon entering, the queen sensed Yama's presence. After all, the Kingdom of Daughters constituted an independent world. Nothing could escape the queen's perception. When Yama stepped into the palace, the queen had long awaited him from behind the drapery of her throne. Yama, you have arrived in haste. What urgent matter brings you here? The queen's voice resonated from behind the curtain. Yama cleared his throat and responded, Ahem, I trust the queen is aware of the matter regarding the 9 nether sealing. I have come seeking a method to restore the seal, to restore the sealing. Indeed. The queen furrowed her brow, speaking seriously. Has someone already breached that place? Indeed. Upon hearing this, the queen immediately parted the drapery and stepped forth. To restore the sealing, only the flesh and blood of ancient demons will suffice. Long ago, Master Hongjun utilized the flesh and blood of 3,000 ancient demons to seal the Lost Lands. What transpired back then? Yama inquired. The queen shook her head and replied, the people of the three realms are not very clear. They only know that the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin engaged in battle, resulting in chaos across the heavens and the earth. It was during that time that the place known as the Lost Lands suddenly emerged. Back then, the forces of the Lost Lands, led by 4 half-step saints, advanced toward the three realms. However, due to the conflict among the dragon and phoenix clans, the three realms suffered great losses in power and were utterly incapable of resisting the advance of the Lost Lands. At that time, Master Hongjun intervened, directly penetrating the Lost Lands. Half a month later, upon emerging from the Lost Lands, Master Hongjun sealed the passage between the Lost Lands and the Three Realms. Thereafter, the Lost Lands became a taboo within the Three Realms. Due to the chaotic energies present there, coupled with the lingering energies of ancient demons, many individuals from the Three Realms would send their mortal foes to that place, shattering their bodies and banishing their souls to endure torment until they dissipated. Does your majesty also remain unaware of what transpired back then? No. After Master returned from the Lost Lands, he began his seclusion. It was not until Emperor June and the others established the Demon Court and the Witch Clan gradually grew stronger that Master re-emerged to impart teachings and guide the 6 saints toward their own sanctification. However, there should have been 7 saints, yet for reasons unknown, only 6 ultimately achieved sainthood. I once overheard Master lamenting that until the 7th saint appears, the 3 realms cannot truly be complete. The true 3 realms? Yama furrowed his brow, contemplating the queen's words. Is it not the case that the current 3 realms do not constitute the true 3 realms? Yin Luo understands that all the enigmas surrounding the 3 realms can likely only be unraveled by Hongjun. At this moment, he can only strive to enhance his own strength. It is only through formidable power that one can confront all crises. After contemplating, Yin Luo inquired, does the queen know whether there are saints in the Land of the Lost? In the past, when the Land of the Lost invaded the 3 realms, only 4 half-step saints led the charge. Back then, there were no saints in the 3 realms, but now there are 6. Surely, after all these years of development, it is likely that saints have emerged on that side as well. Who were those 4 half-step saints? They referred to themselves as the Sun God Ra, the Almighty Jehovah, the Creator God Brahma, and the Divine King Zeus. Yin Luo raised his brows as if a thought had occurred to him. Did Hongjun Daozu ever slay these 4 beings? Since the Daozu could penetrate the Land of the Lost and return unscathed, why did he not lead the 3 realms to strike back? Perhaps there is some great terror still lurking in the Land of the Lost. If not, the Daozu would not foster a tiger to harass him. The pressing matter at hand is to mend the seal. Although it is merely a fissure, the individuals who traverse through it are not particularly powerful. Yet, it remains a hidden peril. Does the queen know where one might find the flesh and blood of ancient demonic deities? Upon hearing this, the queen couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, Yin Jun. That is the flesh and blood of ancient demonic deities, not